Who's pulling this? Pick up this piece of real people. The real person is actually quite handsome. The only flaw is that he's still alive. You dead Stitch puppet, watch me cut you along the dotted line. It was born out of human malice, so it's normal for it to be this bad. He looks the most handsome when he's rolled into a meatball. If you cosplay as a real person, everyone will condemn you. Lian Jian came out of the comic exhibition alone and in a mess, walking on the street in a daze, when suddenly a shrill whistle sounded in his ears. A large truck was speeding towards him. Lian Jian, no, wait a minute. Is the truck driver also a fan of the protagonists of Jujutsu Kaisen? Before Lian Jian had time to think, he was enveloped by a huge white light. Mom, I saw the shit. Strangely, no bloody scene occurred. Lian Jian's figure disappeared out of thin air. It was as if there had never been such a person on the street. Across the street, a white-collar worker who was going out for lunch with his colleagues rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Huh, you must be kidding. Where's that person on the street just now? Hey, are you kidding me? Where was that person just now? Oh, no, we didn't see it. I'm sorry, maybe I've been confused because of working overtime recently. It's already like this now. I really don't know what I'm going to do when I'm 65. Ha ha ha, I'm not even sure I can live to be 65, but if I die at my workstation one day, I'll have to ask my boss to collect my body. Lian Jian's consciousness was in a vast black fog. A faint human voice was heard from the black fog that could not be dispelled. He seems to be waking up. Hurry and inform Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo? As an old fan of the second dimension, although the times are progressing and there are more animations, I will never forget the classics. Catching the familiar title, Lian Jian's consciousness became clearer. The black fog in front of me finally dissipated. Lian Jian saw a cat's face growing on a human body. No, it should be a mask with a cat face on a human face. The mask looked familiar, but Lian Jian couldn't remember where he had seen it. Hey, kid, what's your name? Cat face asked rudely. Lian Jian's pupils moved and he saw clearly his current situation. Not good. This was the first thought that flashed through Lian Jian's mind. He was in a basement and couldn't hear any traffic or anything else. This basement is remote and very deep. There was not even a lamp for lighting, only the faint light of primitive candles. Has he been kidnapped? Or some horrible prank? Lian Jian lowered her eyes, and when she saw her own body clearly, her pupils suddenly shrank. I'm going to be young again. These short legs, where did his long legs go? Lian Jian hugged her head in despair, but it collapsed even more. He can't take his wig off. No, this sentence is not accurate. It should be that his wig turned into his real hair. Fortunately, the stitches are still there. Wrong. How did the sutures he put on become a tattoo? With dyed hair and tattoos, he is destined to have no chance of passing the civil service exam. If he goes home like this, he will definitely be beaten up by his parents who don't love him to begin with. Just when Lian Jian's worldview collapsed and he was confused and desperate, steady footsteps were heard, accompanied by the sound of the cane hitting the ground. Lian Jian looked over subconsciously. A figure that couldn't be more familiar appeared in his eyes. Shimura Danzo. Damn it. A character from Jujutsu Kaisen appeared in Naruto. Did he switch to another channel? Is this a prank by the comic convention organizers? Report to the central government. He wants to report it to the central government. Let the most annoying character in Jujutsu Kaisen and the most annoying character in Naruto collaborate? Which idiot came up with this? Also, when I go out later, can you give me the contact information of this class teacher? Master Danzo, this child won't say anything. Catface retreated behind Danzo and reported in a low voice. My acting skills are superb. Lian Jian Genren watches the show. Since it's useless, just kill it. Danzo coldly decided the fate of the child he had picked up. Lian Jian Genren, are they working from the same script? Bite. Human malice detected +100. Cursed chakra conversion +100. The mechanical electronic sound in her head did not dispel Lian Jian's fear at this moment. Because the murderous intent that came towards him was real, like a sharp knife scratching across his skin, giving him goosebumps. Are you kidding? Did he really travel to the Naruto world? Or as a real person? I should have known that he was cosplaying Gojo Satoru. Wrong. I'd better just cosplay as Ryuman Sukuna. Although Hajime was very unwilling, he had to accept the cruel reality that he would become a real person and travel to a high-risk Hokage. A pair of legs appeared in Lian Jian's sight. He slowly raised his head and saw the dog-faced masked man raise the kunao in his hand. Flax fell. Flax fell. Big brother. Wait a minute. My name is Lian Jian. Genren. The real person's name came out of his mouth uncontrollably. Lian Jian noticed that Dogface stopped moving, as if waiting for Danzo's next order. He himself couldn't help but think about it. Is his real name Lian Jian Genren? It doesn't seem so, but why couldn't he remember his real name? Forget it, let's just be Lian Jian Genren. Anyway, it doesn't sound bad. Not dumb. Danzo sighed without any fluctuation in his tone. He walked up to Lien Jian and asked, "Is this Master Lien Jian? How old are you?" Lien was speechless. If you ask about his mental age, of course he is always 18. As for physical age, he really didn't know how old he was based on his current appearance. Have no idea. Hajime shook his head in astonishment. Afraid that Shimura Danzo had gone mad again, he quickly added, "I forgot. I don't remember anything, so don't force him. Amnesia, an excuse that never gets old." Danzo said nothing, his eyes studying him. Renjian had never felt that Danzo Shimura was so oppressive when he watched anime before, but when he actually faced Danzo Shimura, his whole body felt numb uncontrollably. The old thief Danzo is so terrifying. Catface stared at Renjian, not knowing what he was thinking. He suddenly spoke up and made a guess. "Master Danzo, he might have damaged his brain. It's impossible for this child to appear out of thin air within the root range without alerting the root ninjas, so the only possibility is that he fell from somewhere. The root base is hidden, backed by a mountain. There are many villages on the other side of the mountain, so the origin of this child is not inexplicable." Danzo nodded and said as if it was set in stone, 12 years old. You are 12 years old. You are my son. I am your father. Lien Jian took great effort to resist the urge to shout out this rebuttal subconsciously. This rules out the possibility that Danzo is kind-hearted and philanthropic. Then there is only one possibility why Danzo said this. Plot against him. The sky is falling. Who doesn't know how dark Danzo's heart is? Catface is the best worker. She immediately understood what Danzo meant and added, "Yes, you are Danzo's son. You were beaten in the brain during training. Can these three people avoid him when they are plotting something bad? At least the first and second words should correspond. If he is really Danzo's son, doesn't Danzo even know his son's name or how old he is? Can you respect his intelligence?" He didn't take him seriously at all. Lien Jian is not a fool. It was obvious that these three men took him for a fool, but he had to pretend to be a fool, because there is only one outcome if you don't play dumb. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young because they are poor. Master Lien Jian roared in his mind. Seems like the channel is off? Unimportant. In reality, Lien Jian was timid and looked at them blankly, muttering, "Is that so?" Danzo stared at him and said firmly, "Yes." After saying this, he left with his big cane. Lien Jian collapsed. She was too lazy to even give him a perfunctory response. "Shimura Danzo, you bastard. Is it that careless? At least you have to say a few more words to deepen his trust. What's the difference between this attitude and treating cats and dogs?" Danzo was not willing to waste any time on Hajime. After he left, Catface and Dogface were left staring at Hajime lying on the simple wooden bed. Lien Jian and they looked at each other in confusion. Three confused faces. Say something? Lien Jian looked at the cat's face and then at the dog's face. "We can't let him, a man who just lost his memory, start a conversation. It doesn't matter if you forget. We will tell you everything you forget next," came the voice of Catface. This was an attempt to brainwash him, and Lien Jian knew it very well. "Before I tell you, you must resume your training. I am Owl, and Night Ren, and I will continue your training. This is to test his qualifications. If he is a waste, he still has to die." Lien Jian's heart was filled with tears. Why are others who travel through time picked up by decent people like Tsunade and Jiraiya, but he has to be picked up by Danzo? Even if he is picked up by Obito, it's fine. He can also disguise himself as Nohara Rin. Hajime couldn't help but admire Danzo's efficiency. Just from the arrangement of determining qualifications through training, you can see how difficult it is to get a piece of rice from Danzo's root for free. The sad thing is that Ren Jian is not in a position to refuse yet. Refusal will only mean dying faster. However, Lien Jian was a little concerned about what the voice that just sounded in his head was. System? System. Golden finger. Cheats. Lien Jian tried countless ways of shouting in his mind but got no response from that voice. The dead silence made him look like a fool. Lien Jian could only start to recall the content of the voice's words just now: human malice value, cursed power, chakra. Since Hajime is cosplaying a real person, of course he is very familiar with the character of the real person. The true person is a special grade cursed spirit, an extremely evil curse born out of human hatred and fear of humankind. This world uses chakra as the main means of attack, so converting cursed energy into chakra means. Bang! Lien felt her body lighten. Then he fell off the bed to the ground. It was Catface who dragged him down. Abusing children. What a punishment. Stand up now and start training. Cat-faced man spoke in a cold voice, and the cold light from his black pupils shining through the two small holes on the mask was like the most eye-catching cold light on a kunao. It makes people feel inexplicably cold. It means he has become a real person. He can use the power and abilities of real people. Lien Jian summarized the inference just made. He got up nonchalantly and brushed off the non-existent dust on his body out of habit. After all, sea clothes with good designs and quality are not cheap. To be honest, even though I fell hard to the ground just now, I don't know if it's because of my cursed physique or some other factor, but I didn't feel any pain at all. Lien Jian was taken to a training ground by Catface and Dogface. The training grounds are still underground, and all the rooms in the root area are underground. It was pitch black, and it was obvious at first glance that this was where the dark, crawling people lived. Although Lien Jian knew the names of Catface and Dogface, he was still used to calling them by their most obvious names. The characteristics of the mask. Lien Jian had just stood up and hadn't yet reacted when he was forced to be beaten. Yes, you heard it right, being beaten. Lien Jian is an ordinary person who even avoids the 3,000-meter race in the sports meet. Having never been exposed to combat techniques, he was beaten up by Catface and Dogface in turn. These two people are really not human. He was very cruel. Lien Jian is going crazy. He is afraid of pain. Although it didn't hurt when he fell just now, he could still feel the intense pain that could be called a beating. Damn it! An inexplicable force was flowing through Lien Jian's body. At the same time, the movements of the Catface and the Dogface in Lien Jian's eyes became slower and slower, as if they were slowed down. On the contrary, Lien Jian's speed was getting faster and faster, and he soon learned to dodge the impenetrable attacks. Gradually, fewer and fewer attacks from the Catface and Dogface landed on Lien Jian. When Catface and Dogface couldn't hit Lien Jian thought of counterattacking. There is no reason not to retaliate after being beaten by them in mixed doubles for so long. Is he such a kind person? Of course not. An hour later, Catface and Dogface are shocked to find that Hajime Masamune has learned to fight back. He absorbed combat skills at a terrifying speed, like a sponge. Another half an hour passed, and he was basically able to fight back and forth with the tacit cooperation between the Catface and the Dogface. Catface and Dogface were unable to do anything to him for a while with just their physical skills. Pause. Catface spoke up. Lien Jian pulled himself away from the almost overwhelming pleasure, but the aftereffect still made his whole body hot and his heart beat fast. It was so strange, he had never felt anything like this before. Body and soul in perfect harmony. The body moves precisely as the brain directs it. The wounds that had inflicted upon him before no longer hurt at all. It has no effect on his fighting at all. The cat's complex gaze penetrated the mask and fell on the child in front of it. If she hadn't seen with her own eyes how Lien Jian Genren grew from being clumsy to being agile, she probably wouldn't have believed that this child hadn't been trained in advance. Then there is only one possibility. Hanumai-sama is a genius. Geniuses are not uncommon in Konoha. Therefore, Catface was only surprised for a moment. She glanced at Dogface, and her figure disappeared into a dark passage not far away. Renjian guessed that Catface had lost his way and went to tell Danzo about it. Lien Jian decided to hate her. Now let's try the use of weapons. Dogface threw the ninja tool bag to Hajime. The heavy ninja tool bag contained shurikens and kunao. Swish, swish, swish. A sound of breaking air was heard. 10 meters away from Master Hajime, several targets in different directions had red hearts filled with shurikens. This thing seems simple when watching anime, but when you really face it, you find it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. You try it. Since Master Renjian is a genius, let's train him in a genius way. The Night Ren set its gaze on Master Lien Jian. Hajime held the shuriken between his fingers. To be honest, he had never come into contact with this thing. The Night Ren's actions just now seemed to be replayed dozens of times in Lien Jian's mind. The shuriken between Lien's fingers flew out the next second. The shuriken that replaced the dog's face hit the bull's eye. Lien Jian was stunned. Although we know that real people have strong learning abilities, isn't this too strong? He just threw it away. Night Ren then demonstrated how to use the kunao. Hajume's kunao was also like a shuriken, hitting the bull's eye accurately. Renmai turned around and saw Danzo Shimura already standing not far away. Danzo Shimura obviously saw what Hajime had just done. He waved towards Lien Jian. Lien Jian walked towards him, knowing full well that this old bastard was going to do something bad again. Shimura Danzo stared down at him and said, "Stick out your tongue, abnormal." Bite. Human malice detected +50, cursed power conversion chakra amount +50. The voice in my head started again. This is accompanied by an increase in internal strength. That kind of power flowed through his body when he fought, and Hajime thought that it must be chakra. Hajime remembered that Danzo Shimura seemed to have a sealing technique planted on the tongue. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Lien felt a pain at the root of her tongue, like a bug bite. He subconsciously retracted his tongue. Danzo was satisfied. People's hearts will change, children raised by oneself will betray, loyal subordinates will betray, but the sealing technique will not. Byte, detected that the mark of the tongue to eliminate evil contains a malicious value of 500. The seal of the tongue to eliminate trouble is transformed by the power of the spell and automatically stored as 500 chakras. Lian saw that the burning sensation at the root of her tongue had disappeared. The originally uneven marks on the root of the tongue seemed to have become smooth. According to the prompts of the electronic sound in his head, Renjian gained a better understanding of his abilities. Because the true person is born in the malice of mankind, the malice of mankind is his own nourishment. Malice will automatically be converted into chakra and stored in his body. The seal of the tongue to eliminate evil is also malicious, so it can also be transformed into chakra. Can this be extended to mean that Hajime can transform all malicious attacks inflicted on him by others into powerful chakra for himself? If that's the case, it would be outrageous. I can become stronger if I get beaten. If you have the guts, beat me to death. Either explode in silence or become distorted in silence. Lian Jian Genren, he is perverted. While he was perverted, he was also confused. Is there a reference standard for the value of this chakra amount? If he only looks at the numbers, he can't see the gap between himself and others, and can't judge his own growth progress. Byte, chakra value based on Uzumaki Naruto, 100 million. As standard, Lian Jian was stunned that he counted from beginning to end several times to make sure he was not dazzled. Is this the amount a human can have? However, thinking of the nine-tailed fox, Lian Jian felt a little comforted. Fart. Not comforted at all. After all, the real person is a special grade cursed spirit. Doesn't he have his own cursed power? Byte, the real person is the real person, and Lian Jian Genren is Lian Jian Genren. Noticing Ren Jian's question, the electronic voice in his mind sounded again. Lian Jian understood. This thing is a ruthless counting and question answering tool. It seems that he has to hurry up and collect the malicious points. I am your father, please don't let me down. Hurry up and train well. Don't forget the agreement we made at the beginning. Leave this sentence. Danzo leaves. Lian Jian, Lao Deng really didn't even draft his lies? What kind of agreement could he, a person who had just arrived in the Naruto world by free fall, have with Danzo Shinura? However, Hajime had to admit that Danzo Shinura was very good at gaining other people's trust. If he really lost his memory, then the previous agreement proposed by Danzo Shinura would to a great extent deepen Hajume's affirmation of his own identity. Lao Deng's words doubled Lian Jian's training time. The master's natural ability to learn the holy body allowed him to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. He thought Danzo would not come, but he didn't expect that Danzo would come every day. And I talked to him about life for 5 minutes every day. Just 5 minutes, no more, no less. With just 5 minutes of rhetoric every day, he contributed more than 2,000 malicious points to Lian Jian. It is conceivable how this old man is framing and using him secretly. 1 month later, Danzo looked at Hajime, who had grown a lot, and asked with satisfaction, Master, do you still remember the promise we made before you lost your memory? Byte, human malice detected plus 100, cursed chakra conversion plus 100, chakra, 2750/100000000. I really don't feel guilty saying this. There is no agreement between them. It's nothing more than using him in various ways to carry out the mission. Lian Jian smiled on the surface, but cursed the old bitch in her heart. When his chakra amount increases and he becomes stronger, he will reward Danzo by turning him into an invincible toad, which will then only croak at people. Danzo's 5 minutes every day were not used to enlighten his mind, but to brainwash him. After a month at the root, Hajime had a deep understanding of Danzo's brainwashing techniques. This guy Danzo is really good at it. The first step is to use people's fear and confusion about the unknown to cultivate their trust and reliance on the roots. The second step is to let the real person hypnotize himself and beautify Danzo by repeating some words repeatedly, such as, you admired me a lot in the past, you said you would become a ninja like me. The realization of ninja values can only be seen in the root. The root is the gathering place of all great people. The third step is to reinforce brainwashing through guidance and proof from peers. On the third day after Ren Jian's training, his training partner appeared beside him. That is Sai, the boy with a fake smile who was harmed by Danzo and brainwashed to the point of losing his mind. After the above combo, if Hajime Masamune was not a real child and knew the true face of Danzo Shinura, he might not be able to escape and would have recognized Danzo as his godfather. Remember. Master Lian Jian nodded obediently. Danzo Shinura simply wouldn't allow him to not know. Cat-faced Owl told him about the agreement as soon as he got up this morning. Repeated 3 times. Even a pig can't forget it. This mission is actually related to the protagonist group. Somehow Danzo Shinura convinced the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to arrange him into Team 7 as the fourth person. That's right, it's Kakashi's class. The real purpose certainly couldn't be to let Hajime Makoto experience the good life in the outside world, but to let him monitor the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto and the Uchiha clan's orphan Uchiha Sasuke. At the critical moment, obey Danzo's orders and act accordingly. Anyway, he is just an unpleasant tool. But who cares? Real people have never been likable. Besides, who can't act? Today is the day for Renjian to leave the dark and gloomy roots. It was also the first day that he got rid of his identity as a dark villain. Li Enjian finally waited for this day. This day was just the beginning of his new life. Before stepping into the sunlight, he looked back at Sai, who was left in the dark tunnel, and apologized to him without any apology. "I'm so sorry, Master Li Enjian, is not the little son. This kind of heartwarming thing should be left to professional players. For example, Uzumaki Naruto. A selfish person like him. The cursed spirit will only be happy that he has escaped from the sea of suffering. Bite. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra, 7750/100000000. This exaggerated number made Li Enjian's pupils dilate slightly. Wow, are you kidding? Sai actually contributed so much malice to him. By the way, why does Sai hate him so much? He was not the culprit who caused Sai's childhood tragedy. It's unfair. The corners of Li Enjian's lips curled up, but continue to hate him. Sai, I must hate him forever. The long-lost sunshine shone on his skin that was so white that it was almost transparent. An angelic smile appeared on Li Enjian's lips. Thanks to Danzo and Sai, his chakra level has reached 7,750. Although compared to Uzumaki Naruto, it is still horribly small. We still need to work harder. Sai's example also reminded Hajime. The amount of maliciousness gained through some annoying ways in life is too limited. The amount of maliciousness gained through hatred like Sai is considerable enough. Therefore, Master Li Enjian had to be smarter and more efficient and allow malice and hatred to be born in love. Such malicious value would be surprisingly high. Let him first formulate a plan to deal with the three protagonists and collect malicious points. Sakura is the easiest to deal with. Her weak spot is Suzuki. Hurting Suzuki is equivalent to hurting her doubly. It's not difficult to deal with Suzuki, because he has a brother, Uchiha Itachi, who he loves so much. If Suzuki knew that the companion he trusted was actually related to Uchiha Itachi, he would definitely not be able to bear it. The only one who is a bit difficult is Uzumaki Naruto. It is quite difficult to obtain his malice value. After all, he is someone that even Nagato and Obito can forgive. But it doesn't matter, take it slow. First you have to gain their trust. Playing the long game to catch the big fish is the way of the wise. Hajime arrived at the ninja school by asking for directions along the way. Li Enjian, with her cute smile, easily won the hearts of the villagers and even got a string of meatballs for free. It's sweet and sticky and very delicious. 10,000 times more delicious than the bingliang one at the root. He wants to sue the root for child abuse. Lifting his legs and walking up the stairs, Li Enjian looked up at the classroom doorplate. Okay, this is the class Naruto and his friends are in. He pushed open the door. A blackboard brush came down on him. Li Enjian took a step forward and the scrub brush fell to the ground with a thud, splashing up clouds of chalk dust. Hajime looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing on the podium. Uzumaki Naruto blinked and looked at Hajime curiously. Who are you? Before Renjian could say anything, he covered his head in fear. Are you Kakashi, our leading jonin? How is this possible? Are you kidding? You are the same age as us, or are you actually a dwarf? He chattered non-stop. Li Enjian stared at him in surprise. I used to see Uzumaki Naruto in comics and anime, but the Uzumaki Naruto in the real world is even more lively than in the comics and anime, and the imagination is quite big. Fool, and if you look closely, you will find that Renji and Genren's pupils are of different colors. One is yellow-blue and the other is gray-blue, like a cat. So cute. Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, she's Sakura. That cool guy is Uchiha Suzuki, welcome to join us. Naruto is worthy of his name. He was not at all alert when a strange person came. I'm Hajime Masamune, and I'm glad to join you. Master Li Enjian's gaze swept over the three of them. Needless to say, Naruto, with his carefree personality, is not someone who would think too much, and he truly welcomes his arrival. Although Sakura also had a gentle smile on her face, there was vigilance in her eyes. As for Suzuki, who was sitting in his seat, as Naruto said, with his hands folded on his forehead, pretending to be deep, he didn't care at all about what was happening in front of him. It looks like you guys are getting along pretty well. A voice appeared above Li Enjian's head. He raised his head and a familiar white-haired figure appeared in his sight. Kakashi's unmotivated eyes swept across the four little kids in the classroom and finally fixed on Hajime Masamune. Well, I took a look, he said in a nonchalant tone, as if he had just woken up and was still half asleep. My first impression is that you guys are really annoying. Naruto, Sakura, arrogant Suzuki was also somewhat broken by this statement. Only one, Renji and Genren, still maintained his cute smiling face. He can even tolerate Danzo, so what is Kakashi? Well, just looking at his appearance, you can't imagine that this is the child raised by Elder Danzo. Elder Danzo's wrinkled appearance doesn't seem to have anything to do with a fair and tender child, right? Kakashi thought he would see a boy with a fake smile. Kakashi led them out of the classroom, and ran up to a random rooftop he saw and sat there, looking up at the sky lazily, with no motivation at all. By the way, you should start by introducing yourselves. What should I say when introducing myself? Sakura asked doubtfully, supporting half of her face with her hand. It's about what I like, what I hate, future dreams and interests, and things like that. Kakashi spread his hands, paused for a moment and added his true thoughts. Although I am not interested in your self-introduction. A cross popped up on Naruto's forehead that he always felt that their team leader was super irresponsible. Naruto raised his hand. I think it would be better if you, sensei, introduce yourself first. Me? Kakashi pointed at himself and said, my name is Hide Kakashi. I have many interests and dreams for the future. I also hate a lot of things. In the end, I only knew his name. It's your turn next. Kakashi pointed at Hajime casually, and it was unclear whether it was intentional or not. Let's start with you. As for the information about this child, he only knew his name and age. I'm afraid even the Hokage doesn't have any information about this child. Naruto and Sakura looked at Hajime curiously. They also knew nothing about Lien Jian Genren except his name. My name is Renjian Genren. I like performing, drawing, and playing with dolls. There are many things and things I hate. If I were to talk about them, I might not be able to finish them all day. My dream for the future is. Dream? He seems to have no dreams. Lien Jian said truthfully, I don't have a dream. I came here inexplicably and was brainwashed and threatened by Danzo. I do have one goal at this stage, which is to stay alive, and to carry forward his hobbies. How can you not have dreams? Naruto made a sound of confusion. He held Hajime Masamune shoulders and shook him. No, you can't be a dreamless person like Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi Lien Jian, he blinked, a soft smile on his face. So what is Naruto's dream? When Naruto mentioned his dream, two flames immediately ignited in his eyes. He let go of Hajime, clenched his fists, stood up, and said proudly, I want to be Hokage, this is my dream. Sakura and Sasuke didn't react at all. They had heard these words countless times during the years they had been in the same class with Naruto. As for Kakashi, there was only a slight ripple in his heart, not because of Naruto, but because of these familiar words. I want to be the Hokage. Many years ago, there was such a person in front of him, who said it with great confidence. Okay, Hajime looked at Naruto, his tone so sincere that no one present doubted the truthfulness of his words. Then my dream is to help Naruto become Hokage. Fake. His dream is to become the greatest performer in the world. And now, he is adding fuel to his acting career. Naruto was stunned. Sakura looked at Hajime in surprise. Is there really anyone who dreams of others? Sasuke also looked at Hajime for a second longer. Idiot. There is no way a guy like Uzumaki Naruto, who is at the bottom of the class, could become Hokage. It seems that the fourth person in their class is as stupid as Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi's eyes fell on Renjian, with an ambiguous meaning. Wow. Although I am very touched by what Renjian said, but how can you decide your dreams so easily? Naruto suddenly hugged Hajime and rubbed his cheek against Hajime, his eyes filled with tears from being so moved. This is the first person who believes he can become Hokage. He said how he and Lien hit it off right away. It turns out they are destined to be best friends. Lien Jian want to get Naruto. It's too easy to gain trust. Disguise seems to be the innate skill of the real person. Hajime, who inherited the talent and body of the real person, is also proficient in it. No, I should thank Naruto for helping me find my dream. Wow. Really good. The real person is an angel. Naruto held Ren and refused to let go. I, Uzumaki Naruto, love ramen and real people the most. I hate the 3 minutes of waiting for the ramen to soak the most. Kakashi pulled his eyes away from the two affectionate children and said, it's your turn now. Sakura glanced at the depressed Sasuke beside her and raised her hand. Well, my name is Harano Sakura, and my favorite is. A girl's blush speaks louder than any sweet words. Naruto lowered his voice and whispered to Hajime about Sasuke. I really don't know what's so good about that stinky Sasuke. Why else? So handsome. Hajime said seriously. Sasuke is very handsome, but Naruto and Sasuke are handsome in different ways. Naruto is handsome in a sunny and cheerful way. Naruto's face suddenly turned red, his eyes wandering around. Really? I'm so handsome. He clenched his fists and placed them on his forehead, starting to maintain this cool pose. Lien Jian couldn't bear to watch it, so he smiled, took a deep breath, and looked away. My dream is. Sakura summoned up her courage and shyly shouted, become Sasuke's wife. Lien Jian, that's amazing. A 12-year-old child. Girl, you are too precocious. Naruto was petrified by the wind. Kakashi also had a headache when he heard this kind of dream. Why are girls nowadays always thinking about love? The other protagonist, Sasuke, snorted, feeling bored by Harano Sakura's love game. Only Hajime was clapping seriously. Noticing Sakura looking over, Hajime said, when I first saw Sakura, I found that she was super beautiful. Sakura, who is serious and hardworking, will surely realize her dream. Harano Sakura. She couldn't help but blush, feeling a little ashamed of her previous vigilance, and said in a whisper, thank you. Not only did it not embarrass her, it also encouraged her. Kakashi sighed inwardly. So, were two of them conquered so quickly? Suzuki was the only one left who hadn't introduced himself, and all eyes were on him. I am Uchiha Suzuki. I speak for myself. For some reason, Lien Jian's mind automatically added the next sentence. There are many things I hate, but not many things I like. Also, I don't want to just say it's a dream. I have ambitions. I want to revive our clan, and then I must kill a certain man with my own hands. Suzuki never put down his hand, which was resting on his chin. Lien Jian was so embarrassed by his words that she dug her toes into the ground. The atmosphere inexplicably became heavy because of Suzuki's words. Kakashi stared at Suzuki, then slowly looked away and looked at the blue sky. Suzuki's reaction was actually not much different from what he expected. Although I didn't go to school with you all, I have heard of Uchiha Suzuki's name. Although it was embarrassing, Hajime had not forgotten his character and mission. Hajime smiled and tilted his head, looking at Suzuki. Suzuki is the #1 in a ninja school, a genius. I believe only Suzuki can do this. Suzuki said nothing, but was still pleased by the words. After all, there is no one in this world who doesn't like to hear sincere compliments. Kakashi sighed. Among the 4 brats in front of him, only Hajime Masamune was truly mature. The remaining 3. Kakashi didn't comment. There is nothing mature about a kid who can let down his guard with just a few words. Well, all 4 of them have rich personalities and are very interesting. Kakashi said this very against his will, and he continued, starting tomorrow, we will carry out the mission. Yes, Naruto was full of energy, in stark contrast to Kakashi. He asked excitedly and curiously, what kind of mission is it? Let's start with the mission that only the 5 of us can complete. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto couldn't wait to ask, what's the mission? Lien Jian already had the answer in his heart. Survival drill. Among the 24 graduates, only 9 were recognized as genin, and the other 18 were sent back to school. This survival drill is an extremely difficult test with an elimination rate of 66%. The graduation exam only selects those who are qualified to become genin, while the survival exercise is the real selection of genin. After explaining everything, Kakashi left with a few words. Remember to bring your ninja tools and gather at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember, don't eat breakfast, or you'll vomit. Naruto and Sakura were frightened by Kakashi's warning, and Suzuki's expression became more serious. Lotus's view from a god's perspective is not affected at all. Not only does he have to eat breakfast, he also has to bring some snacks. After the gathering, everyone went back home and looked for their own mother. Because Naruto and Renmai have no parents, they go to eat ramen. Sakura wanted to go home for dinner, but Suzuki was too disdainful to join them. Naruto paid for the ramen, and Renji was penniless. When they were out of money after the meal, Hajime remembered that he forgot to ask Danzo for money. So when Naruto enthusiastically invited Hajime to go home with him, Hajime politely declined. He felt it was more important to ask Danzo for money. After parting with Naruto, Hajime easily jumped onto the roof, and after a few bounces, his figure quickly appeared at the root. As soon as Hajime entered the base, he was brought before Danzo. Naruto Uzumaki's dream is to become a Hokage, Suzuki Uchiha's dream is to revitalize Uchiha and kill Itachi Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno's dream is to marry Suzuki Uchiha. But what are the goals and intentions of the 3 people? The intentions are quite obvious. Hajime first reports today's news to Danzo. Before the mission, Danzo gave Hajime all the information about Naruto and Suzuki. Therefore, Hajime was able to say the name Uchiha Itachi. Haruno Sakura doesn't need to report, Danzo said coldly. He was not interested in a girl from a commoner family. You don't have to report every day in the future. Otherwise, any pig would become suspicious. Danzo felt that Hajime would not be so stupid and that Hajime must have other purposes for coming back. Next second, Lien Jian stretched out her hand towards him, give me some pocket money. Danzo, is he really a child? He glanced at the cat face behind him. Cat face took out a bulging purse and handed it all to Lien Jian. Lien Jian took the money in his hand and weighed it. It was a huge sum of money. Danzo is quite generous when it comes to spending money. Bite, human malice detected +50. The amount of chakra converted into cursed power +50. Chakra, 7800/100000000. Lien Jian paused and looked up at Danzo and Catface. So who does this malicious value come from? Lien Jian judged that it should be a cat face. After all, it was money that came out of her pocket. After getting the money, Lien Jian left contentedly and went to find the room where she had slept before to rest. The next day, 5 a.m. The sky was a deep purple and the fog had not yet dissipated. The 3 figures slowly gathered together. Good morning. Sakura rubbed her eyes, she was so sleepy that she didn't even know what she was saying. Morning. Naruto held out his hand, groping forward without opening his eyes. Suzuki also had a tired look on his face, but not as exaggerated as Sakura and Naruto. Has Lien Jian not arrived yet? Naruto noticed that someone was missing. He turned his head and looked around, but there was no sign of Hajime at all. Sasuke, maybe I overslept. Sakura suddenly sobered up a lot. What should we do? Kakashi-sensei won't let Hajime fail just because he's late. Sasuke's eyes were cold. It doesn't matter. If a ninja can't even be punctual, there's no need to be a ninja. Sakura looked at Sasuke awkwardly, thinking that Sasuke's words were a bit too harsh. No way, we have to go call that guy. Naruto was so anxious that he jumped up and down, but Sakura calmed him down with one sentence. Do you know where Hajime lives? Have no idea. They don't know. Naruto lowered his head in frustration. 5 hours later. The sun is fully up. The sky brightened. Sakura and Naruto sat on the ground and dozed off. Sasuke stood with his arms folded across his chest, and it was unclear whether he was trying to be cool or pretending to be deep. Good morning, everyone. Lien Jian slept for 12 hours, had a hearty breakfast, and arrived at the meeting place in high spirits. See you, Lien. Naruto stood up suddenly and hooked his neck with a grin. I almost thought you gave up. You're so late. The last sentence is full of resentment. Hajime didn't care about being late at all, and brought up Kakashi. Isn't Kakashi late too? Naruto gets angry when this is mentioned. Damn Kakashi, he's 5 hours late. Hey, good morning, everyone. Before Naruto could finish saying bad things about Kakashi, Kakashi appeared in front of him. Too slow. Naruto and Sakura complained at the same time. Kakashi coughed and said, I saw a black cat running past me on the road. He noticed that Ren Jian looked energetic. So, this child just arrived too? Did Elder Danzo tell him the truth about the so-called survival exercise? But even if you knew the truth about the survival drill, you wouldn't be able to judge your personal habit of being late, right? Luck? Kakashi decided to observe for a while longer. Okay, set the alarm for 12 o'clock. After finishing his thoughts, Kakashi took out his alarm clock, set the time, and then took out 3 bells, swinging them in the air. With the crisp ringing of the bells, he said, Your assignment today is to snatch the bell from me before noon. Those who fail to snatch the bell will not have lunch today. He pointed to 3 horizontal logs not far away and added, and you will be tied to the log in the middle and watch me eat my lunchbox. Nothing has changed at all. Renjian touched the ninja tool bag on his right leg and smiled. A true ninja should be like him, fully prepared for every mission and guard against all possibilities. No wonder we were told not to eat breakfast. Even Sasuke couldn't control his resentment. Being hungry and tired early in the morning is enough to wear down one's will. There are only 3 bells, and there are 4 of us. Hajime pointed out a point that they had overlooked. Kakashi curled his eyes but didn't smile at all. That is to say, among the 4 of you, one is destined to be tied to the log, lose the qualification to become a genin due to failure in the mission, and then be sent back to school. But it is also possible that all of you will be sent back if none of you can grab it. Naruto and the other 2's expressions became solemn and serious. Ren Jian was looking at the bell and suddenly noticed Kakashi's gaze on him. He raised his eyes and smiled at Kakashi. Kakashi asked, Aren't you afraid? Hajime shook his head, finding a loophole. I don't go to ninja school. How to send him back? Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi. I overlooked this. Kakashi thought, I can send you back to where you originally trained. Kakashi knew very well what kind of existence Elder Danzo's roots were. Lien Jian Genren, the 12-year-old child, grew up there, and even Kakashi couldn't see through Hajime Makoto as easily as he could see through Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the others. Master Lien Jian was not afraid at all. He has connections, so what is he afraid of? Anyway, Danzo Shimura will try his best to put him back. Kakashi was so annoyed by the look of Master Renjian that he was not afraid of boiling water. By the way, Lien Jian, where do you live? Naruto immediately asked, remembering the tragedy that had occurred today because he didn't know about Hajume's family. Kakashi looked at Hajime and thought that Naruto had finally asked a useful question. The roots. Lien Jian had no reservations and blurted out the answer. Kakashi staggered. The root? What is this place? It sounds weird, Naruto said. Sakura nudged Naruto with her elbow. Don't say that about Hajume's family. It's very rude. Naruto scratched his head. I know. Well, Kakashi now understands Hajime Masamune less and less. Seeing that 3 minutes were wasted on talking nonsense, Kakashi reminded, okay, you can use shuriken, because if you don't hold the determination to kill me, you will never be able to grab the bell. Ready, set, go. The words fell. Sasuke and Sakura disappeared at the same time and found a secluded place to hide. Yes, they are all hiding well. Apart from Naruto and Hajime. Kakashi nodded, his eyes paused as he glanced at the 2 figures in front of him, and a hint of disgust immediately appeared in his eyes. Naruto crossed his arms and shouted, Come on, let's have a fair fight. Renjian retreated, leaving the battlefield to Kakashi and Naruto. To be honest, he didn't hide in order to learn from Kakashi's fighting experience in the next battle. For him, the fastest way to learn is to fight. Kakashi has such a great resource in front of him, how could he not make use of it? but now it seems that Naruto is also a trouble. Let's just let Naruto settle down first. He believed that Kakashi would teach Naruto a lesson. Naruto rushed towards Kakashi. How to say it? Lien Jian observed the two people. It's really easy to deal with Naruto. The gap in strength between the two people is too obvious. It's like an adult bullying a toddler. Ah, Naruto screamed. Fell into the river. As for how he got in, Ren Jian didn't want to say that. He secretly swore that he would never let Kakashi's fingers touch him later. Anyone know if there's anything weird on it? There appeared Naruto's classic ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Before Renjian could wait even a second, a group of Naruto started fighting among themselves. A minute later, Naruto, who had released his ninjutsu, was beaten black and blue by himself. Lien Jian felt ashamed of his expectations just now. Naruto is still Naruto. There are too many unexpected things, etc. Hajime saw Naruto running towards the bell under the tree and quickly stopped him, but Naruto didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was hanging on the tree. Lien Jian, his mother tongue, is speechless. Even an ordinary person like him could see such an obvious trap. Naruto was hung on the tree and jumping around like a spring bug. Kakashi jumped down from the tree and hung the bell that served as bait back around his waist with a smile. He turned to Hajime. What, not charging at me like that idiot Naruto? Naruto, you are the idiot. Kakashi and Hajime both ignored him. Who would believe a fool who says he is not a fool? Seeing Kakashi's expected look, Hajime nodded. Okay, I'll rush up like Naruto. After saying that, he flashed and rushed towards Kakashi quickly. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, what is this for? Why do you listen to Kakashi so much? Even Kakashi himself didn't understand Hajume's purpose. Until the fight with Lien Jian. Kakashi raised his eyebrows that he had to admit, this guy's physical skills were much stronger than Naruto's. Should we say that he is indeed a child who came from the roots? It seems that I need to be a little more serious. Kakashi put the book back into his ninja tool bag. How to say it? The master Lien Jian in front of him has rich experience in physical combat, far beyond the kids who grew up in a ninja school. But Kakashi is a jonin who came from the war era after all. Hajime was kicked away by Kakashi. He adjusted his posture in the air and landed smoothly. The pain in my chest disappeared instantly. Even though the body is that of a human, the physique is still the same as that of a cursed spirit. Hajime pounced on Kakashi tirelessly. Sasuke, hiding in the bushes, watched the fight between the two people intently. Sakura hesitated, not knowing whether she should take this opportunity to help Hajime. Ha 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 ha, good job, Hajime, give Kakashi-sensei a good beating. Naruto, who was hanging upside down on the tree, hit him with left and right uppercuts, and beat the air in front of him as if it were Kakashi. Well, be a little more serious. Hajime noticed a change in Kakashi's aura, and then a fist knocked him away at a speed he couldn't even see. This isn't being serious at all, this is being very serious. Hajime was knocked 10 meters away that he quickly got up from the ground, not giving Kakashi any chance to attack. As soon as Lien Jian stood firm, he noticed the changes in his body. His breathing gradually became rapid, and a strong breath gathered in his lungs. The heart was beating violently, and strength flowed from the heart like a spring to every part of the body, constantly gathering in the hands. The hormone levels in the internal organs suddenly rose to a terrifying level. Although it sounds cliché, Lien Jian still wants to say that he feels it. That's the feeling. Teacher Kakashi, please continue to guide me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren made fists with both hands and swung them towards Kakashi. The two people were 10 meters apart, and he arrived in front of Kakashi in an instant. Kakashi looked at the child who was like a little madman, his eyes became serious. Speed and strength are increasing rapidly. A large amount of air passed through Lien Jian's fist, causing a clearly audible sound of airflow. The air seemed to be torn apart, making a painful scream. What? Kakashi's eyes widened. Is space distorted? Bang! Kakashi retreated dozens of meters before he managed to stabilize himself. He stared at Hajime in shock. Lien Jian also looked at his fist in shock. That was just Black Flash. In Jujutsu Kaisen, the explanation of Black Flash is as follows. Black Flash is the spatial distortion that occurs when the error between the blow and the impact of the cursed force is within 0.000001 seconds. The power is an average of 2.5 times the normal power, and no magician can intentionally perform Black Flash. However, there is a huge difference between those who have had experience with Black Flash and those who have not in terms of the distance from the core of the cursed power. Naruto, who was hanging upside down on the tree, opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of shock. This must be a lie. Was it possible that the incredibly strong Kakashi teacher was defeated by just one punch from Hajime? Sakura's pupils constricted. Even from such a distance, she felt a sense of fear when she saw Lien Jian's punch, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. You remind me of someone. It seems I underestimated you. When Kakashi saw the distorted space around Hajime Masato's fist, the first person he thought of was Might Guy. If this guy is handed over to Might Guy, he might become a super scary monster. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. 3 bells rang. There was a crisp sound. Hajime held 3 small bells on his fingertips. Kakashi was stunned, and in a flash, he thought of Hajume's hand that had brushed across his waist when he was stepping back just now. The joint of the bell was cut off by a sharp weapon, causing Kakashi to feel nothing at all. Kakashi smiled, his pupils deep. He realized that Hajime was different. This child grew up in battle. I'm afraid I didn't understand the move I just used before fighting with myself. Just after being defeated by himself, he suddenly used a punch with amazing power. No wonder he rushed forward like Naruto even though he knew he couldn't defeat him. Because that's how he learns. Well, now that you've got the bells, tell me how to distribute them, Mahito. Kakashi crossed his arms and looked at him as if he was watching a good show. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Harano Sakura, and yourself, Hajime Masamune. There are 4 of you in total, and there are only 3 bells. Your allocation will determine who will return to the ninja school. Kakashi thought that this kind of exercise was more interesting than boring battles. Sasuke and Sakura, who were hanging on the tree and hiding in the bushes, were stunned, and each of them had their own thoughts. Hajime did not make a decision that he first let down the hanging Naruto, and then waved to Sakura and Sasuke. The 4 of them stood together again. Don't worry, you have plenty of time to think. Kakashi took out lunchboxes and handed them to Hajime, Sasuke and Sakura respectively. As for Naruto, not only did he have nothing, he was also tied to a log. The reason is he is the worst performer among you. Kakashi confirmed it himself. Let's eat first. After we finish eating, we have to make a choice. Kakashi smiled and waved as he left. After walking a few steps, he gave a friendly reminder: no one can give Naruto lunch, otherwise that person will be deemed unqualified. After completely leaving the sight of the little ghosts, Kakashi leaned against the tree trunk. The suppressed blood kept rising up and his mouth was filled with the smell of blood. He rubbed his chest, but the severe pain didn't even make him frown. It turns out that we cannot underestimate today's genin. This time we learned a lesson. The power of that punch from the real person was quite amazing. Goo 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 goo. Naruto's stomach made a growl that was impossible to ignore. He turned his head away awkwardly, pretending he heard nothing. He is not hungry at all. It doesn't matter if you don't eat. I'm not hungry. The stubborn guy's stomach rumbled several times again. Eat it. Hajime stuffed rice into Naruto's mouth. The 3 people were stunned at the same time. Sakura looked around nervously. Hajun, didn't Kakashi just say that feeding Naruto will be considered unqualified? Naruto was moved with tears in his eyes, but he refused. Yes, Lien Jian, I don't want to eat. You say you don't want to eat, but your chewing teeth are not honest at all. Sasuke didn't say anything to stop Hajime. Teacher Kakashi has lied twice since the beginning. Do you still believe him? Lien saw blood. Naruto and Sakura. That makes sense. Can't refute it. But Sakura hesitated. Lien Jian comforted him. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Sakura shook her head. No, I'm worried that you'll be hungry. Why don't you eat mine? I can't eat much. Ah, Sakura is such a gentle and good child. He also happens to love hurting good kids the most. Lien Jian curled her eyes and whispered, it's okay, I brought my own food, and I had breakfast. I don't believe Kakashi-sensei. Bite. Human malice detected +50. The amount of chakra converted into cursed power +50. Chakra 7850/100000000, huh? Renjian turned around and saw Kakashi, who was in a dark mood. So is it because of hearing words that you don't trust that the malicious value is generated? You guys don't take my rules to heart at all. Kakashi's voice was low and his rare seriousness made Sakura and Naruto nervous. No, I'm the only one who doesn't take Kakashi-sensei's rules to heart. Lien Jian answered seriously like a good boy. Bite. Human malice detected +50. The amount of chakra converted into cursed power +50. Chakra 7900/100000000. Kakashi held his forehead and said, Mainari-kun, you are very naughty. Lien Jian said confidently, Teacher, give them the bells, and you send me back to the roots. Kakashi, I'm afraid that it was just sent back and then Elder Danzo stuffed it in again. It's a helpless relationship. Kakashi was tired and waved his hand. You all passed. What was supposed to be full of style in his plan now seemed powerless. Naruto blinked his big eyes, looking like he had no idea what was going on. Sasuke's voice sounded, because the 4 of us are a team, the most important thing between teams is cooperation. If the 3 of us only care about eating and ignore Naruto, then we will never be able to get along well when performing the mission. So, if we really only care about eating for ourselves, the 4 of us will really be judged unqualified. After Naruto was tied up, Sasuke carefully thought about what Kakashi said when he left, and slowly figured out the key. He knew that the real person had probably thought of this a long time ago, so he did not stop him when he was feeding Naruto. You are the first batch to qualify. The previous guys only knew how to stick to my rules and left their hungry companions aside. A ninja must see through the schemes within the schemes. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who don't value their companions are the worst of the scum, Kakashi said calmly while looking at the sky. These words sound so familiar. Lien Jian pinched his chin, he seemed to have heard them somewhere before. The exercise has concluded. All personnel have passed. Team 7 will begin its mission from tomorrow. Good, great, I'm a ninja, I'm going back. A task that makes Class 7 extremely excited. It is a series of D-level tasks such as catching cats and weeding. A week later, Naruto was unwilling as expected and started a protest. Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto kept rolling on the ground. I don't want to do D-level missions. I don't want it. I don't want to catch a cat. It's so boring. Hajime looked at the madly squirming mass at his feet, and had a vision of a disobedient child in his previous life who wanted to buy toys and acted like a rascal. He raised his eyes and met the Hokage's gaze. It seems Sarutobi Hiruzen has been watching him. Lien Jian gave him a sunny smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is totally unimaginable that this is the child raised by Tuanzang. How could a child raised by Danzo smile so normally? Shouldn't he have a sinister smile like Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen was sweating profusely. Having no idea what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking and not caring, Hajime pulled up the unknown creature Uzumaki Naruto from the ground. Naruto turned his head away and sulked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen compromised. After all, no one can stand the naughty attacks of naughty children. The same goes for Naruto. Okay, in that case, I'll give you a C-rank mission. To protect someone. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking. Naruto couldn't wait to ask, is it the Lord, or the princess? Lien Jian really wanted to tell him that it was neither of those things, he was just a drunkard. He didn't need to tell him. The next second, the drunkard holding a bottle of wine walked in by himself. Compared to Naruto's dissatisfaction, the client, the drunkard, was more dissatisfied with Naruto. What, just a bunch of little ghosts? As soon as he came in, the whole room was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Especially the shortest one, he looked super stupid. Is he really a ninja? The drunk uncle couldn't help but question and attack Naruto's height. Naruto laughed loudly and said to Hajime, how abominable, Hajime, this old man actually laughed at you, haha. Hajime walked up to Naruto silently. He is half a head taller than Naruto. Naruto couldn't laugh anymore. He was suppressed by Kakashi and threatened the drunk uncle. Idiot uncle, drunk uncle, you are the fool. I am a super celebrity who builds bridges. Dasna is me. During the time I return to my country to complete the bridge, you must protect me with all your might and super good care. The name is not important. Lien Jian is more accustomed to calling him drunkard. Woodleaf Gate. Okay, let's go. Naruto was carrying a bag, and he didn't know what he was so excited about. He looked around and said, I've never left the village before. I must take a good look this time. Lien Jian followed the drunkard. Sakura followed Sasuke. Naruto walked ahead alone. Kakashi stood beside the drunkard and looked around. As expected, Naruto got into an argument with the drunkard. Looks very energetic. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 8900/100000000 byte. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 9900/100000000. The voice in his head made Lien Jian look around. Has it appeared yet? With such strong malice, it seems that he wants to kill them all. But it doesn't matter, the more malice the better. He accepted it all. Mr. Dasna, your country is the land of waves, right? Are there ninjas in that country too? Sakura asked. Dasna responded. The next question was answered by Kakashi. No, the land of waves is not affected by other countries. There is no need for ninjas on such a small island country. Sakura nodded. Some common sense in the ninja world can be learned in school classrooms, but some cannot be learned in classrooms. The common sense in the textbooks are all related to the 5 major countries, while small countries like the land of waves are not introduced at all. Kakashi patted Sakura's head and said, don't worry, there will be no confrontation between ninjas and C-rank missions. Hearing this, Lien Jian looked up at the drunkard. The drunkard blinked guiltily. Yes, we trust Mr. Drunkard very much. If he plays a prank on us, let him die miserably. I'm really looking forward to it. Hajime looked at Dasna expectantly. Bite. Human malice detected plus 50. The amount of chakra converted into cursed power plus 50. Chakra 9950/100000000. It was clearly me who lied, but now I feel ill will towards him? Wow, Masamune, what you just said was so scary. Naruto looked at Hajime with surprise. Kakashi, so why are you surprised? However, did Lien Jian, who said this, realize something? Kakashi passed by the pool of water at his feet and glanced at it nonchalantly. Phew, A burst of air flow like a bird's cry was heard. A chill appeared behind Kakashi. Naruto's pupils shrank as he watched Kakashi's body being shattered by the iron chains wrapped around him in front of him. The bloody scene severely shocked these genin who had just graduated from the ninja school. The first one, solved. The second one. Next second. The sound of death rang in Naruto's ears. Naruto was covered in cold sweat, his limbs were numb and he couldn't move at all, even though he knew that he would die if he didn't move. Lien Jian's reaction speed was extremely fast. After all, it was a monster kill. He flashed, supporting Naruto's shoulders with his left hand, and kicked both ninjas hard in the throat with his feet. The two ninjas quickly rolled on the ground and used a punch to absorb the force while putting some distance between themselves and Hajime. Their throats were swollen and painful, unable to make a sound, and cold sweat oozed from the backs of the two ninjas. A second slower and their throats would have been shattered. Click! The iron chain swung in the air, strangling Lien Jian. Hiding is the stupidest option. The other party's target was not him, but the drunkard. As long as he dodges, the other party will immediately choose to kill the drunkard. Bang! Renjian picked up a shuriken from his ninja tool bag and stabbed the chain coming towards him into the tree trunk. Immediately afterwards, the two ninjas heard a series of sounds of bones bursting. The sounds still came from them. For a moment, they couldn't comprehend what was happening. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, saw it all clearly. After using shuriken to remove the opponent's chains, Renjian Genrin used the same move he had used to fight him again. The fist condensed with black and red electric light smashed through the chests of two people. Because Hajime Masamune was small in size, fast in speed, and precise in his movements, and his fists caused a distortion of space, the two ninjas were completely unable to catch sight of him. The bodies of the two ninjas fell to the ground with a loud bang. Kakashi also came out. "Kakashi-sensei, you are still alive," Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi, he took in the situation. Even though Sakura was afraid, she still stood firmly in front of her client. Seeing that Hajime had more than enough strength to deal with two ninjas, Suzuki chose to be wary of sneak attacks from more ninjas. There is no need to comment on Lien Jian. As for Naruto, I was totally terrified. The pool of blood on the ground turned into several pieces of wood. Kakashi said to Naruto, "Naruto, I'm sorry I didn't get to save you right away, but I didn't expect you to be so still. Anyway, Hajime, Suzuki, and Sakura, you all performed very well." Kakashi wasn't stingy with his compliments. Naruto stood there, head lowered, and said nothing. From Renjian's perspective, he looked like he was about to break into pieces. Next, Kakashi needs to question Dasna about something. Hajime walked over to Naruto to offer him warmth. "It's okay, it's always like this the first time." When the battle started, he was completely unable to fight back and had to passively take the beating. After comforting Naruto, Hajime walked towards the drunkard and said, "Because you concealed the level of information, you almost killed us. So, if what I just said is to come true, please die miserably." Bite. Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 10050/10000000000. It seems that the drunkard is afraid. "It doesn't matter. I'll die, and my grandson will be left alone to live," Dasna said as he observed the expressions of the ninjas. The blue-haired and white-haired ninja were completely unimpressed. "This is not good. Since you are so aware, I will send you on your way." Hajime pulled out a kunai from his tool bag and twirled it between his fingertips. Bite. Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 10150/100000000. Dasna stepped back and looked around with fear in his eyes. He didn't expect that no one would stop the blue-haired ninja. "I have my own reasons too. I can only afford the commission for C-rank tasks." Lien Jian was unmoved. "That's your business." Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 10650/100000000. "You evil little devil." Dasna couldn't help but yell. Kakashi chuckled. "Lien Jian, okay, Lien Jian, don't scare him." Kakashi spoke up. "Lien Jian, do you really think he is scaring people?" "Whatever. Anyway, all he needs to do is get the malice points." There was thick fog on the sea. The boat moved slowly in the fog. Under the pressure of Kakashi's eyes, Dasna told the whole truth. "Someone has been eyeing my life for a long time. You may have heard of that person's name. He is a wealthy man in a shipping company, a man named Cardo. On the surface, he is the boss of a shipping company, but behind the scenes, he uses gangsters and ninjas to buy and sell drugs and contraband. In the end, he will even embezzle other companies and countries, doing shady things to make a living. About a year ago, that guy set his sights on the wave country. He relied on his financial power and violence to act recklessly and monopolize the island's maritime traffic and transportation in an instant. For an island country like the wave country, as long as you control the sea, you control all wealth, politics, and citizens. The only thing Cardo fears now is the completion of the bridge that has been under construction for a long time. So, I became an obstacle in Cardo's eyes. The Kingdom of Waves is an extremely poor country that even the princes have no money. Of course, I am also penniless. I had no choice but to conceal the level of the mission. Lien Jian's hands were paddling the sea surface, and the boatman was extremely nervous, as if he was worried that someone would appear at any time. Hajime looked at Kakashi. So are we still going to continue this mission? Kakashi had a headache. There is no other way. If we give up, this guy will be killed when he gets ashore. As he said, his 8-year-old grandson will hate us Konoha ninjas for the rest of our lives. Hajime, what a scoundrel. Kakashi didn't deny it. Dasna covered himself with the brim of his hat guiltily. Teacher Kakashi, Hajime asked him, can you teach me a powerful ninjutsu? Kakashi paused and looked at Hajime. To be honest, although Hajime has a relationship with Elder Danzo, it is hard to dislike the child Hajime. Kakashi's hands fell on Hajume's blue hair. I will teach you ninjutsu when the mission is over. Lien Jian was stunned and nodded. He lowered his eyes and stared at his hands. To be honest, he had not yet developed many of the skills that belong to a real person. It's almost there. The boatman spoke. Passed through an arch bridge. Suddenly the view became clear. The fog was dispersed by the sunshine. Trees grow out of the sea. With a sound as sharp as a bird's cry that could pierce one's eardrums, Kakashi shouted, get down. He held Naruto and Sakura's heads down and pinned them under him. Suzuki and Hajime kicked Dasna down at the same time. The big knife that could cut a person in half in an instant passed over their heads and embedded itself heavily into the tree trunk. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 12650/100000000. A figure stood silently on the hilt of the knife. He was wearing only a pair of vertical striped bloomers, with the lower half of his face wrapped in bandages, leaving his lean and powerful upper body exposed to the air. Hey, isn't this Zabuza Mamakai, the escaped ninja from Kirigakure? Kakashi took 2 steps forward, his tone lazy but his eyes wary. Naruto was determined to avenge his previous humiliation. He had just taken 2 steps forward when he was stopped by Kakashi. Stand back. The rest of you just protect Dasna. Why? Naruto shouted, unconvinced. Because this guy is completely different from the previous 2, you will only get in the way if you take action. Kakashi said without reservation that if his opponent was this guy, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Kakashi lifted the forehead protector that was covering his left eye. A pair of blood-red eyes with black megatama appeared in everyone's sight. Mamakai Zabuza turned around and became excited. I didn't expect that I could fight Kakashi, the copy ninja with the Sharingan, today. Hajime expresses annoyance at the commercial bragging before every battle. If you want to fight, just fight, and before the fight, introduce and praise the opponent. Are you both fans of each other? If not, why play it so ambiguous? It's foggy. Hajime looked around. The white fog was filling the entire forest. The figures and faces of Suzuki and the others had become blurred in the fog. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Zabuza Mamakai completely disappeared from their sight. The fog is getting thicker. They couldn't see clearly at all. I couldn't even see the face of my companion who was right next to me. The land of waves is surrounded by the sea, and is an ideal battle place for Zabuza, the fugitive ninja from the hidden mist village. The surroundings were so quiet that the only sound was Lien Jian's own breathing. It was pitch dark in front of me and white fog was everywhere. 8 places. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. Zabuza's voice came from the mist, and it seemed to be close to everyone's ears. So, which vital point should we choose? The murderous aura is as omnipresent as the fog. The murderous aura emanating from the Jonin collided with each other. It scraped across their bodies like a sharp knife. It makes people unable to even move. If you move your eyeballs, it seems like you will be killed at will. Suzuki's body was shaking, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. What are you pretending for? Lien Jian complained. Zabuza is really good at showing off. The former Lien Jian looked down upon others, but now Lien Jian looks down upon others while secretly learning from them. Suzuki, I will do my best to protect you, don't worry. Noticing the fear in Suzuki's eyes, Kakashi assured. Is it really possible? As Zabuza finished his words, Kakashi's pupils suddenly shrank into needle points. Zabuza appeared out of nowhere behind Hajime, Suzuki, and others. Suzuki's muscles suddenly tensed up, the pores on his skin became tangled into small bumps, his sweat hair and hair stood up suddenly, his cheek muscles twitched constantly, and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 13650/100000000. Hajume's body seemed to be struck by electric current. In an instant, from stillness to movement, Lien Jian's movements were as fast as lightning. The strong wind from his fist blew away the fog around him. The fist suddenly burst out with black and red electric light, leaving a trail in front of everyone's eyes. Snap! Not only Kakashi and others, even Zabuza himself was stunned, because the knife he held across his chest to protect himself was shattered by Li Enjian's fist. Bang! The fist smashed through the knife without stopping and hit Zabuza's chest directly. Zabuza's body turned into streams of water. Do you think that wearing a forehead protector makes you a real ninja? A ninja who has never experienced bloody killing is no different from a newborn baby. A blurry figure rushed towards Li Enjian and quickly got close to his body. Let me teach you what a real ninja is. The big knife attacked Li Enjian. Li Enjian jumped high and apparently avoided the attack, but she felt a strong sense of crisis. The huge fist was in front of Li Enjian in the blink of an eye and hit him directly in the chest. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 14650/100000000. Bang. There was a loud bang. Li Enjian heard the sound of several of his ribs breaking at the same time. The severe pain caused his vision to twist. Before he even landed on the ground, Zabuza's haunting voice came to his ears. "Guy?" Kakashi asked as they returned to the woods. Unfortunately, he didn't have the habit of carrying chakra test strips with him. If you want to teach Hajime and Sakura ninjutsu, you must know their chakra properties. Sakura was stunned. Of course she knew what chakra properties were, but she had never tested it. So Sakura shook her head in confusion. Kakashi sighed and looked at Hajime. Li Enjian doesn't know either. Does Danzo look like someone who would care about what his chakra attribute is? Chakra attributes: fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Note: yin and yang attributes cannot be detected by chakra test paper. Just as Li Enjian was about to shake his head, the electronic sound rang again. He smoothly corrected himself and said, "I am of the attributes of fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water." Kakashi was slightly surprised that he actually possessed 5 attributes like the Hokage. Since Renjian knows the attributes, the teaching of Renjian can begin. Kakashi looked at Sakura and pleaded to Sakura, "Since we don't know your chakra properties and the teacher doesn't have any chakra test paper, we can only teach you ninjutsu when we return to the village." Sakura shook her head. Understandingly, "It's okay, sensei, you can teach the real person first, but I can still go to the bridge to protect Mr. Dazna and the others." Sakura smiled and waved her hand. "Master, practice hard, I'm leaving now." Li Enjian waved at her. He and Kakashi didn't look away until Sakura disappeared into the woods. "Teacher Kakashi, I want to learn the most powerful ninjutsu." When Kakashi heard Renjian's words, the first ninjutsu that flashed through his mind was Reikari. But he wasn't sure if it was too early for Hajime to practice Reikari. Although Hajime is Danzo's man, he doesn't look like Danzo at all. At least, Kakashi had already considered him as his student. "Hajime, why don't you start with the normal ninjutsu?" Kakashi still tried to persuade him. Li Enjian shook his head. "No, I want to challenge myself." "No, that's a lie." The truth is, he had never seen a powerful ninja killed by ordinary ninjutsu. Throughout the entire story of Naruto, he had seen ninjas who died from the Sharingan, ninjas who died from the Raisen Shuriken, and ninjas who died from the Reikari, but he had never seen a ninja who died from the Great Fireball Jutsu or the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. "Then try it, but don't force it," Kakashi reminded. "Do you know the Raise-nan?" Kakashi asked him. Since Hajime was raised by Elder Danzo, he should know the Raise-nan, which is the ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage. Renjian nodded, since she had Danzo as an excuse anyway. "Chidori is a lightning ninjutsu I developed when I was a teenager. My teacher was the former 4th Hokage. Chidori is a lightning ninjutsu I developed after I failed in my attempt to integrate lightning chakra into the Raise-nan." "So, which one do you want to learn more, the Raise-nan or the Chidori?" Kakashi asked. Li Enjian had a subtle expression. Only children do multiple choice questions. Of course adults want them all. He asked honestly, "Can't I learn them all?" Kakashi was silent. "It's okay. But you can't chew too much." He was worried that Li Enjian would learn both, but would not be able to refine either one. You have to know that only by refining a potential ninjutsu can its true power be unleashed. Looking into Hajume's expectant eyes, Kakashi swallowed his advice. Hajime Masamune is a little different from Naruto and Sasuke. He is very mature. There are some truths that Kakashi doesn't need to explain too clearly. He will make his own choice after experiencing it. Then let's learn the Raise-nan first. By the way, how did he learn the Raise-nan in the first place? Minato teacher demonstrated it in front of him, and attached a tutorial, first like this, then like this, and finally like this. Alright, so, Kakashi coughed twice and copied Minato's tutorial. Li Enjian, if he hadn't watched Naruto, he would really call the police. Compared to Jiraiya teaching Naruto, Kakashi was just completely fooling people. Fortunately, he is very intelligent and still remembers the key points that Jiraiya mentioned when he taught Naruto. The principle of Raise-nan is to concentrate chakra in the hand, continuously flow it in irregular directions, and compress it to form an attributeless chakra ball the size of a palm to attack the opponent. Then first you have to gather the chakra in the palm of your hand. The first step was successful. The second is to maintain a stable and continuous release of chakra. Second step successful. Maintain the released chakra and materialize it, gather the high-density chakra in your hands, continuously release and maintain it, and finally solidify it into a small typhoon. Step 3 Success. Lien Jian rushed towards the tree trunk. A hole was inexplicably made in the tree trunk by humans. By breaking down complex ninjutsu that cannot be understood in an instant into simple and easy to understand steps, the body will act according to the understanding of the soul. In this way, even if it is a ninjutsu that is difficult to understand at the first time, he can learn it in the first time. Once the ninjutsu is successfully split, there will be no need to go through complicated steps when performing it next time, because the soul has already led the body to understand. Kakashi clapped. Right, that's it. His teaching method was indeed correct, and he learned it that way at that time. Next, Hajime started throwing Raiznan around in the forest. Each tree has an exaggerated groove in its thick trunk. After getting the hang of it, Hajime ran to Kakashi and said, "Teacher Kakashi, let's learn your ninjutsu next." Chidori. Kakashi nodded. Being studious is a good thing. Progress is a good thing. His own ninjutsu is different. Kakashi explained it very carefully. Chidori has both chakra nature change and form change. You need to transform the lightning chakra into high-intensity electric current is concentrated in the hand and pierces the target at the same speed as the thrust. Kakashi added, in fact, this jutsu has its shortcomings. During the movement, you may not be able to see the enemy clearly because of the fast speed and be counterattacked by the enemy. It needs to be combined with the Sharingan to play the best role, and it can play the most perfect role with the Byakugan. Lien Jian pinched his chin and thought about it. That's not right. It's useless for the opponent to counterattack him. He is immune to all means except soul attacks. Wouldn't the opponent's counterattack be just a gift to him? His Chidori took advantage of the situation to pierce the other party's heart and make him feel excited. Teacher, don't worry, I will pay attention to my shortcomings. Lien Jian didn't think this was a shortcoming. Who wouldn't be able to see their opponent clearly because they are moving too fast? And think about it from another perspective, if your speed is so fast that you can't see your opponent, how can your opponent still see you? Seeing this, Kakashi knew that he would not give up, so he started teaching. Concentrate the lightning chakra in your hands. The highly concentrated and massive chakra will form a high-intensity electric current. Kakashi raised his right hand, and crackling sounds merged into one. The current was so strong that it made a piercing sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds, which is also the origin of the name Chidori. The secret of Chidori lies in the speed of the thrust, so a certain foundation in physical skills is required. After saying this, his entire body seemed to merge into one with the electric current in his hand. The figure disappeared like lightning. The big tree in front of me fell down with a loud bang. Kakashi stood by the tree. Lien Jian felt guilty about destroying the ecology. The entire forest was burned to pieces by his Raiznan. Next, he was forced to endure his Chidori. He followed Kakashi's instructions and first concentrated lightning release chakra on his right hand. After the high-intensity chakra condensed on his right hand, intense purple light and silver electricity flashed and exploded on his right hand. Lien Jian's figure quickly rushed forward. The right hand penetrated the thick tree trunk. Another big tree fell. "Ah, take a break, Masamune," Kakashi said as he looked at Hajime, who had beads of sweat on his forehead. Lien Jian, who was like a human machine, nodded, sat down on the ground, leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. "It's not that I'm tired, I just want to sleep." Kakashi looked at his childish face, sat down beside him, and asked, "In terms of ability, the real person is much better than Naruto, and even leaves Sasuke far behind. Why doesn't the real person want to become Hokage?" Lien Jian closed his eyes and didn't want to open them. The cool breeze made people feel very comfortable. The afterglow of the sunset was also very beautiful. The grass exuded the fragrance of plants and was particularly soft. Such an evening made people drowsy. "Because being Hokage is exhausting," Hajime answered. "There are endless documents to deal with, endless matters to worry about, and never-ending disputes. He doesn't want to be so tired." Ah, that's a very wise answer. To be able to say this means that Hajime has seen through the heavy responsibility and burden behind the so-called honor of Hokage. Sure enough, he is more mature than Naruto and the others. Even though Naruto keeps saying he wants to become Hokage, he actually knows nothing about what Hokage is. Kakashi rubbed Hajume's head, stood up and said, "Restorate for a while and then go back. Don't miss dinner." He walked towards Dazna's house outside the woods. Lien Jian stood up after lying on the ground for a while. If he lay down again, he was afraid that he would have to sleep here tonight. He walked in the direction Kakashi left, and as expected, he met Naruto and Sasuke, who were still practicing tree climbing halfway. "Naruto, Sasuke, you guys are still practicing." Lien went up to greet them, and at the same time looked up to see the progress they were making on the tree trunk with the kunao. There is more progress than in the morning. Although Sasuke is still taller than Naruto, the gap has begun to narrow. "See you, Lien." Naruto ran over and asked excitedly, "Hajime, What did you learn from Kakashi-sensei? Is it some powerful ninjutsu? Hajime nodded. Yes, Kakashi-sensei asked about my chakra attributes and taught me 2 ninjutsu. What jutsu? What jutsu? Naruto asked excitedly, unable to hold back. Rasengan and Chidori. Even if Hajime told Naruto, he probably wouldn't know. As expected, Naruto looked confused. I've never heard of it. Hajime focused on their progress. It seems like you have made great progress. Thinking of what he was doing, Naruto's face fell, and he squatted on the ground, looking frustrated. It's so hard. It's really hard. There's no way I can do it as easily as you and Sakura. Sasuke kept a straight face and said nothing. It seemed that he felt the same as Naruto. Lien Jian, do you have any secrets to teach us? Naruto held Hajume's hand. Even though I asked Sakura, I still can't seem to do it. Lien Jian thought about it and really had no idea what the secret was for simply climbing a tree. Isn't it just a matter of climbing up whenever you want? But looking at Naruto's eager face and Sasuke's gaze, Hajime still tried to organize his words. When you are climbing, you need to concentrate. Of course, I don't mean that you should concentrate on thinking, I must succeed this time. Instead, you should concentrate on not thinking that you are climbing a tree. In other words, you should empty your mind and eliminate all distracting thoughts. Maybe this will be better. Lien Jian pointed to the night sky, which had changed from dark purple to dark blue. But we should go back for dinner. It's another early morning. When Hajime woke up, Naruto and Sasuke were no longer in Dazna's house. He didn't even have to guess to know what they were going to do. These two people work really hard. These days, Naruto and Sasuke get up early and stay up late every day just to master chakra as easily as Hajime and Sakura. Sakura finished her breakfast leisurely and went to the street to buy things with Dazna. Kakashi was lying. He secretly read the pornographic book that he never left behind in the room. Lien Jian was too bored, so he also went to the woods. But he did not stay with Naruto and Sasuke, but chose a secluded place by himself. There is a sea of blooming flowers here. These are not particularly rare flowers, but small white flowers that can be seen everywhere, all over the mountains. The sunlight was filtered by the majestic tree canopy, leaving only a few tiny, swaying spots of light. The wind blew the treetops, and the leaves made a rustling sound. Lien Jian lay on the soft grass and closed her eyes. A slender figure in wooden clogs slowly approached. A corner of the pink lady's kimono was blown up by the wind. His long black hair fell on both sides of his cheeks, and his dark eyes were lifeless as he stared at the young man lying beneath him. The boy's long blue hair spread out, covering the small white flowers like seaweed. His skin was white and translucent, and his breathing was very low, like a corpse. Bai slowly crouched down, his hand heading for the other's neck. Before grabbing the other person's neck, a pair of strange eyes stared at him. That look is really not human. You want to kill me? Lien Jian didn't look like someone facing the threat of death at all. The posture was unnaturally relaxed. Lien Jian was no stranger to the person in front of him. White. Zabuza is dead, and I almost forgot there was such a person as Haku. Lien Jian suddenly figured out who caused the sharp increase in malicious value in the past few days. Yes. Bai nodded slightly. You can't kill me. Hajime stated the facts. If you want to kill him, the most effective method should be the sealing technique that sealed the Nine Tails, Shiki Fujin. A sealing technique specifically designed to capture souls. Bai looked at him. Either I kill you, or I die on the way to killing you. Lien Jian understood. White is suicidal revenge. Without Zabuza, he wouldn't be able to survive. Being able to die in the process of revenge for Zabuza would be the best ending for him. Bai stood up and distanced himself from Renjian. Even though he could have launched a sneak attack, he still chose to fight head-on. Is there anyone important you want to protect? Shiro looked at him. Perhaps Bai was thinking of Zabuza, and there was a look of nostalgia in his eyes. Lien Jian thought Bai was quite strange. Facing the enemy who killed Zabuza, he remained so calm. No. Lien Jian said, I live for myself. For yourself, Bai whispered. How can such a thing be done? What's the point of doing it for yourself? Although it hurts to say this, Lien Jian still has to expose the truth. Living for yourself is a normal life. Living for others is actually because you are sick. God is my witness, he was not cursing. He was just telling the truth. Bai must have a mental illness. But in the backward world of Naruto, it is impossible to pay attention to these things. Besides, 9 out of 10 people here have mental illness. Without mental illness, this story simply wouldn't be possible. Because it is the story of a group of patients. It would definitely be very profitable to open a psychological clinic in the ninja world. Bai pursed his lips. Really, maybe. I saw you fight Mr. Zabuza. Your taijutsu is very strong. There's no point in engaging you in a taijutsu stalemate. Although I don't know how you killed Mr. Zabuza, I won't let you touch me. Secret technique, 1,000 killings. Water flying, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the water droplets in the air instantly condensed into long and thin ice needles, stabbing towards Lien Jian from all directions. Lien Jian did not retreat but advanced. His right hand let out a sharp hissing sound, and lightning condensed in the palm of his hand, piercing towards Bai's chest like a rainbow piercing the sun. Don't you even try to avoid the ice needles in the air? The white figure retreated very quickly, and he could only barely catch a lightning-like shadow rushing towards him, which was so fast that it exceeded his retina. Lien Jian's left hand changed, covering his entire body like a ball. The ice needles pierced into the surface of the sphere, making a crisp cracking sound, but the surface of the sphere remained intact. Shape-shifting, Hajime Masamune is able to change the shape of his soul through a ritual, thereby changing the shape of his body. It is easy for a human soul to die after being deformed, but the range of change of a cursed spirit is even greater, and there will be no risk in changing the shape of his own soul no matter how he changes it. Therefore, he can transform at will in battle, change size, create clones, and launch various unexpected attacks. Blood dripped onto the grass. Call! Bai let out a quick gasp. The pain from the piercing through his right shoulder was sharp, but he showed no other reaction except his disordered breathing. The wind blew in the woods, blowing the long white hair. There was a faint smile on his pale face. Hajime stood opposite him, the noisy sounds of Chidori having disappeared. Bai is indeed a genius. Even at that speed, he was able to avoid fatal positions. Lien Jian clenched his palms, and his control over the transformation to Wubai seemed to have improved a lot. A white mirror unfolded behind Ren Jian. Lien Jian knew that this was the highlight. The mirror in front of him that completely surrounded him was the secret ice escape technique that Bai used to torture Sasuke and Naruto at that time, the magic mirror ice crystal. There is a white figure in every mirror. He can move freely in the mirror and his speed will be greatly increased. If you want to kill Bai, you have to destroy all the mirrors so that his true form will be exposed. Swish! Countless senbon slashed across Hajume's body. Tiny blood stains covered every inch of Lien Jian's skin. He didn't hide or block. The wound caused by senbon healed instantly. Immediately afterwards, countless senbon pierced through his body. The sharp and pointed swords tore through his clothes and pierced his body, leaving bright blood marks and tiny blood holes all over his body. Bai looked in the mirror, his hands trembling slightly. Why isn't this person moving? White eyes with a condensation, the 1,000 books continued to fly out. After Mr. Zabuza's clone was touched by him, his real body was fatally injured. Therefore, Bai never used his clone to fight him easily from beginning to end. As Lien Jian did not resist, his entire body was stained blood red. I seem to have found a little feeling. Lien Jian sighed slightly, with excitement shining in his pupils. Bai's gaze was fixed on Lien Jian. For some reason, he felt a sense of oppression similar to suffocation in his heart, which made him feel difficult to resist. He was trembling slightly, his body seemed to be instinctively feeling fear, but his eyes were extremely clear. Lien Jian opened his arms and endured the extreme pain. Under the huge stimulation of his will, his brain became unprecedentedly clear and his body felt a kind of pleasure he had never experienced before. It's this intoxicating feeling. The field expands, autism circle-wrapped. Countless huge hands spread out from behind Lien Jian. At the same time, the ice mirror was completely shattered by the huge palm. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of Bian was plunged into darkness. Only the place where Lien Jian was located was emitting a dark purple light. Lien Jian did not move. Bai didn't move either. I have touched your soul. The created domain requires a huge amount of magical energy to build a domain around it with the spell cast on it. Within the domain, the magician himself will have his status improved by environmental factors, and the spells performed within the domain will have an absolute hit effect. Within the field, relying on the characteristic of a guaranteed hit, Master Lien Jian can perform the Wubai transformation on others without touching them. It can be said that as long as he drags his opponent into the field, he has won. Bai felt the huge hand that was controlling him invisibly. So, is this how Mr. Zabuza died? Bai looked indifferent. There is neither fear nor unwillingness. Hajime thought about what Sakura had said. Let me see your soul. It's all gray. A world of monotonous falling snow. A ragged child sat alone next to a trash can. Whenever someone threw away the garbage, he would quickly stand up, open the garbage bag, and look for food to fill his stomach. The wild dogs that came to steal food were beaten away by him with an expressionless face. He repeated this every day, until Zabuza stopped in front of him. Two one-way streets intersect. Everything has changed. Hajime saw all of Bai's past memories from his soul, including his training methods. Goodbye. Lien Jian let go. Blood was flowing from the corner of Bai's mouth. Instead of changing his appearance, Renjian crushed his heart. Naruto was confused. Even Konohamaru knows about the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam is the exam for Genin to be promoted to Chunin. Naruto's eyes lit up. Chunin, I want to be a Chunin too. Sakura nodded, so that's how it is. By the way, Sakura thought of Sasuke, who had not been seen for a long time, and asked, Hajime, do you know where Sasuke is? We haven't seen him all day today. Naruto turned his head away as if he was not interested, but in fact his ears were perked up. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that Sasuke is with me today. I'm sorry you were worried. Lien Jian's gentle eyes were filled with apology. Sakura waved her hand. It's okay, Hajime, you don't have to apologize. Does Hajime train with Sasuke? Hajime nodded. Yes, Sasuke works hard. When Naruto heard this, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. No, Naruto pouted. Ren, you're biased. You only train with Sasuke, you completely forgot about me. Ren was silent for a moment and asked, but aren't you playing with Konohamaru and the others? He doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Naruto felt guilty. It's obviously Kakashi-sensei who is elusive every day that I want to train but can't find him. You and Sasuke are not here either. I can only play with them. Lien Jian, just admit it if you still have a childish nature, Naruto. Lien Jian asked, have you had dinner? Sakura and Naruto shook their heads. Reminded by Renjian, Naruto covered his rumbling stomach and said, I'm so hungry, let's have dinner together. Sakura refused. No, my parents are waiting for me at home to have dinner together. I have to go back. Let's make an appointment another day. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Sakura waved to Hajime and Naruto, and walked to the other side of the street. Naruto looked at Sakura's back and couldn't imagine how happy it would be to have a meal with his parents. Naruto was a little disappointed. Hanuki, are you going home for dinner too? Lien Jian imagined the scene of himself and the group hiding at a table to eat, and he shuddered suddenly. I always feel like I lose my appetite when I see Danzo's face. Forget it, life is short, why make yourself suffer? Konohamaru, please buy ramen for Naruto and me. Hajime looked at Konohamaru who was about to run away. Konohamaru put his hands on his hips and said, why should I treat you to ramen? Respect the old and love the young, you should treat me. Hajime grabbed his collar and dragged him. I just saved you. Isn't Naruto your boss? It's nothing to treat your savior and your boss to a bowl of ramen. And Konohamaru has a lot of pocket money. Konohamaru was forced to agree. Bite. Human malice detected +10. Chakra amount converted into cursed power +10. Chakra 25960/100000000. Konohamaru got a bump on the head from being hit by Hajime. Bite. Human malice detected +10. Chakra amount converted into cursed power +10. Chakra 25970/100000000. Renjian paused and punched Konohamaru on the head again. Bite. Human malice detected +10. Chakra amount converted into cursed power +10. Chakra 25980/100000000. Lien Jian stretched out her hand again. After one punch, there was finally no movement. Konohamaru had tears and a long nose, and 3 bumps grew on his head. He was beaten into submission. Lien Jian clicked his tongue regretfully. It was already late for them to eat. They were the only ones in the ramen shop. The hand-beating uncle put the ramen in front of the 3 of them with a smile. Please enjoy. Naruto slurped his noodles and discussed with Hajime in a vague manner. How about we train together tomorrow? Lien Jian slurped the noodles slowly, and when the noodles in her mouth were chewed clean, she said, okay. Although Kakashi will most likely inform them of the Chunin exam tomorrow, they may not have time to train. When he returned to the route, Lien Jian met Catface as expected. He handed the red bean balls he bought to Catface, and then went back to his room to take a nap. Outside the door, inside the tunnel, Catface lowered his eyes and stared at the warm and sweet red bean dumpling in his hand, then returned to his room. Early in the morning, Hajime, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura met on the bridge. Good morning. Lien Jian greeted them. Sakura curled her lips and said, good morning, Renjian. Hey, Naruto took Hajume's arm and wiggled his hips as if he could knead dough. Hajime, don't forget the agreement we made last night. Lien Jian nodded. Don't worry, it won't happen. Wow, Hajime is the best, He squinted his eyes and rubbed his cheeks with a bright smile against Lien Jian's face. Sakura looked away, not bothering to remind Naruto the idiot. Even between friends, this action is too intimate. Most people will feel uncomfortable. Only Hajime, who is always infinitely tolerant and devoted to his companions, can tolerate Naruto. Forget it, I've already reminded him, and that idiot Naruto won't think anything of it. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke glanced at Hajime. He was a little concerned about the so-called promise mentioned by Naruto. He completely let down his guard against Lien Jian. It can be said that among the 7th class, only Renjian Genrin is the one who truly understands him. Therefore, it feels very easy when training with Master Hajime. In front of him, Sasuke seemed to finally let go of all the pressure he had been hiding in his heart and immersed himself in training with Hajime. Mutually, rather than doing some low-level and boring tasks, he would rather practice with Master Lien Jian every day. They're all here. Kakashi saw Naruto clinging to Hajime Masamune like a rice cake from a distance. He unceremoniously tore Naruto off Hajime-sensei. Naruto, stand still. Naruto pouted. Why do you want to separate him and Lien Jian? Damn Kakashi-sensei. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Renjian looked at the sky and added, Teacher Kakashi, it's a rare day that I'm not late for a long time today. Kakashi, he took out 4 application forms and gave them to the 4 of them. What's this? Naruto looked at the application curiously, pointing his finger at the words and reading them one by one. Looks silly. It's the application form for the Chunin exam, Kakashi said. I have said before, this is not mandatory. It is your freedom to choose whether to participate or not. Before Kakashi could finish his words, Naruto rushed over and said, Great, Teacher Kakashi, you're my second favorite. Kakashi didn't give him a chance to hug himself, he held his face and pushed him away. Stop, stay away from me. Lien Jian, it's really not subtle at all. The disgust is beyond words. Those who want to take the exam, please sign the application form and come to classroom 301 of the school at 3 p.m. 5 days later. Kakashi continued. Lien Jian looked at the application form in his hand. It reads, Hajime Masamune, the above-mentioned ninja recommends him to take part in the Chunin selection examination under the name of Heitei Kakashi. The signature is, Jonin, Heitei Kakashi. Chunin exam, great. Naruto was holding the application form next to Hajime, muttering to himself. Right, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto turned back. Kakashi, who was so big at that moment, disappeared without a trace. He frowned, we finally caught you, and we wanted you to give us special training. Naruto's eyes rolled slightly, and he jumped up and hung on Hajime, you will definitely help me, hee. Sakura looked at the 3 people in front of her and lowered her eyes with a complicated expression. Then let's train together, 4 of us. Lien Jian simply said. Sakura was stunned. She refused in panic, no, I'm sorry, what I mean is. Under Hajume's gentle gaze, she sniffed and lowered her head, I don't want to waste your time because of me. Hajime took her hand and said, what is it, Sakura, if you regard me as your companion, then don't say such hurtful words. Didn't we agree to take part in the Chunin exam together? I will definitely protect you. Tears welled up in Xiaoying's eyes. She choked and wiped her eyes, saying loudly, Hanuki, please don't despise me, train me well, I want to protect you too. Sakura, Weevu. Naruto leaned on Renjian's shoulder and was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Everyone is so kind. In the distance, Kakashi, squatting on a tree branch, had a clear view of the scene below. He shook his head, thinking that the one with the greatest potential to become Hokage was definitely a real person, gentle, strong, and caring for companions. It made him think of someone so difficult. But I won't give up. This is Naruto, who was practicing the Rasengan hard. He was breathing heavily, but he couldn't burst the balloon in his hand. Hajime referred to Jiraiya's training of Naruto and taught Naruto to practice the Rasengan in the same way. Sasuke's progress in mastering Chidori is faster than Naruto's. He was sweating profusely, but he never stopped his physical training. Chidori has very high requirements for physical skills. His training intensity is the highest among the few people, and his progress is the fastest. Sasuke has a stubborn obsession with increasing his strength. This is the credit of the role model Uchiha Itachi. Although Sakura does not have a bloodline limit and her chakra capacity is not large, she is very smart and has strong control over chakra. So, Renjian taught her ninjutsu. The scroll of ninjutsu was obtained by Catface from Danzo and given to him. The detailed steps are recorded on the ninjutsu scroll, so it is not difficult for Hajime. Looking at the 3 people who were training hard, Lien Jian couldn't help but smile. But that smile looks weird no matter how you look at it. Lien Jian is really looking forward to it. The day when the malice values of the 3 of them were harvested. It must be a terrifying number. 5 days later, the 4 of them went to the ninja school to register together. Knowing that Hajime had never been to a ninja school, Naruto introduced Hajime to him very enthusiastically. Halfway through the introduction, his curiosity was quickly drawn away, and he asked in confusion, Hajime, if you don't go to a ninja school, how do you train? Naruto knew nothing about anything other than ninja school. Right now, he doesn't even know what root or umbu ninja are. I'm training at home. Lien Jian answered him with a smile. It's the route you mentioned last time. I've never heard of this place in the village. Naruto scratched his head. Sakura was also very curious. She had only heard of umbu and didn't know what the route was. Because the routes will not be exposed to the public, they will only carry out tasks for the village in secret. Hajime explained. Wow, Naruto was obviously misled by Hajume's words. That feels awesome, isn't that what a hidden hero should be? Hearing Naruto's description, Renjian curled his eyes. Yes, Naruto is right. They took their applications and went upstairs. The noisy discussion could be heard from a distance. There was a large group of people gathered at the entrance of 301. They were all genin who came to submit their applications. After they calmed down, a figure walked straight towards them. To be more precise, he was walking towards Sakura. Knowing what was going to happen next, Hajime slowly backed away. You are Sakura, right? Please date me. I will protect you until my death. The guy with the ridiculous bowl-cut hair and the ridiculous green tights, whose eyebrows were thicker than Naruto's, stopped in front of Sakura, with a strange blush on his face, and spoke loudly. The corridors suddenly became quiet. Naruto stared at the pothead in astonishment. Hey, this guy, I haven't even confessed my feelings to you yet. Hajime sat on the railing, propping up his chin. You can also come over, the two of you can be a pair of brothers in distress. Sakura won't have to reject each of you individually, it will be much more convenient to reject both of you at once. Naruto, he slowly turned his head and looked at Li Enjian with lifeless eyes. Am I so unattractive in Li Enjian's eyes? Hajime looked at him carefully, and seeing Naruto's face getting redder and redder, he nodded cruelly. Well, not only in my eyes, but in everyone's eyes, Naruto is not as attractive as Sasuke. Naruto was devastated. I was so depressed that I squatted on the ground and grew mushrooms. Sakura decisively and mercilessly rejected Rock Lee, and pulled Hajime and Sasuke to submit the application. Her movements were very hurried, and it can be seen that she was eager to get out of the sight of the potcut guy. Depressed and ignored, Naruto could only stand up on his own and catch up with them. After submitting the application, the four people walked downstairs in a good mood. Naruto rubbed his stomach. I want to eat barbecue. Li Enjian agreed. I want to eat it too. I can't resist the temptation of barbecue. Sasuke, whatever. When he said whatever, he actually meant he agreed. After spending so much time together, Renjian and the others could already understand Sasuke's code words easily. Sakura nodded. Put it on Kakashi-sensei's account. Who told you that all the other instructors had treated their students to barbecue, except Kakashi? Support. Hajime, Naruto, and Sasuke said in unison. The guy with the fierce look in his eyes. Wait a moment. They walked into the hall and suddenly heard a noise coming from upstairs. Li Enjian knew that there would be such a thing. The guy with the fierce look in his eyes is none other than Sasuke. Only Sasuke looked like someone owed him millions all day long. What? Sasuke glanced at the potcut Rock Lee, who spoke upstairs. His desire to fight with Rock Lee was not as strong as his desire to eat barbecue with Hajime. After all, after eating, I can fight with Li Enjian again. Do you want to fight me now? Rock Lee issued a declaration of war and jumped down from the building lightly. He cares a lot about Uchiha Sasuke. Not only is Uchiha Sasuke known as a genius, but also his last name is Uchiha. He trains hard day after day just to prove that hard work can be more important than talent. I am Rock Lee, and I want to duel you, the last descendant of a clan known as the Genius Ninja. I want to see how far my tricks can take you. Rock Lee assumed an attacking stance. His eyes were firm. He was a ninja whose will was completely written in his eyes. In terms of physical skills alone, Sasuke is indeed no match for Rock Lee now, and even Hajime may not be his match. But the difference is that Rock Lee only has physical skills, while he and Sasuke have more than just physical skills. It would be good for Sasuke to practice with him. Sasuke, we can wait for you, Hajime said to Sasuke. Sakura and Naruto also nodded. Then let's make it quick and decisive. Sasuke took 2 steps forward. In the past, Sasuke liked to show off before a fight, but ever since he started fighting with Hajime, he realized that talking nonsense before a fight would only give the enemy time to attack unexpectedly. So he stopped talking nonsense. The Sasuke who fights with Hajime every day is no longer the Sasuke of the past. Both his combat awareness and experience have been greatly improved. Therefore, the scene where Rock Lee would have knocked him out with one kick did not occur. On the contrary, the two fought back and forth. If Rock Lee doesn't remove the bandages, he won't be able to do anything to Sasuke. Just as Rock Lee was about to remove the bandage, a hand stopped him. You guys are so youthful. Might Guy made a stunning appearance in a seductive pose, riding on a turtle. His appearance blinded only Hajime and Rock Lee, but no one else was interested. Naruto complained, strange, there are 2 of them. He turned around and saw Hajime staring at the guy in tights riding on the turtle's back with sparkling eyes. Naruto's eyes suddenly darkened and he grabbed Hajume's shoulders and shook him. No, Hajime, don't be influenced by their aesthetics. Hajime, don't turn into a weird guy in green tights. The Chuunin exams haven't started yet, so no fighting. Lee. Might Guy punched Rock Lee and sent him flying. The way to stop a fight is simple and crude. Li Enjian, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, under their gaze, Might Guy and Master Lee began to hug each other inexplicably, smiled and cried inexplicably, and even under the influence of their strong will, the illusion of sunset and sea appeared in the hall. It's a little scary. Is your Kakashi-sensei okay? As expected of a good friend, he came up to greet Kakashi first. Might Guy noticed the group of kids. Hajime, the only one who didn't dislike them as master and disciple, stepped forward and said, Kakashi-sensei is very good. He should hide somewhere and read a book. Might Guy pinched his chin, showed a shining smile, and answered helplessly, since you asked, then I won't hide it. Others call Kakashi and I the eternal rivals. No? Who asked? Li Enjian turned back and looked at Sasuke and 3 others. Sasuke closed his eyes and shook his head. No one asked. This guy is talking to himself for no apparent reason. By the way, the record is 50 wins and 49 losses. The next second, Might Guy appeared behind Hajime and in front of Suzuki and the other two. You can see that the three of them were terrified. Hajime, who had known about Might Guy's strength for a long time, did not have any extra reaction, but only became more determined to learn physical skills from Might Guy after the Chunin exam. Let me make it clear first, I am stronger than Kakashi. Might Guy smiled smugly. Hajime complained silently, is he more than just stronger than Kakashi? He almost kicked out the finale. Lee has caused you trouble this time, please forgive him for my sake, Might Guy said sincerely. Lee and Suzuki are just sparring with each other, but how can we say that they are causing trouble? Just like Might Guy and Kakashi, Might Guy and Kakashi can become good friends, I believe we can also become good friends with Lee. Hajime smiled brightly and said to Might Guy. Might Guy's eyes paused and fell on Ren Jian. This child. Is it Elder Danzo's child? Lee N. Jian Genren. Well, we hit it off right away. Hajime was suddenly hugged by Might Guy. Wow, what youth, I believe you and Lee will be close friends like me and Kakashi. Hey, you weird thick-browed guy. Naruto quickly pulled Hajime out of Might Guy's arms. Alright, Masato, good luck in the Chunin exams. Might Guy stood up, said something to Lee, and disappeared into the hall. Lee looked at Lee N. Jian and gave him a simple smile with 2 blushes on his face. Nice to meet you, what is your name? Hanmei-sama, nice to meet you too, Lee. Lee N. Jian smiled at him. Lee nodded heavily. Sakura's mouth twitched, and she sighed sincerely, the real person. The real person's ability to make friends. Is amazing. Rock Lee once again set his sights on Uchiha Suzuki, his eyes cold. I admit, Uchiha Suzuki, that you are indeed very powerful, but the strongest person in this Chunin exam is in our group. Yeah, Suzuki glanced at Hajime, who was smiling gently and without any threat, and said with an ambiguous meaning, contrary to you, I think we are in this group. Rock Lee misunderstood, he thought Suzuki was talking about himself. Then let's wait and see, he said as the figure leapt up to the second floor and disappeared in front of them. After this episode, Lee and Jian and the other three headed towards the barbecue restaurant. After entering the barbecue restaurant, as soon as the barbecue was finished, Kakashi sat next to them like a tornado. Lee and Jian, thanks. Kakashi sucked the roasted meat into his mouth without hesitation. Sakura, who was grilling meat and feeding her companions, said, Kakashi-sensei, it's not baked for you to eat. A cross appeared on Sakura's forehead. Kakashi remained unmoved and talked about the Chunin exams, instantly diverting their anger. The Chunin exams were originally for groups of 3, but because of your special circumstances, you are allowed to form a group of 4. Of course, it also makes things more difficult for you, Kakashi prompted. After all, there is one more person, and the same rules would not be fair to other participating teams. However, with Lee and Jian's strength, there is no need to worry at all. He was worried about other people. Well, he must be troubled to have such a powerful disciple. Kakashi smiled like a fox. What's the difficulty? Sakura asked immediately. I don't know that either, but I might tell you when the exam starts. When Lien saw the 4 of them arrive, the place was already full of people. Sakura looked at the sea of ninjas in front of her and couldn't help but gasp, why are there so many people? Are they all genin taking the Chunin exam? She felt a huge pressure rising in her heart, and the air around her became heavy. Suzuki frowned slightly. Naruto's eyes widened, his pupils filled with nervousness and excitement, and he was full of novelty about everything. Lien Jian always had an unchanging friendly smile on his face. Sakura took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She had to stay calm and focused. Suzuki. Ino threw herself on Suzuki's back and said affectionately, I finally meet Suzuki. I haven't seen Suzuki for a long time. I'm so happy to think that I can see Suzuki every day from now on. You big fat pig. Sakura's so-called calmness and focus were gone in an instant. Sakura's detonator, Yamanaka Ino. While the two of them were arguing, Lien Jian, who didn't want to be admired as a monkey, chose an empty seat and sat down, supporting her chin and looking at them. It's not easy to have such a close audience perspective. What, you guys want to take this troublesome exam too? Shikamaru, who looked depressed, and Koji, who was eating potato chips, walked over. Yahoo, found it, how rare, everyone is here. Inyazuka Kiba came over with a puppy on his head, followed by Abarame Shino, who had a very low presence, and Hinata, whose cheeks were slightly red. Before Naruto could say anything, Inyazuka Kiba pushed him into the corner. Hey, Naruto, who's that blue-haired guy? I saw you two were together. By the way, Lien Jian. Naruto found Hajime sitting in the third row of seats. He was completely immersed in the ninja world he didn't know and had forgotten about them completely. Humph, I won't tell you any information about Hajime, he's our secret weapon. Naruto crossed his arms and looked arrogant. Inyazuka Kiba couldn't help but said, idiot, doesn't this say everything? His name is Hajime. That he is very powerful and can be used as a secret weapon. His strength is definitely not weaker than Suzuki. Another strong enemy. At this time, Ren Jian held his chin and listened very patiently to the ninja next to him showing off. Really, it feels amazing. Hearing what Li Enjian said, the other party became more and more excited, and almost said the color of his panties, which earned Li Enjian's compliment that he had good taste. Naruto and his friends completely attracted the attention of most of the genin in the classroom. Of course, none of those looks were so friendly. This forced pharmacist Kabuto to come out and remind them, and at the same time get closer to them. My dear juniors, I will give you some useful information through the shinobi card. Yakushi Kabuto said this in a tone as if he was trying to trick an elementary school student. Naruto and the other 9 people surrounded Kabuto Yakushi, put their heads together, and looked at the card in Kabuto Yakushi's hand curiously. At Suzuki's request, Kabuto Yakushi took out the ninja knowledge card which contained Lee's information. Rock Lee, 1 year older than you, with 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-rank missions. His class teacher is guided. He has made unusual progress in his taijutsu this year, but is completely useless in other areas. Last year, he was highly regarded as a very capable genin, but did not participate in the Chunin exams. Like you, this is his first time participating in the Chunin exams. In his team are Tenten and Hyaga Niji. The one you need to pay attention to is Gara of Sand Falls. 8 C-rank missions, 1 B-rank mission. That's amazing that you've already completed a B-rank mission as a genin. Since you're a ninja from another country and a newcomer, there's not much information available, but it seems that he has returned unscathed from all the missions he has participated in. Kabuto looked at the group of freshmen in front of him with a small smile on his face. His eyes passed across Suzuki's face cryptically. Senior Do, is there any information about Hajime? Inyazuka Kiba asked quickly. They knew absolutely nothing about Li Enjian. Li Enjian. Shikamaru immediately looked towards the figure in the classroom who was obviously a Konoha ninja, but was blending in well among the other ninjas. Kabuto Yakushi told him regretfully, no, even he doesn't know anything. After all, it was the ninja who came out of that person. Hey. After getting a satisfactory answer, Naruto looked at Inyazuka Kiba proudly. There's no way you could know. Li Ren saw Lee, Tenten and Hyaga Niji among the crowd. See you, Lien. Xiao Li stretched out his arm and waved at him. Isn't that Uchiha Suzuki's team member? When did you two become so familiar with each other? Tian asked doubtfully. But, that guy is pretty good looking. He is a gentle little son that girls can't resist. So cute when she smiles. I just met him this morning. Lee gave a thumbs up. He's a very enthusiastic and nice guy. How's your strength? Hyaga Niji only cared about this, even though the opponent seemed to have no offensive power. Lee paused and said truthfully, I don't know, but... Tenten and Niji looked at him. Xiao Li said seriously, I can feel that Team 7 is centered around him. When Sakura makes a decision, she always subconsciously looks at Hajime. Even someone as proud as Uchiha Suzuki could be easily influenced by Hajume's words. As for the man called Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes rarely left Hajime. It can be seen that they all trust Hajime very much. Of course, Hajime is indeed a very friendly person. Xiao Li smiled. Tian frowned, his eyes were solemn. He did not receive education in the ninja school, but suddenly joined Team 7. They should have only been together for a few months. So, either they are strong, or they are born with strong leadership and cohesion. Niji looked in Hajume's direction. Maybe it's both. Whether or not he possesses both, he is an opponent worthy of vigilance. Just when the classroom was in chaos, a fierce scolding exploded in everyone's ears. Be quiet, you bunch of rubbish. A loud shout from the podium stopped the Otogakure ninja from further attacking Kabuto Yakushi. Sorry for the wait, I am the examiner of the first Chunin selection exam, Marino Ibiki. On the podium, seeing that the genin in the classroom had quieted down as they wished, the tall man with scars all over his face introduced them with satisfaction. Marino Ibiki's eyes swept over the people from Otogakure village and warned them, let me make it clear first that you are not allowed to fight privately without the examiner's permission. Even if the examiner allows it, you are not allowed to take actions that will kill the opponent. Those fools who dare to disobey me will be eliminated immediately, do you understand? Li Enjian, this is indeed the ninja world. If it were in real life, any examiner who dared to be so arrogant would have been complained about long ago. The first exam of the Chunin selection begins now. Take your number plates and take your seats according to the numbers on them. Then I will send out the questionnaire for the written test. Sina Ibiki said. Hajime received the number 3, which placed him in the center of the first row, facing Marino Ibiki. Li Enjian really wanted to give him the middle finger. There were at least 20 invigilating ninjas in the entire classroom, sitting on the left and right sides of the classroom. There are a few very important rules for the first exam. Li Enjian didn't listen at all. First, he has a god's perspective. Second, he has connections. That's right, just last night, the answers to the questions on the test paper were already in his hands, given by Danzo. Li Enjian felt very strange at that time. In my previous life, I hated people with connections the most, and in this life, I have become a person with connections. Danzo's original words at the time were, don't worry about the Chunin exams, just focus on the mission. So, Lien Jian waved his hands and began to lie down. The test papers were handed out, and the questions were exactly the same as the test papers with answers that Lien Jian received last night. Even the order doesn't matter. He filled in the answers in 2 minutes like a human machine. Then he started to look into the eyes of Marino Ibiki. Since he was sitting in the first row, he saw Marino Ibiki as soon as he looked up. Marino Ibiki frowned when he saw his filled test paper. Lien Jian expressed his understanding, saying that examiners all hate people with connections. Bite. Human malice detected plus 50. The amount of chakra converted into cursed power plus 50. Chakra 26030/100000000. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Hajime thanks Ibiki Marino for contributing his malicious points without doing anything. During the long 45-minute test, people were eliminated one after another. After knowing the result of the test, Lien Jian's fingers were trying hard to grow ice roses. It seems complicated, but in fact it is not easy at all. Such small movements are a great test of one's mastery of ice escape. Everyone can release a lump of ice at once. This kind of delicate work is the most challenging to one's mastery of ice escape. Number 59, eliminated. Number 18, eliminated. Number 36, eliminated. The long 45 minutes ended in an atmosphere so tense that it could make a timid genin urinate. There were less than half of the genin left in the classroom. Marino Ibiki calmly announced the rules for the last question. For the last question, anyone who answers incorrectly will be eliminated from the entire team. Your written test score will be reset to 0. For those who do not choose to answer, 2 of their teammates will be eliminated. Such a rule caused a commotion among the genin who were still in the classroom. Marino Ibiki added maliciously, by the way, those who answer incorrectly will not only cause the entire team to be eliminated, but the entire team will also be disqualified from participating in the Chunin exam for life. Danzo did not give this question to Hajime, so Ibiki Marino must have told no one else except himself. However, Hajime just happened to know the answer. Although I know that Naruto will not quit, what if I am fanned by his butterfly wings? Hajime looked back at Naruto and said to Marino Ibiki like a robot, we are all ninjas. Giving up before we even start is not the character of a ninja. When we choose to become ninjas, we are ready to face everything. Hajime smiled at Naruto. Right, Naruto. Naruto's pupils trembled, and he didn't know where the strength came from. He slammed the table and stood up. That's right, don't underestimate us, we are not ninjas who will escape from the battlefield. After saying this, he slumped down on the table exhausted. It's a lie. He was still afraid that Hajime, Suzuki, and the others would be dragged down by him and would have to be ninjas for the rest of their lives. But Lien Jian believed him so much. Naruto clenched his fists. He would never let Renjian down. Yeah, Ibiki Marino was a little disappointed that the effect was not achieved, but he was also very happy that they were able to hold on. Even if the rest of your ninja career is at stake, you still choose not to give up. No one raised their hands to give up. You have chosen to become a ninja and have given your life to it, so would you still be afraid of these things? Amid the tension, Marino Ibiki knew that he would not get the result he wanted if he continued to stalemate, so he announced an answer that was very abrupt to the genin in the classroom. All passed. Naruto was ready to detonate all his brain cells to answer the last question. Amid the confused and dissatisfied questions from the genin, Marino Ibiki calmly explained, there was no 10th question from the beginning. The 10th question was a question of choosing to do or not to do it. You have already given the answer. And the written test is also completed. The purpose of the exam is to test your intelligence gathering ability. Marino Ibiki lowered her eyes and glanced at Hajime. This person's intelligence gathering ability is the strongest. The answers were collected the day before. The first exam of the Chunin selection is over. Hajime stood up and walked towards Naruto. He held out his hand towards Naruto. If nothing unexpected happened, Naruto's legs were too weak to stand up. Lien Jian. Naruto was helped up by him, his legs trembling. I almost thought I was going to make you, Suzuki, and Sakura become genin for life. Hajime had a subtle expression. In fact, Naruto and Suzuki were lifelong genin. So even if this question had a real title and Naruto answered it incorrectly, it wouldn't be a big deal. Bang! Glass fragments flew everywhere. A figure appeared brilliantly and kicked the classroom window. A red curtain unfolded behind him in a rather magnificent manner. I am the examiner of the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Let's go, follow me. No one in the classroom paid any attention to her. It's not that they ignored her on purpose, but most people haven't recovered from the last exam. 79 people, 26 teams. Ibiki, you can't do it. Seeing the number of people left in the classroom, Honda smiled strangely. Ibiki's expression remained unchanged. There are many excellent guys this year. Really? Honda snorted. The examiner, who seemed to talk more than Ibiki, was surprisingly difficult to deal with. In the second exam, let me help you eliminate less than half of them. I am looking forward to it, Ibiki said. The second exam will be tomorrow. Please ask your Jonin sensei for the exact time and meeting place. That's it. Disbanded. Root. The candlelight flickers. Danzo looked at Hajime in front of him and asked, "How was the exam?" Lien Jian reported obediently, "The written test was fine, and the last question was also fine. I finally passed it successfully." Danzo nodded, "If you don't pass, you don't have to come back. Die outside, right?" Lien Jian, "Tomorrow is the second exam, Xiao, you tell him the specific rules and precautions." Danzo looked at the cat face. Yes, cat face nodded. Danzo walked towards the secret passage. When his figure was about to step into the darkness beyond the reach of the candlelight, he turned back to look at Hajime. "In tomorrow's exam, you must pay more attention to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Suzuki." Renjian tilted his head, a little confused about the deep meaning of "pay more attention" mentioned by Danzo. "Kill them or help them." Danzo, "Neither. Monitor them and report any abnormalities to me." Yes. Lien Jian nodded. "Someone from the route will come in during the second exam that you should report any anomalies you find directly to them." Danzo said this and left. Catface opened the scroll, and on it was a map. "This is the map of the Death Forest. Your exam tomorrow." Lien Jian, "It's great to have connections." At the 44th training ground, at the entrance to the Death Forest, a huge iron net separated them from the forest. In sight, there were at least a dozen trees that required a hug to block out the sun. On the white warning sign, there were several bright red letters saying "No entry." From time to time, the cries of crows could be heard from the woods, and an ominous shadow hung over the hearts of the participating genin. Lien Jian placed his hand on his forehead to block the sun, which was not so glaring. The giant python wrapped around the giant tree in sight was thicker than a human, and it was slowly wriggling on the thick branches. Naruto beside her was teasing Red Bean, twisting like a maggot. Not to mention Hungdu, even Lien Jian thought he was flirty. Looking at Hungdu again, her smile was filled with murderous intent. The kunao flew out of her hand and was caught by Hajime just before it cut Naruto's cheek. Hungdu's eyes darkened for a moment. "Teacher, Naruto didn't mean it. Please don't be angry with him. I would be sorry if I left wrinkles on such a beautiful and smooth face of yours." Hajime walked forward very politely and handed her the kunao. Mitarashi Anko took the kunao with a stern face, turned around immediately and ignored Renjian. Hajime returned to Naruto's side. With her back to the students, Mitarashi Anko was sweating profusely. "What's going on? Why can't I say anything harsh when facing such an angelic face? Hateful. There are such well-behaved children in such a cruel exam. What if the child gets hurt?" Hungda controlled her emotions, and when she turned around, her face regained its composure. Her calmness did not last for a second, because Uzumaki Naruto was hiding behind Hajime and making faces at her. "How can I stop?" Hungdu's teeth were squeaking. How did two people with such different personalities become friends? "This is a consent form. Everyone who takes the test must fill it out because someone might die afterwards. If you don't sign it, it will become my responsibility. Ha 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 ha." Hungda tried hard not to look at Uzumaki Naruto as she took out a stack of consent forms and distributed them. After Renjian signed his name and handed it in, he smiled politely at Hungdu. Anko swallowed and immediately went to look at his name. "You see, the plan worked. It turns out that the little angel is called Lien Jian Genren. The name is so cute too. It's simply something that women can't stop wanting. What will I do when I grow up? It's too unfair to call teacher in a nice and polite way. It makes people unable to help but do something illegal." She couldn't bear to let a child like this die in this damn place. "Okay, now let me introduce the rules of the second exam." Hungdu's mind was full of racing thoughts. Lien Jian didn't listen. He had heard the rules clearly last night. In short, it is to conduct a wild survival challenge. The Death Forest in front of us is Kanaha's 44th training ground. It is a circle surrounded by 44 locked entrances, with rivers and forests inside, and a tower in the center. The distance from the tower to the gate is about 10 kilometers. Within this limited range, a wilderness survival project will be carried out, the Battle for the Scroll. The Battle for the Scrolls revolves around the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Of the 26 teams that pass the first exam, half take the Book of Heaven and half take the Book of Earth. Each team needs to collect both the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth and reach the central tower within 120 hours. Otherwise, you will be judged as unqualified. After explaining the rules, Hungda remembered that there was a special situation in this year's competition, that is, a team of 4 people. She immediately asked, "Which team has 4 members?" Lien Jian raised his hand. "Teacher, it's us." Hungda paused, trying to control her expression, and then she said, "You must get the 2 books of Heaven and Earth to complete the mission. This is what makes it more difficult for them." Hungda really shot herself in the foot. When she set this rule, she didn't expect to meet such a cute little boy. It would definitely be impossible to ask her to change the rules that she had already told the Hokage. Yes, Lien Jian understood. This is not that difficult. This time in the Forest of Death, his main target is Orochimaru. Hajime went to get the scroll. The 4 of them only received 1 book of heaven, which meant that they had to find 1 book of heaven and 2 books of earth in order to pass this exam. But since no one knows whether the scroll in each team's hand is heaven or earth, this process will definitely be repeated. 30 minutes later, Lien saw them standing in front of entrance number 12. Naruto was punching the air excitedly. Whoever dares to get close to us, I'll take them out one by one. Sakura, the iron chains were untied and the iron net gate opened wide. Lien saw the four of them quickly enter the forest of death at the same time. As we stepped into the forest of death, the sunlight dissipated and the light in the forest became dimmed. The straight and tall trees and the huge treetops blocked most of the sunlight, and only mottled and sparse light shone through the branches and leaves of the trees. The forest was filled with a drifting fog. When we got to the forest, we could hear the screams of other participating genin from time to time. The battle for the scroll began the moment they entered the forest of death. Sakura looked at the sea of ninjas in front of her and couldn't help but gasp, why are there so many people? Are they all genin taking the Chunin exam? She felt a huge pressure rising in her heart, and the air around her became heavy. Sasuke frowned slightly. Naruto's eyes widened, his pupils filled with nervousness and excitement, and he was full of novelty about everything. Lien Jian always had an unchanging friendly smile on his face. Sakura took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She had to stay calm and focused. Sasuke. Ino threw herself on Sasuke's back and said affectionately, I finally meet Sasuke. I haven't seen Sasuke for a long time. I'm so happy to think that I can see Sasuke every day from now on. You big fat pig. Sakura's so-called calmness and focus were gone in an instant. Sakura's detonator, Yamanaka Ino. While the two of them were arguing, Lien Jian, who didn't want to be admired as a monkey, chose an empty seat and sat down, supporting her chin and looking at them. It's not easy to have such a close audience perspective. What, you guys want to take this troublesome exam too? Shikamaru, who looked depressed, and Koji, who was eating potato chips, walked over. Yahoo, found it, how rare, everyone is here. Inyazuka Kiba came over with a puppy on his head, followed by Abarame Shino, who had a very low presence, and Hinata, whose cheeks were slightly red. Before Naruto could say anything, Inyazuka Kiba pushed him into the corner. Hey, Naruto, who's that blue-haired guy? I saw you two were together. By the way, Lien Jian. Naruto found Hajime sitting in the third row of seats. He was completely immersed in the ninja world he didn't know and had forgotten about them completely. Humph, I won't tell you any information about Hajime, he's our secret weapon. Naruto crossed his arms and looked arrogant. Inyazuka Kiba couldn't help but said, idiot, doesn't this say everything? His name is Hajime. That he is very powerful and can be used as a secret weapon. His strength is definitely not weaker than Sasuke. Another strong enemy. At this time, Ren Jian held his chin and listened very patiently to the ninja next to him showing off. Really, it feels amazing. Hearing what Lien Jian said, the other party became more and more excited, and almost said the color of his panties, which earned Lien Jian's compliment that he had good taste. Naruto and his friends completely attracted the attention of most of the genin in the classroom. Of course, none of those looks were so friendly. This forced pharmacist Kabuto to come out and remind them, and at the same time get closer to them. My dear juniors, I will give you some useful information through the shinobi card. Yakushi Kabuto said this in a tone as if he was trying to trick an elementary school student. Naruto and the other 9 people surrounded Kabuto Yakushi, put their heads together, and looked at the card in Kabuto Yakushi's hand curiously. At Sasuke's request, Kabuto Yakushi took out the ninja knowledge card which contained Lee's information. Rock Lee, 1 year older than you, with 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-rank missions. His class teacher is guy. He has made unusual progress in his taijutsu this year, but is completely useless in other areas. Last year, he was highly regarded as a very capable genin, but did not participate in the Chunin exams. Like you, this is his first time participating in the Chunin exams. In his team are Tenten and Hyaga Niji. The one you need to pay attention to is Gaara of Sand Falls. 8 C-rank missions, 1 B-rank mission. That's amazing. You've already completed a B-rank mission as a genin. Since you're a ninja from another country and a newcomer, there's not much information available, but it seems that he has returned unscathed from all the missions he has participated in. Kabuto looked at the group of freshmen in front of him with a small smile on his face. His eyes passed across Sasuke's face cryptically. Senior Do, is there any information about Hajime? Inyazuka Kiba asked quickly. They knew absolutely nothing about Lien Jian. Lien Jian. Shikamaru immediately looked towards the figure in the classroom who was obviously a Konoha ninja, but was blending in well among the other ninjas. Kabuto Yakushi told him regretfully, no, even he doesn't know anything. After all, it was the ninja who came out of that person. Hey. After getting a satisfactory answer, Naruto looked at Inyazuka Kiba proudly. There's no way you could know. Lee Ren saw Lee, Tenten and Hyaga Niji among the crowd. See you, Lien. Xiao Li stretched out his arm and waved at him. Isn't that Uchiha Sasuke's team member? When did you two become so familiar with each other? Tian asked doubtfully. But, that guy is pretty good looking. He is a gentle little son that girls can't resist. So cute when she smiles. I just met him this morning. Lee gave a thumbs up. He's a very enthusiastic and nice guy. How's your strength? Hyaga Niji only cared about this, even though the opponent seemed to have no offensive power. Lee paused and said truthfully, I don't know, but. Tenten and Niji looked at him. Xiao Li said seriously, I can feel that Team 7 is centered around him. When Sakura makes a decision, she always subconsciously looks at Hajime. Even someone as proud as Uchiha Suzuki could be easily influenced by Hajume's words. As for the man called Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes rarely left Hajime. It can be seen that they all trust Hajime very much. Of course, Hajime is indeed a very friendly person. Xiao Li smiled. Ha! Tian frowned, his eyes were solemn. He did not receive education in the ninja school, but suddenly joined Team 7. They should have only been together for a few months. So, either they are strong, or they are born with strong leadership and cohesion. Niji looked in Hajume's direction, maybe it's both. Whether or not he possesses both, he is an opponent worthy of vigilance. Just when the classroom was in chaos, a fierce scolding exploded in everyone's ears. Be quiet, you bunch of rubbish. A loud shout from the podium stopped the Otogakure ninja from further attacking Kabuto Yakushi. Sorry for the wait, I am the examiner of the first Chunin selection exam, Marino Ibiki. On the podium, seeing that the genin in the classroom had quieted down as they wished, the tall man with scars all over his face introduced them with satisfaction. Marino Ibiki's eye swept over the people from Otogakure village and warned them, let me make it clear first that you are not allowed to fight privately without the examiner's permission, even if the examiner allows it. You are not allowed to take actions that will kill the opponent. Those fools who dare to disobey me will be eliminated immediately, do you understand? Lien Jian, this is indeed the ninja world that if it were in real life, any examiner who dared to be so arrogant would have been complained about long ago. The first exam of the Chunin selection begins now. Take your number plates and take your seats according to the numbers on them. Then I will send out the questionnaire for the written test. Sina Ibiki said. Hajime received the number 3, which placed him in the center of the first row, facing Marino Ibiki. Lien Jian really wanted to give him the middle finger. There were at least 20 invigilating ninjas in the entire classroom, sitting on the left and right sides of the classroom. There are a few very important rules for the first exam. Lien Jian didn't listen at all. First, he has a god's perspective. Second, he has connections. That's right, just last night, the answers to the questions on the test paper were already in his hands, given by Danzo. Lien Jian felt very strange at that time. In my previous life, I hated people with connections the most, and in this life, I have become a person with connections. Danzo's original words at the time were, don't worry about the Chunin exams, just focus on the mission. So, Lien Jian waved his hands and began to lie down. The test papers were handed out, and the questions were exactly the same as the test papers with answers that Lien Jian received last night. Even the order doesn't matter. He filled in the answers in 2 minutes like a human machine. Then he started to look into the eyes of Marino Ibiki. Since he was sitting in the first row, he saw Marino Ibiki as soon as he looked up. Marino Ibiki frowned when he saw his filled test paper. Lien Jian expressed his understanding, saying that examiners all hate people with connections. Bite. Human malice detected plus 50. The amount of chakra converted into cursed power plus 50. Chakra 26030/100000000. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Hajime thanks Ibiki Marino for contributing his malicious points without doing anything. During the long 45-minute test, people were eliminated one after another. After knowing the result of the test, Lien Jian's fingers were trying hard to grow ice roses. It seems complicated, but in fact it is not easy at all. Such small movements are a great test of one's mastery of ice escape. Everyone can release a lump of ice at once. This kind of delicate work is the most challenging to one's mastery of ice escape. Number 59, eliminated. Number 18, eliminated. Number 36, eliminated. The long 45 minutes ended in an atmosphere so tense that it could make a timid genin urinate. There were less than half of the genin left in the classroom. Marino Ibiki calmly announced the rules for the last question. For the last question, anyone who answers incorrectly will be eliminated from the entire team. Your written test score will be reset to 0. For those who do not choose to answer, 2 of their teammates will be eliminated. Such a rule caused a commotion among the genin who were still in the classroom. Marino Ibiki added maliciously, by the way, those who answer incorrectly will not only cause the entire team to be eliminated, but the entire team will also be disqualified from participating in the Chunin exam for life. Danzo did not give this question to Hajime, so Ibiki Marino must have told no one else except himself. However, Hajime just happened to know the answer. Although I know that Naruto will not quit, what if I am fanned by his butterfly wings? Hajime looked back at Naruto and said to Marino Ibiki like a robot, we are all ninjas. Giving up before we even start is not the character of a ninja. When we choose to become ninjas, we are ready to face everything. Hajime smiled at Naruto. Right, Naruto. Naruto's pupils trembled, and he didn't know where the strength came from. He slammed the table and stood up. That's right, don't underestimate us, we are not ninjas who will escape from the battlefield. After saying this, he slumped down on the table exhausted. It's a lie. He was still afraid that Hajime, Sasuke, and the others would be dragged down by him and would have to be ninjas for the rest of their lives. But Lien Jian believed him so much. Naruto clenched his fists. He would never let Renjian down. Yeah, Ibiki Marino was a little disappointed that the effect was not achieved, but he was also very happy that they were able to hold on. Even if the rest of your ninja career is at stake, you still choose not to give up. No one raised their hands to give up. You have chosen to become a ninja and have given your life to it, so would you still be afraid of these things? Amid the tension, Marino Ibiki knew that he would not get the result he wanted if he continued to stalemate, so he announced an answer that was very abrupt to the genin in the classroom. All passed. Naruto was ready to detonate all his brain cells to answer the last question. Amid the confused and dissatisfied questions from the genin, Marino Ibiki calmly explained there was. Naruto scratched his head, with shyness and pride appearing on his face at the same time. Ha, Hajime, not as amazing as you said, didn't expect Hajime to think this way. Ha, how embarrassing. So, let me see it. Hajime placed her hands on her chest and looked at him expectantly. Naruto, whose confidence soared under Hajume's admiring gaze, immediately nodded, no problem. He folded his hands over his chest. Harem technique. The smoke cleared. Her long golden hair fluttered in the air. The girl has a curvy figure and bright blue eyes on her palm-sized face. Jiraiya's nose bleeds profusely. Lien Jian, he didn't need to stay any longer. He flashed away, leaving Jiraiya at the mercy of Naruto in his harem. Naruto lifted the harem technique and could no longer see Hajime. His blue eyes dimmed slightly. So, in fact, he still caused trouble for Lien Jian. Yoshi, Jiraiya keenly noticed Naruto's low mood and squatted beside him, deliberately saying, if you can maintain the same state as just now, I can still guide you in your training. Naruto snorted proudly, pervert. Jiraiya, he looked into Naruto's blue eyes, wondering what he was thinking, and asked, I also know how to use the Rasengan, and the Rasengan is a ninjutsu that I created together with someone else. Naruto looked at him in surprise, you're kidding, right? Jiraiya stretched out his hand and a Rasengan condensed in his palm. Lecherous immortal, please guide me in my practice. Naruto's eyes lit up and he immediately grabbed Jiraiya's arm and jumped around. Okay, but you have to answer my questions. No problem. Naruto followed Jiraiya and looked at him expectantly. First of all, the first question is, who was that kid just now? See you, Lien. Jiraiya was speechless. Full name, age, family and identity. Do you know how to answer other people's questions seriously? Naruto stared at him suspiciously. Then why do you need to know all this? What if you bully Hajime? He muttered quietly, after all, you are a lecherous uncle. Jiraiya paused and realized that the child had a very good relationship with Naruto. Otherwise, someone as stupid as Naruto wouldn't subconsciously worry about his safety. I only like pretty girls, and I'm also a ninja from Konoha. How could I possibly do anything bad to a ninja from the same village? Fool, Jiraiya couldn't help cursing. Hey, I'm not stupid at all. Lien Jian said I'm very smart. Naruto protested. Lien Jian said that he was a very smart kid, but no one taught him before. Jiraiya snorted, not childishly arguing with Naruto about whether he was stupid or not. Okay, answer my question now. Speaking of Hajime, Naruto could talk about him for 3 days and 3 nights. He couldn't help but flatter the lecherous sage. Hajume's full name is Hajime Masashi. Like Sasuke and Sakura, he is a member of our Team 7. He is a super genius. Even Kakashi-sensei says Hajime is super awesome. Yeah, Jiraiya hid his doubts in his heart. Usually there are 3 people in a team. Why does Kakashi's team have 4 people? Moreover, both Naruto and Sasuke have special identities. You don't believe it? Damn it, Hajime is the one who has mastered both the Rasengan and the Chidori. Even Sasuke hasn't mastered the Chidori. Naruto felt that the lecherous sage was doubting the truth of his words, and he became furious. Jiraiya shook his head and agreed with Naruto. Then it seems that he is indeed a genius. Naruto was no longer angry and said arrogantly, isn't it? Is it? You admitted it too. Jiraiya deliberately said, but I haven't heard of anyone named Hajime Masamune in the ninja school. Idiot, because Hajime was trained at a place called the Root when he was very young. That place is much more powerful than the ninja school, and Hajime is the elder's child. Super amazing. Hey, what was the name of that elder? It seems like some group. Something hidden. Oh, none of this is important. All you need to know is that Hajime is super powerful and has saved us many times. Naruto talked to himself for a while, only to find that the lecherous sage had fallen behind him at some point. He turned around and looked at the lecherous immortal who had stopped walking, and looked at the other party's slightly solemn expression in confusion. What's wrong, lecherous immortal? I always felt that the lecherous immortal's expression just now was super scary. Jiraiya gave a fake smile and skillfully changed the subject. I have even more powerful ninjutsu. Before he could finish, Naruto came up to him. Teach me, you lecherous sage. The next day, Konoha Forest. The soft sunlight was like a curtain and a waterfall, shining through the lush treetops and falling on Lien Jian's body. Lien Jian tied her waist-length blue hair up into a neat high ponytail. To facilitate today's training, he wore an elastic black tight short-sleeved shirt, wrist guards on his wrists, gloves on his hands, and a simple pair of shorts on his lower body, with his knees and ankles covered with wrist guards. This was prepared by Catface for Hajime. The wrist guard can protect Hajume's joints to the greatest extent, while the tights fit the human body perfectly and are specially made for physical training. Yoshi, see you, Lien. A deep voice came from not far away. Lien Jian turned around and saw Might Guy approaching from afar. Good morning, Mr. Kai. Lien Jian smiled brightly. Seeing Hajime, who arrived earlier than him, Might Guy gave Hajime a thumbs up and said, "Good morning, Hajime. Come with me today. Burn your youth." Might Guy showed his signature shining smile. Yes, Lien Jian was also full of passion. He couldn't contain his excitement at the thought that the move that almost kicked off the finale like Yakai could be used again. Although Might Guy looks as nonsensical and unreliable as Kakashi, he is also very trustworthy when he needs to be serious, just like Kakashi. We are indeed good friends forever. Might Guy looked at Hajime in front of him. Judging from the muscle lines, Hajime is very perfect. Smooth and lean, without exaggerated muscles. The best way to understand a person's potential and strength is to fight. This is especially true in the ninja world. Just like the survival drill of snatching bells, the purpose is not only to make the newly graduated genin realize the importance of unity and cooperation, but also it is the most efficient way for the jonin to understand the strength of their subordinates. Hajime, let's get to know each other through fighting. Might Guy passionately assumed a fighting stance and shouted loudly. The birds in the forest flapped their wings and were scared away by him. Lien Jian was affected by his emotions and his smile deepened. Fighting was what he loved the most. Moreover, he is a master who has reached the pinnacle of physical skills like Might Guy. Hajime looked at Might Guy, who was striking a pose, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Might Guy, who was 3 meters away from Hajime, was seen supporting himself on his right foot with his left foot lifted off the ground and tucked into his abdomen. His knees were slightly bent, his arms were raised like an eagle spreading its wings, his shoulders were broad, and he stood as still as a mountain. This pose looks simple, but it places extremely high demands on the body. First of all, it is extremely difficult to maintain the balance of the body and one may shake and fall at any time, but Might Guy stood with a feeling of being as still as a mountain, upright and steady. An extremely powerful aura emanated from him. Facing the oppression of Might Guy, Lien Jian's heart suddenly skipped a beat and the blood in her body began to boil. It turns out that physical skills are the romance of men. Teacher Kai, please teach me. Hajume's figure quickly turned into a shadow and rushed towards Might Guy. When he caught sight of Hajume's figure, a hint of admiration flashed across Might Guy's eyes. What a fast speed! For a ninja who has not specialized in physical skills, Hajime is already the best in speed. Lien Jian was extremely fast and as light as a crane, and he chopped towards Might Guy's neck with his knife. The air seemed to be cut apart, and the strong wind stung the skin. When his hand was only 1 centimeter away from Might Guy tilted his head slightly and smiled at him. Lien Jian's intuition is often surprisingly accurate. He spun his feet 180 degrees, suddenly pulled back and gave up the attack, trying to create distance between himself and Might Guy. He is fast, but Might Guy is faster than him. The fist struck Lien Jian's chest at a tricky angle, like a thunderbolt. Lien Jian's pupils shrank to the size of needlepoints, and a second before his fist landed on his chest, he placed his hand on Might Guy's iron-hard forearm, exerted force with his feet, used Might Guy's forearm as a support point, jumped high, and kicked towards Might Guy. Might Guy's eyes lit up. This was a brilliant move. Turn passivity into initiative. Whether it's reaction speed, judgment or physical fitness, they are all outstanding. Might Guy's figure suddenly disappeared from Ren Jian's sight. Watch your back. Might Guy's voice came from behind Hajime. His muscles contracted and tensed as if he had been electrocuted, and his arm subconsciously struck out at Might Guy behind him. Don't attack rashly, otherwise you will only expose more flaws. Might Guy pulled hard, and if he hadn't held back, Hajume's arm would have been separated from his body. A muffled sound. Might Guy was shocked. Hajime actually broke his arm on his own initiative and escaped from Might Guy's shackles like a slippery loach. Then he quickly straightened the bones. The fist as big as a sandbag hit Might Guy's cheek, bringing up a strong gust of wind. Might Guy's body, which was as steady as a rock, suddenly jumped up lightly as if it were weightless, and kicked towards Hajime with his toes carrying a huge weight. To Might Guy's surprise, his kick missed. Lien Jian's figure appeared behind him and grabbed his wrist. Might Guy had never seen a person who fully embodied the phrase, "apply what you have learned." The speed of learning is amazing. Suddenly, a dull sound like beating a drum came from Might Guy, which was clearly audible. Might Guy broke free from Hajume's restraints with great force. Next second, a fist appeared in front of Lien Jian without warning. The air around them shook violently. There was a loud explosion-like sound. Too fast. Lien Jian couldn't avoid it, and couldn't even see clearly. His figure was blown away by this punch. Plop. Lien Jian fell on the grass. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. The bruises on his body from the beatings faded quickly like paint washed away by water. Footsteps were heard. Might Guy sat down next to him, he stroked his chin, and slammed his right fist into the palm of his left hand. I understand. He could already see Lien Jian's terrifying growth rate in battle. Ordinary combat skills and combat experience can be mastered in combat, but his 8 gates ninjutsu and other physical skills are not something that can be easily mastered by fighting alone. Ren Jian's understanding will take him far on any path, but what determines whether he can master the 8 gates is not his understanding, but his will. Hajunamai, run around Konoha 500 times first, let me see the limit of your physical strength. Might Guy stated a task that sounded like it could not be accomplished. He looked at Lien Jian with shining eyes, full of anticipation. Good. To be honest, Hajumi was also looking forward to pushing the limits of his body. Up to now, he has experienced many battles. The enemy can be easily killed by him. There were also times when he was defeated, but no matter how injured he was, he did not feel tired. He only felt dizzy due to the depletion of chakra, and he really didn't know the limit of his physical strength. However, this body is a humanized cursed spirit. Can a cursed spirit feel tired? That's a good question. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Try it. Hu, Chi. Hu, Chi. Lien Jian maintained a steady breathing. He was running with the most standard posture, with his chest and abdomen rising and falling slowly and regularly. The air was blowing, caressing his body. Sweat dripped from his forehead and down his chin. Might Guy stood at the gate, counting the number of laps that Hajumi took. Yoshi, Hajumi, come on. Izumo and Zaitetsu, who were guarding the gate of Konoha, looked at Hajumi who was running through the gate with twitching eyes. Is this really human physical strength? After Hajumi's figure disappeared, Might Guy's eyes became deep. This child is truly a rare genius. On the first day of physical training, he actually broke Xiao Li's best record. Thinking of Xiao Li lying in the hospital, Might Guy was filled with worry. After 500 laps, Lien saw that his clothes were soaked with sweat, and his black shirt was sheen with water. How's it going, Lien Jian? Might Guy asked. Lien Jian glanced at the sky. The sun has set. He told Mr. Matt K truthfully, I sweated a lot, but I didn't feel tired. I even felt very comfortable and could do another 500 laps. This time it was Might Guy who was sweating. Master Renjian is truly a person born for physical skills. Then let's do another 500 laps. See you, Ren. Burn your youth. Lien saw the sunset and ran until dawn. Might Guy was with him all the time. Another 500 laps were completed. Might Guy asked Lien Jian, can you still hold on? Lien Jian nodded, yes. Sweaty but not tired. Looking at Hajumi's eyes that were shining brightly, Might Guy burst into tears. Good, then let's start practicing taijutsu. After Might Guy took a deep breath, he suddenly opened his eyes, like a hawk locking onto its prey. His arms quickly spread out, his muscles tensed, and strength filled his body. The next moment, countless fist shadows that exceeded the capture limit of ordinary people's retinas covered every corner around Might Guy. The powerful force and speed tore and rubbed the air currents in the forest, making a sharp sound like the cry of birds. Just hearing this sound will make people feel their hair stand on end and their scalp numb. If it hits the human body, I can't imagine how terrible the damage would be. After throwing the 100th punch, Might Guy's movements suddenly stopped and he stood still. The strike was sudden and unexpected, and the punch was clean and neat. The fist shadows in the sky disappeared, and the air currents that were sweeping around Hajumi and Might Guy quickly calmed down. Call. Might Guy exhaled slowly. Squeak. As he breathed, the pores that had been closed during the process of exerting force opened. The strong breath, heat, and sweat mixed with sweat actually caused a brief fogging phenomenon around his body in this foggy morning. The intense body temperature drops rapidly after the action stops, and the atomization phenomenon disappears. Might Guy's continuous punches and clean movements may seem simple, but they actually require terrifying lung capacity, a strong heart, tough blood vessels, unimaginable muscle strength, and hone strength techniques. If any point is not met, there will be no possibility of achieving it. Might Guy was able to become a jonin through physical skills and gain a place in Konoha, which is full of strong people. If one practices any aspect to the highest level, one can become incredibly powerful. Renjian, watch out for what's coming next. This is my unique skill, the 8 Gates Ninjutsu. Might Guy's voice was as heavy as a bell, as if every word contained pearls, with the power to penetrate metal and stone and make a resounding sound. His expression was also full of solemnity, his eyes were wide open, his teeth were clenched, and his hair was standing on end with anger. Open the door. Open. Listen, Lien Hua. Might Guy kicked out suddenly, releasing a series of crisp air explosions, shaking his entire body, deep, long, and cold. The big tree in front of him fell down with a loud bang, splashing up clouds of dust. Human, open. The gate of life, open. Lien Hua. The supersonic attack was even faster than the speed of Biao Lien Hua. Pa 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 pa. He kicked continuously, and the cold and crisp force from his toes vibrated the air, densely packed like the dense gunfire on a battlefield. The thick tree trunk that was kicked into the air turned into fine wood chips. Lien Jian could still capture the outer lotus, but he could no longer see the movements of the inner lotus clearly. Might Guy did not demonstrate the fourth and subsequent moves, so now all Hajime can do is open the first 3 doors. The 8 Gates Ninjutsu is a powerful physical technique that my father spent 20 years to master. My father taught me the 8 Gates Ninjutsu, and I taught it to Lee. You have seen the battle between Lee and Gara. Lee is a very hard-working child. No wonder you two can become such good friends. Might Guy was so moved that tears started to flow as he spoke. You and Lee will definitely become lifelong enemies like Kakashi and I. Speaking of the practice of the 8 Gates, Might Guy said formally, the 8 Gates is to temporarily gain powerful strength by unlocking the channels that bind the chakra in the human body. When all 8 gates are fully opened, it is also called the 8 Gates formation. Depending on the strength of the user, it can instantly gain dozens of times the strength. However, the power of the 8 Gates depends on the caster himself. It increases exponentially with the caster's own power, so the power of different people after opening the 8 gates is also different. When the 8th gate, the death gate, is opened, it will increase due to the caster's own vitality. Burn out and die. Might Guy said solemnly, his warm big hand fell on Hajume's shoulder. Hajime, your talent is the best I've ever seen in physical skills, and I'm not even half as good as you. I believe you will soon be able to surpass me in physical skills, but you have to promise me, never open the 8th gate unless you are ready to fight for your life. Hajime looked up at Might Guy and said, yeah. Hearing Hajume's affirmative answer, Might Guy smiled, okay, let's continue. In the meridian system where chakras flow, the places that inhibit and control the chakras in the body are the 8 gates: opening gate, resting gate, birth gate, injury gate, closing gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. Everyone has 8 gates in their body. As long as one is trained to be able to withstand the load of opening the 8 gates, anyone can open the 8 gates. But there are very few people who know how to use the 8 gates. Do you know why? Might Guy asked. Lien Jian shook her head. Matt K explained the key reason is that the premise of using the 8 gates is extraordinary, overloaded, and beyond limit long-term training. This is the only way to train the various parts and organs of the body to adapt to the load after it is turned on, and to minimize the damage to the body caused by the huge energy after it is turned on. Forcing it to turn on will not work. Also, through years of practice, you can skip the gate that restricts chakra in front and directly open the gate that restricts chakra in the back. Not every ninja can train intensively every day for 10 years. Might Guy looked at Hajime seriously and said, Hajime, can you do this? Lien Jian nodded heavily, yes. He is the one who has seen Might Guy open the 8 gates from a god's perspective. The attack power is self-evident. Might Guy's characteristics when activating the 8 gates are speed and strength. So, let me see it. Hajime placed her hands on her chest and looked at him expectantly. Naruto, whose confidence soared under Hajume's admiring gaze, immediately nodded, no problem. He folded his hands over his chest, harem technique. The smoke cleared. Her long golden hair fluttered in the air. The girl has a curvy figure and bright blue eyes on her palm-sized face. Jiraiya's nose bleeds profusely. Lien Jian, he didn't need to stay any longer. He flashed away, leaving Jiraiya at the mercy of Naruto in his harem. Naruto lifted the harem technique and could no longer see Hajime. His blue eyes dimmed slightly. So, in fact, he still caused trouble for Lien Jian. Yoshi, Jiraiya keenly noticed Naruto's low mood and squatted beside him, deliberately saying, if you can maintain the same state as just now, I can still guide you in your training. Naruto snorted proudly, pervert. Jiraiya, he looked into Naruto's blue eyes, wondering what he was thinking, and asked, I also know how to use the Raiznan, and the Raiznan is a ninjutsu that I created together with someone else. Naruto looked at him in surprise, you're kidding, right? Jiraiya stretched out his hand and a Raiznan condensed in his palm. Ah, lecherous immortal, please guide me in my practice. Naruto's eyes lit up and he immediately grabbed Jiraiya's arm and jumped around. Okay, but you have to answer my questions. No problem. Naruto followed Jiraiya and looked at him expectantly. First of all, the first question is, who was that kid just now? See you, Lien. Jiraiya was speechless, full name, age, family and identity. Do you know how to answer other people's questions seriously? Naruto stared at him suspiciously, then why do you need to know all this? What if you bully Hajime? He muttered quietly, after all, you are a lecherous uncle. Jiraiya paused and realized that the child had a very good relationship with Naruto. Otherwise, someone as stupid as Naruto wouldn't subconsciously worry about his safety. I only like pretty girls, and I'm also a ninja from Konoha. How could I possibly do anything bad to a ninja from the same village? Fool, Jiraiya couldn't help cursing. Hey, I'm not stupid at all. Lien Jian said I'm very smart. Naruto protested. Lien Jian said that he was a very smart kid, but no one taught him before. Jiraiya snorted, not childishly arguing with Naruto about whether he was stupid or not. Okay, answer my question now. Speaking of Hajime, Naruto could talk about him for 3 days and 3 nights. He couldn't help but flatter the lecherous sage. Hajume's full name is Hajime Masashi. Like Sasuke and Sakura, he is a member of our Team 7 and he is a super genius, even Kakashi-sensei says Hajime is super awesome. Yeah, Jiraiya hid his doubts in his heart. Usually there are 3 people in a team, why does Kakashi's team have 4 people? Moreover, both Naruto and Sasuke have special identities. You don't believe it? Damn it, Hajime is the one who has mastered both the Rasengan and the Chidori, even Sasuke hasn't mastered the Chidori. Naruto felt that the lecherous sage was doubting the truth of his words, and he became furious. Jiraiya shook his head and agreed with Naruto, then it seems that he is indeed a genius. Naruto was no longer angry and said arrogantly, isn't it, is it, you admitted it too. Jiraiya deliberately said, but I haven't heard of anyone named Hajime Masamune in the ninja school. Idiot, because Hajime was trained at a place called the Root when he was very young. That place is much more powerful than the ninja school, and Hajime is the elder's child, super amazing. Hey, what was the name of that elder? It seems like some group. Something hidden. Oh, none of this is important, all you need to know is that Hajime is super powerful and has saved us many times. Naruto talked to himself for a while, only to find that the lecherous sage had fallen behind him at some point. He turned around and looked at the lecherous immortal who had stopped walking, and looked at the other party's slightly solemn expression in confusion. What's wrong, lecherous immortal? I always felt that the lecherous immortal's expression just now was super scary. Jiraiya gave a fake smile and skillfully changed the subject. I have even more powerful ninjutsu. Before he could finish, Naruto came up to him. Teach me, you lecherous sage. The next day, Konoha Forest. The soft sunlight was like a curtain and a waterfall, shining through the lush treetops and falling on Lien Jian's body. Lien Jian tied her waist-length blue hair up into a neat high ponytail. To facilitate today's training, he wore an elastic black tight short-sleeved shirt, wrist guards on his wrists, gloves on his hands, and a simple pair of shorts on his lower body, with his knees and ankles covered with wrist guards. This was prepared by Catface for Hajime. The wrist guard can protect Hajume's joints to the greatest extent, while the tights fit the human body perfectly and are specially made for physical training. Yoshi, see you, Lien. A deep voice came from not far away. Lien Jian turned around and saw Might Guy approaching from afar. Good morning, Mr. Kai. Lien Jian smiled brightly. Seeing Hajime who arrived earlier than him, Might Guy gave Hajime a thumbs up and said, good morning Hajime, come with me today. Burn your youth. Might Guy showed his signature shining smile. Yes, Lien Jian was also full of passion. He couldn't contain his excitement at the thought that the move that almost kicked off the finale like Yakai could be used again. Although Might Guy looks as nonsensical and unreliable as Kakashi, he is also very trustworthy when he needs to be serious, just like Kakashi. We are indeed good friends forever. Might Guy looked at Hajime in front of him. Judging from the muscle lines, Hajime is very perfect. Smooth and lean, without exaggerated muscles. The best way to understand a person's potential and strength is to fight. This is especially true in the ninja world. Just like the survival drill of snatching bells, the purpose is not only to make the newly graduated genin realize the importance of unity and cooperation, but also it is the most efficient way for the jonin to understand the strength of their subordinates. Hajime, let's get to know each other through fighting. Might Guy passionately assumed a fighting stance and shouted loudly. The birds in the forest flapped their wings and were scared away by him. Lien Jian was affected by his emotions and his smile deepened. Fighting was what he loved the most. Moreover, he is a master who has reached the pinnacle of physical skills like Might Guy. Hajime looked at Might Guy who was striking a pose, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Might Guy, who was 3 meters away from Hajime, was seen supporting himself on his right foot with his left foot lifted off the ground and tucked into his abdomen. His knees were slightly bent, his arms were raised like an eagle spreading its wings, his shoulders were broad, and he stood as still as a mountain. This pose looks simple, but it places extremely high demands on the body. First of all, it is extremely difficult to maintain the balance of the body and one may shake and fall at any time, but Might Guy stood with a feeling of being as still as a mountain, upright and steady. An extremely powerful aura emanated from him. Facing the oppression of Might Guy, Lien Jian's heart suddenly skipped a beat and the blood in her body began to boil. It turns out that physical skills are the romance of men. Teacher Kai, please teach me. Hajume's figure quickly turned into a shadow and rushed towards Might Guy. When he caught sight of Hajume's figure, a hint of admiration flashed across Might Guy's eyes. What a fast speed! For a ninja who has not specialized in physical skills, Hajime is already the best in speed. Lien Jian was extremely fast and as light as a crane, and he chopped towards Might Guy's neck with his knife. The air seemed to be cut apart, and the strong wind stung the skin. When his hand was only 1 centimeter away from Might Guy tilted his head slightly and smiled at him. Lien Jian's intuition is often surprisingly accurate. He spun his feet 180 degrees, suddenly pulled back and gave up the attack, trying to create distance between himself and Might Guy. He is fast, but Might Guy is faster than him. The fist struck Lien Jian's chest at a tricky angle, like a thunderbolt. Li Enjian's pupils shrank to the size of needlepoints, and a second before his fist landed on his chest, he placed his hand on Might Guy's iron-hard forearm, exerted force with his feet, used Might Guy's forearm as a support point, jumped high, and kicked towards Might Guy. Might Guy's eyes lit up. This was a brilliant move. Turn passivity into initiative. Whether it's reaction speed, judgment or physical fitness, they are all outstanding. Might Guy's figure suddenly disappeared from Ren Jian's sight. Watch your back. Might Guy's voice came from behind Hajime. His muscles contracted and tensed as if he had been electrocuted, and his arm subconsciously struck out at Might Guy behind him. Don't attack rashly, otherwise you will only expose more flaws. Might Guy pulled hard, and if he hadn't held back, Hajume's arm would have been separated from his body. A muffled sound. Might Guy was shocked. Hajime actually broke his arm on his own initiative and escaped from Might Guy's shackles like a slippery loach. Then he quickly straightened the bones. The fist as big as a sandbag hit Might Guy's cheek, bringing up a strong gust of wind. Might Guy's body, which was as steady as a rock, suddenly jumped up lightly as if it were weightless, and kicked towards Hajime with his toes carrying a huge weight. To Might Guy's surprise, his kick missed. Li Enjian's figure appeared behind him and grabbed his wrist. Might Guy had never seen a person who fully embodied the phrase, "Apply what you have learned." The speed of learning is amazing. Suddenly, a dull sound like beating a drum came from Might Guy, which was clearly audible. Might Guy broke free from Hajume's restraints with great force. Next second, a fist appeared in front of Li Enjian without warning. The air around them shook violently. There was a loud explosion-like sound. Too fast. Li Enjian couldn't avoid it, and couldn't even see clearly. His figure was blown away by this punch. Plop. Li Enjian fell on the grass. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. The bruises on his body from the beatings faded quickly like paint washed away by water. Footsteps were heard. Might Guy sat down next to him, he stroked his chin, and slammed his right fist into the palm of his left hand. I understand. He could already see Li Enjian's terrifying growth rate in battle. Ordinary combat skills and combat experience can be mastered in combat, but his 8 gates ninjutsu and other physical skills are not something that can be easily mastered by fighting alone. Ren Jian's understanding will take him far on any path, but what determines whether he can master the 8 gates is not his understanding, but his will. Hajunamai, run around Konoha 500 times first, let me see the limit of your physical strength. Might Guy stated a task that sounded like it could not be accomplished. He looked at Li Enjian with shining eyes, full of anticipation. Good. To be honest, Hajime was also looking forward to pushing the limits of his body. Up to now, he has experienced many battles. The enemy can be easily killed by him. There were also times when he was defeated, but no matter how injured he was, he did not feel tired. He only felt dizzy due to the depletion of chakra, and he really didn't know the limit of his physical strength. However, this body is a humanized cursed spirit. Can a cursed spirit feel tired? That's a good question. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Try it. Hu, Chi. Hu, Chi. Li Enjian maintained a steady breathing. He was running with the most standard posture, with his chest and abdomen rising and falling slowly and regularly. The air was blowing, caressing his body. Sweat dripped from his forehead and down his chin. Might Guy stood at the gate, counting the number of laps that Hajime took. Yoshi, Hajime, come on. Izumo and Zaitetsu, who were guarding the gate of Konoha, looked at Hajime who was running through the gate with twitching eyes. Is this really human physical strength? After Hajume's figure disappeared, Might Guy's eyes became deep. This child is truly a rare genius. On the first day of physical training, he actually broke Xiao Li's best record. Thinking of Xiao Li lying in the hospital, Might Guy was filled with worry. After 500 laps, Lien saw that his clothes were soaked with sweat, and his black shirt was sheen with water. How's it going, Li Enjian? Might Guy asked. Li Enjian glanced at the sky. The sun has set. He told Mr. Matt K truthfully, I sweated a lot, but I didn't feel tired. I even felt very comfortable and could do another 500 laps. This time it was Might Guy who was sweating. Master Renjian is truly a person born for physical skills. Then let's do another 500 laps. See you, Ren. Burn your youth. Lien saw the sunset and ran until dawn. Might Guy was with him all the time. Another 500 laps were completed. Might Guy asked Lien Jian, can you still hold on? Lien Jian nodded, yes. Sweaty but not tired. Looking at Hajume's eyes that were shining brightly, Might Guy burst into tears. Good, then let's start practicing taijutsu. After Might Guy took a deep breath, he suddenly opened his eyes, like a hawk locking onto its prey. His arms quickly spread out, his muscles tensed, and strength filled his body. The next moment, countless fist shadows that exceeded the capture limit of ordinary people's retinas covered every corner around Might Guy. The powerful force and speed tore and rubbed the air currents in the forest, making a sharp sound like the cry of birds. Just hearing this sound will make people feel their hair stand on end and their scalp numb. If it hits the human body, I can't imagine how terrible the damage would be. After throwing the 100th punch, Might Guy's movement suddenly stopped and he stood still. The strike was sudden and unexpected, and the punch was clean and neat. The fist shadows in the sky disappeared, and the air currents that were sweeping around Hajime and Might Guy quickly calmed down. Call. Might Guy exhaled slowly. Squeak. As he breathed, the pores that had been closed during the process of exerting force opened. The strong breath, heat, and sweat mixed with sweat actually caused a brief fogging phenomenon around his body in this foggy morning. The intense body temperature drops rapidly after the action stops, and the atomization phenomenon disappears. Might Guy's continuous punches and clean movements may seem simple, but they actually require terrifying lung capacity, a strong heart, tough blood vessels, unimaginable muscle strength, and hone strength techniques. If any point is not met, there will be no possibility of achieving it. Might Guy was able to become a jonin through physical skills and gain a place in Konoha, which is full of strong people. If one practices any aspect to the highest level, one can become incredibly powerful. Renjian, watch out for what's coming next. This is my unique skill, the 8 Gates Ninjutsu. Might Guy's voice was as heavy as a bell, as if every word contained pearls, with the power to penetrate metal and stone and make a resounding sound. His expression was also full of solemnity, his eyes were wide open, his teeth were clenched, and his hair was standing on end with anger. Open the door, open, listen, Lian Hua. Might Guy kicked out suddenly, releasing a series of crisp air explosions, shaking his entire body, deep, long, and cold. The big tree in front of him fell down with a loud bang, splashing up clouds of dust. Human, open, the gate of life, open, Lian Hua. The supersonic attack was even faster than the speed of Biao Lian Hua. Pa 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 pa. He kicked continuously, and the cold and crisp force from his toes vibrated the air, densely packed like the dense gunfire on a battlefield. The thick tree trunk that was kicked into the air turned into fine wood chips. Lien Jian could still capture the outer lotus, but he could no longer see the movements of the inner lotus clearly. Might Guy did not demonstrate the fourth and subsequent moves, so now all Hajime can do is open the first 3 doors. The 8 Gates Ninjutsu is a powerful physical technique that my father spent 20 years to master. My father taught me the 8 Gates Ninjutsu, and I taught it to Lee. You have seen the battle between Lee and Gaara. Lee is a very hard-working child. No wonder you two can become such good friends. Might Guy was so moved that tears started to flow as he spoke. You and Lee will definitely become lifelong enemies like Kakashi and I. Speaking of the practice of the 8 Gates, Might Guy said formally, the 8 Gates is to temporarily gain powerful strength by unlocking the channels that bind the chakra in the human body. When all 8 gates are fully opened, it is also called the 8 Gates formation. Depending on the strength of the user, it can instantly gain dozens of times the strength. However, the power of the 8 Gates depends on the caster himself. It increases exponentially with the caster's own power, so the power of different people after opening the 8 gates is also different. When the 8th gate, the death gate, is opened, it will increase due to the caster's own vitality. Burn out and die. Might Guy said solemnly, his warm big hand fell on Hajume's shoulder. Hajime, your talent is the best I've ever seen in physical skills, and I'm not even half as good as you. I believe you will soon be able to surpass me in physical skills, but you have to promise me, never open the 8th gate unless you are ready to fight for your life. Hajime looked up at Might Guy and said, yep. Hearing Hajume's affirmative answer, Might Guy smiled, okay, let's continue. In the meridian system where chakras flow, the places that inhibit and control the chakras in the body are the 8 gates: opening gate, resting gate, birth gate, injury gate, closing gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. Everyone has 8 gates in their body. As long as one is trained to be able to withstand the load of opening the 8 gates, anyone can open the 8 gates. But there are very few people who know how to use the 8 gates. Do you know why? Might Guy asked. Lien Jian shook her head. Matt K explained the key reason is that the premise of using the 8 gates is extraordinary, overloaded, and beyond limit long-term training. This is the only way to train the various parts and organs of the body to adapt to the load after it is turned on, and to minimize the damage to the body caused by the huge energy after it is turned on. Forcing it to turn on will not work. Also, through years of practice, you can skip the gate that restricts chakra in front and directly open the gate that restricts chakra in the back. Not every ninja can train intensively every day for 10 years. Might Guy looked at Hajime seriously and said, Hajime, can you do this? Lien Jian nodded heavily, yes. He is the one who has seen Might Guy open the 8 gates from a god's perspective. The attack power is self-evident. Might Guy's characteristics when activating the 8 gates are speed and strength. Fast, the importance of speed in battle is self-evident, and it is especially important for physical ninjas to defeat the enemy first. The 8 gates of Dunjia is to overload the energy in the body and release it without restraint, which will greatly increase the speed. Just like in the preliminaries of the Chunin exam that Hajime witnessed with his own eyes, Sally was so fast that his movements could not be captured by the naked eye, and he directly beat Gaara to the point of being unable to move. Renjian raised an eyebrow and shifted his gaze from Gekao Gale to Kabuto Yakushi and Maki. There was a faint smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes, and his sharp gaze seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. His tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was just chatting with friends. Let me guess, what are you doing? killing to silence the witness. As soon as he said this, the corners of Pharmacist Do's mouth slightly raised, revealing a sinister smile. Maki's brows jumped, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. They didn't answer Hajumi's question, but their expressions said it all. The reactions of the two people did not affect Li Enjian at all. Instead, he chuckled and continued, the ninjas from the Hidden Sound Village and the Hidden Sand Village killed the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village together. This scene is really rare to see. Every one of his speculations broke Maki's defense. Could it be that the Otagakur and Sandagakur decided to join forces to attack Konoha on the day of the Chunin exam? Although it was understated, the amount of information contained in it shocked Kabuto, Yakushi, and Maki. The murderous intent in Maki's eyes was already overflowing. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Ren Jian in the moonlight with an inexplicable expression. Moonlight Gale, who was lying on the ground, widened his eyes and let out a broken sound from his throat. He recognized the voice. It was Master Li Enjian. A wave of fear and despair surged in Moonlight Wind's heart. Run! The best thing for Master Li Enjian to do at this time is to run away. Then report this news to the Hokage. Maki's figure flashed, and his iron palm struck towards Li Enjian's neck like lightning. However, just as he was about to hit the target, Li Enjian appeared behind him like a ghost. Maki was stunned and shocked. What speed is this? Is this really just a genin? Li Enjian turned around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and looked at Yakushi Kabuto and Maki. Don't be anxious, I never said that I am your enemy. Ha ha ha. Late at night, a chuckle escaped from the lips of Yakushi Kabuto. He stared at Li Enjian with burning eyes, as if he could see through him. To be honest, when we first met, I felt that we were the same kind of people. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly spoke, with a barely perceptible hint of excitement in his voice. Maki frowned and looked at Kabuto Yakushi, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, but Kabuto Yakushi gave him a quiet look, signaling him not to ask more questions. Yeah, Li Enjian raised an eyebrow, a look of disapproval on his face. I don't think we are the same kind of people. He crossed his arms across his chest and looked calmly at Kabuto Yakushi. Yakushi Kabuto smiled slightly, stared at Ren Jian with a smile, and said nothing more. People who wear masks can always easily see through the masks on other people's faces. Since you say you are not our enemy, prove it to us. Yakushi Kabuto handed over the kunao. He always had a smile on his face. Hajime took the kunao, but did not act immediately. Instead, he hung the kunao on his finger and spun it. He negotiated with Kabuto Yakushi. If you attack Konoha, you will definitely kill the Hokage, right? Pharmacist Kabuto said nothing. Li Enjian didn't care and continued, I only have one request. Before the Hokage dies, I want to talk to him. After I finish talking, I will help you kill him. Moonlight Gale's eyes widened. Yakushi Kabuto looked at him strangely, smiled weirdly, and said, then I have to ask Master Kazekage what he thinks. Maki agreed immediately, I will talk to Lord Fengying. Li Enjian walked up to Moonlight Gale and squatted down. Moonlight Gale's pupils were always fixed on his face. Since you are destined to die, do good things. Contribute some malice to him. I'm looking forward to the day when Konoha is destroyed. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 47130/100000000. I can't help but feel happy when I think about the countless Konoha ninjas and civilians who will die that day. It's a pity that you can't see such interesting scenes. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 49130/100000000. Oh, by the way, even a ninja as powerful as the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can't escape death. Ah, I'm looking forward to it just thinking about it. If we could humiliate the Hokage like this before he dies, it would be really exciting. Bite. Human malice detected plus 3000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 3000. Chakra 52130/100000000. Li Enjian sighed and delivered his fatal blow. Your girlfriend's name is Uzuki Yujeo, right? Looking at Yu Guang Ji Feng's scarlet eyes and trembling body, Li Enjian smiled gently. I sent you away with my own hands. In order to reunite you two, let me kill her with my own hands. Bite. Human malice detected plus 5000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5000. Chakra 57130/100000000. What a nice night. The moonlight and the cold light of the kunao complement each other. The kunao was stained with blood, being thrown aside casually. Hajime dodged Maki's sneak attack and grabbed Maki's wrist. Want to die? Li Enjian's voice fell. Bumps appeared on Maki's face one after another. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the scene in front of him with shining eyes. Li Enjian turned around and asked him, it's not a big deal if this guy dies, right? Anyway, the Kazekage is Orochimaru pretending to be, Maki is useless. Before Yakushi Kabuto could answer, Maki had undergone a drastic change. Maki, who had become a cyborg, was shrunk down to the size of a finger by Hajime and put into a ninja tool bag. Frugality is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Cyborg weapons ×4. Hajime walked towards him and Kabuto Yakushi took a step back. I don't know what you did, but it's an interesting ability. There was a crazy heat in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes. If his strength allowed it, he might have been unable to resist dissecting Li Enjian on the spot and exploring the secrets of Li Enjian's body. Renjian said softly, "Tell the Kaze cage." "Oh no, it should be Orochimaru." Pharmacist Kotobukiya's pupils shrank and his expression changed slightly. You know, except for him and Samotanin, no one knows that Lord Orochimaru is the Kaze cage. I won't tell anyone about your plan, I will even help you complete it. What I want is very simple. When Orochimaru kills the Hokage, I want to be by the side of the third Hokage. Hajime remembers this battle. Orochimaru used the impure world reincarnation to summon the souls of the Shadaime and Nidaime. Then, before his death, the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen used the Shikigami seal to seal the first and second generations as well as Orochimaru's hands. Li Enjian didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. For one thing, he could earn a lot of malice points before the Hokage died. Secondly, there is no telling how many ninjutsu and secrets are hidden in the souls of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Li Enjian didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Otherwise, the next chance to touch their souls would be around the time of the Fourth Ninja World War. Li Enjian didn't have time to wait that long. Kabuto Yakushi smiled and said, "I'm going to discuss this with Lord Orochimaru." Hajime sneaked into Shinmura Danzo's room. As he expected, Shinmura Danzo did not sleep. Danzo sat on the stool and watched the door being pushed open and a blue head poking in. Danzo Shinmura. The one with the shifty look in his eyes who dared to disturb him so late at night could only be Master Li Enjian. "What?" Danzo spoke up. Li Enjian immediately ran to him and said, "I just learned a shocking secret." Danzo showed some interest. "Go ahead." He smelled a faint scent of blood lingering on Master Li Enjian. Danzo's eyes darkened and he looked at Renjian Genrin from head to toe, but he didn't see any wounds, so the smell of blood was coming from someone else? The Kaze cage who will be arriving in Konoha is actually Orochimaru. Renjian told Danzo, but he didn't believe it. Danzo's eyes were filled with doubt. Where did this news come from? Hajime told Gaara and Kabuto everything that happened to them. Of course, in his description, it was Maki who killed Moonlight Gale. Originally, it was Maki who killed Moonlight Gale. His hand just slipped and his kunai fell. What does Moonlight Gale's death have to do with him, Master Renjian? He also concealed his collaboration with Kabuto Yakushi. The only one who knows the truth, Kabuto Yakushi, will not tell it. After all, the information that Hajime had was a huge threat to them, and after such a long plan, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi would not want it to be ruined the day before. The reason why Hajime dared to tell Danzo Shinmura was because he bet that Danzo Shinmura would not do anything. The death of Sarutobi Hiruzen would be a complete benefit to Danzo Shinmura and would have no harm at all. Shinmura Danzo was very satisfied. Not only because Hajime Masamune told him about this matter first, but also because of the subsequent death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has already started celebrating early. "Sarutobi, it was you who let Orochimaru go. Now you are dead at Orochimaru's hands. You deserve to suffer the consequences of your actions. Go back to bed. I'll take care of it," Danzo said. Hajime leaves, knowing full well that Danzo won't handle anything. It is quite possible that Sarutobi Hiruzen was being discredited in the village. In order to reduce casualties within the route, all route ninjas who were on missions in the village that day might be withdrawn. Danzo can do all these things, and they are routine operations. Li Enjian slept soundly as if nothing had happened. "I went to the forest to train with Might Guy early in the morning." He set a small goal for himself. "I must learn how to face the peacock today." Teacher Kai. "Yoshi, Li Enjian, you still get up so early, start burning your youth." The sky went from dim to bright. Li Enjian was soaked in sweat. He kept in mind the key points of worshipping the peacock that Might Guy had explained. He was in front of Might Guy, opening the doors from the first door to the sixth door. Might Guy's expression was even more nervous than his. Chao Kankei is an advanced physical technique used after opening the sixth gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Jingmen. A high-speed straight punch generates flames by friction with the air, and the shock wave and flames formed by hitting the air are used to inflict continuous blows on the opponent. It gets its name from the fact that the flames produced by the high-speed attack form a scene in the air like a peacock spreading its tail. The heat is enough to evaporate lakes of water. As Hajime opened the sixth gate, a circle of rich blue light surrounded his body. The sudden increase in chakra even made his chakra visible. As the sixth door opened, the cells in his body seemed to be fully activated. The physical fitness, which was already strong enough, has been raised to a higher level. The aura around his body suddenly expanded to a terrifying level, his chakra was circulating, and blue steam was emanating from his body. The terrifying and oppressive feeling like a monster is frightening. Looking at Hajime, who successfully opened the sixth door, Might Guy had to admit the importance of talent. In less than a month, Li Enjian surpassed Xiao Li's 10 years of hard work. But Lien Jian's success is not only due to his talent, but also to his hard work. Might Guy noticed that Lien Jian was squatting slightly and was about to move towards Peacock. Might Guy knew Chao Kankei's power, so he stepped back and put a safe distance between himself and Hajime. Just after he stepped back, an extremely powerful force spread out from Lien Jian's hands. The blazing flames enveloped an area of more than 10 meters around him. Might Guy clearly saw that the red light around Ren Jian was constantly changing shape, and the flames finally formed a huge, lifelike peacock. Phew! Shock waves and flames rushed in all directions. Within a radius of 20 meters around Lien Jian, the water vapor in the forest was evaporated by the scorching heat carried by the flames. The trees were cut in half and the flames set the forest on fire. Large tracts of forest were destroyed by Hajime. Lien Jian, who had no intention of destroying the ecology, quickly formed a sealed water-style, great waterfall technique. A huge ball of water burst in the air, dousing the fire in the forest. Lien Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Might Guy saw that there were obvious signs of high-temperature burns on Ren Jian's clothes, and his skin also had burns left by the high temperature. Obvious bruises could be seen on the surface of his body, which were probably caused by ruptured capillaries leading to congestion. After opening the sixth gate, this situation will indeed occur if the body cannot bear it and the control of the peacock is not proficient enough. However, in the blink of an eye, all the wounds disappeared, and the skin returned to its smooth and white state, as if it had never been injured. Might Guy was stunned. Renjian noticed the look in Might Guy's eyes, and he smiled and explained to him, "Teacher Guy, this is related to my bloodline limit, and as long as it is not a fatal injury, I can heal myself quickly." Might Guy smiled and said, "Great, this way I can increase my training without any worries. Get ready, Hajime. Starting tomorrow, the training intensity will be greatly increased." Lien Jian couldn't get what she wanted. Yes, today's practice ends here. Hajume's clothes were burned. He returned to the roots as fast as the wind, fearing that anyone would know that his upper body was naked. After all, he was already dangerous when his upper body was covered with clothes. If you get caught without clothes by the ladies, the consequences will be disastrous. Lien Jian must protect his innocence. Lien Jian took a shower, changed his clothes, stretched, and went to eat ramen. As luck would have it, I met Naruto and Jiraiya at a ramen restaurant. Naruto was pleasantly surprised and sat down next to Hajime. Hajime looked at Naruto, who was ordering generously, and asked in confusion, "No practice today, Naruto?" Naruto rubbed his hands together and said, "The lecherous sage said this is also part of the training." Jiraiya looked at Naruto and Hajime in inscrutable manner. Lien Jianfu felt a bad premonition. Naruto ate 10 bowls of ramen before stopping. When he turned around to ask Jiraiya to pay, Jiraiya had disappeared without a trace. Naruto emptied his frog wallet. Hajime watched helplessly as Naruto's frog wallet couldn't even produce a penny. A bit pitiful. Naruto looked at Hajime. "Hajime finished training today?" Lien Jian nodded, "Yes." Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Hajime is amazing. No matter how difficult the ninjutsu is, Hajime can learn it in no time." Hajime couldn't refute, so he just comforted her. "Naruto can do it too." Naruto regained his confidence. "Although I don't know why the lecherous sage's training today is so strange, but I will try my best." The next second, both he and Renjian were picked up by Jiraiya. Jiraiya carried Hajime and Naruto on his shoulders, one in each hand. Hajime asked, "Master Jiraiya, do you need me to participate in Naruto's training today?" Jiraiya caught the two little ghosts and walked towards the cliff. He didn't expect that Renji and Genrin would be so perceptive. Jiraiya nodded, "Yes." He had no control over where his body was going. His pupils constricted, and his eyes were filled with despair and fear. The sound of the wind whistled past his ears, covering up all other sounds and plunging him into endless silence. "I'm going to die." This thought kept echoing in his mind. His brain was completely occupied by this information, and all other thoughts were thrown out of the window. At this moment, a flash of blue suddenly appeared in Naruto's sight, and the blue was getting closer and closer to him. He looked carefully and found that it was Lien Jian. Why did Lien Jian come down? No, he can't die, and Lien Jian, I can't let him die. Naruto felt a strong desire to survive, and he couldn't just give up like this. He once promised Lien Jian that he would protect his safety, and now is the time to fulfill his promise. Naruto tried to adjust his posture, trying to slow down his fall. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of his eyes and the surrounding environment changed. When Naruto regained his vision, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. There was darkness all around, with only a faint light illuminating the front. He followed the light and saw a huge door. Inside the door, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils suddenly appeared. A huge fox slowly emerged from the darkness. Naruto's pupils dilated, and in front of him was the nine-tailed demon fox that the lecherous sage had once told him about. "Hello," Naruto shouted to the nine-tailed demon fox, "You've lived in my body for so long, it's time to pay the rent." Bang! Ninjutsu psychic summoning technique. Powerful red chakra emanated from Naruto's hands. Next second, Naruto and Hajime hit something soft but very elastic. Like a trampoline, Hajime helped Naruto steady himself. He looked at the huge red monster beneath him. Looking down from the top, you can't see the huge monster that suddenly appears clearly. But Lien Jian had already guessed what was under him. Maya Bokuyama Gamabunta. What the hell is this place? What is that guy Jiraiya doing? Why summon me out at this time? Gamabunta's voice echoed among the cliffs. Naruto's eyes became brighter and brighter. He slid to Gamabunta's cheek and said excitedly, "Not a lecherous immortal. It's me, I summoned you." Naruto never thought that he could summon such a powerful guy. Whispering sound. Gamabunta said disdainfully, "Okay, tell me where Jiraiya is." He didn't believe Naruto at all. Naruto was furious and shouted, "Believe it or not, but you are the one summoned by me. It was the lecherous sage who threw me and Hajime down here, wanting me to learn the summoning technique." Gamabunta was silent for a few seconds. The scene before him could indeed prove the truthfulness of the kid's words. But he, the big boss Toad Bunta, would never be controlled by such a little brat. Gamabunta pushed forward with both hands and the whole toad jumped high. Hajime and Naruto immediately flew up. An alternative version of a jumping machine. Fun! Lien Jian's eyes were full of excitement. He and Naruto landed on the toad's back again. "Humph, big toad, if I stay on your back until the sun sets without getting thrown off, I will be your boss." Naruto issued a declaration of war to Gamabunta with great momentum. Hajime slid down Gamabunta's body. After he retreated far away, he jumped onto a tall branch and shouted to Naruto, "Naruto, come on." Naruto frowned, full of fighting spirit. "Don't worry, see you, Lien." Hajime left the area to avoid being involved in the agreement between Gamabunta and Naruto. He sat down on a rocky wall on a cliff, and a figure appeared behind him. "It's Jiraiya." Jiraiya leaned against the tree trunk and asked him, "Why did you jump after Naruto?" Hajime smiled, "Because I believe in Naruto. Although Naruto is the last one in the class, he has always been very hardworking and strong. I believe he can do it. Even if I fail to do so, I can still rescue Naruto." Master Jiraiya is Naruto's teacher, so you can use this method to motivate Naruto and bring out his abilities. But I'm Naruto's companion, so I just want to be his helper and support. Jiraiya looked at him. Before I knew it, the sunset appeared. Lien Jian's face was bathed in golden light, and was particularly warm. Jiraiya looked away, and couldn't help but think of someone in his mind. Hajime looks very similar to that person, both character and talent. And he also became Naruto's friend. It's like it was destined. The sun has set. Naruto's voice came from far away. He jumped up and down on Gamabunta's head like a little idiot. "Ha ha ha, I did it. Ha ha ha, see you, Lien, I did it. Ha 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 ha." As he laughed, he slid down from Bunta's head. "He is exhausted." Bunta wrapped his tongue around him. Jiraiya smiled, knowing that Bunta had acknowledged Naruto. He handed the large scroll he was carrying to Hajime, "Send it to Gamabunta." Renmai hugged the big scroll and quickly came in front of Gamabunta. Hajime helped to unfold the scroll. Bunta snorted as he looked at Uzumaki Naruto's name on the scroll. "I didn't expect that it was really this little ghost who summoned me." Bunta placed the sleeping Naruto next to Hajime, and with a bang, white smoke filled the air and Bunta disappeared. Jiraiya took the scroll and left. Hajime carried Naruto on his back and walked towards Naruto's house. In the information that Danzo gave to Hajime, Naruto's home was recorded. Naruto's home is a small bachelor apartment. After opening it, I saw instant noodles and milk cartons scattered around the living room, as well as clothes and hats everywhere. Hajime placed Naruto on the small sofa, covered him with a blanket, and left. In the morning, after Naruto woke up, he went to find the lecherous sage first. "Lecherous immortal, did you take me home yesterday?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya shook his head, "No." Naruto thought for a moment, could it be Hajime? Thinking of Hajime, Naruto thought of yesterday and suddenly became angry. "Lecherous immortal, I haven't settled the score with you yet. It's okay that you threw me off the cliff yesterday. Why did you throw Hajime down too?" Jiraiya paused and looked at Naruto. "Are you stupid?" Naruto subconsciously retorted, "You're the idiot." "I'm not stupid at all," Hajime said. "I'm not stupid." Jiraiya sighed and held his forehead helplessly. "That guy jumped down by himself. He wanted to jump down to save you, and he believed that you could succeed." Naruto froze in his place. Hajime did not have any training today because today is the last day of the 1-month deadline and tomorrow is the Chunin exam. Might Guy originally wanted to invite Hajime, Tenten, and Niji to have a barbecue together, but Niji had to keep training, Tenten had to accompany Niji, and Hajime also refused him. Because Hajime was going back to the route, Catface contacted him. Maybe Danzo had thought of some mission for him to do tomorrow. When Lien Jian returned to the route, he did not see the Catface wearing a mask, but a strange woman. She has long black hair, slightly pale skin due to living underground for many years, bright red lips and black pupils. She is a woman with normal eye and hair colors in the Naruto world. Li Jian then noticed that Catface was not wearing a uniform tonight, but a plain long skirt. If it weren't for her overly calm temperament that seemed to be hiding murderous intent, she would look like an ordinary woman. She reached out her hand toward Hajime. Li Jian held her hand blankly, unable to figure out what Catface was trying to do, until we actually arrived at the barbecue restaurant. The barbecue restaurant's business is even more prosperous today. Renjian saw quite a few jonin. Malian took Li Jian to a relatively quiet corner. During the whole process, Catface was grilling meat for Li Jian and she ate very little herself. After Li Jian had eaten her fill, she went to pay the bill and took Li Jian back to the roots. Li Jian was completely confused. He vaguely sensed an impossible possibility, until Catface sent him back to the room and said to him, "Good luck in tomorrow's game. The door is closed." Li Jian looked puzzled. As soon as the cat-faced man put on the mask, the dog-faced man informed him that Lord Danzo had summoned him. Dog-face led the way, and in the dead silence, he asked, "Why do we have to do unnecessary things?" Cat-face walked behind him, his voice returning to its usual cold and ruthless tone, "Just do it if you want to." Dog-face was silent for a moment, until Danzo's figure appeared in front of them. Both of them knelt on one knee at the same time. "Master Danzo." Danzo didn't ask them to get up, but asked, "Owl, how old are you this year?" Cat-face replied respectfully, 30 years old. "Danzo, you are also old enough to get married and have children, and so is Knight Ren." The cat-faced and dog-faced people said in unison, "We are willing to serve Master Danzo for the rest of our lives." Danzo said nothing. Dog-face felt uneasy. Cat-face felt exceptionally calm. When doing what she did today, she anticipated all the consequences. She could accept either consequence. Danzo said, "Why would you want to take Hajime Masamune to eat barbecue? This is not a mission." Catface replied, "We need to celebrate before important festivals. Li Jian Genren is just a little kid, and I want to celebrate with him." The dog-faced man looked towards the cat-faced man. He has been a partner with Xiao for 5 years and knows what a calm woman Xiao is. But now, Xiao actually began to act impulsively. "Danzo, you guys go down." The Knight Ren was startled. This is not in line with Lord Danzo's style, but he still retreated with Xiao. After leaving Danzo-sama's residence, Dog-face asked from the bottom of his heart, "What happened to Danzo-sama?" Cat-face walked past him quietly without saying a word. Dog-face caught up with her, "Do you know something?" Cat-face asked back, "How old are you this year?" Dog-face didn't understand how this related to the question he asked, but he answered truthfully, 20. Cat-face said, "When you get married and have children, or when you are old, you will understand." Go Lien was stunned at what does this have to do with getting married, having children, and getting older. Moreover, he has no plans to marry and have children. He plans to devote his entire life to the root, just like Lord Danzo. Hajime met Danzo for the first time in the morning. He had always thought that Danzo was a nocturnal animal. Danzo sat in his chair with his back straight, and Hajime had never seen him relax his posture. Danzo is an old man who cares a lot about his reputation. Nervous? Hajime thought Danzo would ask something, but unexpectedly he would ask about today's Chunin competition. And no matter what he was asked, the question was still about whether he was nervous or not. Danzo seemed to be possessed today. Despite this, Hajime still gave a perfect answer, "Not nervous." Before Danzo could continue to ask some disgusting questions, Hajime blocked Danzo's mouth. "I am from the root, a ninja trained by my father. I will never bring shame to the root and my father." After saying the word father, he lowered his head shyly. "In fact, I have already vomited dozens of times in my heart." Danzo thought that what Master Hajime said was right. Master Lien Jian cannot lose his roots and his face. Looking at the back of Master Lien Jian as he left, his brows, which had been furrowed for years, relaxed. Hajime walked towards the venue of the Chunin exam. On the road, you can meet many nobles and daimyo riding on cows or in sedan chairs. Hajime met the unmotivated Shikamaru on the way, and the two of them decided to go to the venue together. I really don't know why I was allowed to join this kind of competition." Shikamaru had trouble written all over his face. "Of course it's because you're excellent." Shikamaru's outfit is of the highest level. Compared to him, Suzuki and Gaara can only be considered younger brothers. Because Shikamaru is pretending without realizing it, and he has an invisible aura that makes people look up to him. Hearing Hajume's answer, Shikamaru tutade, "You say that to everyone." Hajime denied, "Of course not. Shikamaru is the only one who has no motivation, so I only said this to Shikamaru." Shikamaru arrive at the venue. There are huge crowds of people. The cheers and noise were deafening. To be honest, Lien Jian didn't like this kind of scene very much. It feels inexplicably like the Colosseum in Rome. When Hajime and Shikamaru arrived, Niji, Gaara, Shino and the others had also arrived, except Naruto and Suzuki. Gaara's eyes have been fixed on Hajime ever since she appeared. Bite. Human malice detected +1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power +1000. Chakra 58130/100000000. Hey, Shikamaru, who was standing next to Hajime, nudged Hajume's arm with his elbow. Seeing Hajime looking over, he asked, "Have you ever offended the genin from the Sand Village?" Even a fool could sense Gaara's obvious murderous intent. Hajime nodded. "I beat him up before the game." Shikamaru, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Originally, he wanted to remind Hajime to be careful of Gaara, but if that was the reason, there should be no need to remind you. I should worry about Gaara. The referee of the match, Genma Shiranui, who was standing in front of them, held a senbon in his mouth, checked the time, and asked Hajime, "When will Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke arrive?" Lien Jian shook his head. "I don't know, but if they are late, could you please postpone their game?" Shiranui Genma sighed in annoyance, and under Hajume's sincere gaze, he explained helplessly, "This is not something I can decide." Next second, Naruto fell face first into the meeting place in an awkward position. Lien Jian Naruto quickly got up and ran to Hajime and yelled, "Hajime, there's a cow broke in." Shikamaru, idiot, there's no way a cow could enter the venue. Don't you see how many chinins are guarding outside? Naruto looked at the door and saw that the cattle had indeed been stopped, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto pushed Shikamaru aside with his butt and stood next to Hajime. Shikamaru staggered and almost fell. Stupid Naruto. Lien Jian looked at the noisy audience stands and the huge crowds of people. What would happen if the souls of all these people were mixed together? Lien Jian's thoughts were scattered. Why hasn't Uchiha Sasuke come yet? The game time has begun, but there is no sign of Uchiha Sasuke. Shiranui Genma frowned. Hajime said, "The match of the last descendant of the Uchiha clan is the reason why many spectators bought tickets to watch it. So, if Sasuke fails to arrive at his match time, then his match can be postponed. If it is regarded as the finale, it will not be considered a spoiler for the audience." Shiranui Genma nodded. This was the only thing he could do now. He looked towards the high platform due north. Sitting on it were two important figures, the Hokage and the Kaze Cage. Noticing that Naruto was whispering to Hajime, Shiranui Genma reminded, "You are the protagonists of this competition. So, let's be formal. First match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. The two competitors stay here, and the rest of you move to the lounge." Shiranui Genma's words fell. Lien Jian and others walked towards the stairs on the side. At the venue, Naruto and Neji faced each other. Lien Jian went up to the platform and saw the Umbu sitting scattered among the crowd. It seems that Moonlight Gale's body has aroused the villagers' vigilance. "Hanmei, come here." Hajime saw Sakura. She sat with Ino. Ino was greeting Shikamaru. Hinata was also there. She didn't sit with her father and sister, but with Ino and Sakura. Her injury had not healed yet, and she came specifically to watch the battle between Naruto and Neji. Hajime and Shikamaru sat down next to Sakura and Ino, and Shino sat down next to Hinata. Hajime was not completely without a mission today. The task given to him by Danzo Shimura was that no matter what happened today, he only had to do one thing: confirm the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Renjian understood Shimura Danzo's codeword, and if Sarutobi Hiruzen was not dead, he would send him off. How vicious. He likes it. Hajime didn't care about the battle between Naruto and Neji. After Naruto was defeated by Neji again, Hajime stood up. Sakura, who was nervous about Naruto, raised her head and looked at Hajime. "Where are you going, Hajime?" Hajime smiled at her and said, "I'll go find Sasuke." Sakura suddenly wanted to stand up and follow Hajime. Hajime held her shoulders and explained to him helplessly, "Sakura, Naruto is fighting right now, and at least one of you and I must stay behind to cheer for him, so, leave Sasuke to me. I also believe that he will not give up this game." Sakura looked at Hajime. The owner of this pair of heterochromatic eyes made her feel at ease as always. Sakura sat down obediently and smiled gently at Hajime. "I understand." She watched Lien Jian's figure disappear down the stairs. Ino said with a smile, "Although Sakura likes Sasuke the most, the man who can make Sakura feel the most secure is Hajime." Sakura was stunned. She realized that Ino was teasing her and her cheeks became slightly hot. "Don't talk nonsense. Sasuke is suitable for dating, but Hajime is suitable for marriage." Ino propped her chin up and winked at Sakura. Shikamaru interjected calmly, "Hajime can not only bring a sense of security to Sakura, but also to Naruto. This is a good man." Ino held her chin in her hand, not forgetting to pull down Shikamaru with disdain. "We are not like you and Koji, one only knows how to be lazy, the other only knows how to eat." Shikamaru, women are really hard to please. It's not right to agree with her, and it's even worse to go against her. When Hajime left the venue, she happened to see Kabuto Yakushi attacking an Umbu ninja and replacing him. Upon realizing it was him, Kabuto Yakushi lowered his hand that was concentrating chakra. "I didn't expect there to be so many Umbu ninjas here today," Yakushi Kabuto said meaningfully. Hajime leaned against the tree trunk. "Why are there so many? Don't you know? Gekao Hayate's body is exposed in broad daylight. Do you think all the ninjas of Konoha are fools? Don't doubt me, Hajime smiled. If I had told the Hokage, you would never have shown up at the meeting today. Yakushi Kabuto smiled and eased Hajume's hostility. I know, I don't doubt you, I just admire the keen premonition of Konoha ninja. Hajime stared at him. Will Orochimaru set up a barrier to trap the third Hokage today? Pharmacist Do didn't say anything. He was very curious about how Master Lien Jian guessed such a thing. It was incredible enough that he could guess their purpose and plan, but he could even guess the detailed battle plan? It's really amazing. If you want to kill the Hokage in Konoha village, there is no other way except to set up a barrier to block others inside the barrier, Lien Jian said. Pharmacist Do's vigilance was infinitely heightened. Ninjas who are geniuses in both strength and intelligence really need to be handled with caution. So, tell me how to enter the barrier? That's the condition of our cooperation, isn't it? Lien Jian stared at him. Yakushi Kabuto smiled. There are only two ways to let you enter the formation. The first is to destroy the formation with a powerful attack, but the consequence of doing so is also obvious, that is, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not die. The second type is a ninja tool that is special chakra absorption, which can create a hole in the barrier for you to pass through. Neither of these two is easy to implement. Lien Jian's eyes were cold and dissatisfied. Yakushi Kabuto smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, you can also enter the interior before the barrier is lowered. If you enter before the barrier is lowered, the risk will be quite high. After all, Hajime didn't believe that a shady guy like Orochimaru wouldn't want to take the opportunity to deal with him. Without venture, you cannot get the tiger cub. Although dangerous, the attraction of the souls of the first, second and third generations is too great. It is worth mentioning that Renjian and Kabuto Yakushi planned for such a long time, and no matter what he said or did, Kabuto Yakushi did not contribute any malice to him. There were cheers coming from the venue, and Hajime figured the competition was almost over, and he still had things to do. His figure rose and fell several times and arrived at the medical room inside the venue. Renjian pushed open the door and saw Niji sitting on the bed with his head down, thinking about something. There was a bruise on Niji's chin, left by Naruto. He was now the only one in the empty medical room. Hajime closed the door and walked over to Niji. Niji knew he came in, but he said nothing. Now he has lost the strength to speak. Niji, you are very strong, but do you know why you lost to Naruto? Lien Jian asked softly. He knew how much of an impact Naruto's words of not believing in fate had on Niji during the match. But in fact, is it really not affected by fate? Niji looked at his own hands. He had used these hands to defeat countless people. These hands had accompanied him in his training day and night. But now, these hands also brought him failure. By an opponent he once absolutely despised. Is there really no such thing as destiny? Can we defy fate as long as we fight? Naruto is actually very strong, Niji said. He had already been somewhat shaken by Naruto's words and attitude. Lien Jian smiled and said, he will defeat you. In fact, I have already expected it. Niji was stunned and looked at Hajime. In this match, almost no one bet on Naruto to win. Hajime told him, your Byakugan should have seen the red chakra on Naruto's body. When Naruto was born, a tailed beast was sealed in his body. Naruto can now fight with the help of the chakra of the tailed beast. Today is just the beginning. In the future, he will be stronger than you, stronger than Sasuke, and stronger than me. Niji, this is fate. Lien Jian always had a smile on her face. He looked at Niji, who was frozen in shock by his words, and continued, Naruto always says that he wants to become Hokage, but no one actually believes it, right? Hajime didn't expect that Niji, who was in great shock, could answer him. He continued, I believe he can, because his father is the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. As the son of the Hokage and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto's fate is also sealed. Lien Jian sighed. What about you? Niji suddenly spoke up. His fists were clenched, and his eyes were red with anger. The person who stands above fate tells him to learn to fight? How high and mighty. How ironic. Hajime said, my fate is actually determined, Niji. He sighed, heavy, helpless and calm. Niji looked at his profile and noticed tears falling from the corners of his eyes. That crystal teardrop seemed to hit Niji's heart. For the first time, Niji seemed to see through Hajume's warm appearance and touch his fragile heart. Get some rest, Niji. Lien Jian said goodbye to him, opened the door of the medical room and walked out. Inside the door, the tear of Hajime kept reappearing in Niji's mind. Yes, fate is cruel and cannot be fought. Both he and Lien Jian are just victims of fate. But why? Isn't Hajime talented enough? Isn't Hajime strong and hardworking enough? Why should they be at the mercy of this fate? Why? Lien Jian wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her index finger and gave a worried smile to the people who were approaching from afar. Hello, Hyaga clan leader. Hajime looked at Hinata Hayashi in front of him and greeted him politely. Hinata Hayashi lowered his eyes and looked at him, his gaze passing across the closed door of the medical room. Lien Jian looked at the door helplessly, sighed, and smiled comfortingly. Clan leader, I am Ninkai's friend. Ninkai doesn't want to see anyone now, but I have already persuaded him, and he should be able to get over it. Hinata Hayashi recalled the look in Niji's eyes on the field and felt uncomfortable. Since Niji didn't want to see anyone and needed time to think, he wouldn't bother them. There's just one thing that must be handed over to Niji personally. Hinata Hayashi handed the scroll in his hand to Hajime. This scroll was left by Niji's father. Please give it to Niji. After saying that, he took one last look at the iron door of the medical room, as if trying to see Niji's figure through this door. Okay, don't worry. Lien Jian took it with both hands, with a trusting and reassuring smile on his face. Hinata Hayashi's figure walked away. Lien Jian let out an inaudible chuckle as he walked away with the scroll. When they reached an empty staircase, Lien Jian opened the scroll and read all the contents at a glance. The meaning of Hinata Hisashi's words was very simple, that he undoubtedly wanted Niji to accept the fate of the main family and brainwashed Niji into thinking that he was not protecting the main family, but someone very important to him. Hajime even suspected that the scroll was forged by Hinata Hayashi, but there is no evidence. When Hajime walked into the lounge, he glanced at Naruto, who was running on the field. He was full of energy and was blowing kisses to the audience. Hajime could also hear a few passing spectators discussing Naruto. That ninja is pretty cute. Yeah, this is totally different from the ninja I imagined. His name seems to be Uzumaki Naruto. Hajime returned to Sakura and the others. Sakura asked, Suzuki. Hajime curled his eyes at her. Don't worry, Sakura, Suzuki will show up. Sakura nodded. Yeah, that guy Naruto, what a surprise. Ino sighed. Who would have thought he could beat last year's #1 rookie, Niji? Shikamaru nodded, and soon his expression turned frustrated. Because Naruto left the arena, Genma Shiranui announced the two teams for the next match, Nara Shikamaru vs Kankuro. Just as Shikamaru stood up lazily, Kankuro on the other side suddenly chose to give up. Shiranui Genma was stunned for a moment, and immediately announced, Kankuro gives up, Nara Shikamaru wins. Shiranui Genjian scanned the venue but still did not find Uchiha Suzuki, so he continued, the battle between Uchiha Suzuki and Gaara will be postponed. The next match will be between Hajime Masato and Abarame Shino. Lien Jian, come on. Sakura clenched her fists and encouraged earnestly. Hajime smiled and nodded, glancing at Abarame Shino, who had stood up from Hinata's side. Shino, let's go together. Lien Jian took the initiative to invite. Shino's ears blushed, he nodded, and walked into the arena side by side with Hajime. He and Lien Jian were face to face, 3 meters apart. After Genma Shiranui announced the start of the game, he left the competition to the two of them. Although I know I am no match for you, I will show my respect to you by giving it my all. When he was approaching Ren Jian, the bugs in his body had already issued a warning. Abarame Shino knew that Hajime was very powerful, but in a competition like this, giving up would be disrespectful to the opponent. Lien Jian, don't respect him without permission. Giving up is the real respect for him. Who wants to be looked at like a monkey in public? Forget it, let's end this game early. The next moment, Lien Jian took the lead and moved. His arms were slightly opened, cutting through the air with light steps, like a falcon fighting in the sky. That he came in front of Shino in an instant and landed his fist on Shino's chest. The fist wind squeezed the air with great force and hit Shino's body, causing a strong air explosion, and Shino's body flew backwards in the air. However, in mid-air, Shino's body turned into a large number of insects and scattered. This is the secret technique of the Abarame clan insect clone. Hajime took advantage of the victory, and when Abarame Shino's figure appeared, he approached her again. Boom! The stadium was shaken violently. Under the powerful force of Lien Jian Haishin, spiderweb-like cracks still appeared on the ground. Even though Abarame Shino had prepared defenses in advance, the insect wall formed by the parasitic insects was easily smashed open. His figure flew backwards and hit the wall, with blood filling his mouth. Lien Jian turned his palm into a knife, and his figure suddenly left a shadow in the sunlight. Swish, swish, swish. He knocked down all the bugs that were getting in the way of Lien Jian. He stood next to Shino. As expected of Renjian, so amazing. In the stands, Naruto's eyes lit up. Shikamaru propped up his head, half dead. This is a battle without any suspense, right? Assigning the genin from Sand Falls to Hajime should make it more interesting. Sakura watched the scene on the field and smiled. It seems that Hajume's taijutsu has become much stronger again. Green suddenly appeared in her vision. Sakura turned around and saw Rock Lee and Might Guy. Soon Naruto and the others noticed it as well. Xiao Li, why are you here? You're not well yet, are you? They asked in unison. I want to watch Hajime fight, and I also saw Gaara and Suzuki's fight. Xiao Li explained. He was still using a cane. Sakura immediately stood up and gave her seat to Xiao Li, but Xiao Li did not accept it. It's okay, I'll just stand there for a while, Xiao Li said. His eyes were on the field. Just when everyone thought that Abarame Shino was about to admit defeat, suddenly, a third figure appeared on the field. Everyone held their breath involuntarily and stared at the scene before them. Boom! A huge fist formed by countless parasitic insects fell from the sky, extremely domineering. Shino swayed slightly, but still stood up. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Lien Jian looked at the fist coming straight towards his face, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a silver light passing through the void, as fast as lightning. When the figure was caught by everyone's sight again, Hajime had already appeared behind Shino. His finger pressed on Shino's vital point. Shino curled his lips wordlessly. The parasite flew back into his body. He raised his hands. I give up. This was the outcome he had expected, but it happened faster than he imagined. It's not like he hadn't thought about using a parasitic insect to suck Hajume's chakra, but Lien Jian was too fast. The parasites simply can't catch up. His physical skills are completely different from Hajume's. It's normal to lose to Hajime. Shino was taken away for treatment by the medical ninja, while Hajime returned to the stands amid cheers. Just then Shikamaru went down to participate in the competition, his face full of reluctance, and his opponent is his future daughter-in-law, Tamari. The battle between Shikamaru and Tamari was very exciting, but it was a pity that Hajime didn't pay attention to it. He had to keep an eye on the movements in the stands and the Hokage. If Orochimaru to launch an attack, he had to make sure he could enter the formation in time, otherwise you will miss this rare opportunity. What, that idiot Shikamaru actually gave up on his own. Hearing Naruto's complaints, Hajime looked towards the arena and saw that the match was over. Next, it's the battle between Gaara and Sasuke. Although I broke several of Gaara's ribs, Gaara has a tailed beast in his body after all, so his recovery ability should be very strong. The leaves are falling. Sasuke and Kakashi make a high-profile appearance. Naruto's eye twitched. The appearances of these two people are really too exaggerated. Full of strong style, Sasuke stayed in the arena, while Kakashi went to the stands. Yoshi, long time no see, Hajime, Naruto, Sakura. Kakashi greeted them. Kakashi-sensei, where have you and Sasuke been this month? Naruto has a lot of resentment. He didn't even see a shadow. Well, anyway, it's a training place, it's a bit far, Naruto definitely won't know if I tell him, so I won't tell him. Kakashi responded perfunctorily out of habit. He's not one to be scared of a game, but the feeling Gaara gave him was complete fear of death. That guy can really kill his opponents without mercy. Trust Sasuke. Hajime patted Naruto's shoulder. Even though he himself doesn't believe it, it's enough for Naruto to believe it. After all, it was Sasuke who was destined to become Naruto's good friend who loved and hated each other. He is just a passerby who wants to earn malice points. Kakashi also smiled and spoke with confidence. Naruto, please trust your teacher. Sasuke and I haven't just been showing off this month. That hits the point. Hajime thought that this appearance proved that Kakashi and Sasuke were essentially very similar. They are all the kind of people who like to act cool. When Kakashi was a child, he liked to act cooler than Sasuke. It's nothing more than that. After going through so many things, one has hidden one's true nature. Sasuke has been training with Kakashi for the past month and the results are indeed remarkable. Not only did his physical skills reach a new peak, but he also fully mastered Chidori. Sudden, Lien Jian's shoulders sank. Naruto's head dropped onto his shoulder. Of course, Hajime would not think that Naruto was too sleepy. Such an obvious effect could only be an illusion. Lien Jian thought aimlessly, how great it would be to use this illusion to treat insomniacs. No side effects at all, fall asleep in 1 second. Bite, human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 58630/100000000. The malicious value was recorded, and Lien Jian looked up and around. Except for a few ninjas, all the spectators in the stands fell down. Elite Jonin like Kakashi and Might Guy would naturally fall for such a simple illusion, and Sakura, who has an outstanding talent for illusion, is also exceptionally clear-headed. Not to mention Hajime, who automatically converts illusions into chakra and flows into the body. It is a great tonic for him. He hoped that more people would come. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sound ninjas hiding among the audience suddenly jumped up. The scene was chaotic. The Umbu ninjas of Konoha fought with the sound ninjas, and on the high platform, the Kaze cage even held the Hokage hostage. The situation is critical. The figure of the sound ninja appeared in front of Kakashi and Might Guy, blocking their way. A ninja from the Otogakure village? Kakashi looked at the forehead protectors on their foreheads, recognized their identities, and looked at them coldly. Why did you attack Konoha? None of the sound ninja answered him, but instead, they gripped their weapons tightly and rushed towards him and Might Guy. Might Guy curled his lips into a smile, kicked a sound ninja away, and said excitedly, Yoshi, Kakashi, let's have a competition. Although this is not the time to compete with you, Kakashi said seriously. His seriousness lasted only a second. He shrugged helplessly and said, forget it, let's compete. Sakura reacted quickly, avoiding the fight between the Jonin and their companions and breaking the illusions cast by Naruto, Shikamaru, and the others. While Kakashi was dealing with the sound ninja, he gave Sakura and others an urgent task. It is no longer a boring D-level mission for Genin, but an advanced mission of level A. Bring back Sasuke and Gaara. Just when the sound ninja suddenly attacked, Gaara, who had completely lost his mind, was taken away by Temari and Kankuro. Sasuke chased after them without thinking. Kakashi could already guess that Gaara had a tailed beast inside his body, and it was too dangerous for Sasuke to go alone. What about Lien Jian? Sakura looked at Hajime beside her and spoke subconsciously. The sound ninjas in the stands here have been almost dealt with by Kakashi and Might Guy, but a large number of sound ninja appeared in the village. They also have to protect the villagers. This is the most important thing. Before leaving, Kakashi looked at Hajime seriously and said, Hajime, can you stay here and fight with the Chunin and Jonin? Able. Lien Jian nodded. She couldn't ask for more. Now he didn't want to play any Genin redemption game with Naruto and the others. After getting Hajume's answer, Kakashi and Might Guy quickly rushed towards the place where the screams were coming from. Sakura also glanced at Hajime. Hajime, be safe. After saying that, she, Naruto, Shikamaru and the others chased in the direction where Sasuke and Gaara left. Ren Jian looked at the sound ninja who stepped forward to block the way, and impatiently threw out 4 cyborgs from the ninja tool bag, accompanied by a series of sharp screams. The 4 terrifying cyborgs scattered like ghosts, like a wild beast rushing into the sound ninja. Lien saw a flash of red in her peripheral vision. He saw the 4 red yang formation that had begun to take shape. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the platform. Bang! The ninja who also wanted to rush into the 4 red yang formation was burned all over by flames and was no longer in human form. Lien Jian looked at the already formed 4 red yang formation with gloomy eyes, and suddenly saw a gap that was hidden from sight. That was a gap left intentionally by the person who set up the formation. It seems that Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi still remember their agreement. In front of other ninjas, Ren Jian rushed into the formation as if he was risking his life. Who is that Genin? A battle between shadows, he will die. But we can't get in. How did he get in? It seems like he forced his way in. Now they have reinforced the formation. We can't force our way in again. The formation glowed red, completely blocked the Umbu who wanted to support the Hokage. Orochimaru looked at the appearance of Hajime Masamune and a dark light flashed in his eyes. The reason why he let Master Lien Jian in was very simple. He wanted to see what Master Lien Jian was trying to do. This trip to Konoha was more interesting than he had imagined. See you, Lien. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the child who forced his way and had worry in his eyes, but he couldn't help thinking of someone in his heart. Danzo Shinura. Could this sudden attack be related to Danzo? Especially since the person who came in was Ren Jian. No matter what, the other party is just a child, Sarutobi Hiruzen still said, Hajunamai, hide and take care of yourself. After fighting with Orochimaru, he had no time and energy to take care of Hajime. Whether you can survive today depends entirely on Master Lien Jian himself. Immortal Reincarnation Technique. 2 coffins rose from the ground. After hearing this name, the 3rd coffin that was about to rise was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 2 coffins with a serious expression. 2 familiar figures walked out of the coffin. Orochimaru, how dare you fool the souls of the dead? Seeing the 2 bodies becoming more and more real, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who knew the impure world reincarnation technique, scolded. A strange smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. The 2 kunao in his hands pierced into the back of the heads of the Shadame and the Nidame, completely controlled both bodies. Although their souls are still their own souls, their own will has been suppressed by him. In other words, the current 1st and 2nd generations are war weapons controlled by him. What is that? The 1st and 2nd Hokage are resurrected? Outside the formation, the Umbu on standby looked at the 2 figures that appeared in the book in shock. No, not a resurrection. The knowledgeable Umbu ninja who had been with the Hokage for a long time denied it and explained Orochimaru should have used the impure world reincarnation technique. Immortality? The other Umbu ninja had never heard of this jutsu. The impure world reincarnation technique, which is classified as the highest level of forbidden technique, is known by only very few people in the village. The impure world reincarnation technique is a summoning technique developed by the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It extracts a certain amount of the flesh of the dead, uses the body of a living person as a container for the soul of the dead, and then summons the soul of the dead from the netherworld to the living world, allowing the soul of the dead to attach to the container and cover the body of the living person with dust, thus transforming into the appearance of the dead person when he was alive. The Umbu ninja who knew the impure world reincarnation technique explained. While they were talking, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju suddenly flashed inside the formation and pounced towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang! Senju Tobirama stepped lightly and his figure was as fast as an arrow. There was a dead silence in his eyes, dull and lifeless, with no will of his own at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly widened. His body moved and headed towards Senju Tobirama, and behind him, Senju Hashirama arrived at some point and struck towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with a fierce palm. Bang! He dodged Hashirama's palm strike, but couldn't dodge Tobirama's punch. After being hit on the cheek, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if everything around him had solidified, his body functions dropped sharply, his nerve reaction speed slowed down, and his brain's thinking ability also became slow. When facing the first and second generations, the two elders he once admired the most, he seemed to have become a bug trapped in a thick cocoon. Bang! The controlled Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju do not have any of the concerns they have as humans. The palm of Senju Tobirama's hand, which attacked from behind, hit his back. The huge force shook his body, destroyed his bones and damaged his internal organs. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Watching this scene, the powerless Umbu ninja outside could only shout, Hokage-sama, no matter how similar, no matter how real, they are not the real resurrection of the first and second generations. Please fight seriously for Konoha, otherwise, Konoha will be destroyed. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyes. Yes, he was familiar with the art of impure world reincarnation and knew clearly that the people in front of him were not the first and second generations, but seeing them under such circumstances, he still couldn't help but miss them. Certainly. The voice of the Umbu ninja just now reminded him, there are more important things than nostalgia now. That's the fight. He wants to protect Konoha. He wants to protect important people. He would never let down the teacher who entrusted Konoha to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's restrained spirit, silent heartbeat, and blood that seemed to have stopped flowing changed in an instant. The pair of pupils hidden among the wrinkles glowed with an intense light. People are often most powerful when they are protecting what they cherish most. At this moment, the treasure that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to protect is Konoha, which is the most important to him. A tremendous force spread out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Orochimaru curled his lips. This is more like it. Teacher. At this moment, Senju Tobirama swooped down with his leg whip and pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen. A huge dent was blown into the roof, and dust flew everywhere. When the dust settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure reappeared in front of everyone. He dodged, and not only that, he also forced Senju Tobirama back. Although it was only for a moment, it gave the Umbu ninjas outside a glimmer of confidence. Would release Advent of the World of Trees. Senju Hashirama stretched out his hands and swung them violently. Buzz! The ground shook. It seems like some monster is about to break out of the ground. Countless hideous tree roots quickly broke through the ground, filling the entire Four Red Yang formation at a speed visible to the naked eye. A circle of resisting air waves instantly swept away all the smoke and dust around. At this time, the Umbu ninjas outside could not see anything. The figures of the Hokage, the first Hokage, the second Hokage and Orochimaru were completely lost in the forest that grew out of the Four Red Yang formation. What's going on? What's this? The Umbu ninjas stared in amazement at the shocking scene before them. This is the wood release of the Shadaime Hokage. It was because of his powerful wood release that the first Hokage led the seniors to found Konoha. Amazing! Orochimaru stood in the forest created by wood release. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was forced into a desperate situation by Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, and sighed softly. Teacher, you who were once known as the professor of the ninja world, still lost to time. Sarutobi Hiruzen is old. Chakra and physical fitness began to decline across the board. He could never again reach the fighting power of his peak. He. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath. Most of the chakra and physical strength were consumed. He knew that he was no match for the Shadaime and Nidaime. There is only one way to kill Orochimaru here. The ninjutsu that the fourth Hokage once used to seal the Nine Tails, Shiki Fujin. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to make hand seals. Si Highway Mao Suzi Iuu Si. Put your hands together. Orochimaru, who had seen many ninjutsu of Konoha, couldn't figure out for a moment which ninjutsu required such a sequence of hand seals. He is worthy of being known as the professor of the ninja world. Two clones emerged from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Orochimaru frowned. It is extremely unreasonable for Sarutobi Hiruzen to use his clone at this time. After all, his chakra is limited. It is not wise to waste chakra using clones. Even though Orochimaru didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to do, he was used to being prepared. Darkness walking technique. The figures of Orochimaru, Hashirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju all disappeared in the darkness. The dark walk technique is an illusion performed by Tobirama Senju. When performed, it will create a dark environment and block the opponent's vision. In a dark environment, only the caster and his companions can see things in the environment and take action to attack. This is an illusion that creates a visual hallucination and takes away all light. In a dark world that was descending like a pitch-black silk, even the most powerful people were forced to reveal their location. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his helper, Saruma. The Monkey King and his true form joined forces, and under the guidance of the Grim Reaper, they grabbed Orochimaru's shoulders. Orochimaru's expression changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled violently. Then a mysterious force suddenly burst out from his body. It transformed into a huge shadow rising into the sky. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Orochimaru roared. He felt something invisible reaching into his chest. His soul felt like it was being torn apart. Orochimaru, this is the ultimate ninjutsu that you have never seen before. The fourth Hokage used it to seal the Nine Tails. The demonic Fujin can summon the god of death. Your soul will be swallowed by the god of death and you will suffer forever. Orochimaru. The Grim Reaper's giant claws pierced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest and penetrated into Orochimaru's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if I die, I will take you away. Orochimaru used his strong willpower to control the excruciating pain that was so severe that it was impossible to move. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru are truly Hazumi's best assistants. Orochimaru entangled Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen in turn controlled Orochimaru. Also included are the immobilized Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. The hands of the god of death were also tearing apart the souls of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Under the hands of the god of death, even these two powerful men who once stood at the top of the ninja world were unable to resist. This makes it convenient for Renjian to touch their souls. The souls of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju are black. Maybe it has something to do with their physical death. Although their bodies have perished, the souls of the two people are exceptionally powerful. 100 times more powerful than an ordinary ninja. Li Enjian could already imagine how much he would gain this time. Sure enough, after a good try, the bicycle turned into a motorcycle. Li Enjian couldn't wait to read their souls. Powerful soul power and a huge number of memories are overwhelming. Li Enjian even had the illusion that his head was about to explode. Would escape technique, sage mode, sage technique, flying thunder god technique, water escape technique, impure world reincarnation technique. The Warring States period, the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, Uchiha Izuna, war, peace treaty, Konoha. Li En saw that his eyes were lifeless. My mind is full of excitement. The lives of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju flashed through Hazumi's mind quickly, like an old movie with the acceleration button pressed. He staggered back 2 steps. After he let go, the 2 out-of-control black spirits were instantly swallowed by the god of death. Humph, old man, you can't hold on any longer. You want me to die with you? Impossible. Orochimaru had long lost his previous composure. He was in a state of disarray. He didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually had a hidden Shiki Fujin. The blood that kept flowing from his chest completely soaked Sarutobi Hiruzen's shirt. The color quickly drained from Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. With little life left, the grip on Orochimaru's shoulders slowly lost its strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Even if I can't take your soul away, I will take your hands away. End the source of your evil, Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly. Orochimaru's hands shrank rapidly, turned a thick black, and hung down limply. Orochimaru's pupils shrank and he let out a painful roar. The figure of the Grim Reaper that devoured the 2 souls in Orochimaru's hands slowly dissipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes went dark and he fell backwards. Saruma, who was injured by Orochimaru, stretched out his hand to catch him, but was forced to disappear because Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to maintain the chakra required for summoning. The azure blue sky was reflected in Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils. All the sounds in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears faded away. He seemed to see the young Orochimaru squatting beside him, asking him obediently about the definition of life. Suddenly, Orochimaru's figure gradually disappeared and was replaced by Master Hazumi. Oh, and there's this kid. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered the child who witnessed the entire battle between him and Orochimaru. Hazumi was holding his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to force a smile, but he didn't have the strength. He wanted to comfort the child in front of him. Even if he died, Konoha would have a more powerful Hokage to guide them forward in the future. Although his body is dead, the will of every generation of Hokage to devote themselves to Konoha will never be erased. The will of fire is endless. Hazumi read Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, he could guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking from the activity of Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. He looked deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said slowly in a tone filled with sadness, Hokage-sama, I feel relieved now that I see that you will surely die. If he doesn't die, you will have to finish him off. The more you do things yourself, the easier it is to reveal flaws. Hazumi prefers that Sarutobi Hiruzen be killed by Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils turned stiffly as he stared at Hazumi Masamune. Master Li Enjian waited for a long time. There was no waiting for the prompt tone. After hearing what he said, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not feel any malice towards him. On the contrary, there was pity and compassion in his pupils. This child should have been a good child, but he was raised by Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt regret and sorry for this, and he hoped that someone would save the child in the future. Lien Jian, well, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is particularly tolerant when he is about to die. It seems that he still needs to strike with precision. Hokage-sama cares most about Konoha, right? It's such a pity that Lord Hokage will not live to see the day when Konoha is destroyed. Lien Jian sighed with a smile, but her smile was full of hypocrisy. He leaned close to Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered in his ear, Konoha is doomed to be destroyed. He observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't believe what he heard. Lien Jian continued to add ingredients. Do you think I'm in the same group with Shinura Danzo? Wrong. My goal is the same as Akatsuki's, to destroy Konoha. That we are in the same group. I forgot to tell you that we already knew that Uchiha Itachi was Konoha's undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization. Go with peace of mind. Soon everyone in this village will come to accompany you. Especially Uzumaki Naruto, who is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 50,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 50,000. Chakra 108630/100000000. Finally, it reached 100,000. His chakra. After hearing about the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils widened and he died of exhaustion. After hearing these words, he died without even having time to say a word. Lien Jian watched the vitality in his body. The guilt completely dissipated and I said goodbye to him in my heart. Goodbye, see you in the fourth war. I hope I can contribute some malice to him by then. Renjian heard footsteps, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the forest created by Senju Hashirama and saw the Konoha ninjas rushing towards the side. Next second. Phew, phew, phew. Countless hideous and fatal wounds suddenly appeared all over Lien Jian's body. He is able to change his body and create numerous wounds on it with ease. He won't die. He prevented the body from healing itself. His scene had now reached its silent climax. Root ninjas covered in masks are scattered throughout the forest created by Wood Release. When Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, Ui and other senior ninjas rushed over, they saw Hajime covered in blood and with hideous wounds. A line of blood and tears flowed on his pale face, and he was holding the hand of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was already cold. He raised his head, his pale face was bloodless and his eyes were empty and confused. See you, Lien. Kakashi felt heartbroken and quickly picked up Hajime and ran towards the hospital. Hokage-sama. In front of the white bed, the daffodils in the transparent glass bottle swayed with the breeze blowing in from the window. The blue-haired boy wrapped in bandages on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. See you, Lien. Kakashi's throat tightened and he quickly stepped forward and pushed him back onto the bed. Lien Jian seemed to have just come back to his senses at this time. He looked at the people in the ward with a confused look, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He looked at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, which ward is the Hokage-sama in? Kakashi avoided his gaze and lowered his eyes. Might Guy, who was beside Kakashi, felt his heart aching suddenly. He clenched his fists and tried in vain to force a smile with his tense facial muscles, but he couldn't do it. Sakura's green eyes were soaked with tears. She held Hajume's hands with both hands, and tears fell uncontrollably. Even though it was selfish, Sakura still wanted to say, I'm glad Hajime is okay. If Sakura saw Hajume's body, she couldn't imagine how she would be able to hold on. So, it's really good that Lien Jian is okay. Hajunamai, Grandpa Hokage. He's dead. Naruto, who was standing next to Sakura, was the most honest among the group of people. There was no way he could hide Lien Jian from her. Naruto. Sakura, whose voice was a little shrill because her throat was tightened, called out to Naruto, then looked at Hajime nervously. Lien Jian smiled at them and said, You must be kidding. You must have seen me just waking up. You're all lying to me. He said this with certainty. But tears fell instantly. There was a cry in his voice. It's all my fault. Lien Jian wiped her tears desperately, and soon her eyes turned red and bloodshot. It's all because I'm too weak. Otherwise, Hokage-sama wouldn't. I wish I were more powerful. This way I can protect Hokage-sama, everyone, and the village. It's all my fault. Kakashi stepped forward and immediately held down Hajume's hands. He had already seen that the gauze on Hajume's arms had seeped out pink. He tried his best to comfort Renjian's overly collapsed emotions. Renjian, it's not your fault, it's not any of our fault, it's Orochimaru, it's the Sound Ninja. It has nothing to do with you. It would be unfair to the Hokage-sama to hurt yourself. His voice remained calm. It has a calming magic. Lien Jian lay in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. Kakashi carefully put him back into bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Might Guy stepped forward and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Hajime witnessed the death of the Hokage with his own eyes, and was tortured into that state during the battle. The fact that he was able to survive shows that Lien Jian has a strong vitality. The scene when they discovered Hajime was so heartbreaking that even the Umbu ninjas couldn't help but feel heartbroken, especially when they found that the Hokage was still holding the buttons of Hajime Masamune's clothes in his hands before his death. All the ninjas who were sorting out the Hokage's body burst into tears. Lord Hokage must be very sad that he failed to protect the young seedlings in the village. But Hokage-sama has done a great job. Have some soup, Lien Jian. As dusk approached, Lien Jian, who had been sleeping tiredly for the whole day, woke up again. Sakura smiled at him with red and swollen eyes, and served the fish soup that had been simmering for more than 3 hours. Thank you, Sakura, Hajime said while looking at Sakura. The forced smile on his face almost made Sakura lose control of her emotions again. What is this? Sakura turned around and wiped the tears that spilled from her eyes with her fingers. Tomorrow is the Hokage's funeral, and they both concealed Hajume's story. One is Renjian's current body, and the other is that Renjian's spirit cannot withstand such a great stimulation. After taking care of Renjian and helping him finish the fish soup, Sakura finally had a genuine smile on her face. Great, it seems that Lien Jian really likes fish soup. I will make fish soup for Lien Jian tomorrow. Sakura couldn't help but think as she left the hospital. Lien Jian stretched in the ward and crossed his legs leisurely under the quilt. The fish soup is so delicious. This patient is treated so well. He wants to lie in bed forever. But tomorrow is the funeral of that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? We still need to consolidate our character. Lien Jianxiang fell into a sweet dream. It would be better to wait for a good opportunity to open the treasure trove excavated from Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Even if it's not a good time, at least not now. The next day, Lien Jian wakes up when I found the ward dark. It's already 8 o'clock in the morning. He lifted the quilt, walked to the window, and saw the dark clouds and endless rain that were approaching as if pressing down on his head. Black figures shuttled through the continuous rain and drizzle, like dead souls from the underworld. Lien Jian stretched for a while, then ran to the mirror and looked at her current appearance. His eyebrows drooped slightly, his eyelids drooped, and his bright pupils were dim, like a ghost. Hajime expressed satisfaction with his acting skills. He put on his ninja shoes and headed outside. I easily avoided the nurse's ward rounds along the way. The black and white photo captures the smile of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The life of this legendary ninja has come to an end. The portrait was surrounded by white chrysanthemums, and he had a bright smile in the photo. Naruto, Sakura, Suzuki, and others came forward one by one to present flowers. Everyone was unusually silent. That's why Konohamaru's crying sounded particularly loud. Sakura noticed that teacher Kakashi beside her suddenly moved. Sakura raised her head and looked in the direction Kakashi-sensei was looking, and her pupils immediately dilated. A person who they thought would not appear here quietly walked through the rain and towards the portrait of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lien Jian. Sakura's voice was low. Naruto and Suzuki both looked worried. Hajime stopped in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's portrait, and he inevitably thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's widened pupils before his death. I am so awesome. Lien Jian was secretly happy but had no expression on her face. He bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru entangled Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen in turn controlled Orochimaru. Also included are the immobilized Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. The hands of the god of death were also tearing apart the souls of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Under the hands of the god of death, even these two powerful men who once stood at the top of the ninja world were unable to resist. This makes it convenient for Renjian to touch their souls. The souls of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju are black. Maybe it has something to do with their physical death. Although their bodies have perished, the souls of the two people are exceptionally powerful. 100 times more powerful than an ordinary ninja. Lien Jian could already imagine how much he would gain this time. Sure enough, after a good try, the bicycle turned into a motorcycle. Lien Jian couldn't wait to read their souls. Powerful soul power and a huge number of memories are overwhelming. Lien Jian even had the illusion that his head was about to explode. Would escape technique, sage mode, sage technique, flying thunder god technique, water escape technique, impure world reincarnation technique. The Warring States period, the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, Uchiha Izuna, war, peace treaty, Konoha. Lien saw that his eyes were lifeless. My mind is full of excitement. The lives of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju flashed through Hajume's mind quickly, like an old movie with the acceleration button pressed. He staggered back 2 steps. After he let go, the 2 out-of-control black spirits were instantly swallowed by the god of death. Humph, old man, you can't hold on any longer. You want me to die with you? Impossible. Orochimaru had long lost his previous composure. He was in a state of disarray. He didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually had a hidden Shiki Fusion. The blood that kept flowing from his chest completely soaked Sarutobi Hiruzen's shirt. The color quickly drained from Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. With little life left, the grip on Orochimaru's shoulders slowly lost its strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Even if I can't take your soul away, I will take your hands away. End the source of your evil, Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly. Orochimaru's hands shrank rapidly, turned a thick black, and hung down limply. Orochimaru's pupils shrank and he let out a painful roar. The figure of the Grim Reaper that devoured the two souls in Orochimaru's hands slowly dissipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes went dark and he fell backwards. Saruma, who was injured by Orochimaru, stretched out his hand to catch him, but was forced to disappear because Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to maintain the chakra required for summoning. The azure blue sky was reflected in Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils. All the sounds in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears faded away. He seemed to see the young Orochimaru squatting beside him, asking him obediently about the definition of life. Suddenly, Orochimaru's figure gradually disappeared and was replaced by Master Hajime. Oh, and there's this kid. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered the child who witnessed the entire battle between him and Orochimaru. Hajime was holding his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to force a smile, but he didn't have the strength. He wanted to comfort the child in front of him. Even if he died, Konoha would have a more powerful Hokage to guide them forward in the future. Although his body is dead, the will of every generation of Hokage to devote themselves to Konoha will never be erased. The will of fire is endless. Hajime read Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, he could guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking from the activity of Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. He looked deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said slowly in a tone filled with sadness, Hokage-sama, I feel relieved now that I see that you will surely die. If he doesn't die, you will have to finish him off. The more you do things yourself, the easier it is to reveal flaws. Hajime prefers that Sarutobi Hiruzen be killed by Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils turned stiffly as he stared at Hajime Masamune. Master Lien Jian waited for a long time. There was no waiting for the prompt tone. After hearing what he said, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not feel any malice towards him. On the contrary, there was pity and compassion in his pupils. This child should have been a good child, but he was raised by Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt regret and sorry for this, and he hoped that someone would save the child in the future. Lien Jian, well, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is particularly tolerant when he is about to die. It seems that he still needs to strike with precision. Hokage-sama cares most about Konoha, right? It's such a pity that Lord Hokage will not live to see the day when Konoha is destroyed. Lien Jian sighed with a smile, but her smile was full of hypocrisy. He leaned close to Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered in his ear, Konoha is doomed to be destroyed. He observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't believe what he heard. Lien Jian continued to add ingredients. Do you think I'm in the same group with Shinura Danzo? Wrong. My goal is the same as Akatsuki's to destroy Konoha. We are in the same group. I forgot to tell you that we already knew that Uchiha Itachi was Konoha's undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization. Go with peace of mind. Soon everyone in this village will come to accompany you. Especially, Uzumaki Naruto, who is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 50,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 50,000. Chakra 108630/100000000. Finally, it reached 100,000. His chakra. After hearing about the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils widened and he died of exhaustion. After hearing these words, he died without even having time to say a word. Lien Jian watched the vitality in his body. The guilt completely dissipated and I said goodbye to him in my heart. Goodbye, see you in the fourth war. I hope I can contribute some malice to him by then. Renjian heard footsteps, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the forest created by Senju Hashirama and saw the Konoha ninjas rushing towards the side. Next second. Phew, phew, phew. Countless hideous and fatal wounds suddenly appeared all over Lien Jian's body. He is able to change his body and create numerous wounds on it with ease. He won't die. He prevented the body from healing itself. His scene had now reached its silent climax. Root ninjas covered in masks are scattered throughout the forest created by Wood Release. When Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, Ui and other senior ninjas rushed over, they saw Hajime covered in blood and with hideous wounds. A line of blood and tears flowed on his pale face, and he was holding the hand of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was already cold. He raised his head, his pale face was bloodless and his eyes were empty and confused. See you, Lien. Kakashi felt heartbroken and quickly picked up Hajime and ran towards the hospital. Hokage-sama. In front of the white bed, the daffodils in the transparent glass bottle swayed with the breeze blowing in from the window. The blue-haired boy wrapped in bandages on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. See you, Lien. Kakashi's throat tightened and he quickly stepped forward and pushed him back onto the bed. Lian Jian seemed to have just come back to his senses at this time. That he looked at the people in the ward with a confused look, and a faint smile appeared on his face. That he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, which ward is the Hokage-sama in? Kakashi avoided his gaze and lowered his eyes. Might Guy, who was beside Kakashi, felt his heart aching suddenly. That he clenched his fists and tried in vain to force a smile with his tense facial muscles, but he couldn't do it. Sakura's green eyes were soaked with tears. She held Hazumi's hands with both hands, and tears fell uncontrollably. Even though it was selfish, Sakura still wanted to say, "I'm glad Hazumi is okay." If Sakura saw Hazumi's body, she couldn't imagine how she would be able to hold on. So, it's really good that Lian Jian is okay. Hazunami, Grandpa Hokage. He's dead. Naruto, who was standing next to Sakura, was the most honest among the group of people. There was no way he could hide Lian Jian from her. Naruto! Sakura, whose voice was a little shrill because her throat was tightened, called out to Naruto, then looked at Hazumi nervously. Lian Jian smiled at them and said, "You must be kidding. You must have seen me just waking up. You're all lying to me." He said this with certainty, but tears fell instantly. There was a cry in his voice. "It's all my fault." Lian Jian wiped her tears desperately, and soon her eyes turned red and bloodshot. "It's all because I'm too weak. Otherwise, Hokage-sama wouldn't. I wish I were more powerful. This way I can protect Hokage-sama, everyone, and the village. It's all my fault." Kakashi stepped forward and immediately held down Hazumi's hands. That he had already seen that the gauze on Hazumi's arms had seeped out pink. He tried his best to comfort Renjian's overly collapsed emotions. "Renjian, it's not your fault, it's not any of our fault, it's Orochimaru, it's the sound ninja. It has nothing to do with you. It would be unfair to the Hokage-sama to hurt yourself." His voice remained calm. "It has a calming magic." Lian Jian lay in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. Kakashi carefully put him back into bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Might Guy stepped forward and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Hazumi witnessed the death of the Hokage with his own eyes, and was tortured into that state during the battle. The fact that he was able to survive shows that Lian Jian has a strong vitality. The scene when they discovered Hazumi was so heartbreaking that even the Umbun ninjas couldn't help but feel heartbroken, especially when they found that the Hokage was still holding the buttons of Hazumi Masamune's clothes in his hands before his death. All the ninjas who were sorting out the Hokage's body burst into tears. Lord Hokage must be very sad that he failed to protect the young seedlings in the village. But Hokage-sama has done a great job. "Have some soup, Lian Jian." As dusk approached, Lian Jian, who had been sleeping tiredly for the whole day, woke up again. Sakura smiled at him with red and swollen eyes, and served the fish soup that had been simmering for more than 3 hours. "Thank you, Sakura," Hazumi said while looking at Sakura. The forced smile on his face almost made Sakura lose control of her emotions again. "What is this?" Sakura turned around and wiped the tears that spilled from her eyes with her fingers. Tomorrow is the Hokage's funeral, and they both concealed Hazumi's story. One is Renjian's current body, and the other is that Renjian's spirit cannot withstand such a great stimulation. After taking care of Renjian and helping him finish the fish soup, Sakura finally had a genuine smile on her face. "Great, it seems that Lian Jian really likes fish soup. I will make fish soup for Lian Jian tomorrow." Sakura couldn't help but think as she left the hospital. Lian Jian stretched in the ward and crossed his legs leisurely under the quilt. "The fish soup is so delicious. This patient is treated so well. He wants to lie in bed forever. But tomorrow is the funeral of that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? We still need to consolidate our character." Lian Jianxiang fell into a sweet dream. It would be better to wait for a good opportunity to open the treasure trove excavated from Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Even if it's not a good time, at least not now. The next day, Lian Jian wakes up when I found the ward dark. It's already 8 o'clock in the morning. He lifted the quilt, walked to the window, and saw the dark clouds and endless rain that were approaching as if pressing down on his head. Black figures shuttled through the continuous rain and drizzle, like dead souls from the underworld. Lian Jian stretched for a while, then ran to the mirror and looked at her current appearance. His eyebrows drooped slightly, his eyelids drooped, and his bright pupils were dim, like a ghost. Hazumi expressed satisfaction with his acting skills. He put on his ninja shoes and headed outside. I easily avoided the nurse's ward rounds along the way. The black and white photo captures the smile of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The life of this legendary ninja has come to an end. The portrait was surrounded by white chrysanthemums, and he had a bright smile in the photo. Naruto, Sakura, Suzuki, and others came forward one by one to present flowers. Everyone was unusually silent. That's why Konohamaru's crying sounded particularly loud. Sakura noticed that teacher Kakashi beside her suddenly moved. Sakura raised her head and looked in the direction Kakashi-sensei was looking, and her pupils immediately dilated. A person who they thought would not appear here quietly walked through the rain and towards the portrait of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lian Jian. Sakura's voice was low. Naruto and Sasuke both looked worried. Hajime stopped in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's portrait, and he inevitably thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's widened pupils before his death. I am so awesome. Lien Jian was secretly happy but had no expression on her face. He bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The victor's bow can only be considered humble. However, others don't think so. Lien Jian could clearly feel the countless gazes falling on him. Lien Jian, I know you are sad, but your body. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the shop with the sign of the izakaya, then slowly lowered his head to look at Hajime. Are you sure Uzumaki Naruto is here? Alcohol is one of the 3 forbidden things for ninjas. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for Uzumaki Naruto to appear here. Uchiha Itachi hid his murderous intent very well, even Hoshigaki Kisame beside him couldn't detect it. But as the person involved, Lien Jian's feelings are quite clear. Of course Uzumaki Naruto can't come here by himself, but you should know who else came with Uzumaki Naruto this time, right? Hajime shook his head, his smile hinting at sarcasm. Think about it with your brain. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, will definitely not be able to suppress his nature. Lien Jian's disdain was too real. Hoshigaki Kisame stretched out his hand, but hadn't yet lifted the door curtain of the pub. A big hand lifted the door curtain before him, and Jiraiya and Hoshigaki Kisame looked at each other. Kisame, Jiraiya walked out and shifted his gaze from the shark face to Uchiha Itachi's face. A traitor. Seeing the forehead protector on Uchiha Itachi's head, Jiraiya sighed. Hajime raised his hands, like an elementary school student complaining. Their purpose is to capture the 9 tails Jinchuriki, and they are heading towards Naruto. I lured them here. Jiraiya nodded and smiled. Not bad, very smart. He gave Lien Jian a thumbs up. Anyway, he is much more reliable than Naruto. Jiraiya couldn't help but rub Hajume's head. Hajime took the opportunity to run behind Jiraiya and winked at Kisame. Kisame, he now really couldn't figure out the true identity of the blue-haired kid in front of him. Since the other party can say the name Uchiha Madara, his identity is beyond doubt. But now, is this a deliberate attempt to gain Konoha's trust? Penetrate deeper into Konoha? This is the only explanation Kisame can think of at the moment. It seems that after this mission is completed, he will have to find that person and ask him clearly. Uchiha Itachi is quite polite. Say hello to Jiraiya first when you meet him. Those who don't know would think they are just a normal relationship between seniors and juniors in the village. This is what Hajime admires most about Uchiha Itachi. Even though the people in the village were full of hatred for him as a traitor and felt deeply ashamed of his existence, he was still able to maintain his attitude after the meeting. Kisame pulled out the same hata that he was carrying on his back and flew it through the air, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, people on the street quickly and skillfully closed the doors and windows and escaped through the back door. As one of the most prosperous streets, Tansho Street is a mixed bag of people. Wandering samurai and ninjas mingled among them, and fights would break out from time to time over trivial matters. The vendors here are used to it. You are Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, right? There was a surging fighting spirit in Kisame's eyes. Yoshi, it seems you know my name, Toad Immortal. Jiraiya fiddled with his hair, put his hands on his hips, tied his lower body tightly, and tried to look cool regardless of the occasion. Lien Jian poked her head out from behind him and reminded him seriously, don't act cool. Jiraiya, bite. Human malice detected +10. Chakra amount converted into cursed power +10. Chakra 219140/100000000. Hajime guessed that Jiraiya was secretly complaining about him right now. Taking Naruto away is the highest order given to us by our organization Akatsuki. We must take Uzumaki Naruto away today. Uchiha Itachi said it so eloquently. A strange feeling flashed through Kisame's mind that he glanced at Mr. Itachi beside him, but did not say anything. Jiraiya looked more serious than ever before. It's impossible to take Naruto away here. But you came at the right time. I'm going to deal with you here. The tailed beasts are of great importance. It's about the survival of a village. What's more, it is the most powerful 9 tails among the tailed beasts. Jiraiya would never let Akatsuki succeed. Don't interfere. A voice came from the front of the street. Looking at Sasuke, who was running over hurriedly, Renjian fell into silence. Then, his heart began to beat wildly with excitement. Very good. Sasuke's appearance is simply the finishing touch. The plan had already taken shape in his mind. The one who killed this guy. It's me. Sasuke stood behind Uchiha Itachi. The flame of hatred burned in his pupils. The slender and thin body trembled slightly. I don't know whether it was fear or excitement. Uchiha Itachi's breathing became barely audible and his gaze moved to fall on Sasuke. I have heard about the Uchiha clan's affairs. Therefore, when he saw Sasuke's appearance at this time, he was not surprised at all. I'm not interested in you right now. Uchiha Itachi's plain words easily aroused Sasuke's emotions. What a joke. Sasuke clenched his fists and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. Before he could get close, he was easily kicked away. the body slammed into the wall. He fell in the ruins, choking on the smoke and dust that filled the air. Suzuki. Li Enjian's figure flashed and he quickly appeared beside Suzuki. He helped Suzuki up with a worried look on his face, but after noticing Uchiha Itaka's gaze, he smiled slightly at him. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 221140/100000000. Suzuki stood up again and gently pushed away the hand that was supporting him. Li Enjian, this is my own business. You can understand me, can't you? I live for this day. Suzuki didn't look at Hajime, but kept staring at Uchiha Itaki. There was absolutely nothing in his mind. Only Uchiha Itaka's Sharingan was left moving in his mind. The other party's words on the night of the genocide echoed in his mind like a devilish sound. Of course I understand you. Ren took a step back, but still looked at Suzuki's profile, and said firmly, but as a companion, I can't just ignore your injury that you live for this day, and I live to protect my companions. Suzuki, you can understand me too, right? He tilted his head slightly, his medium-length blue hair scattered on his cheeks, and his heterochromatic pupils flickered with tiny warm lights. Like every day, he treats his friends with this attitude. And just like every day, no one could reject such a sight with a cold attitude. Suzuki pursed his lips but said nothing more. Li Enjian understood him, and he also understood Li Enjian. And the feeling of having Hajime by my side. Very warm, very reassuring. Suzuki would no longer be suspended in the air all the time like before, torn into a bloody mess by a steel wire called hatred. His feet landed on the soft ground, and someone had provided him with a piece of safe land. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 231140/100000000. It seems your hatred is not deep enough. Uchiha Itaka suddenly looked at Suzuki and said. His figure flashed and appeared behind Master Li Enjian. Suzuki's pupils suddenly dilated and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He ran towards Hajime. With a puff, the kunai pierced through Ren Jian's back, blood splattered from his chest, and blood instantly soaked half of his body. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 233140/100000000. In Suzuki's pupils, 3 megatama slowly rotated. The wounds on Li Enjian's body disappeared instantly. He exerted all his strength, and a powerful airflow enveloped his entire body. As the 8 gates of ninjutsu were opened, his speed, chakra, and strength all increased rapidly at the same time. Bang! His fist hit Uchiha Itaki in the face. The air seemed to be affected by the strong airflow, and the temperature rose. The fist that reached the 5th gate was extremely fast, but was caught by Uchiha Itaki with a calm expression. It turns out that the existence of Uchiha Itaki is to prove what a genius is. But, unfortunately, Hajime is also a genius. In an instant, his fist, which had originally lost its power, suddenly burst out with a disintegrating force. A black light centered on his fist, and the surrounding space was vaguely distorted, hitting Uchiha Itaka's shoulder. Li Enjian landed steadily, with a light flashing in his strange eyes and a faint smile on the corners of his mouth that he was unruly and full of wildness like a wild beast. Uchiha Itaka narrowed his eyes slightly and felt an itch in his throat. Cough cough cough, Uchiha Itaki covered his lips. Swallow the blood that comes up in your mouth. Kisame, who was trying hard to fight Jiraiya, immediately retreated back to Uchiha Itaki. He knew about Uchiha Itaka's physical condition. Are you alright, Mr. Itaki? Kisame asked. Itaki shook his head and stifled a cough. Itaki glanced at Suzuki out of the corner of his eye, and was slightly stunned when he saw his pupils. Bite. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 238140/100000000. Hearing the familiar prompt tone, Li Enjian's lips curled up. Roar, were you angry when you saw that Suzuki's Sharingan evolved because of him? Is it because Uchiha Itaka saw through it? Suzuki took him more seriously than he could have imagined. Once he betrays, it will bring indelible destruction to Suzuki's spiritual world. That's why Uchiha Itaka's murderous intent towards him was so shocking. After all, Uchiha Itaka still doesn't know Hajume's true character. The safest way is to nip all possibilities in the bud. Killing Li Enjian is the most time-saving and labor-saving way. Uchiha Itaka took a step forward, his figure as fast as an arrow, but this time his target was not Hajime, but Suzuki. He easily grabbed Suzuki's neck and his Mangekyo Sharingan flashed. Suzuki froze, trapped in a nightmare that he still didn't want to recall. Kill him while he is ill. Renjian appeared behind Uchiha Itaka, used his palm as a knife, and slashed towards Uchiha Itaka's neck. The air was broken by this palm, forming 2 clearly separate air waves. A flash of blood flashed in Uchiha Itaka's pupils. However, at that moment, long blue hair fluttering in the air. Immediately afterwards, Lien Jian was kicked hard. Naruto, who hurried over, changed his expression and stepped forward quickly. However, as he was not fast enough, he chose to serve as a cushion for Hajime. Hajime fell on top of Naruto, and the two of them dragged on the ground for at least 5 meters. Bang! Kisame was also kicked away by Jiraiya. Kisame adjusted his posture in the air and landed steadily next to Itaki. Sasuke's body slowly slid down the wall, his eyes were lifeless, and he was completely immersed in the illusion. Kisame glanced at Uchiha Sasuke on the ground and snorted, as expected of Mr. Itaki. Itaki, however, looked at the stranger who had appeared out of nowhere beside him. This person is totally unheard of in the ninja world. Her long blue hair was braided into a long braid that hung in front of her chest, with the ends reaching just above her knees. In addition to hair length and height, age, the person in front of him looks exactly like Master Lien Jian. It's completely an enlarged version of the other party. Genren, long time no see, did you miss me? Hajime Maki, who was created by Hajime Genren, waved at him. Jiraiya looked at the figure that appeared in front of him, frowned, and looked at Hajime Maestro, who got up from the ground. Looks exactly like a real person? Naruto looked up and was stunned for a moment, his eyes moving back and forth between Masato and Hajime Maki. The real person's technique can split himself into individuals and change the shape of his body, not to mention his appearance. This is the real person's plan. It is much more profitable for 2 people to earn malice points together than for 1 person alone. The real person didn't say anything. He squatted down slightly on his knees. His fists were once again wrapped in black and red lightning. His figure flashed and he punched towards Hajime Maki. When you fight with yourself, doesn't it all depend on Lien Jian to arrange the outcome of the battle? A bright smile appeared on Hajime Maki's face, and the attacking moves in her hands were exactly the same as Hajime Makoto's. The power is quite different. Master Lien Jian's body slammed hard against the wall. Blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, but the wounds in his body were healing rapidly. Bite. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 243140/100000000. Lien Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was really interesting. The source of this malicious value is Uzumaki Naruto. A circle of red light slowly spread out around his body. The 9 tails chakra continued to overflow. The kind of malice and savagery that makes the hair on your head stand on end is overwhelming. Lien Jian covered his chest with his hands, and a smile flashed in his lowered eyes. But when he opened his eyes fully, the only thing left in his clear eyes was worry about Naruto. Naruto. Jiraiya looked serious. He bit his fingertips and said, "Ninja technique, summoning technique." Bang! White smoke filled the air. The armored toad raised his head and caught the same hata that Kisame was about to chop towards Jiraiya, making a crisp collision sound. Jiraiya kept forming seals with his hands. Ninjutsu, toad mouth binding technique. The pink stomach wall instantly covered the view in front of my eyes. All of them were wrapped in a completely enclosed space by the stomach wall. As if to prevent Uchiha Sasuke from being injured again, the stomach wall completely swallowed Sasuke. With the Raiznan condensed in his hand, Naruto instantly appeared in front of Maki Hajime. Raiznan. Naruto blasted the Raiznan in his hand hard towards Hajime Maki's chest. The red light emanating from his body continued to spread. The 9 tails chakra overflowed the space inside the stomach wall. The blood-red vertical pupil stared at Hajime Maki. The Raiznan in his hand formed a powerful rotating air wave that spread violently in Maki Hajume's chest. Hit? Jiraiya's doubt flashed across his mind. He was well aware of the difference in power between Mahito and Naruto. Logically speaking, a ninja who can easily injure a real person shouldn't be so weak. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2,000. Chakra 245140/100000000. Naruto's strong murderous intent invisibly contributed a lot of malice to Hajime. Naruto. Suddenly, Jiraiya shouted, running towards Naruto. The scene before him was reflected in his pupils. Under the powerful air wave created by the Raiznan, the space around Hajime Maki was slightly deformed, with faint signs of distortion. Jiraiya certainly had no doubt that this was the power of the Raiznan. His first reaction was that the other party used space-time ninjutsu. Swish! A dark shadow flashed before Naruto's eyes. The person who was originally no more than a centimeter away from him disappeared before his eyes out of thin air. Naruto's pupils trembled slightly. His eyes rolled back stiffly. Hajime Maki appeared out of nowhere behind him and leisurely lifted the blue hair beside her ears. "My brother and I were having a friendly conversation. Why are you interfering?" He was playing with a kunai with a special talisman paper on it between his slender fingers. Hajime Maki raised her eyebrows slightly and slashed the kunai in her hand towards the carotid artery in Naruto's neck. No one can resist his speed, and at this moment, the real person began to take action. His body suddenly shot towards Maki, Hajime and Naruto. Hajime Maki seemed very satisfied with the reaction of the real person, and let him come over, without stopping to cut Naruto's artery with his hands. Kisame and Itachi appeared in front of Jiraiya. They blocked Jiraiya's way at the same time. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, his expression more serious than ever before. 2S rank rebel ninjas are already difficult enough to deal with. A ninja who can use Minato's flying thunder god suddenly appears in the middle of the journey. No one knows better than Jiraiya, Minato's teacher, how terrifying flying thunder god is. Phew! The kunai pierced deeply into the palm of the real person's hand. His hand gripped the kunai tightly, completely covering the sharp blade of the kunai with his flesh. Naruto! Run! Mahito shouted at Naruto. Cold sweat kept oozing out of his forehead. Hee, you can't even take care of yourself, brother. Hajime Maki was amused by this scene and a bright smile appeared on his face. The other hand turned into a big knife and pierced through Lien Jian's neck. Blood spurted out instantly. Lien Jian's whole body was soaked in blood. Hajime Maki chuckled and whispered softly in Makoto's ear, I know you can heal physical wounds, but the pain still exists, right? I'm really excited at the thought of torturing you until you break down mentally. He drew his broadsword. The huge gash on Lien Jian's neck was exposed to Naruto's eyes. Naruto's pupils shrank into pinpoints. His mind was filled with images of real people being tortured and killed. Real person. The real person was tortured. He wants to kill the other person. He wants to kill. Roar! Intense red flashes. The entire stomach wall was scratched with hideous wounds by the violent chakra. Jiraiya distanced himself from Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame in the air. Fire style, toad oil flame bullet. In the fierce flames that pounced on Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya saw Naruto transformed into a half-tailed beast. The dark red-tailed beast cloak was draped on his body. He crouched like a wild animal, with no humanity in his eyes. Two fox tails formed by the chakra of the tailed beasts were swinging wildly. He immediately pounced towards Hajime Maki. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 255140/100000000. Hajime Maki threw him away like trash. His body hit the wall and rolled on the ground. The soft inner wall caught him, so he didn't get hurt. That guy is so despicable, he actually did such a cruel thing. The toad also saw what happened just now. It stood in front of Master Lien Jian, waiting for Master Lien Jian to recover. Thank you, but he is very strong and I cannot let Naruto and you get hurt for me. Master Lien Jian stood up and subconsciously touched his neck. Although it hurt, he felt great to earn 10,000 malicious points. This one really pushed Naruto hard. The tailed beasts all appeared. The toad did not allow the child to show off. It put its claws on the real man's shoulders, with a determined light in its eyes, and shouted to Jiraiya, it's time to get serious, Jiraiya. Snort, I knew it a long time ago. Jiraiya's mouth corners curled up slightly, and when he opened his eyes, red lines appeared on his face in an instant, distributed under his eyes. Two small toads appeared on his left and right shoulders. Little Jiraiya, what happened? Shima Sennin asked. This is a critical situation, I'll explain it to you later. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, and Sennin Shima and Sennin Fukazaku immediately cooperated with him. Senjutsu Gomen. Oil, wind and fire jutsu combined together, the high temperature of thousands of degrees seemed to evaporate all the air. Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame realized the power of this move, and they flashed back. The surroundings were completely filled with white steam. All of their figures were swallowed up by the endless white. In his blind spot, Mahito saw Hajime Maki slashing towards Naruto with his palm. It was extremely fast, cutting through the air and the tailed beast's coat. Water vapors swirled around, blocking everyone's vision. The attacks thus launched become difficult to capture. However, the intuition of the tailed beasts is terrifyingly strong, even if the view is blocked. However, the tailed beast's intuition about danger is more accurate than their sight. Naruto dodged the attack with caution. He bared his fangs and growled at Hajime Maki. The white steam gradually dissipated. Blood flowed from the corner of Uchiha Itachi's mouth. They were wrapped in the quickly healing stomach wall, and had no time to completely avoid the ninjutsu, so Uchiha Itachi could only use Susanna's bone defense. The after-effects of excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharinan soon emerged. Tears of blood slid down his face. The Susanoo, which faintly revealed the outline of some red bones and muscles, was quickly withdrawn. Hashigaki Kisame looked at Uchiha Itachi beside him. Mr. Itachi? Uchiha Itachi shook his head and suppressed the cough in his throat. Hashigaki Kisame glanced at Jiraiya in front of him, and the two figures quickly retreated towards the end of the stomach wall. However, the infinitely extending stomach wall seemed to have no end. Amaterasu. The black flames burned a big hole in the stomach wall. Jiraiya had no time to chase. There is another enemy right now. Swish. The tailed beast outer clothing on Naruto exploded instantly. Hajime Maki's figure is completely elusive. His speed was so fast that even Naruto, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast, couldn't see him. Jiraiya saw the flying thunder god mark on Naruto's body under the tailed beast coat. It is because of the flying thunder god mark that no one can attack him. Instead, they were completely forced to accept his attacks. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 257140/100000000. It is clear where this wave of malicious value comes from. It's Jiraiya. The two best deals Hajime has ever made were one with Orochimaru and the other one is now. When Orochimaru attacked Konoha, he touched the souls of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, and obtained countless good things. There are too many treasures, so Ren Jian chooses to start with Flying Thunder God first. Senju Tobirama's memory contains the process of him completely developing Flying Thunder God. For a real person who already had an incredible ability to understand, this was like divine help. In just half a day, he mastered Flying Thunder God based on the detailed and complete memory of Senju Tobirama. Now, Flying Thunder God comes in handy. In a short period of time, the tailed beast's outer garment was already in tatters. The speed at which the tailed beast's coat heals is far slower than the speed at which Flying Thunder God cuts it open. The solid defense became riddled with holes at this moment. Phew! A storm of needles burst out from all around Jiraiya. Immortal technique, 1,000 needles. His figure shot out like an arrow. The fist was hidden in the 1,000 blades and went straight in, hitting Hajime Maki's chest with tremendous force. Swish! Realizing that his attack had failed, Jiraiya looked at Hajime Maki, who had appeared out of thin air 3 meters away, with a serious look in his eyes. This is why Flying Thunder God is so difficult to deal with. As long as the battlefield is surrounded by the Flying Thunder God marks, he can be said to be invincible. The 9 tails chakra in the air became stronger again. When Jiraiya saw that the number of tails behind Naruto had instantly grown to 4, his eyes suddenly became serious. Naruto's body can't bear the transformation into a half-tailed beast now. His body will be burst by the 9 tails chakra, and his muscles will be torn apart, turning him into a cripple. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 259140/100000000. Jiraiya stared at Hajime Maki in front of him. Flying Thunder God is too difficult to deal with. Naruto is in danger. If he grows another tail, his body will be in danger. Naruto is faster after growing 4 tails. His sharp claws like a wild beast grab towards Hajime Maki's chest. The sharp nails can instantly pierce the enemy's chest and pull out the living heart. However, facing the attack of Naruto, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast, Hajime Maki did not show any intention of dodging. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 261140/100000000. A hook of sharp claws. 3 bloody marks deep enough to see the bone instantly appeared on Hajime Maki's chest. Maki appeared behind Naruto. The blood stain on her chest seemed to be non-existent, leaving only her smooth and flawless chest exposed. A smile appeared on Maki's face. Suddenly, there was a strong gust of wind behind him. Immortal technique super large jade Raisnon. The strong wind blew up Maki's blue hair. He turned around, and the blue light illuminated his face. At the same time, Naruto came to his side. The tail and claws attacked Maki at the same time. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 263140/100000000. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 265140/100000000. Waves of power surged into Li Enjian's body. The smile on his face widened. Swish! His figure disappeared on the spot. The super large Raisnon landed on Naruto. Jiraiya avoided Naruto's attack, but 3 bloody marks appeared on his chest. At the same time, he was also severely whipped away by Naruto's tail. Little Jiraiya. Senin Shima and Senin Fukazaku didn't expect that the enemy this time would be so difficult. Hajime Maki sat on the window, crossed his legs and propped up his chin. Master, did you see that? They are no match for me. The toad stood in front of Hajime Maki and looked at Hajime Maki warily. Hajime Maki's voice sounded faintly. Seeing your companions get hurt or even die to protect you, are you indifferent? The real person stood there, feeling as if he had fallen into an abyss, and his whole body was cold. His eyes flickered between Jiraiya and the irrational Naruto. Hajime Maki stretched lazily and said, "How about this? If you kill yourself, I will promise you to let them go. Although our bloodline limit can heal most wounds, if the heart is damaged, we will still die." Hajime Maki is talking nonsense. So, if you make a move, I'll let you go today, okay? An innocent smile appeared on his face and he tilted his head towards the real person. Jiraiya's voice sounded main, don't believe him, he is lying to you. Jiraiya's pupils shrank. An uncontrollable and crazy hatred arose in the heart that had been peaceful for a long time. The real person pierced his heart with the short knife and pulled it out, blood flowing from his mouth. The person you wanted to kill was always me, is this okay? Ha 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 ha. So cute. The corners of Maki's mouth curled up to an exaggerated degree. This was the first time he was truly moved by Naruto. After such a long time, he finally saw some hope for his future as an actor. His dream is to become the greatest actor in the entire ninja world. Now he has received part of his salary. So this is what it feels like to become rich overnight. The whole person seems to be sublimated. It turned out to be a wise decision to let the clone take action. Sad dramas are a type of drama that can be used over and over again. When Hajime was immersed in the lightheaded joy brought by his sudden wealth, the power of the nine-tailed fox almost destroyed the entire street. The air was torn apart by the 9 waving tails, making a sharp explosion. Almost instantly, the space twisted and Naruto's figure rushed in front of Maki Hajime. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 1031714/10000000009 tail swept away. A huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Hajime Maki flew backwards, and just as he stabilized his body in the air, the 9-tailed fox rushed in front of him again. The surrounding space has been completely distorted by the impact of the 9 tails chakra emanating from Naruto Uzumaki. Leave some room for improvement when doing things so that you can meet again later. I'll pull you apart when we meet again, a perpetual motion machine of malice. Hajime Maki knew it was time to retreat. There is little point in fighting any further. See you next time, brother. Hajime Maki smiled and greeted the real person, and her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. He cast a wide net and carved many marks of the flying thunder god. Having lost his target, 9 tails Naruto angrily directed his attack towards Jiraiya. Human reason was completely swallowed up. They only know how to attack and kill. Jiraiya, who was already injured, was hit hard by the tail, and his body flew backwards and smashed through several walls. Jiraiya! Toad shouted anxiously while supporting Hajume's body. What should I do? The child is in urgent need of treatment now. The 9 tails Jinchuriki lost control again. Naruto! Hajime controls the healing of the wound. His play hasn't been finished yet. How can his wound heal first? As soon as he opened his mouth, blood started to flow out. The heart, which regulates and transports blood throughout the body, was pierced and completely lost its ability to supply blood. His face was as white as snow. Naruto! His voice got louder. 9-tailed Naruto, whose body was dark red, seemed to pause for a moment. The fox-like head moved, and its vertical pupils, flashing with cold light, stared at Lien Jian emotionlessly. Lien Jian staggered forward 2 steps, his body swaying as if he couldn't stand steadily. But even so, he still stood firmly between Jiraiya and Naruto. See you, Lien. Jiraiya was also covered in blood and looked miserable. Hajime stretched out his hand was covered in blood. He wanted to touch Naruto, who was completely wrapped in the tailed beast's chakra coat. Chakra burned his hands. He continued to go deeper as if he didn't feel any pain. However, his body couldn't hold on. My mind went dark. He used up his last bit of strength to hug Naruto, who was like a beast in front of him. The skin all over his body was burned by the black and red 9 tails chakra and gave off a burnt smell. Lien Jian couldn't hold on any longer and his body slid down weakly. Naruto, wake up. Don't be suppressed. The black and red chakra began to fade slowly. Finally, the scarlet vertical pupils were replaced by pupils as shiny as sapphires, and the black and red chakra silently dissipated into the air. Naruto hugged Hajime, who was falling down. He was shaking all over, not sure if it was because of the pain caused by the 9 tails chakra or because he couldn't accept what was going to happen next. Tears are like pearls that have broken off the string. Naruto pleaded with Jiraiya, sexy sage, you must have a way, right? Renjian won't die. Right? Lien Jian's hand slipped weakly from his grasp. Don't want. See you, Lien. Don't sleep. Didn't you say that you would support me in becoming Hokage? Naruto was so scared, he kept talking, and he tried to open Hajume's increasingly heavy eyelids with trembling hands. Don't sleep, Lien Jian. Hajime could feel the warm water drops falling on his face. Like a rain. The blood on his face was almost washed away. At this moment, Lien Jian had only one regret in his heart. That is what Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura failed to see. He lost at least 20 million chakras. It doesn't matter, there will be another chance. Lien Jian quickly comforted herself. No matter what he thought in his heart, Lien Jian did not affect his acting skills at all. In Naruto's eyes, he slowly closed them. Don't want. Lien Jian. Naruto lost Hazumi's warmth, lost Renjian's smile, lost the voice of Ren Jian. He lost a lot. It can be said that he lost everything. Lien Jian had taught him a lot, but had never taught him how to say goodbye. Naruto seemed to be hit by a stick, and fell to the ground holding Hazumi. He held Lien Jian's arm tightly. It seems like I will be involved with him for the rest of my life. Little Jiraiya, are you okay? Come and look at these two kids. Shima Sennin and Fukazaku Sennin jumped to the side of Naruto and Hazumi. This child named Hazumi has no breath and heartbeat. Shima Sennin's eyes were filled with sadness. Such a good child. Lien Jian almost laughed out loud when she heard this. But he has the professional ethics of an actor. He usually doesn't smile. Removite's definitely something joyful that's too much to handle. Controlling his body is as easy as drinking water and eating. Naruto's body has been badly damaged and we have to see if that girl can save him. Otherwise, it will be difficult for him to become a ninja. Fukazaku Sage squatted beside Naruto and said to Jiraiya, the power of the nine tails was too strong, especially when it had transformed into a tailed beast and had 9 tails. Almost all of Naruto's bones and tendons were broken. The reason I was able to hold on before was all because of my willpower. So when the blue-haired boy named Hazumi Masamune died, Naruto could no longer hold on. Jiraiya looked at Sasuke who was trapped in the illusion with his eyes lowered, Hazumi who was cold all over, and Naruto who was unconscious. He closed his eyes and the guilt in his heart overwhelmed him. Little Jiraiya, now is not the time to blame yourself. Finding that girl is the most important thing. Otherwise, even Naruto and that Uchiha Sasuke will be in danger. Fukazaku Sennin reminded. Shima Sennin gently touched Hazumi's cheek and said, let's bury this child. From SI to PU. From SI to PU. Not yet. Lien Jian thought in his mind. Jiraiya stared at Hazumi's lifeless face. This child. Died because of him? He is only 13 years old. He is a rare talent. It is not certain that he will achieve higher achievements than Minato in the future. Maybe he will be the future Hokage of Konoha. But now, he had destroyed his young life here quietly. In Konoha, there are countless of his companions and friends waiting for his safe return. Jiraiya's hands, which were supporting the floor, were shaking slightly. A few uncontrollable sobs came from my throat. Little Jiraiya. Shima Sennin looked at Jiraiya's tears and tears welled up in his eyes. Wrong. The immortal Fukazaku's expression suddenly changed. It lay quietly on Lien Jian's chest. It looked up and said incredulously, his heart is beating slowly? Shima Sennin immediately leaned forward and looked at Jiraiya with great joy. Little Jiraiya, it's true, the child's heartbeat is gradually recovering. Not only that, Sennin Fukazaku saw that the wounds on the other person's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body, which they thought was a corpse, was taking on new life. Jiraiya suddenly remembered that Naruto had mentioned that Hazumi's bloodline limit was related to the soul. The wounds on Lien Jian's body healed almost instantly. The skin is smooth and white, without even a scar. It was as if what just happened had never happened. Under the expectant gazes of Sennin Fukazaku and Sennin Shima, Hazumi opened his eyes. A layer of light suddenly floated in the yellow-blue and gray-blue eyes. Call. Lien Jian took a deep breath. He slowly turned his head and saw Shima Sennin and Fukazaku Sennin beside him, and then saw Jiraiya with red eyes. I thought I was dead. He saw Naruto out of the corner of his eye, his expression changed, and he immediately stood up and felt Naruto's pulse. He breathed a sigh of relief when he felt a beating. Luckily Naruto is okay. Shima Sennin looked at him and said with emotion, you have already died once. Maybe a miracle really happened. Bayan didn't want such a pure soul to leave the world, so he gave him another chance. Lien Jian touched his heart, his face full of confusion. Then how did I survive? Shima Sensen and Fukazaku Sensen both shook their heads. We don't know about that either. This was also the first time they encountered such a situation. The heart was pierced, but it was able to heal. Maybe it has something to do with your bloodline limit, Jiraiya guessed. There was obvious fatigue on his face. Sennin Fukazaku and Sennin Shima had experienced a battle and were equally exhausted. After saying something to Jiraiya, they disappeared. Hazumi carried the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke back to the hotel. What happened to Naruto? Jiraiya explained Naruto's current situation to Hazumi and said that the most important thing for them now was to find Tsunade. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Ren Jian was lying on the small bed. When he saw the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke, he felt bad. Seeing that he couldn't sleep because he was worried about Naruto and Sasuke, Jiraiya asked about the strange ninja that appeared during the day. He is my brother, his name is Hazumi Maki. The real person is talking nonsense. Jiraiya had no doubts at all. There is no other explanation for the two people looking exactly the same except that they are brothers. I thought he was dead. Hazumi said, in our village, brothers who look the same are a bad omen. So, he always thought that I was superfluous and he was the real one in the world. After my parents passed away, he stopped hiding his intentions and attacked me. During my escape, I met Danzo-sama, and he adopted me. I hadn't seen him for a long time. I thought he would die quietly in a place I couldn't see. I thought my bloodline limit was triggered by accident because my parents didn't have the talent to be ninjas, but I didn't expect that he also possessed the same bloodline limit, and he still keeps chasing me like before. Jiraiya realized it. He said, how could such a child be taught by Elder Danzo? It turns out that this child has a good nature, and even after going to the root, his nature remains unchanged. But how did Hajime Maki learn Flying Thunder God? As a forbidden technique, Flying Thunder God has always been guarded by the Konoha ninja. How could a person from another village learn it? Could it be related to Orochimaru? Jiraiya remembered that Orochimaru had read all the banned books. That means if he finds out you're not dead, he'll go ahead and kill you. After Jiraiya finished speaking, the children around him fell into silence. It's all my fault. There was silence in the room for about 3 minutes. Jiraiya then heard the voice of the child next to him. He originally just wanted to kill me. If it wasn't for me, Naruto wouldn't have been hurt, and neither would Jiraiya-sama. In the darkness, Jiraiya saw the tears gleaming in the corners of Hajume's eyes. He sighed silently in his heart. I am still more accustomed to you and Naruto calling me a lecherous sage. Renjian sniffed and said, sexy sage, I will definitely find Lady Tsunade and ask her to heal Naruto. I trust you. After many years, Jiraiya once again entrusted such trust to a child of Konoha, just like he believed that Minato was capable of becoming the Hokage back then. The other side. The Devil's Moment. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the escaping Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame. What a coincidence. You're here too. Hajime Maki came out of the shop with a smile on her face, holding a string of teriyaki meatballs in her hand, eating them with relish. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 1031914/10000000000. Hajime Maki, what did he do? He didn't seem to be offended? So who contributed this malicious value, Uchiha Itachi or Hashigaki Kisame? Unfortunately, you followed us on purpose. Hashigaki Kisame grabbed Samehata with his backhand and split open his jagged mouth. Why are you following us? While eating teriyaki, Hajime Maki touched her braids and inquired, are you from the Akatsuki organization? Hashigaki Kisame smiled but said nothing. Uchiha Itachi had a completely cold face. Don't be like this. Hajime Maki patted Kisame and Itachi on the shoulders, silently left the Flying Thunder God mark, diverted their attention and said, to be honest, I'm looking for a job now. How is your salary? If it's good, take me with you. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 1032114/100000000. No, these two are pure evil. It's like he's emitting malicious energy for fun. That depends on whether you can survive and join, Hashigaki Kisame said with a smile. Ignoring his humorous face, what he said was still quite oppressive. Lian Jian nodded and said to himself, you guys can join at this level, so I should have no problem. After he finished speaking, he seemed to realize that he had said something wrong, and gave the two people an apologetic expression. I speak directly, please don't mind. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 1032314/100000000. Look, the defense was broken. Renjian stared at Uchiha Itachi, then at Hashigaki Kisame. This is the bad thing about the system. It cannot determine where the malicious value comes from. Who of these two broke through? Renjian guessed that it should be Kisame. He tried again, and put his head closer to the pale Uchiha Itachi. Hey, buddy, you have a grudge against your brother too? Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 1032364/100000000. Okay, this time it must be from Uchiha Itachi. I didn't realize that Uchiha Itachi is actually quite nice, and his malice value is much lower than Kisame's. It turns out that undercover agents are different from pure evil people like Hashigaki Kisame. I think your attack on your brother was wrong. You should learn from me. Destroy his spiritual world first, and then let him kill himself. How advanced is that? Hajime Maki couldn't help but share her experience of killing her brother with Uchiha Itachi. I'm telling you, once I join Akatsuki, we'll be colleagues. The brother you want to kill is the brother I want to kill, and I will make sure I succeed in one go, giving him an extremely fatal blow physically and mentally. I'm not a sickly you, I have plenty of strength and means. Hajime Maki winked at Uchiha Itachi ambiguously. His expression seemed to be saying, leave this to me, I'll take care of it. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 1033364/100000000. Look, Renjian looked up at the pub in front of him, then looked at Jiraiya beside him, coughed twice, and symbolically refused. Alcohol is one of the 3 forbidden things for ninjas. Wouldn't it be bad for me to go in there? It's not that I really think it's not good. What I'm afraid of is that it's too good and I can't help but ruin the character. Jiraiya doesn't care about the 3 prohibitions of ninja. The 3 ninjas each occupy one of the 3 forbidden areas of the ninja. He is almost becoming a leading figure in the 3 forbidden areas. He had never known the 3 ninja prohibitions since he was a child. He only knows that God is above him. Jiraiya carried Renjian on his arm and strode into the pub, looking at people with his eyes like a searchlight. Small, 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 middle, small, middle, big, big, small, very large, locking. Jiraiya is like a strong wind passing through. The tipsy young ladies in the pub let out screams with their skirts flying. Ah, my skirt! Which pervert? In the corner. Tsunade's hand holding the bottle suddenly trembled. What's wrong, Lady Tsunade? Shizun asked, holding the piglet in her arms. Tsunade held her forehead with her hand. This movement reminds me of someone. Only that shameless and lustful man will leave behind screams of beautiful women wherever he goes. Next second, a figure that couldn't be more familiar appeared in front of Tsunade. Shizun, who was sitting next to Tsunade, opened her eyes wide in surprise. Master Jiraiya. Tsunade didn't even bat an eyelid and continued drinking. Hajime sat obediently next to Jiraiya, staring at Tsunade intently. Where did you come from, little devil? What are you looking at? Tsunade supported her head and looked at Hajime with sleepy eyes. She was completely stunned when she saw him. Blue hair, fair skin, delicate and handsome face, and gentleness revealed when he smiles. At that moment, Tsunade almost thought she was hallucinating, but the child's heterochromatic eyes quickly brought her back to her senses for a moment. Hello, Lady Tsunade, I am Hajime Masamune. You are so beautiful that I was distracted just now. The last sentence was spoken a little quietly, but clearly. He lowered his head slightly in embarrassment, and the blush on his ears and cheeks became more obvious against his fair skin. Shizun's eyes softened. So cute. I really want a rub. How can there be such a cute boy? She had always thought that men were like Lord Jiraiya and the big man who was collecting debts around him. Finally, the door to a new world was open today. It turns out there are boys whose smile can brighten up the whole night. And she's so sweet. Tsunade smiled happily. No woman would be unhappy when being praised for her beauty. She stretched out her hand and hooked Renjian's chin. You are so good at talking. She waved at Lien Jian like teasing a child. Hajime opened a pair of innocent and watery almond eyes and walked in front of Shizun and Tsunade. Tsunade held him between her and Shizun. Shizun secretly rubbed Renjian's cheeks twice. Her eyes were shining, and she looked like she was almost steamed. So cute. The pig in Jingian's arms was about to turn into roasted pork belly, and it struggled desperately in Jingian's arms. Jiraiya was deformed in the twisting. Why is this guy so popular with women? Why is that? Jiraiya was jealous beyond recognition. Tsunade, have you heard about what happened in Konoha? The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen died at the hands of his apprentice Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. This news has spread throughout the ninja world. Even though Tsunade did not pay attention to the news in the ninja world, this major event that shocked the ninja world still reached her ears. Tsunade didn't even look at Jiraiya in front of her. She stared at the wine swaying in the bottle and thought of what Orochimaru had said during the day. Let her see Duen Hessinshu again. Jiraiya had anticipated Tsunade's reaction, and he continued, only you can shoulder Konoha's current responsibilities. The granddaughter of the first generation Senju Hashirama, the best medical ninja in the ninja world. Only Tsunade can convince the people. Being Hokage or something like that, I'm not interested, Tsunade said as she played with the wineglass in her hand. Her eyes fell on Hajume's blue hair, and she didn't know what she was thinking of, and said, only a fool would want to be Hokage. Jiraiya looked at her, knowing exactly why Tsunade said that. No. Lianjian's voice of rebuttal was small but firm. Tsunade sneered, grabbed Hajume's face, and said sarcastically, you are so young, what do you know? I'm afraid that in the eyes of you kids, you just think that becoming a Hokage is an honorable thing. Tsunade tilted her head back and took a big sip of her drink. Don't underestimate me, Lady Tsunade. Hajime looked at Tsunade seriously, and the stubbornness on his face made Tsunade feel familiar. Don't underestimate me, sister. It seems like a long time ago. One of the kids said that, too. Sadness spread across Tsunade's heart, bringing waves of needle-like pain. Hokage is not only a symbol of honor, but also shoulders the responsibility of the entire Konoha. He must always have the determination to devote himself to the village. In fact, I think every ninja who sacrifices for the village is worthy of the title of Hokage. Anyone who wants to be Hokage is no fool. They are all heroes who know their responsibilities as Hokage and are ready to sacrifice themselves for the village. Lien Jian's voice was not loud, but it was extremely powerful. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizun were all exceptionally silent. This is the first time I've heard such a statement. Tsunade sighed without any emotion. All the ninjas who sacrificed their lives for the village are worthy of the title of Hokage. Who says it's not? What's the use of being a hero? Tsunade lowered her eyes, her nose filled with sourness. A hero can't even stay alive. This is Tsunade-sama's idea, but they themselves don't think so. There are always some things in life that are more important than life, like beliefs and ideals. Me too. The village and my companions are more important than my life. If it is my turn to sacrifice, I will just feel that it is fortunate that it is my turn. Not Tsunade-sama, not Jiraiya-sama, not my companions in the village. When I think that my fellow villagers will live happily and peacefully in the future, I will be happier than I am now. Lien Jian seemed to have thought of something, and a warm smile that made people want to cry appeared on her cheeks. Why? Why can a little kid do this? Tsunade didn't understand. Maybe it was the effect of alcohol. Now she really wanted to vent the pain in her heart. Hajime walked closer to Tsunade and said softly, "When Hokage-sama died, I was by his side, and I could feel that he was happy. Because he felt that he had protected the village and protected me. I was in a lot of pain after I woke up. I felt like I was useless and couldn't help Hokage-sama. If I were stronger, maybe Hokage-sama wouldn't have died." But standing in front of Hokage-sama's spirit, I suddenly realized that Hokage-sama's eyes before he passed away were telling me that seeing us live happily was his determination to sacrifice his life. Hajime continued to take advantage of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Anyway, he is dead, so what's wrong with taking it out and using it? Hajime saw Tsunade's red eyes with satisfaction. He continued to add fuel to the fire. "Lady Tsunade, if someone you cherish sacrificed for the village, have you ever thought that their lives actually continue to exist in your life?" Lien Jian showed her innocent fantasy like a child. "I can always feel that Hokage-sama is standing behind me. I will continue his will and work hard to protect Konoha." Tsunade lowered her head. Lien Jian saw tears sliding down her cheeks, accumulating at her pointed chin, and dripping continuously. "Yeah? Have the lives of Duen and Shenxia merged into one with her?" "Yes. The only one who will remember them forever is yourself." Weeaboo. Hajime was suddenly hugged tightly by Tsunade. Tsunade's sobs could not be suppressed. Lien Jian was almost strangled to death. Tsunade's tears completely soaked the collar of his shirt. "So, are you here to remind me?" The images of Dan and Noeki appeared in Tsunade's mind. They gradually overlapped and became the current Hajime. "Tsunade-sama, I know being a Hokage can be exhausting, but I still selfishly beg you to come back with us." Hajime patted Tsunade's back gently as if she was comforting a child. Without him, who would still treat Tsunade as a child? "Konoha and my injured companions all need you, Lady Tsunade." Hajime has not forgotten Naruto and Sasuke lying in the hotel, and Rock Lee who couldn't be a ninja in the Konoha hospital. Tsunade raised her head and looked at Hajime with tearful eyes. She wiped away her tears and said simply, "I'm sorry, I can't heal others now." Lien Jian was stunned. The memories in my mind gradually revived. "By the way, it seems that Tsunade now has some kind of hemophobia. These are all minor problems. Lien Jian will definitely help her cure them. One Orochimaru is enough." Jiraiya placed his hand on his head, as if worried that he would get emotional and offend Tsunade. "But if Lady Tsunade can't heal them, they can't become ninjas." Hajime murmured absent-mindedly, and looked at Tsunade again with tears in her eyes. Tsunade avoided his gaze. All night long, Hajime stared at Tsunade with that pitiful look. Tsunade covered her head in pain, until Jiraiya sent Renjian to bed. Shizun also went to rest. Jiraiya and Tsunade were the only ones left in the pub. "Perhaps you would like to hear about the child," Jiraiya said. Tsunade was indeed very interested in Hajime Masamune. "Tell me about it." She even felt that her attitude was beginning to loosen. She fiddled with the dice on the table. "Master Hajime possesses a bloodline limit related to the soul." Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's hand tremble. "Because Kato Dan's spiritualization technique is also related to the soul." To be honest, Jiraiya himself felt that it was too much of a coincidence. He was a child raised in the root by Elder Danzo, but he was exceptionally kind and resilient. Both Kakashi and the ninjas in the village have high praise for him. He is someone who can sacrifice himself for his companions without hesitation. Tsunade stared at the table. So similar. Ninjutsu, appearance, and personality all overlap to such a high degree. Jiraiya told Tsunade about the battle that took place in the future. Tsunade couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat when she heard the kid stabbed his heart without hesitation. But the strange thing is that his heart, which had completely stopped beating, miraculously started beating again. Maybe it was fate. Jiraiya shrugged and said in a nonchalant manner. But his heart couldn't help but think of the prophecy of the big toad immortal. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in front of him, then stood up and left. When they returned to the hotel, Hajime was still awake. She was sitting on the floor, looking at the sleeping Naruto and Sasuke. Jiraiya tapped his head and said, "Go to sleep." Lien Jian forced a smile and nodded. The next morning, Jiraiya and Hajime went to block Tsunade again. Tsunade scratched her hair and set a difficult problem for Renjian. If you can learn the palm immortal technique in a short period of time, I will reconsider this matter. Jiraiya realized that this matter was actually half successful. Even if Hajime didn't master the palm fairy technique in a short time, Tsunade would still agree to become the fire dragon. Film. What Tsunade needs now is an opportunity for her to make up her mind completely. Jingian bought a live fish on the street and was responsible for demonstrating the palm magic to Renjian. Jingian is a very responsible teacher. She explains the principles of the palm immortal technique clearly and thoroughly. In less than 2 hours, Lien Jian had completely mastered the palm immortal technique. He quickly appeared in front of Tsunade, dragging Shizun, who was in a state of complete shock. Then, he saw Orochimaru and Kabuto in front of Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Lien Jian's urge to act came back again. He rushed in front of Tsunade and stood between Tsunade and Orochimaru. Pharmacist Kabuto, bite. Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 10333740/100000000. Lady Tsunade. Orochimaru is the murderer of Hokage-sama. Whatever he says, you can't believe it. Even though he knew that the person in front of him was Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, Hajime Masamune showed no fear or hesitation and stood in front of Tsunade without hesitation. Orochimaru, pharmacist Kabuto, that's not what you said when you were in Konoha before. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 10334740/100000000. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 10335740/100000000. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi tacitly concealed the fact that Hajime Masamune was cooperating with them. Isn't the enemy of my enemy my friend? There may be opportunities for continued cooperation in the future. Orochimaru. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru in front of her and said firmly, I will not help you heal your hands. Princess Tsunade. Orochimaru glanced at Hajime. It can't be because of him, right? But Hajime Masamune has absolutely no similarities with Kato-dan and Noeki. You want to kill me? Catching the murderous intent in Tsunade's eyes, Orochimaru said in confusion, I told you, I could have resurrected both of them. Is there anything more important than seeing your loved ones and relatives resurrected? I would also like to. Tsunade suddenly interrupted Orochimaru, her voice filled with endless sadness and helplessness. Tears flowed down her beautiful and resolute face like a flood that broke through a dam, as if they would never stop. I want to see them again, too. Tsunade's tone was filled with pain and desire, even just a glance. As long as I can see Rope Tree and Dan again, that would be enough. But I can't do it. Tsunade's voice became firm. She was telling Orochimaru as well as herself, they will never forgive me for meeting them in this way, and I will never forgive myself. She took a deep breath, tears glistening in her eyes. You must not destroy what they sacrificed their lives to protect. Tsunade seemed to have gone back to a long time ago. In her memory, he always smiled gently at her, because I love the village and my companions in the village very much, so I will give everything for the village. She will always remember that evening. It was the first time she fell in love with Duen. Because Konoha is the treasure left by my grandfather. As the grandson of the first Hokage who founded Konoha, I must protect Konoha, even if it means sacrificing my own life. Noeki said loudly, vividly in Tsunade's memory. So, how could Tsunade go against their wishes? Tears dripped onto the crystal necklace around her neck. The faces of Shenshu and Duen gradually became blurred. Instead, Lien Jian's face became clearer. She has lived for so many years, but she cannot see such a simple truth as clearly as a child. She looked up at Orochimaru. All tangible things will eventually perish. Orochimaru, you once said that, didn't you? But the will not dissipate. Tsunade's gaze slowly fell on the back of Hajime in front of her. Duen and Shenshu died, but Ren Jian, who had never met them and didn't even know who they were, completely inherited their ideas. The negotiations broke down. There's nothing we can do. Orochimaru didn't care about Tsunade's words at all. If he was moved by Tsunade's words, he would not have killed his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. When it comes to talking about big principles, Sarutobi Hiruzen is better than anyone else. Orochimaru came to Tsunade for only one purpose, which was to heal his hands. He doesn't care about anything else. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to use my fists. The wind carried the signal of an impending battle. Tsunade pulled Hajime behind her. Her figure flashed, and the walls of the entire street in front of her shattered in the blink of an eye. Come on, Orochimaru. The figures of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi avoided. Orochimaru appeared 10 meters away, his mouth curled up, his eyes were uncomfortably cold and damp, like a snake crawling past. By the way, we haven't fought yet. Yes. Tsunade took off the outer coat that was in the way and rushed towards the direction of Orochimaru. I'm going to kill both of you scumbags right here. Tsunade smashed the floor beneath her feet with her fist. The cracks quickly spread towards the feet of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. The two men retreated violently and jumped lightly onto the branches of a big tree not far away. It seems a bit difficult to fight in this crowded space. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi beside him. The lens of Yakushi Kabuto refracted a cold light in the sunlight that he stared at Tsunade under the tree and nodded, "Move the battlefield." Next second, Tsunade's figure disappeared quickly. The fist with terrifying force struck towards Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. These two people know it better than anyone else. A punch like that could take away half of your life. Their figures instantly ran towards the wider area in the distance. "I will never let you escape." Tsunade crushed the stone in her hand and quickly chased after him. Lien Jian, who was standing still, leisurely braided one side of her blue hair and slowly chased in their direction. When Ren Jian arrived, Tsunade had already created many large holes on the ground. This is a completely destructive way of playing. Tsunade was slightly out of breath, and Kabuto Yakushi was not much better. The two people faced each other in silence. "I'm not actually good at taijutsu." Yakushi Kabuto took out a military pill from his tool bag and swallowed it. "I feel like my strength has almost recovered." Yakushi Kabuto formed seals with his hands, and in just 3 seconds, his hands lit up with blue light. Tsunade jumped up, and the next second, a big hole was created on the ground where she was located by Kabuto Yakushi. Tsunade punched Kabuto Yakushi, and while Kabuto Yakushi dodged, his hand touched Tsunade's arm and thigh. After Tsunade landed, she quickly noticed something was wrong. She gritted her teeth and looked at Kabuto Yakushi in front of her. "I cut off your biceps and thigh muscles. This way, you won't be able to use your brute force." The corner of Pharmacist Do's mouth slightly raised. "He tends to use his brain more when fighting. Using your brain is obviously much more effective than just using brute force." Having lost her power, Tsunade was forced to take on Kabuto Yakushi's nimble attacks. The next target of the opponent's chakra scalpel was her intercostal muscles. Ha-hee. The intercostal muscles were cut and breathing suddenly became irregular. Tsunade half knelt on the ground, looking a little embarrassed, and stared solemnly at Kabuto Yakushi in front of her. The other party's talent in medical ninjutsu even surpassed her when she was young. But a black shadow flashed quickly before Yakushi Kabuto's eyes. Even though he reacted in time, he was still hit on the back of his neck. He fell to the ground, clutching his neck. Even though his intercostal muscles were cut, most people would be unable to move due to breathing difficulties. You are indeed the most outstanding medical ninja in the ninja world. Just as Yakushi Kabuto was about to stand up, his limbs suddenly fell to the ground as if out of control. Pharmacist Kabuto's eyes widened immediately. What a joke. Tsunade's hand just now fell on the back of his neck, attacking his nerves. Now his nerve control is disordered. If his brain wants to move his left hand, his right foot will move involuntarily. If his brain wanted to move his left foot, his right hand would move uncontrollably. In this case, there is no solution at all. Although it is a bit difficult, don't underestimate him. Moment. Yakushi Kabuto stood up again. The sharp edge of the kunao flashed in Tsunade's eyes, and Yakushi Kabuto raised the kunao in his hand and stabbed it towards Tsunade. "You're afraid of blood, aren't you? I'll let you see enough." Swish! The air was torn apart by the fiercely struck kunao, making a sharp explosion. Hajumi's hand was pierced by a kunao. He kicked towards Pharmacist Do. Yakushi Kabuto released the kunao in his hand and quickly retreated. Lien Jian pulled out the kunao stuck in his palm and threw it on the grass. The wound healed instantly. Tsunade's arm was splashed with Hajumi's warm blood. She looked at the bright red blood on her arm, trembling all over. That rainy night when she felt most helpless seemed to reappear before her. His whole body was soaked in blood. But no matter how hard she tried, the bleeding wouldn't stop. She was clearly the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, but she couldn't heal her lover no matter what. She watched helplessly as the broken body bled dry. His blue hair was dyed red. "Lady Tsunade, I won't die. My companions are still waiting for me in Konoha. So please trust me." Hajime turned back and looked deeply into Tsunade's eyes. His determined look was like a shot of adrenaline injected into Tsunade's eyes. Renjian looked at the Yakushi Kabuto in front of him and said, "You are not good at taijutsu. Unfortunately, I am good at taijutsu." A circle of blazing black, red and lightning-like light covered his fist. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Kabuto Yakushi. Yakushi Kabuto's pupils constricted, and the space in front of his eyes seemed to be distorted. His body was uncontrollably crashing into Renjian Genren's fist. To be more precise, it is because the huge force generated by the fist causes space distortion, which in turn produces a strong gravitational force on the surrounding objects. Yakushi Kabuto knew very well that he couldn't escape, but at least keep the damage to a minimum. Bang! Yakushi Kabuto's body flew backwards, leaving a long trail on the grass. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost immediately determined the extent of the injury. Broken ribs, ruptured liver. He couldn't continue fighting, otherwise the broken ribs would likely puncture other organs and blood vessels. The risk is too great. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru slowly walked up to him, incapacitated. Kabuto. Pharmacist Do wiped a handful of blood and smiled with difficulty, it just happened to bleed. He stretched out his hand with difficulty and smeared the blood on Orochimaru's hanging dark purple arm. Orochimaru used Kabuto Yakushi's hand and blood to launch a ninjutsu, the art of spiritual communication. Bang! A strong flash of white smoke passed by. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were already standing on top of the giant snake, towering into the clouds. Lien Jian stood opposite them, as small as an ant. Yakushi Kabuto took the opportunity to spread the paper in his hand over the snakehead at his feet. Orochimaru glanced at the contents above. Your hands, I can heal. Yakushi Kabuto had just fought with Renji and Genrin, so it was obvious who this note came from. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled up, interest flashing in his eyes. He was really curious about what the true man Lien Jian wanted to do. He had a hunch. Master Hajime will give Konoha a huge surprise in the future. Lord Orochimaru, now we. Pharmacist Kabuto asked tentatively. The giant snake beneath them suddenly moved. The giant snake opened its bloody mouth and bit Lien Jian on the ground. Of course, we need to see if he has the ability. You have to choose your partners, right? Orochimaru's sinister voice sounded in Kabuto Yakushi's ears. Yakushi Kabuto snorted, as expected of Lord Orochimaru. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 10337740/100000000 Ice release, magic mirror ice crystal. I once used a mirror made of ice to trap Lien Jian. Then Renjian can also control the ice mirror to cut the giant snake. Phew, phew, phew. The sounds of flesh being cut rang out one after another. Suddenly, 7 ice mirrors condensed from bottom to top on the grass. The giant snake was cut into 8 pieces and twisted weakly on the ground. There was a flash of surprise in Orochimaru's eyes. It's actually the ice release Kekkai Genkai? Sudden. A bright light refracted before his eyes. Hajime walked out from the mirror that had not disappeared behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru activated the summoning technique again almost instantly. Bang! Hajume's black flash will serve as a meat shield for Orochimaru. The giant snake's body was smashed through. The giant snake let out a sharp hiss and twisted its body to bite Lien Jian. Lien Jian's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Appeared in the last ice mirror. The giant snake's desperate attack missed, and its huge body collapsed to the ground and disappeared into white smoke. The ice mirror melted back onto the surface. At this moment, Orochimaru's neck suddenly extended infinitely, and its direction was exactly towards Tsunade, who was suffering from hemophobia. Tsunade raised her hands blankly, and Orochimaru's face continued to grow bigger in her pupils. The 2 huge teeth in Orochimaru's mouth, as sharp as those of a snake, flashed a sharp cold light. He bit Tsunade hard. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 10347740/100000000. Orochimaru's fangs were deeply embedded in Hajume's artery. Master Hajime once again thanked Orochimaru in his heart for the reward. See you, Lien. Jiraiya and Shizune appeared not far away. Orochimaru quickly retracted his neck, looked at Kabuto Yakushi, and his figure turned into white smoke and disappeared. One Hajime Masamune is difficult enough to deal with, and now here comes Jiraiya. If they were in a recovered state, Orochimaru wouldn't mind playing with them, but now that his hands couldn't even perform ninjutsu, he had no intention of asking for trouble. Lien Jian covered her neck. The blood gushing out of the aorta soaked half of Lien Jian's body. Hajime said that he would help Tsunade with desensitization treatment. Blood. Tsunade touched Hajume's neck, and her hand involuntarily lit up with green light. Don't die, don't want. She tried her best, and the yin seal on her forehead was released, and black lines appeared all over her body. Stop the bleeding, she cried and yelled. Did she save Lien Jian? More than. And there was the broken and roped tree that she couldn't save. More importantly, there is herself. Inside the izakaya. Hajime was still sitting between Tsunade and Shizune like the first time they met. Jiraiya sat alone opposite. Lady Tsunade, I have learned the palm senjutsu. Hajime looked at Tsunade with sparkling eyes. Tsunade was stunned and looked at Shizune, who smiled and nodded. She gave a helpless smile and rubbed Lien Jian's head. If Renmai hadn't said it herself, Tsunade would have forgotten about it. Originally, she made this request just to make things difficult for Lien Jian, and also to give herself some buffer time. I didn't expect that Lien Jian could actually do it. It's really amazing. He is indeed the boy she has chosen. Tsunade. As soon as Jiraiya opened his mouth, Tsunade pinched Hajume's cheek and said to Jiraiya, from today on, don't call me Tsunade. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in surprise. Hajime shouted in surprise, "Hokage-sama!" Tsunade pulled him into her arms and rubbed him well again. "Why are you so clever?" Jiraiya was so envious of the treatment Hajime received from Tsunade and Shizen that he forgot what he was about to say. "Hokage-sama, my companions." Hajime looked at Tsunade expectantly. Tsunade has overcome her hemophobia. She looked at her hands. She is no longer the powerless Tsunade she once was. She must cheer up. "I will heal them when we return to Konoha, but..." She stared at Hajime. "I want you and Shizen to assist." Hajume's face went blank at Tsunade's request. "Me?" He looked at Shizen beside him and said, "I can understand Sister Shizen assisting in the surgery, but I don't know any medical ninjutsu." Shizen held Tuntun in her arms and said to Hajime seriously, "Hajime, your talent for medical ninjutsu is much better than mine. Lady Tsunade wants you to study medical ninjutsu with Lady Tsunade during this period of time." Renjian looked at Tsunade and nodded seriously, "I will try my best." There was a sudden cool touch on Hajume's neck. He looked down. A crystal pendant necklace strung together with a black rope suddenly appeared around her neck. Lien Jian's pupils shrank. If he remembered correctly, this crystal necklace contained the wood release power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, right? Hajime has always focused on studying wood release. Although he possessed chakra of all attributes and the memory of Hashirama Senju's awakening of wood release, the development of wood release was far less easy for him than other ninjutsu. Until now, Lien Jian still has no clue. This necklace will undoubtedly provide a lot of help to Lien Jian. "For you, I can't refuse." Tsunade stretched out a finger and pressed it against Hajume's brow. Renjian held the pendant around her neck and promised, "I won't let down Lady Tsunade's trust." Of course Tsunade believed him. "It is because of trust that I gave him such an important thing." At night, in the hotel, I finished my afternoon study of medical ninjutsu with Tsunade. Lien Jian fell asleep after washing up. Tsunade and Shizen in the next room couldn't sleep. "Lien Jian has great talent," Shizen sighed. "She has expressed her feelings more than 10 times today." No matter how complicated the medical ninjutsu is, as long as the principles and processes are explained clearly, Hajime can basically master it in one go. "The second time I did it, it was as if I had used it many times before." Hajime has both soul ninjutsu and such a high talent for medical ninjutsu, it really seems like. Shizen realized that her next words might touch upon Lady Tsunade's sad memories, so she stopped immediately and looked cautiously at Lady Tsunade next to her. There was no sadness on Tsunade's face, only nostalgia. She smiled and continued Shizen's words, "You don't mean to say that it really looks like the child of me and Dan?" Shizen laughed and felt touched in her heart. She was happier than anyone else to see Lady Tsunade coming out. "Yeah, it really looks like it." Shizen nodded. "Personality, talent, appearance, bloodline limit. Hajime-sama is like a combination of Uncle Dan and Lady Tsunade. No wonder I was so happy when I saw him for the first time. Maybe he and I really have this kind of fate," Tsunade quipped. In the desert, 3 figures were looming in the wind and sand. "Hey, is your headquarters so far away?" Hajime Maki lay on the sand like a dead woman, acting like a mummy, not moving at all. "I'm tired and can't walk anymore," he said. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itaki each stood on one side of Hajime Maki, staring at the dead body lying on the ground. Bite. Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 103478440/100000000. Don't you want to join the Akatsuki organization? Hoshigaki Kisame has a headache. His partner is Mr. Itaki, who is silent but easy to communicate with. "This is the first time I have encountered such an active but completely uncommunicative ninja." "Yes." Hoshigaki Kisame kind of regretted picking up Hajime Maki. "But now I can't get rid of him or kill him no matter what I do. The other party is just like a sticky candy with a bad temper." Hajime Maki closed her eyes peacefully, with her hands folded on her abdomen. "I'm just tired," he said. Hoshigaki Kisame, "You can't join Akatsuki if you're this weak." Upon hearing this, Hajime Maki opened his eyes and looked at Hoshigaki Kisame with a peaceful expression on his face. "How about you carry me on your back?" Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 103483440/100000000. Hoshigaki Kisame grabbed Same Hata with his backhand, and his attitude was very clear. Hajime Maki has moved. The target person looked at Uchiha Itaki, who had remained silent. "Brother Itaki, can you please be kind?" Uchiha Itaki stared at him with his dark pupils, and a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. "Hajime Maki, these two are really not fun." Hajime Maki got up, shook off the sand on her body, and continued walking in the desert with the two of them. On the way, a wandering warrior came to rob us without knowing the situation clearly. The result was that Maki Hajime created a camel with her bare hands. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itaki led the way. Maki Hajime rides a camel and gallops through the desert. Ha 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 ha. It's so fun. Cyborgs generally have bad tempers. Running in the desert like a perpetual motion machine never feels tired. Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 1034884/100000000 byte. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 1034934/100000000 Hashigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itaki were almost driven to mental breakdown by the torture they received from Hajime Maki, a person who did not play by the rules. Oh. After crossing the desert and crossing the river, the rain village finally appeared in front of Maki Hajime. The camel-like mutant was so tired that he lost his vital signs. Hajime Maki stretched out her hand, and the camel-like cyborg's head exploded instantly, splattering blood all over the unsuspecting Hashigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itaki. Hajime Maki herself stayed far away and was not involved at all. Bite. Human malice detected plus 60. Chakra amount converted into cursed power plus 60. Chakra 1034940/100000000 byte. Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 1034950/100000000. Hajime Maki ran into the rain. Hashigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itake looked down at the blood spots on their bodies, swallowed their breath, and took him towards the tallest iron tower in the rain village. Hajime Maki looked up at the 100-meter-high tower and asked sincerely, "Do you two usually go up the stairs?" So Akatsuki is using this method to train the physical strength of its members? Hashigaki Kisame doesn't understand what the problem is. Is there any other way besides climbing stairs? You guys go first. Hajime Maki waved at them with an encouraging smile on her face. In order to show his sincerity, he also made a cheering gesture. Come on, brother Kisame. Come on, Itaka brother. Bite. Human malice detected plus 50. The amount of chakra converted into cursed power plus 50. Chakra 1034955/100000000 byte. Human malice detected plus 50. The amount of chakra converted into cursed power plus 50. Chakra 1034960/100000000. The figures of Hashigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itake disappeared in the pitch-black stairwell. Hajime was sitting in a small shop opposite the tower eating oden. Can he be trusted? Inside the silent tower, Uchiha Itaki, who was walking on the stairs, suddenly spoke. Hashigaki Kisame shrugged. This is something the leader should consider, isn't it? He glanced at Mr. Itaki, whose expression could not be seen clearly in the darkness. How many members within their Xiao organization are truly trustworthy? After the brief conversation, the two remained silent until they reached the top of the tower and saw their leader standing in the rain. Mission failed. The Kyuubi has Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, with him, Kisame reported. Next second, a figure appeared out of nowhere beside him. The aroma of oden permeates the small space. Hajime Maki was too clever for her own good. He gave the opportunity to exercise and climb the stairs to Kisame and Itake. He only needed to use the flying thunder god mark on their bodies to climb up. Whoosh, faster than riding a rocket. Bite. Human malice detected plus 50. The amount of chakra converted into cursed power plus 50. Chakra 1034965/100000000 byte. Human malice detected plus 50. The amount of chakra converted into cursed power plus 50. Chakra 1034970/100000000. It seems that Hashigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itake discovered the reason why they let the two of them come up first. Wow. Hajime Maki walked towards Tendu with shining eyes. You are the boss of Akatsuki, right? I'm not here to break you up, I'm here to join your family. Hajime Maki looked at Tiendeo with great sincerity. He was still chewing the oden in his mouth. Oden is so delicious. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 1035170/100000000. What is this? A meeting gift? Hajime Maki blinked. The fierce firelight was reflected in his eyes. Wow. Young people have no martial ethics. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 1035370/100000000. Bang. The blazing red light expanded violently. An extremely powerful aura spread out. After the explosion subsided, however, Hajime Maki was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly Zionin looked behind him. Hajime Maki, who was spinning with a kunai hooked on her finger, gave her a bright smile. Starting the fight right away is exactly what I want. Let's fight each other to our heart's content. Hajime Maki's words fell. Countless detonating talismans surrounded him in an instant. Exploding talismans exploded all over his body. The huge destructive force shattered the top of the tower. Countless steel fragments shot towards Hajime Maki at high speed like bullets. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 1035570/100000000 needle-like holes appeared on his body surface, and a large amount of blood splattered out. In the sight of Konan and others, the body of Hajime Maki in front of them was riddled with holes by the explosive talismans. However, the wound healed in an instant. It happened so fast that they couldn't react. Now it's my turn to fight back. There was a strange and excited light flashing in Hajime Maki's pupils. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The speed of his violent outburst was so fast that even the afterimage disappeared. The air was broken, causing a numbing sound. The fist wrapped in black and red lightning fell mercilessly on Konan's chest. Puff! The speed was so fast that Xionin couldn't react at all. She fell toward the ground like a kite with a broken string. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 1035770/100000000. The sky around Hajime Maki has been occupied by detonating tags. Violent explosions continue to be heard in the air. Mushroom clouds continue to bloom in the sky above Rain Village. The powerful impact hit Maki Hajume's body. The round sphere wrapped up Hajime Maki like a baby, neutralizing most of the attack power. Wings formed of white paper spread out behind Xionin. Her falling figure suddenly stopped and slowly rose. Sudden. Her pupils dilated and she felt a chill behind her. Hajime Maki appeared out of nowhere behind her, a happy smile on her face. Bang! Under the powerful force of the black flash, Xionin's body flew backwards like a cannonball. This time, she could no longer condense a paper clone, and her body smashed through the houses on the street of Rain Village. The body kept rolling on the ground and never stopped. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 1036770/100000000. Hajime Maki curled her lips into a smile, tilted her head, and cast a provocative look at Tiendeo. A malice value of 10,000, this is how much Nagato cares about Konan. All things are attracted by the sky. Bang! Hajime Maki's body flew towards the sky uncontrollably. His shoulder was pierced by a black stick. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 1036970/100000000. Hajime Maki covered the black stick in Tendeo's hand, and her other hand turned into a long sword, unexpectedly piercing Tendeo's shoulder as well. Shinra Tensei. Hajime Maki's body was flung away by the repulsive force again. Next second, his body once again disappeared from the spot at an extremely fast speed, appeared next to Tiendeo inexplicably. The distance between him and Tiendeo's shoulder was not even more than 1 centimeter. Who let Tiendeo hold the black stick in his hand? The Flying Thunder Godmark is not easy to be discovered. What's more, Tiendeo's black stick is completely black. How can you find a ghost here? Hajime Maki suddenly turned into a sea urchin. Countless spikes as long as 2 meters easily turned the sky into a sieve. This was the first time that Hajime Maki tried the rogue style of play brought about by changing her body shape. Although it will reduce your sanity, it is really fun to play. There is a kind of beauty that does not care about the life and death of opponents and spectators. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Hoshigaki Kisame, who was watching the battle, looked at the sea urchin in the distance that had pierced his leader into a sieve, and asked sincerely. In his opinion, Mr. Itaki is knowledgeable and should be able to know. All Hoshigaki Kisame got was silence. A series of thoughts flashed through Uchiha Itaka's mind at lightning speed. He had indeed never seen a ninjutsu that could transform the body into a weapon at will, but he had heard of the ninjutsu that Maki Hajime had used before. The forbidden technique of Kanaha's fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze shocked the ninja world. Flying Thunder God. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 1037170/100000000. A huge shadow enlarged in Hajime Maki's retina at an extremely fast speed. The huge split dog bit down towards Hajime Maki. Phew! There was a sharp explosion in the air. Hajime Maki's hands turned into 2 long whips, cutting the split dog into several pieces. Boom! A missile came from behind Maki Hajime. The air exploded again. Hajime Maki's body shrank rapidly and she lay on the wall like a pool of sticky slime. The missile missed and hit the vast sea in the distance. The wind and waves are rolling. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 10373700/1000000. Slime Lian saw that Maki had returned to his original state. He did some stretching exercises, looking at the 6 paths of pain appearing in the distance. Oh, no, pain's 5 paths. The way of heaven has been punctured by him. Only after becoming a real person did I realize how cool the real person's fighting style is. You passed the test, Shura said. Hajime Maki stared at his bald head, eager to try. Can't we continue to fight? It's so fun. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 10374700/100000000. Hajime Maki walked up to the injured Konan. Zionan's face was pale and beads of sweat hung on his forehead. At this time, he was being supported by the animals. When Hajime Maki walked up to him, Pain stared at him intently. Remember to give me a raise. Hajime Maki placed her hand on Konan's face. Zionan's whole body was suddenly enveloped by blue flames. After the fire went out, all of Zionan's wounds have healed. The cold white light shone down. Tsunade was wearing a mask and a medical ninja uniform. Her eyes were calm and her hands didn't tremble at all. Shizun and Hajime each stood beside Tsunade, following her instructions to help. Logically speaking, Naruto and Rock Lee's injuries could be healed by using the Wubai transformation. However, not only is this approach too shocking, the most important point is that getting hurt becomes costless. He doesn't want to be a beast of burden. It is enough to have only one person in this world who can heal instantly. Hajime should just use medical ninjutsu on others. Naruto's surgery took 8 hours to complete, and Naruto's surgery had just finished. Tsunade took Hajime and Shizun to start Lee's surgery. Another 5 hours. When Li Enjian came out, she saw a group of people standing in front of the operating room door. Might Guy immediately stepped forward and asked Hokage-sama, was Xiao Li's operation successful? Before entering the operating room, Tsunade told them the risks and success rates of the operation in advance. Xiao Li's surgical success rate is slightly higher than Naruto's, at 60%. Tsunade nodded and took off her mask. It was a success. The body can be fully restored to its previous state, but before that, we have to make sure it is fully healed. Might Guy bowed. Thank you so much, Hokage-sama. Tsunade shook her head. If you want to thank someone, thank Renjian. This operation almost failed because he showed his talent as a medical ninja. Xiao Li's illness lasted longer than Naruto's. During the operation, Renjian discovered that Xiao Li's bones had atrophied and could not be connected. He made some adjustments, and Tsunade, as the top medical ninja in the ninja world, of course noticed the subtle differences. Hajume's explanation was that he used chakra to stimulate the vitality of Xiao Li's cells. There are too many secrets in the human body, and even Tsunade still has many unsolved mysteries. She reluctantly accepted Hajume's statement. Unlike Hajime, Tsunade and Shizun were completely unaware of fatigue. As soon as they came out of the operating room, the two of them went to rest. Hajime still had time to stay and deal with the group of ninjas in front of him who were worried about Naruto and Rock Lee. Teacher Kai, let me tell you about Xiao Li's precautions for recuperation, starting with diet. Might Guy couldn't hear anything. His eyes were filled with tears of emotion that kept flashing. Hajime did it. He really invited Lady Tsunade back and also helped Rock Lee to completely heal his body. Teacher Kai, Lien Jian said faintly when he realized that Might Guy wasn't listening at all. He looked at Might Guy, who was so moved that he was about to lift him up high, and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I'll keep an eye on Xiao Li. Well, there is also Naruto. Naruto has more things to pay attention to, so leave Naruto to me. Hajime felt that it was not reliable to give instructions to Kakashi, who was traveling in outer space. Sakura, who only thinks about Sasuke, is not very reliable either. Jiraiya had just returned to the village when he disappeared, so there was no need to count on him. So, in the end, I still have to rely on Lien Jian alone. But it doesn't matter, as long as the reward Naruto gives in the end is enough. From what we have seen before, Naruto is a potential stock. The amount of maliciousness contributed is simply staggering. Sakura, Sasuke was hit by a special genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Hajime explained to Sakura, whose face was filled with worry, we have no way to interfere with this illusion, we can only wait for Sasuke to come out of it himself, or the illusion has a time limit. Hajime still doesn't understand Uchiha Itachi. The most he can do is to provoke Uchiha Sasuke. If he is really asked to beat his brother to death, won't he go crazy and create a world with Sasuke? After realizing that Sakura's expression had become more worried after he had explained, Hajime sighed, Sakura, please trust Sasuke that he's much stronger than you think. Although Sasuke looks fragile, he is mentally very strong. Xiaoying nodded reluctantly. She suddenly stopped and said, Hanuki, this journey must have been very hard. Hajime did not deny it, but said to Sakura, no matter how hard it is, the moment you see everyone smile, you will only feel happy. Sakura bit her lower lip, lowered her head, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She took a deep breath and turned around pretending to be calm. Then I'll go back first. I'll make soup for Li Jian tomorrow. After saying that, she hurried forward, her tears completely out of her eyes, completely unable to be controlled. She felt sad for Li Jian's hard work, but Li Jian was happy because of their smiles. Li Jian's life was indeed hard. He then had to deal with Danzo, whose dream of becoming Hokage had been shattered. Root. The atmosphere was heavier than ever before. As Hajime walked into the room, Danzo's eyes fell on him from the top seat. The cat-faced and dog-faced men stood on either side of Danzo. There were 2 rows of root ninjas standing neatly below. Li Jian actually saw an acquaintance. Bite. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 10379800000000000. Sai was not wearing a mask. When he saw Li Jian, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and a strange light flashed in his pupils. Jiraiya and Tsunade trust you. Danzo said this out of the blue. There wasn't even an opening statement. Let's get straight to the point. Li Jian nodded and admitted, I took the initiative to gain their trust. Instead, they trusted him all at once. Danzo should not think that his contributions and hard work can be wiped out with just a few words. He also works very hard. You did a great job. It's hard to tell whether Danzo's words are a genuine compliment or sarcasm. Renjian took it as a sincere compliment. He nodded, acknowledged Danzo's compliment without any modesty, and praised Danzo's stinky feet. You taught me well. So no matter what happened, it was not Hajume's fault alone. Shinmura Danzo, who served as Hajume's compass, was the culprit. He was just an ignorant boy who was deceived by Danzo Shinmura. It was really hard for Danzo to remain calm about the fact that he was pushed down just when he was about to become Hokage. He stared at Hajime Masamune in front of him and said, it's not that easy to be a Hokage. Li Jian nodded. Although this is true, what's the point of telling him? He is not the Hokage. Danzo continued, Tsunade is too young and easily impulsive. She is bound to make mistakes and fail to handle Konoha's internal affairs. But when these mistakes pile up, it is a dereliction of duty as a Hokage. Hajime successfully received Danzo's signal. I understand. It's finally time for him, a root ninja, to show his strength. As long as it can contribute to your future plans, what's the harm? He does. Uzumaki Naruto is the 9 tails, and he can't move yet, so let's start with Uchiha Sasuke. As Orochimaru's former partner in Konoha, Danzo is well versed in some of Orochimaru's methods. Doesn't Orochimaru want Uchiha Sasuke's body? Then give him a helping hand, Danzo said coldly, a dark light flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, the orphan of the Uchiha clan, defected and followed the traitor Orochimaru who killed the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, this happened when the 5th Hokage had just returned to the village to take office. It is indeed hard not to think too much. Of course, this one incident did not shake Tsunade's status as the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage in everyone's mind, but as time went by, she made more and more mistakes, and it was inevitable that she would be criticized and lose the support of the people. The people of Konoha have always been a group that is easily instigated. Danzo is well aware of how public opinion can kill people. Good, I will make Uchiha Sasuke think of defecting and put it into action as soon as possible. Hajime just happened to need an opportunity to meet Orochimaru. You can make some money again then. The plan in Li Jian's mind took shape again. Don't reveal your identity, Danzo reminded. Hajime Masamune now plays a very important role in Tsunade and Team 7. Over the years, Hajime Masamune has been the best chess piece planted by Danzo himself. Now is the moment for this chess piece to officially come into play. Yes, before the time for self-destruction comes, Li Jian cherishes the vest he wears more than anyone else. Also, you're already a Chunin, Shinmura Danzo said. Li Jian, yes, although I don't know what happened, who would complain about too much good? See you, Li. As Li Jian came out of the dark room, she was stopped by someone. Sai stood in the shadows, staring at him intently. Do you remember me, Hajime? Li Jian, it's been less than 2 years since we last met, and it's not like he has Alzheimer's disease. Li Jian was too lazy to pay attention to him when he was sick. Li Jian, you are still as hypocritical as ever. Sai cursed softly, the smile on his face like a false mask, and his voice was like a poisonous snake entwined around Hajume's ears. But it doesn't matter, we are all equally hypocritical, only we are true companions. Ill. Li Jian turned and left. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1,000. Chakra 10380800010000000. See you, Li. As soon as Hajime came out of the route and onto the streets of Konoha, he was caught by Tsunade. Hokage-sama. Hajime looked at Tsunade with a smile. Tsunade hooked her arm around his neck and walked towards the barbecue restaurant. Where have you been? I searched the Hokage building and the hospital from top to bottom but couldn't find you. Lien Jian was very honest. I'm back to the roots. Tsunade almost forgot that Hajime is also the son of Danzo Shinura. Is it really impossible to snatch Hajime from Danzo? Moreover, Danzo's ambition. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I know my father is not fit to be Hokaged, I only deal with him every time I go back. Hajime was so honest that it frightened Tsunade. She quickly covered Hajume's mouth and threatened, don't say such things in front of Danzo. Lien Jian nodded obediently, yeah. Tsunade sat down in the barbecue restaurant with her arms around Hajime. Looking at Hajime, who was addicted to eating meat, Tsunade was filled with worry. This child is too easy to entrust his trust to others, which becomes a weakness for others to exploit. No, Hajime is her preferred candidate for the next Hokage. She has to start training Hajime from now on. The next day, Hajime, who had just received the Chunin uniform, was assigned to the Umbu by Tsunade and began to carry out missions. The mission levels are all B or above. Logically speaking, it was a bit too hasty for Hajime, a ninja who had just been promoted to Chunin, but it was beyond everyone's expectations. Hajime completed his first solo B-level mission quite well. Tsunade, who recommended Hajime to carry out high-level tasks, was very proud. The day when Hajime submitted his mission report, Sakura ran to the Hokage building to inform Hajime that Naruto and Sasuke had woken up. As for Xiaoli, he woke up the day after the operation, but he was unable to move. He stayed in the hospital bed and ate nutritious meals obediently. Hajime must go see Naruto and Sasuke. I don't know who put Naruto, who was severely physically damaged, and Sasuke, who was severely mentally damaged, in the same ward. Before Renjian opened the door, he heard Naruto shouting, "See you, Lien." Lien Jiangang opened the door. Everything went dark. Naruto hung on him like an octopus. As expected of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he has this amazing body healing ability. Ming people, come down quickly. Sakura was almost dizzy from the torture of Naruto, who never stopped for a moment. However, when she looked at Naruto, she found that Naruto's face was full of tears. What happens? Sakura looked at Renjian's usual gentle smile, and vaguely realized that something terrible had happened without her knowing. Wivyuwu, Naruto couldn't stop crying, and was placed on the hospital bed by Renjian as if he was a statue, and he was still sobbing. I knew it. Lien Jian, I'm sure you'll be fine. Naruto sniffed. If Lien Jian died. Bah. Lien Jian will not die. Lien Jian wants to stay with him for the rest of her life. When Sakura heard what Naruto said, she felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. Is Lien Jian in danger of his life? What happened? Sasuke, who had been silent until then, suddenly looked directly at Hajime, his voice carrying Sasuke's usual aggressive tone. Nothing. Hajime cleverly changed the subject and said as if to show off, by the way, I became a Chunin. What? It was a super easy thing to divert Naruto's attention. He pointed at himself and looked at Hajime with great expectation. What about me? What about me, Hajime? Well, Ren's eyes dodged for a second. Congratulations Naruto for still being a genin. Naruto was dejected. What's there to congratulate? I can't go on missions with Hajime anymore. As Hajume's level increases, it means that the level of his missions will also change. In the 2 years since Naruto graduated from the Ninja Academy, he has learned a lot of common sense. It's okay. Hajime looked at Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, and said seriously, the three of us are all improving, aren't we? We will all become stronger and stronger. Take your time, there's no rush. For fear of failing to stimulate Sasuke's sensitive nerves, Renjian deliberately added the last sentence. Sasuke, who was once again beaten by Uchiha Itachi, had no time and was unwilling to take it slow with them. Sasuke now has only one goal. That is to become stronger. Get stronger quickly. Becoming stronger and stronger. However, he was performing boring genin missions in the village and was unable to improve his strength quickly. Hajime saw Sasuke's clenched fists out of the corner of his eye, and he was relieved. The other side. Tsunade and Jiraiya were drinking in the pub. Jiraiya got some clues from Tsunade's actions during this period. Are you planning to train Hajime to be the next one? Tsunade raised her eyebrows in disbelief. He's suitable, isn't he? He has the ability. Jiraiya knew, of course, that what he cared about was Hajume's own wishes. I heard from Kakashi that he doesn't seem to want to be Hokage. The moon hid in the dark clouds. Outside the land of rain, between the low mountains, Kisame came to a cliff alone. He carried Samehada on his back and walked slowly up the winding mountain road. A dark cave entrance appeared halfway up the mountain. Kisame arrived at his destination and stopped. The clouds dispersed and the moon came out. He stood in the moonlight. The cave was pitch black where the moonlight could not penetrate. A blood-red Sharingan suddenly emerged from the darkness that could swallow up all the darkness. Master Lien Jian, do you know him? Kisame's voice cut through the silent night. He stared at the figure in the cave. Master Lien Jian? The man in the cave had a hoarse and low voice, but his tone was slightly rising. Unable to figure out what the other party meant, Kisame waited quietly. Then, silence spread. Kisame couldn't help himself, don't you know him? But he knows you. Kisame spat out the name. Uchiha Madara. The masked man walked out of the cave and bathed in the moonlight. He was wearing the same Akatsuki robe as Kisame, his face was covered by a yellow swirling mask, revealing only a scarlet Sharingan. The masked man stared at Kisame. Really? Kisame nodded, his eyes looking like he was watching a good show. I thought he was your ambush in Konoha. The masked man snorted. Maybe it wasn't the nail he had ambushed in Konoha, but it was the real Uchiha Madara who was buried in Konoha. In addition to Black Zetsu, the opponent has other chess pieces hidden in the dark. Hajime Masahiro has an older brother named Hajime Maki, who joined the Akatsuki organization and is a. Kisame thought of the other party's bad character and the Akatsuki organization that had been disturbed by him recently, and tried hard to organize words to describe Hajime Maki, a complete weirdo. Although there are many monsters in the Akatsuki organization, their monsters are different from those of Hajime Maki. Hajime Maki is a completely confusing monster, and it is impossible to predict what he will do next. Such a bad character, but his strength is terrifyingly strong. The other party has now become a complete bully in the Akatsuki organization. Because of Hajime Maki's special healing abilities and extremely strong fighting strength, the leader is very tolerant of Hajime Maki. In short, Hajime Maki has basically become a hated person in the Akatsuki organization. But because he couldn't beat him, he was forced to accept his humiliation. The masked man didn't speak, he was thinking. These two people who suddenly appeared are definitely not that simple. There was a wave in the air in front of Kisame. Uchiha Madara has disappeared in front of Kisame. Kisame raised his eyebrows, hoping that next time he came, he would be able to know more useful information about Hajime Maki and Hajime Masamune. It was a dark and windy night. Lien Jian was sitting in front of the window reviewing his work of harvesting malicious value. There's no way, his cursed spirit physique doesn't need sleep at all. The biggest wave of malicious value now is the 10 million contributed by Naruto. However, if this move is used intentionally in front of Naruto again, the effect will not be as good as it was this time. But this move can be used in front of Sakura, Suzuki, Kakashi, Tsunade, and others. As the protagonists, Sakura and Suzuki should contribute similar malice to Naruto. After this trick is used up, there are still a few tricks left that will definitely reap a large wave of enemies. While Lien Jian was thinking, a person appeared out of nowhere behind him. Lien Jian, has anyone ever told Uchiha Obito that it is extremely impolite to suddenly appear behind someone? This kind of behavior must definitely be condemned. Lien Jian Genran. Uchiha Obito stared at the top of Hajume's head. Since Uchiha Obito is rude, he won't be polite either. Uchiha Obito. How a name can break down the affectionate man's defense. Brother Shenxing traveled around the world, relying on Uchiha Madara's name to cheat and deceive people. As a result, he was accidentally exposed that the masked man was actually an older child. But how could the affectionate brother not be angry and embarrassed? Obito's hand slashed towards Hajume's neck. He was quite cruel. The kind of black heart that leaves no chance of survival. But Lien Jian has now developed a disgusting way of fighting. So, when Obito's palm chopped down, a row of 10-centimeter spikes immediately grew on his neck. If he has the ability, he will chop it down. If I don't poke his hands full of bloody holes, he won't be called Master Lien Jian. Why are you in such a hurry to kill me? Renjian, who had disgusted Obito, asked calmly. He looked at Obito, who withdrew his hand and retracted the spike on his neck. We are not enemies, unless you want to betray Madara? What Master Lien Jian is best at is pulling the dead out of the house and talking nonsense. They are all dead anyway. As I said, what's wrong with letting him squeeze some corpse oil? It was during the Fourth War that Uchiha Madara crawled out of the coffin. By that time, it will be still unclear who will be the grandson and who will be the grandfather between him and Uchiha Madara. He's afraid of a dick. You asked him what to do with Black Zetsu. You have to wait until Black Zetsu comes to your door before you can continue to fool him. He controls the plot line and he is God. What is he afraid of given his physical condition? Just act like a demon to your death. He dared to bet that until this moment, Obito was already 60% convinced that he was Uchiha Madara's pawn, left behind to ambush in Konoha and monitor him. Bite. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 103858000/100000000. You were probably not born yet when Uchiha Madara died. Of course, Obito would not give his trust to the child in front of him just based on his words. Trust? He and Madara were just collaborating. What how to trust? What the eyes see is not necessarily true. Lien Jian's body instantly grew shorter and shorter, turning into a teenager of about 16 or 17 years old. Under Obito's one-eyed gaze, his body quickly shrank again. He looked like a 3-year-old child. Little Hajime climbed up onto the table, sat on it, dangling her legs, and made a face at Obito. Slightly bite. Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 1038590/100000000. It can be seen that Uchiha Obito was disgusted by his change. The Moonai project is of great importance. How hard is it for you to do this alone? Lien Jian returned to normal. He looked at Obito in front of him with a loving gaze full of concern and heartache. It is because Madara understands you that he let me help you. Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 1038640/100000000. Consider it? Help. It's right to monitor. Obito stared coldly at Hajime Masamune, whose smile made him feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. I have heard a little about your story from Madara. I know that you were an orphan raised by your grandmother, that you had poor grades in school and were the last in the class. The girl you had a crush on was killed by your good brother. Lien Jian sighed and talked in a rambling manner. Bite. Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 1038650/100000000. Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 1038700/100000000. Bite. Human malice detected plus 3000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 3000. Chakra 1039000/100000000. Quiet. Listen to the sound of the affectionate brother breaking down. Don't worry, we have the same goal, that we are all working hard to ensure the smooth implementation of the Moonai project. Masamune Hajime looked at Obito with a compassionate look that shows concern for left-behind children, mentally retarded children, bootlickers, and clowns. While looking at Obito, a wild idea popped up in Hajume's mind. The appearance of Uchiha Obito did inspire Hajume's creative inspiration. How to anger Uchiha Obito. Using Nohara Rin's face to stir up trouble in the ninja world. How to anger Uchiha Madara during the Fourth World War. He appeared in the Fourth War with the face of Uchiha Izuna. How to piss off Kakashi. Wandering around with Uchiha Obito's face. If you think about it this way, there are so many people who can take advantage of you. Hajime can definitely form a resurrection alliance, specifically to earn him malicious points. How come he is so smart? However, before the resurrection alliance is established, he has to improve his strength. Otherwise, it would be easy for someone to kill us at our base camp. After all, this resurrection alliance is very capable of attracting a lot of hatred. Lien Jian sighed, thinking that he had been too conservative in the past. While Renmai was thinking, Uchiha Obito in front of him suddenly disappeared. Hajume's explanation for Uchiha Obito's disappearance was that the affectionate brother's fragile heart and sensitive nerves were hurt by him. I urgently need to find a place to heal my wounds. But the appearance of Uchiha Obito today did provide Master Hajime with an excellent idea. I would like to especially praise the affectionate brother who contributed the inspiration. When Lien Jian finished washing up and was about to go to bed, she suddenly discovered that there was a huge green plant in the single apartment she bought. He pulled the green plants out. Then he successfully met the number 1 pitcher plant in the ninja world and the number 1 filial son in the ninja world, Black Zetsu. Lien Jian blinked and was stunned for only a second. Next second, he caressed the pitcher plant's head tenderly. Brother, I finally found you. The pitcher plant cracked. Black Zetsu's confused face was revealed. Bite. Non-human malicious value detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 103910000/100000000. Where have you been all these years? Do you remember saving your mom? Lien Jian took the enemy by surprise and won by surprise. After a series of combos, Black Zetsu was completely confused and speechless. Who are you? After a long time, Black Zetsu came back to his senses from his brainstorming and asked stutteringly. Lien Jian's eyes were filled with tears that he stretched out his hand and held Heizetsu's face. I'm your brother, Lien Jian Genran. Ah, no, my real name is Itsutsuki Masato. Have you forgotten your brother? Lien Jian sniffed. Tears and snot dripped onto Heizetsu's grass head. Lien Jian seemed to recall something, and suddenly said, No, I was born earlier than you, so it's normal that you don't know me, but I've been looking for you for so long, I thought, you. He didn't say it, but it seemed like he said it. Mother, brother, Itsutsuki. Heizetsu stared at Lien Jian in front of him with surprise and doubt. Who is the person in front of me? How did he know about my mother? And Itsutsuki? Black Zetsu's mind was in a mess. Lien Jian kindly pulled Heizetsu to sit down in front of the desk. He looked like he was going to have a long talk with Black Zetsu all night long. Black Zetsu has now completely forgotten what his purpose was in coming to find Master Hajime. For the first time, the thought of deer appeared in its mind, full of conspiracy and intrigue. The concept of brother, It was as if its brain had a fever and was burned into a paste. Ren Jian sat opposite Black Zetsu, lying as easily as breathing. You came to the ninja world when your mother was sealed, and I was born a year earlier than you. When my mother was sealed, I was no match for Yui and Hamura, so I could only hide quietly. But I saw my mother give birth to you, but before I could find you, you disappeared. At that time, I was afraid of being discovered by Yui and Hamura, so I had to hide everywhere and never had the chance to find you. And I've been looking for a way to break the seal. Now I have a plan, which is to use Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito to collect the tailed beasts and the Samsara Eye and activate the infinite moon reading. Lien Jian's eyes flashed with determination. Black Zetsu at Satsuki Masato's life experience seems to be exactly the same as this one. Renjian glanced at Black Zetsu and his body gradually changed. The long blue hair was gradually replaced by long silver-white hair, which reached her ankles. There are two horns on his head that are very familiar to Black Zetsu, and his pupils are still heterochromatic, but his face is very similar to Kagaya at Satsuki. Although we look similar to humans, we know better than anyone that we are not human. Lien Jian said to the pitcher plant, we have no gender, no physiological needs, we are just like our mother, we are a higher level existence above humans. Black Zetsu seemed to find no reason not to believe the brother in front of him. Apart from the brother, there is no one else in this world who knows about the sealed mother and the story of 1,000 years ago. And, as brother said, they are indeed not human, they have no gender. The plan is progressing steadily and my mother will be reunited with us soon. Lien Jian looked at the moon in the sky, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. When he turned to look at Black Zetsu, he was extremely moved. It's great to see you, brother. Black Zetsu looked deeply at his brother in front of him. Not good. Heizetsu's grass head was suddenly hugged by Ren Jian. A solemn look flashed across his face. Black Zetsu subconsciously asked, what's wrong? Hajime grabbed Black Zetsu's hair tightly like a nervous person. Hajime Maki. And Hajime Maki, that's not right. He shook his head again, and his 10 fingers were about to be inserted into Black Zetsu's head. The malicious value did not increase. It seems that Heizetsu has a very high tolerance for being a brother. He's not Hajime Maki. He is Maki at Satsuki. That's not right. He's not at Satsuki Maki. He is at Satsuki Masamune. Black Zetsu finally remembered what he was here for. The sudden joining of Hajime Maki to Akatsuki filled it with curiosity, and it heard the conversation between Kisame and Obito. It realized something was wrong and followed Obito over. It appeared after Obito left, but it didn't expect things to be completely different from what it imagined. Brother, Hajime Maki is a split body of my consciousness. Over the course of 1,000 years, my will split, and Hajime Maki was born. Its purpose is to kill me and stop the Moon Eye project. We must kill Hajime Maki. The real person's pupils were dilated and bloodshot, and he held Black Zetsu's head tightly, as if he could crush Black Zetsu's head if Black Zetsu refused. I will, brother. Hajime arrived at the Hokage's office to take up duty, feeling refreshed. There is no field mission today. My main job is to stay by Tsunade's side and follow her orders at any time. Tsunade processed the documents quietly and usually did not give any other instructions. Lien Jian took advantage of the time when he was in a daze to sort out his tasks in his mind. The most recent mission is to assist Suzuki in his defection. By the way, cooperate with Orochimaru to help him heal his hands. As for the reward for helping Orochimaru, he wants Hashirama Senju's cells. Orochimaru was conducting human experiments in Konoha and implanted Hashirama's cells into the bodies of Danzo and Yamato. He didn't believe that Orochimaru would not take away the precious experimental material, Hashirama's cells, after defecting from Konoha. Hajime can transform his own and other people's bodies at will. After Hashirama Senju's cells enter his body, he can quickly change the rejection reaction that occurs. Not only that, when Hashirama Senju's cells entered his body, he would perform the same transformation on his own body's cells based on the characteristics of Hashirama Senju's cells. In this situation, wood-release bloodstains can be easily obtained. But although they are both wood-release, they exert vastly different powers in the hands of Hashirama Senju and Yamato. Ultimately, it is closely related to physique and chakra amount. When it comes to physical strength, even Hashirama Senju cannot compare to Hajime. But as for chakra, Hajime still doesn't have enough. Therefore, earning chakra always comes first. The establishment of the Resurrection Alliance must be done after awakening the wood release. With the help of the malicious value received by the Resurrection Alliance, the chakra is enhanced and the upper limit of wood release is increased. Hajime Maki is mainly responsible for absorbing malicious values on the surface, while at the same time touching the souls of Akatsuki members through the opportunity to heal them, and searching for powerful ninjutsu for development. Everything was going on in an orderly manner just as Master Lien Jian had planned. What he needs to do now is to proceed steadily according to his plan. Hajime, Tsunade handed a scroll from the Hokage's desk to Hajime. This jutsu is very suitable for you, maybe you can learn it. Ren Jian came back to his senses. He took the scroll handed to him by Tsunade with some confusion, opened it, and saw the big words spiritual transformation technique coming into view. Li Enjian's pupils dilated slightly in shock. Isn't this Kato Dan's famous ninjutsu? It is also a forbidden technique that is banned in Konoha. Hokage-sama. Just as Ren Jian spoke, Tsunade seemed to have anticipated what he would say and interrupted him in advance. With a serious look on her face, the previous user of the spiritualization technique used it to protect Konoha and became famous in the ninja world. I believe that you can do as well as him. Tsunade believes that if Dan were still alive, Hajime might have become Dan's disciple. She must really like him. It can make the spiritualization technique regain its power in the hands of people who are suitable for it. I will be very happy. Li Enjian clenched the scroll in his hand, and a light flashed across his eyes. I certainly will. I didn't expect Tsunade to send such a big surprise. Li Enjian couldn't help but smile. Tsunade is really a potential stock. Hearing Ren Jian's words, Tsunade curled her lips slightly. Of course she believed in Master Li Enjian. There is no one in the entire Konoha who is more suitable for practicing the spiritualization technique than Genren. Li Enjian had already thought about the art of spiritualization. It's a pity that Kato died too early. The impure world reincarnation is all about the Fourth War. Hajime really had no chance to touch Kato Dan's soul. The soul transformation technique is an S-rank soul ninjutsu that can allow the caster's soul to leave the body. In other words, the practitioner is spiritualized into a living soul. It can travel through distance and kill enemies, and can also control their bodies and enter their mental world. It can be said to be a ninjutsu with the same bug as Flying Thunder God. The art of spiritization can not only separate one's spirit from the body, transform it into a spirit, and possess the enemy, causing the enemy's spirit to collapse from the inside and die. Moreover, spirits can also sense the souls of other people. No matter how far away they are or whether they know the other person's location in advance, they can reach the other person's body after transforming into a spirit. Depending on the situation and the user's intention, many things can be done, such as transmitting information or confirming the other party's life or death, and it can also be used to provide chakra to the other party. Because of this spiritual transformation technique, Kato Dan became famous in the ninja world during the war and made great contributions to Konoha. The physique and skills of Master Li Enjian were integrated with the spiritualization technique, and it was completely impossible to find any flaws in him. His body is immortal and his soul is strong. After mastering the art of spiritualization, his soul can hide in other people's bodies and change their bodies accordingly. In other words, after mastering the spiritual transformation technique, the body of everyone in the ninja world can become the body of Hajime Masamune. As long as his soul enters another person's body, his technique can transform that person's body into his own. After get off work, Ren Jian walked on the streets of Konoha, humming a little tune in a good mood. The days were getting more and more promising. See you, Lian. Ren heard a familiar voice behind him. He turned around and saw it was Suzuki. After Suzuki and Naruto recovered from their injuries, they continued to carry out their missions as genin. Li Enjian also has his own tasks, and they don't have much time to spend together now. Most of the time, Naruto would take Renmai out to eat ramen. Sakura would bring Hajime meals she cooked from time to time. Suzuki's introverted personality also meant that the time that Hajime and Suzuki spent together alone could only be counted on one hand. Suzuki, is the mission accomplished? Now that she has met Suzuki, Hajime might as well add fuel to the fire. After seeing Suzuki nod, he waved the scroll in his hand towards Suzuki and said, I have learned a very powerful ninjutsu. I will treat you to barbecue. Suzuki paused, slightly tightened his fists hanging on both sides of his thighs, and looked at Hajume's expectant with his eyes closed. He suppressed the urgency in his heart and nodded, okay. Hajime and Suzuki entered the Akimichi chain barbecue restaurant. Suzuki, are you feeling down lately? The meat sizzles on the grill. The aroma of meat kept entering Li Enjian's nose. Li Enjian was concentrating on grilling the meat and asked casually. Suzuki raised his eyes and looked at Hajime. Hajime caught his gaze, her eyes flickering with light, and she smiled at Suzuki, her smile as gentle as ever. After waking up from the hospital, Suzuki sensitively guessed from Naruto's reaction to Hajime that something important happened after he fell into a coma. So, he took advantage of the fact that Sakura and Hajime were not around and forced Naruto to tell him what happened after he fell into a coma. Naruto was reluctant to say it at first, but it was too easy for Suzuki to get words out of Naruto. Through his rhetoric, Suzuki got a shocking piece of news from Naruto. Hajime was almost killed by his brother, Hajime Maki. When he got this answer, Suzuki even felt a hint of secret joy in his heart. It turns out that he is the same as Renjian. In Team 7 and in the entire Konoha, only the two of them can fully understand each other. Their lives and destinies resonate with each other. This was destined from the beginning. From Kakashi, Suzuki got a more accurate picture of the whole process. Hajume's brother aims to kill Hajime. How ridiculous. How sad. Those who bring them irreparable pain are often the people closest to them. After learning everything from Kakashi, Suzuki's heart was filled with uncontrollable sadness for Hajume's feelings towards him. Li Enjian, do you hate him? Suzuki asked instead of answering. He stared at Li Enjian closely, not missing any subtle changes in expression on Li Enjian's face. Hearing his question, Li Enjian's hand that was holding the food stiffened for a moment that he blinked and showed a somewhat weak smile. The moment he heard Naruto, I hated him. Suzuki looked at Hajime, who had become somewhat fragile, and an almost cruel impulse rose in his heart. He wants to kill you all the time and make you suffer. Don't you want revenge? Kill him. Seeing the pain and struggle on Hajume's face, Suzuki's heart also felt pain, but he masochistically wanted to continue this emotional massacre. Li Enjian couldn't answer, but Suzuki had to get an answer from him. His hand tightly clasped Li Enjian's hand as she tried to pull it back. I won't let him hurt someone I hold dear. To Suzuki, Hajume's answer seemed like weak surrender and retreat. But when he actually kills someone you cherish, it's too late. Suzuki withdrew his hand and stared at Hajime coldly. Looking at Li Enjian, he felt like he was seeing his former self. But unlike himself, Li Enjian has not yet fully experienced the feeling of losing everything. Therefore, Hajime still has fantasies about the so-called brother. I want to kill him, right now, but I'm not strong enough. Suzuki clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands, and the flames of hatred burned in his black eyes. Hajime is getting stronger, Naruto is getting stronger, even Sakura is making progress, only he is still stagnant. Childish tasks are not suitable for him. With this rate of growth, how long will he have to wait? Maybe revenge will never be achieved. Just like last time, when facing Uchiha Itachi, he didn't even have the power to protect the important people around him. Li Enjian, whether it's you or me, we must become stronger, strong enough to kill them first. Suzuki was immersed in a nightmare of revenge. Therefore, he didn't know that Li Enjian was eating barbecue with a smile on his face, looking at him with satisfaction. Suzuki's ideological awareness is so high that Hajime doesn't need to spend too much effort on him. Suzuki could figure it out on his own. It's time for Suzuki to leave Konoha. After eating the barbecue, Hajime and Suzuki said goodbye to each other at the intersection. However, Hajime did not go home directly, but followed Suzuki silently. He watched as Suzuki returned to the Uchiha clan territory alone, quietly packing his belongings and slinging his heavy backpack onto his back. As night falls, the shadows on the ground increase. The four sound ninjas quietly appeared beside Suzuki. Suzuki did not hesitate. He looked back at the Uchiha clan and resolutely followed them to leave and walked towards the gate of Konoha village. Seeing that Suzuki was not at all surprised by the appearance of the sound quartet, we knew that the sound quartet must have come to see Suzuki before. The moon tonight is exceptionally round and bright. Hajime stood on the only way to the main gate of Konoha. The sound of footsteps came slowly. Suzuki's figure slowly approached from a distance. Seeing Hajime not far away, Suzuki stopped. The four sound ninjas beside him frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the sudden obstacle blocking their way. Are you leaving, Suzuki? Li Enjian looked at him, the sadness in her eyes clearly visible in the moonlight. Yes, my path is destined to be different from yours. I once thought that I could go on the same path as you, but I am still determined to take revenge. Suzuki looked at Hajime and said very calmly. These words had been lingering in his mind for a long time, and he was particularly calm when he spoke them out. What made him make up his mind completely was the appearance of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi once again made him realize how weak he was. Once again, he felt the pain of watching the people he loved being hurt in front of his eyes but being unable to do anything. Suzuki was prepared to be stopped by Hajime, but it was beyond his expectation. Li Enjian did not stop him. He smiled at Suzuki, his eyes full of understanding. Suzuki, I completely respect your decision. As you said, everyone has his or her own path and needs to make the choice that suits him or her. And you, just firmly embarked on the path you believed in. It doesn't mean that we are no longer companions, right? We are still the United Class 7. Hajume's words seemed to have a kind of magic, making Suzuki's departure seem like a temporary journey. Suzuki, no matter when or where, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi and I will be waiting for your return in Konoha. Li Enjian waved goodbye to him. Of course we can't rule out the possibility that Suzuki came back and he left. After all, Hajime is very busy in the ninja world, and will become even busier in the future. No one can predict what will happen in the future, so Hajime should first say some nice words to Suzuki. What Suzuki couldn't accept, besides his weakness in front of Uchiha Itachi, was that he was always the one being protected in front of Ren. He also wanted to use his own power to protect Li Enjian. Suzuki clenched his fists and walked into the moonlit gate of Konoha. Li Enjian looked at his back, crossed her arms over her chest, and pursed her lips. The morning mist brings a coolness that instantly sobers people up. Gang Zisha yawned while holding a thick stack of documents, blinked his eyes to get rid of the sleepiness. It's already 8 o'clock in the morning. Shenyu Chuyun walked beside Gang Zisha, holding a document in his hand that was also taller than his. He stuck half of his face out from behind the document and looked at the rising sun in the distance. Shenyu Chuyun suddenly saw a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. What's going on? Noticing that Shen Chuyun had stopped, Gang Zi Tai asked. Shen Chuyun recognized Ren Jian Zhenren lying on the stone bench. He freed one hand to shake Ren Jian's shoulder. Hey, Ren Jian, wake up. You will catch a cold if you sleep here. Hajime suddenly opened his eyes, and subconsciously reached out and grabbed the arm of Kangetsu Izumo in front of him, Suzuki. Seeing this, Gang Zisha's eyes became slightly more serious. Lian Jian, what happened? Lian Jian's unfocused pupils gradually recovered. His eyes fell on the Konoha goalkeeper in front of him and he pursed his lips. Last night, Suzuki and the ninjas from the Sound Village left Konoha. His head bowed deeply. The loss and sadness are beyond words. Gang Zisha and Shen Yuchiun looked at each other, and their expressions became solemn. Inside the Hokage's office, the hour hand of the wall clock pointed to the number 9. The atmosphere in the office was particularly depressing. Tsunade held her forehead with her hand and frowned deeply. Her mind kept recalling what Orochimaru had said to her when they met alone before. I will take what I want. At the same time, next time I will make sure to completely destroy Konoha. These are the exact words that Orochimaru said. It was obvious what Orochimaru wanted, and that was Uchiha Suzuki. Tsunade bit her lower lip and couldn't help but smash the table with her palm. Orochimaru, that bastard. Shikamaru, the only Chuyunin in the office, shivered and took a step back. He is most afraid of violent women, because his mother is the same. Shikamaru glanced at Hajime beside him and found that Hajime was hanging his head and looked particularly depressed. Shikamaru frowned. Oh no, Lady Tsunade. The door to the Hokage's office was suddenly thrown open by Shizun. Shizun shouted anxiously, now the news that Uchiha Suzuki defected with Orochimaru has spread throughout Konoha. Nanny! Tsunade punched the wall next to her. Fortunately, this time she restrained her strength and only spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the wall. Anger filled her pupils. How could this happen? Lian Jian looked up in surprise. Izumo and Zaitetsu quickly said, Hokage-sama, when we found Hajime, there was no one else around, and Hajime was not awake. After we knew the truth, we immediately went to the Hokage's office to report the matter. There is no way a fourth person could know the whole process. Baka! Tsunade looked at Izumo Katetsu, who was eager to explain, of course I am not doubting Hajime and you, I am doubting that all this was planned in advance. What makes Tsunade even more worried is that someone in Konoha is in contact with Orochimaru. Is this possible? Zisha murmured. How is it impossible? Tsunade glanced at Zaitetsu and sat back down in her chair. It would not be difficult at all for people who were familiar with Uchiha Suzuki to take advantage of his desire for revenge and trick him into defecting from Konoha. Hokage-sama, what should we do now? Shizun asked worriedly. The whole village is now discussing the fact that the only descendant of the Uchiha clan defected from Konoha. It just so happens that the person in power in the village now is Tsunade, a descendant of the Senju clan, which is very detrimental to Lady Tsunade's reputation. Shikamaru, I will give you your first mission after becoming a Chunin, Tsunade formally said to Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked at Hajime beside him. All the ninjas in the village knew that Lady Tsunade trusted and favored Hajime. So at this time, she actually bypassed Hajime and gave the task to him? Bring back Uchiha Suzuki. This mission is not only extremely urgent, but it could also become very difficult. Tsunade reminded, because Orochimaru's men are likely to lead Suzuki, it may be impossible to avoid a fight along the way. Shikamaru was confused. This kind of mission sounds like it should be matched with a Jonin, right? As a Chunin, he can't do much. Shikamaru showed his helplessness on his face, and Tsunade explained, it happened suddenly. All the Jonin in the village have already accepted missions and left Konoha between 7 and 8 o'clock. There are no Jonin who can be deployed, so I asked you to come here. Shikamaru glanced at Hajime, who had been exceptionally silent from beginning to end, and said to the Hokage, but in terms of strength, Hajime should be more suitable to be the captain of this mission, right? Tsunade pinched her brows tiredly, her tone full of anger. Just look at the way this guy looks now. He is the kind of person who will be completely soft-hearted towards his companions. How will we complete the mission if we are persuaded by Uchiha Suzuki in just a few words? Tsunade was satisfied with every aspect of Hajime. Lian Jian has all the advantages except for one fatal flaw, she is soft-hearted. How could Hajume's strength be easily ambushed by Uchiha Suzuki? There is only one possibility, Hajime never thought about guarding against Uchiha Suzuki at all. He might even have thought that when Uchiha Suzuki attacked him, the two were practicing. Tsunade gets angry when she thinks about it. How come the child raised by Danzo is as soft as a bun? Shikamaru, it's not unfounded for Lord Hokage to have such concerns. Shikamaru personally witnessed how Hajime Masamune treated the remaining 3 members of Team 7 like children. Shikamaru, within 30 minutes from now, gather as many genin as you think are good as possible and leave the village. Hajime and Shikamaru walked out of the Hokage's office together. Hajime stared at Shikamaru with great anticipation. Her watery almond eyes were full of pleading. The words "take me with you" are written all over the kitten's face. Shikamaru forced himself to harden his heart and turn his face away, pretending not to see Hajume's request. After all, Uchiha Sasuke is still very charming. If he manages to abduct Hajime Maestro, how will he explain to the Hokage? No. Shikamaru closed his eyes and firmly refused. Lien Jian walked beside him in a daze and assured him, "You are the captain, I will listen to you, and the situation you are worried about will never happen." Although he didn't know what Shikamaru was worried about, it would always be a good idea to give assurances in advance. Shikamaru raised his chin and shook his head firmly, "No." Renmai suddenly moved from beside Shikamaru to in front of him, blocking his way. "I promise to listen to you, I'll do whatever you say." Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, "Really?" Lien Jian nodded. "I lied to you." Shikamaru was indeed reluctant to part with Renjian as a helper. If Renjian is here, the success rate of this mission will be very high, but the prerequisite is that Renjian can really put aside his personal feelings and obey orders. "All right," Shikamaru reluctantly agreed. He turned around and glanced at the Hokage building behind him, praying countless times in his heart that Hajime would not fail at the critical moment. Otherwise he would be in trouble. The remaining 3 people were soon found. They are Naruto, Koji, and Kiba Inyazuka. Hearing the news that Sasuke was deceived, Naruto almost instantly couldn't help cursing, "That bastard, what was he thinking?" Knowing that Hajime failed to stop the attack and was knocked unconscious by Sasuke's sneak attack, Naruto stared at Hajime dimly. Hajime is also an idiot. Renjian pretended not to hear, and decided in his heart that he would switch identities and give Naruto a good beating. "Next I'll formulate a battle plan." Shikamaru became more serious, glanced at the unconvinced Inyazuka, Kiba and Naruto in front of him, and reminded, "If you don't listen carefully, we may die." Inyazuka, Kiba and Naruto's expressions changed. "Since this is a rescue operation, we are the pursuing party, which means it is easy for the enemy to gain the upper hand. First of all, the most important leader, the lead scout, you will be in charge. You and Akamaru are more familiar with the terrain and will be able to track Sasuke's scent. In order to make up for the disadvantage that a column is easily attacked by the enemy from the front, I will follow behind you. According to the situation, I can not only give him orders in time, but also use gestures to command the team members behind him. Then there's Naruto in the middle, followed by Koji. Chuji, who has strong attack power, can accumulate strength and deal a fatal blow to the enemy when something unexpected happens ahead. As for the most important rear area, it can only be entrusted to the most powerful Lien Jian. That means the safety of the entire team is in the hands of you, Lien Jian," Shikamaru said as he looked at Hajime. Lien Jian nodded. "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you," he promised solemnly. Shikamaru's mouth twitched, and he corrected, "It's us who will be safe. Don't always put your own safety aside. This really makes us worry." Naruto, Koji, and Inyazuka, Kiba stared at Hajime with approval. I understand." After Lien Jian finished speaking, Naruto and the other 3 nodded and shifted their gaze away from Hajime. Their figures quickly jumped onto the branches and ran forward under the leadership of Inyazuka, Kiba. Lien Jian looked at the 4 people in front of him and smiled gently. Let him leave these fledgling genin with a deep and unforgettable memory. There's a smell of blood nearby. Inyazuka, Kiba's voice came from the front. Naruto and the others immediately became alert. The speed of movement towards the front slows down significantly. Bang, 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 bang. 5 detonating talismans exploded simultaneously around Lien Jian and the others. "Careful! Get out of the way!" Shikamaru shouted. In the dense forest, violent flames flickered, and countless debris and gravel were lifted up by the air waves and flew in all directions. 5 figures suddenly landed from the smoke and dust around Lien Jian and the others. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 11393000/100000000. A fist as big as a sandbag came through the air and hit Lien Jian's face directly. Lien Jian slightly turned his head to avoid it, grabbed the opponent's arm with his right hand and pulled hard, and the fist wrapped in black and red lightning instantly pierced through the body of the sound ninja in front of him. Cough. Zhou Jin and Yujin spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with mincemeat, with an expression of confusion and disbelief on their faces. How could it be possible? That my heart was shattered so easily by just one punch. I couldn't figure it out until Zhou Jin and Yujin collapsed and stopped breathing. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 11395000/100000000. A strange flute sounded. 3 gigantic summoning beasts appeared behind Teiwia. Her eyes stared at Lien Jian fiercely. Lien Jian's figure flashed and his palm landed on her face. Duayu was also stunned. So fast. Suddenly, a big lump appeared on her cheek and her whole body began to deform at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3 summoned beasts lost their chakra support and completely turned into white smoke and disappeared. After transforming into a giant lizard, Teiwaya lost her mind and completely transformed into a wild beast that only knew how to attack her companions, biting Jirobo who was closest to her. Teiwaya, you a crazy woman. Jirobo's arm was bitten by a giant lizard. He punched the lizard and sent it flying. The lizard quickly got up from the ground and pounced on him. Earth escape, return of earth and land. The large upright stone slab blocked the lizard's flight. Jirobo breathed a sigh of relief, and the next second, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Jirobo's hair stood on end. Out of the corner of my eye I caught a glimpse of Li Enjian's smiling face. Then, his entire body turned into a giant bear. The big bear and the lizard quickly pounced on Kidomaru. Kidomaru was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by the two of them. The sharp teeth of the lizard and the wild bear continued to tear at Kidomaru's flesh. Ah! Kidomaru struggled and screamed, "What are you doing?" The webs that shot out from his hands briefly trapped the lizard and the wild bear. Kidomaru stared at Hajime warily. He knew that it was this ninja from Konoha who was responsible. His eyes suddenly blurred. Next second, Kidomaru turned into a python. The lizard, wild bear, and giant python quickly shrank in Hajume's hands and became finger-sized toys, which were put into Hajume's ninja tool bag. Renmai looked up and found that Shikamaru and the other four were staring at him intently. "Do you want it? I can give it to you." Li Enjian generously took out the mini animal toys from his ninja tool bag and handed them to the four of them. The four people stepped back at the same time, shaking their heads like rattles in fear. "Li Enjian, if anyone makes you unhappy in the future, will you turn them into wild beasts?" Inyazuka Kiba felt that Hajime was much more terrifying than he had imagined. "Although I feel safe with Hajime as a companion, what if he becomes my enemy one day?" Realizing his own thoughts, Inyazuka Kiba felt strange. Hajime is not Suzuki, so how could he become an enemy? Inyazuka Kiba felt that this idea was definitely not his own, and he knocked on Akamaru's head on the ground. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Akamaru barked twice. "I didn't expect it to be so easy." Shikamaru wiped the cold sweat from his head and looked at Hajime beside him. "Fortunately, I brought Li Enjian with me. Otherwise, with their strength, they would be in great trouble if they met the four sound ninjas just now. But where is Suzuki?" Naruto looked around. Shikamaru's eyes were fixed on the strange wooden barrel. "No way?" Noticing Shikamaru's gaze, Naruto knocked on the barrel. "Naruto!" Naruto seemed to hear Hajume's voice. His eyes were soon filled with blood red. A knife slashed across his chest, and blood spurted into his eyes. The sudden change made everyone stunned. Li Enjian saw a figure flash and quickly snatched Naruto away. "Naruto!" Li Enjian's hands were shaking. His hands quickly lit up with green chakra. The wound on Naruto's chest was too deep and healed extremely slowly, and now it had only just stopped the bleeding. Bang! Inyazuka Kiba, who rushed forward, was kicked away by the comber. Inyazuka Kiba's body flew backwards at an astonishing speed, breaking dozens of trees. Inyazuka Kiba fell to the ground, his ribs seemed to be completely broken, and he couldn't utter a word. A mouthful of blood and minced meat couldn't stop gushing out of his mouth. Shikamaru stared at the figure in front of him. The other person was wearing a familiar green vest, his long silver hair was in a ponytail, he had a white armband with a red triangle on his left shoulder, and he was holding a special chakra dagger. The attire and the forehead protector clearly announced the identity of the person coming, a Konoha ninja. "Why, aren't you a ninja from Konoha? We are also ninjas from Konoha," Shikamaru said immediately. "It not only delays time but also judges the specific situation. See if there is still room for recovery." "Ah, of course I know you are ninjas from Konoha," the silver-haired ninja said with a smile. His smile seemed very approachable, completely different from his fierce attack. "But I'm sorry, my mission is to kill you." The silver-haired ninja's eyes flickered with genuine apology. Shikamaru's hair stood on end when he noticed this. Puff! A flash of white light flashed across Shikamaru's eyes. There were two bloody scratches on the chest of Shikamaru, who was standing in front of him, deep enough to see the bone. Bite! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 1140000/100000000 Chuji. Shikamaru looked at Koji, who fell in front of him, and the shadow under his feet quickly spread towards him. However, the opponent's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling white light had already arrived in front of him. Swish! Silver-purple lightning pierced towards the back of the silver-haired ninja. The silver-haired ninja was forced to put away his sword. When he turned around, the chakra short sword in his hand actually split the Reikari in Hajume's hand and accurately pierced Hajume's chest. "See you, Lien." Bite! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 1141000/100000000. The silver-white blade light flashed violently. The powerful sword intent merged into an impenetrable net in the air and fell on Lien Jian. Shikamaru's eyes almost completely turned blood red. Blood was splattered all around Lien Jian. Lien Jian saw wounds all over his body. He is kind to everyone in Konoha village. Lien Jian is very patient. He would answer seriously questions that others thought were completely unimportant to answer. Lien Jian is very meticulous. He often remembers many details that are easily overlooked. When getting along with him, everyone will feel happy about being cared for, concerned about, and loved. So, don't treat Hajime like that. Don't do this to him. Shikamaru, the calmest man, lost his mind. His shadow seemed to be out of control and rushed towards the silver-haired ninja. The silver-haired ninja stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Shikamaru. However, the black shadow soon caught up and wrapped around the silver-haired ninja's ankles. Seems tired of such interruptions. The silver-haired ninja raised his hand suddenly. Bang! Silver blade light exploded around Shikamaru. Shikamaru could hear the sound of his own heart beating violently. The sound of blood bursting out of his body became extremely clear. All the blood vessels in his body seemed to explode in an instant. Shikamaru felt no pain. But this is not good. This means that death is approaching too quickly. The brain has completely lost any ability to respond. Is he going to die? This short life ends here. He clearly just wanted to live an ordinary and simple life, but it seemed difficult. Because there are too many things in life that are hard to give up, he is willing to sacrifice his life for it. Green chakra surrounded Shikamaru's entire body. The intense pain from the numerous wounds all over his body rushed towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru's face paled, but he could feel his wounds slowly healing. The reflection of Ren Jian's blood-stained face flashed in his eyes. Lien Jian stared at him intently and lowered her voice, "Take them away." 1,000 thoughts flashed through Shikamaru's mind. Finally, only one was left. Hajime wants to sacrifice himself to hold back the ninja in front of him. If we look at it from an absolutely calm perspective, doing so is the only hopeful way forward right now. But how could Shikamaru do this? How could he do that? How can he survive by stepping on the corpses of his companions? Ha! The silver blade light exploded, like a ferocious beast, biting Lien Jian's neck. Renjian clenched his teeth, and blood from the corner of his mouth dripped onto Shikamaru's cheek. With one hand, he tightly clamped the silver-haired ninja's hand that was stabbing the short knife into the side of his neck, and the other hand turned into a 1-meter-long sharp blade, which instantly pierced through the opponent's shoulder. Go! Hajime glanced at Shikamaru one last time. At least his sacrifice shouldn't be in vain. That look sent chills down Shikamaru's spine. Is this what Dad used to say? As a brain, sometimes you face decisions harder than life or death. On one side is correctness, on the other side is emotion. The balance is tilting, you can't afford to hesitate. Otherwise, you lose on both sides. My mind went blank. Shikamaru seemed to have lost his soul, can only act mechanically. He stood up, picked up Naruto, Koji, and Inyazuka Kiba, and continued moving towards Konoha. He didn't dare look back, blood and tears flowed all the way. The whole person seemed to be split in half alive. Half of them were carrying their companions and running towards Konoha, while the other half. He has died with Lien Jian. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5 million. Chakra 17410000010000000. Shikamaru and the others were no longer visible. Lien Jian threw the knife stuck in his neck to the ground, and his wounds healed instantly. He praised himself in front of him, good acting skills. The silver-haired ninja smiled slightly, and his gentle cowardice suddenly overflowed. No. Lien Jian looked disgusted and said, "Shut up." Silver-haired ninja Hajime walked to the wooden barrel. Poor Suzuki, how could such a big body be curled up in such a small barrel? Orochimaru was too stingy that he didn't even think of buying a bigger barrel for Suzuki. Hajime tossed the barrel to the silver-haired ninja. "Let's go and give a gift to Orochimaru, isn't that right?" Hajime took 2 steps forward, then stopped looking at the dense jungle in front of him. "If I kill all the sound ninjas, how can I find Orochimaru?" The silver-haired ninja slightly widened his eyes, smiling, "Yes." Phew! The air was cut, making a sharp crackling sound. A gray bone spur slashed towards Lien Jian fiercely. Lien Jian shook his hands, and the airflow rose like a hurricane. At this moment, Kagaya Kimimaro felt the opponent's fist directly tearing a scar in the space. The sudden surge of power poured towards him. Kagaya Kunmaro actually felt a slight feeling of suffocation. However, when it was less than 1 centimeter away from Kagaya Kimimaro's chest, the black-red light went out. Hajime stared at Kimimaro in front of him and explained, "We are going to deliver Suzuki to Orochimaru and heal his hands at the same time." Hajime pointed at the barrel in the silver-haired ninja's hand. Kimimaro took the barrel containing Suzuki from the silver-haired ninja. "You lead the way for us," Lien Jian ordered. Kimimaro looked at the Konoha forward protectors on Hajime and the silver-haired ninjas' heads, and the coldness in his eyes remained. Tisk, still quite alert, Hajime quickly placed his hand on Kimimoro's shoulder. The violent blue flames enveloped Kimimoro's entire body, as if it was burning. After a while, when the blue fire went out, Kimimaro froze in place. His illness. Are you cured? Kimimaro looked at Hajime in disbelief. Don't waste time, maybe Konoha's reinforcements will arrive soon. Hajime glanced at Kimimaro. After this satisfying treatment, Kimimaro had no doubt that Hajime could heal Orochimaru's hands, and he quickly led the way with the wooden barrel on his back. The country of fields. Sound Village. Accompanied by the raised dust, the figures of Lien Jian and the other two appeared at an underground entrance. Right here, Kimimaro said, walked down the stairs, and disappeared into the darkness. Hajime and the silver-haired ninja followed him. Orochimaru's underground base is built very large, and every room is exactly the same, which can easily cause visual fatigue. After walking around for an unknown amount of time, Kimimaro stopped in front of a door. The door suddenly opened from the inside. Lien Jian saw the face of Yakushi Kabuto. Seeing Ren Jian, a smile appeared on Yakushi Kabuto's face. You are here. Yakushi Kabuto's tone sounded so familiar, as if he was wondering what the relationship between Renjian and him was. Lien Jian ignored him, brushed past him and entered the room. The smile of pharmacist Kabuto, who was completely ignored by Ren Jian, widened. Renjian saw Orochimaru lying on the bed, looking like he would not live long. The other person's already pale face now turned completely pale. Those who don't know would think he has been dead for a long time. Orochimaru's smiling face disappeared instantly when he saw the ninja following Renjian in. His vertical pupils constricted and his gaze licked the silver-haired ninja's body inch by inch. It's not reincarnation. Orochimaru figured it out quickly. Heitake Sakumo is resurrected? How is this possible? Kimimaro handed the wooden barrel to Kabuto Yakushi, who then left the room carrying the barrel. Kimimaro walked in front of Orochimaru and knelt on one knee. Lord Orochimaru, my illness has been cured. Orochimaru was stunned by the news for 3 seconds. Then, he laughed softly, his voice hoarse, as if he was sawing wood. Ha 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 ha. It seems that your attainments in medical ninjutsu are so great that even Tsunade cannot match you. Orochimaru once studied Kimimoro's body carefully. His illness was a rare blood disease that could not be cured at all. And according to Kimimaro, the members of the Hyaga clan have been suffering from the blood disease and died prematurely for thousands of years. Orochimaru was very sure that Tsunade was helpless against the blood disease. But now, Kimimaro actually told him that someone had cured the blood disease? Then there is hope for his hands too. Orochimaru stared at Hajime with burning eyes. I want Hashirama Senju's cells. Lien Jian went straight to the point and stated his request. Orochimaru smiled grimly. You really are a lion with a big mouth. Lien Jian sneered. You can also refuse. Of course Orochimaru couldn't refuse. For the sake of his hands, he would be willing to exchange anything. Orochimaru kindly reminded, not everyone can withstand the cells of Senju Hashirama. Most people will die because they cannot bear it. But this has nothing to do with him. As long as Master Lien Jian heals his hand first, what does it matter even if Master Lien Jian dies? That's not your concern. Lien Jian must make a quick decision. Konoha's support will definitely come soon. The real show will begin soon. His hands covered Orochimaru's hands. The blue flame ignited again. Orochimaru's dead muscles and meridians were rapidly being activated. Powerful vitality flourished in his hands. But after a moment, Orochimaru's dark purple shrunken hands faded and returned to their previous appearance. The blue flame went out. Orochimaru looked at his hands, breathing heavy. He rolled out of bed. He took Lien Jian into his laboratory. He would not go back on his word, as Renji and Genren had already made him see the value of cooperation. Why doesn't this partnership continue? A tube of crystal clear green solution was shaking in the syringe. Hajime stretched out his arm. The silver-haired ninja stood guard over him. The tip of the needle pierced Hajume's skin. The green solution slowly disappeared into the syringe and completely merged into Lien Jian's body. At the same time, Hajime could clearly feel the difference in Hashirama Senju's cells. Too much activity. As soon as it entered the body, it rampaged around in his body, smashing other cells. Hajime instantly identified the characteristics of Hashirama Senju's cells. The activity of Hashirama Senju's cells is 1,000 times that of ordinary human cells. The rate at which cells renew themselves is also 1,000 times that of ordinary human cells. It also has strong potential for multi-directional differentiation. Multipotency refers to the ability of cells to differentiate into many different cell types, which has great potential in cell replacement therapy. Through specific induction conditions, stem cells can differentiate into various cell types such as cardiomyocytes, neurons, hepatocytes, etc., and be used to treat diseases caused by cell damage or death. The powerful potential of multi-directional differentiation is an important reason why Hashirama Senju's body has extremely strong self-healing ability. The strong stability and plasticity of cells enable them to remain stable under certain conditions and be less likely to undergo malignant transformation. At the same time, they can also undergo phenotypic and functional changes when stimulated by external stimuli in order to adapt to changes in the environment. Hajime instantly controlled the cells in his body, and the would-release chakra contained in Hashirama Senju's cells was easily analyzed by Hajime. At the same time, the cells in his body were being renewed and the would-release chakra was being generated at a speed 1,000 times or even 10,000 times faster. This series of processes seemed extremely long, but in fact it took no more than 10 minutes. Lien Jian renews cells throughout the body at an extremely fast speed. Now every cell of his body contains would-release chakra. The source of chakra is the body's cell capacity plus spiritual power. If Hajume's chakra is large enough, he can perform would-release ninjutsu as powerful as Hashirama Senju's would-release, or even develop more powerful would-release. Orochimaru looked at Hajume's calm face, and it seemed as if nothing had happened to Hashirama Senju's cells in his body. At least from the outside, they saw nothing. Master Lianjian's expression never changed from beginning to end. The same goes for the body. Orochimaru thought again of the curse he had once placed on Hajime Masamune, but it had no effect at all. There are too many secrets hidden in the body of Master Lianjian. Orochimaru took the opportunity to say, "I want to study your body." Hajime was not surprised at all that Orochimaru had such an idea, and he politely refused. "No." Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 1741100/100000000. Orochimaru put down the empty syringe in his hand with regret. Hajime and the silver-haired ninja left Orochimaru's secret base. Shikamaru. Naruto. What's wrong with you? Izumo and Katetsu, who were on duty, saw Shikamaru covered in blood from a distance at the gate. He dragged his companion, who was seriously injured and unconscious, by himself. Shikamaru's pupils seemed to be soaked in blood. The whites of his eyes were stained red with blood. As soon as his strength weakened, Naruto and the others fell to the ground, but Shikamaru had no strength left. Now the only thing that kept him going was a belief. Save Lien Jian! Save Lien Jian! His voice was hoarse, and as soon as he opened his mouth a strong smell of blood rose up. Izumo and Katetsu immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Izumo carried Shikamaru on his back and took him to the Hokage's office. The remaining 3 seriously injured people were sent to Konoha Hospital by Zisha. Hokage's office. Might Guy and Kakashi had just finished handing over the mission when the door of the Hokage's office was kicked open. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Who would come to the Hokage's office and make such a big scene? Izumo came in carrying Shikamaru, whose body was covered in blood. Tsunade's pupils shrank and she stood up suddenly. Shikamaru. Shikamaru held his breath, and said clearly in a calm and frightening tone, "On the way through the mission we encountered a silver-haired Konoha ninja with a short sword. He seriously injured us. Hajime held him back while I brought Naruto and the others back to ask for help." Tsunade's heart suddenly sank into the abyss. Kakashi frowned. Konoha ninja? How could the Konoha ninja attack Renmai and the others? She has long silver hair, braided into a braid, and is extremely skilled with a sword. Even Ren Jian is no match for her. Shikamaru almost finished his words. Based on his description, a name came to Tsunade's mind. Heitake Sakumo? Impossible. Kakashi denied. His father has been dead for more than 20 years. 10 meters in front of them, a familiar figure was standing there. Even Might Guy felt that he looked particularly familiar, let alone Kakashi. Kakashi had a blank expression on his face, but a closer look revealed his trembling fingertips and quivering pupils. As if he had noticed someone coming from behind, the other person turned around, revealing a familiar face that Kakashi had buried deep in his memory. That was the face of the one called Father. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 1742100/10,000,000. Heitake Sakumo smiled gently at Kakashi. "Long time no see, Kakashi, you have grown up." The smile completely matched the smile on the face of the tall and gentle father in Kakashi's memory. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 1743100/100000000. No one knew better than Kakashi that his father was dead. So no matter how similar the person in front of him is, he will never believe it. "Stop pretending, you are not him," Kakashi said coldly. Might Guy glanced around but didn't see Ren Jian. His heart sank, his brows lowered, and he asked, "Where is Lien Jian? Where is he?" Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 1744100/10,000,000. He actually pretended to be a dead person and fought. Might Guy couldn't stand seeing someone desecrating the dead like this. And Lien Jian. Where is Lien Jian? Heitake Sakumo heard Might Guy's question and thought for a moment. Haramai. Is that the kid with blue hair? Kakashi and Might Guy's hearts tightened at the same time. He's above you, don't you notice? The smile on Heitake Sakumo's face deepened, and he pointed above Kakashi and Might Guy. Snap, it's raining. No. Kakashi smelled a strong scent of blood. For some reason, he was scared at this moment. He didn't dare look up. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1 million. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 1 million. Chakra 18441000100000000. Might Guy's body flew towards Heitake Sakumo at a rapid speed. The blue steam formed a hurricane on his body surface, and he looked like a blue meteor. Might Guy's eyes are red. How dare this person treat Lien Jian like this? Treat his extremely diligent and serious disciples. He absolutely cannot tolerate it. Absolutely not. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 18443000100000000. Heitake Sakumo's figure flashed, and Might Guy's body hit the ground directly. Boom! The ground was dented by a missile. Might Guy's body jumped out from the depression. He gritted his teeth and was furious. The body seems to be made of steel. Despite such a horrific attack, his body did not suffer any injuries or be affected at all. Heitake Sakumo didn't expect that the scene just now would directly stimulate Might Guy to open his mouth in shock. If he hadn't laid the Flying Thunder God's seal in the forest in advance, he would not have been able to avoid Might Guy's direct distortion of the speed of space. Kakashi looked overhead. The blood was still dripping. Above his head was a scene like hell on earth. Hajumi's body was hung on the highest branch. His body was covered with dense knife wounds. There was a pool of blood on the countless leaves beneath him. Unable to bear the weight, the green leaves tilted slightly. The blood just dripped onto Kakashi's body. The lotus is as pale as paper. Eyes closed. Even though he lost consciousness, his body was still trembling slightly due to the pain. For the first time, Kakashi hated how the Sharingan could observe so closely. The countless wounds seemed to have fallen on his body. His spirit was tortured thousands of times. The Sharingan felt hot and sore. It was as if a red iron ball was embedded in his eye socket. His brain was burning with pain from the high temperature. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Cursed power converted into chakra plus 5 million. Chakra 23443000100000000. The moment Heitake Sakumo dodged Might Guy's attack, a strange noise came from behind him. Might Guy's figure attacked him from behind at an extremely fast speed. His fist hadn't quite reached Heitake Sakumo yet. The white air wave that suddenly burst out from the fist formed a huge tiger head. Day Tiger. With a series of roars, the white tiger bit towards Heitake Sakumo. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 2344500/100000000. Heitake Sakumo suddenly stretched out his hand, and the short sword drew countless dazzling flashes in the air. His figure retreated violently. At the same time, most of the power of the Day Tiger was offset. Sizzle, sizzle. The terrifying sound of thunder and lightning came from behind Heitake Sakumo. He turned slightly, and Kakashi appeared behind him, his face full of hatred, covered with lightning. S right hand suddenly swung towards Heitake Sakumo. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 2344700/100000000. Puff. Heitake Sakumo reacted, but did not resist or escape. His head was easily cut off by Kakashi's lightning. A large amount of blood spurted out, revealing the bright red muscle tissue. Kakashi was covered in blood. He blinked. The blood that had sprayed into his eyes fell from his eye sockets. The moment when Heitake Sakumo's neck was cut off, he clearly heard Heitake Sakumo's voice. The familiar voice filled with relief and emotion echoed in his ears. Kakashi, you really have grown up. I can die in your hands and escape his control. That's great. Heitake Sakumo's body quickly melted away. It seeped into the ground like water, without leaving any trace. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5 million. Chakra 28447000100000000. Kakashi fell to his knees exhausted. Control? Who is it? Who is behind all this? How could they fool the dead like this? Kakashi dug his fingers into the ground. Blood oozed from his fingertips. Might Guy carries Hajime on his back. Lien Jian saw that the wounds on his body were slowly healing. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 2845700/10000000. Might Guy knew that Hajime had powerful recovery abilities, but after they arrived, Lien Jian still had wounds on his body. This shows that Might Guy's eyes were red. The other party has been torturing Lien Jian. Every time Lien Jian's wound healed, she would create a new wound on his body. Warm tears fell on Lien Jian's eyelids. Hiss. Might Guy carried Lien Jian on his back, but he stumbled when he stood up. There was severe pain all over my body. This is the aftermath of opening the door of shock. Teacher Kai. Lien Jian heard a faint voice. Might Guy sniffed and forced a smile. Great, Hajime, don't be afraid, Teacher Guy will take you back to Konoha now. Lien Jian lay on his back, and her hot tears fell on Might Guy's back. Teacher Kai, you are injured. Might Guy's tears suddenly flowed out like a torrent. It took a lot of effort for him to stop himself from shaking. Lien Jian, this little injury is nothing to the teacher. Hajime subconsciously said Shikamaru's name. Might Guy immediately said, don't worry, Lien Jian, they are all safe. Lien Jian breathed a sigh of relief, and his consciousness immediately sank into darkness, but he kept saying, I'm sorry, Teacher Kai. Compared to the psychological pain, physical pain is nothing. Might Guy has never wanted to turn back time and stop this mission so much. Kakashi was exhausted, both physical and mental. He gently touched Hajume's forehead and said to Might Guy, let me do it, your body. Might Guy shook his head. The will is always stronger than the body. He and Renjian both firmly believed this. Hajime could hold on until he and Kakashi arrived. Then he would also be able to hold on until he could bring Hajime back to Konoha. As Hajume's teacher, he cannot be weak and admit defeat. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade sat in front of Hajume's bed, gently stroking Hajume's pale cheek. Tears suddenly fell. Tsunade blinked and quickly wiped them away. Might Guy went to treat the injuries. Kakashi's injuries were relatively minor, so he quickly treated them and walked into the ward. Tsunade sniffed and immediately forced back her tears. Is it Heitake Sakumo? Tsunade asked. There was still an uncontrollable slight tremor in his voice. Kakashi wanted to deny it in every way possible, but he knew very well that the other party did not use transfiguration. Yes, but he was controlled, Kakashi said, thinking of what Heitake Sakumo said before he disappeared. Tsunade looked serious. Resurrecting the dead, controlling the dead. Who is it? Kakashi shook his head and thought of another important point. The method of resurrection is not the impure world reincarnation, it seems to be the real resurrection of the body. Tsunade pursed her lips. A true physical resurrection? How is this possible? This matter is of great importance. If the other party can revive Heitake Sakumo, they can revive other ninjas. They knew nothing about the enemy hiding in the shadows, but they have to face the possibility of fighting with powerful relatives at all times. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, I will ask Jiraiya to investigate this matter. If there is any information, I will inform you as soon as possible. After all, Kakashi was the first victim of this incident. The object of resurrection was his biological father. Yes. Kakashi looked at Hajime Masamune lying on the bed and said to Tsunade, Hokage-sama, let Hajime rest for a while. Tsunade gave a wry smile. I know. She was so anxious to help Lien Jian grow, but she forgot that everyone has their own fixed growth process. When Kakashi and Tsunade walked out of the ward, they saw Shikamaru outside the door. Go in and see him, Tsunade said to Shikamaru. Shikamaru's face was tense, he was nervous. After making the decision, when he faced Lien Jian again, his mind was full of Lien Jian's last look. Is he really qualified to visit Lien Jian, since he abandoned Lien Jian? See you? Kakashi patted Shikamaru's shoulder and said, don't think too much. Hajime will be very happy if he knows that you came to see him. Shikamaru stood outside the door alone. Kakashi and the Hokage-sama have been gone for a long time, but he still didn't have the courage to open the door. He knew Lien Jian wouldn't blame him, but he couldn't get over this hurdle. He was afraid to see Lien Jian's eyes. Shikamaru. Sakura, who was carrying 2 thermos bottles, saw Shikamaru lingering at the door of Hajume's ward. Why don't you go in? Sakura had no idea what was going on. All we know is that Lien Jian was seriously injured again in this mission. Shikamaru looked at Sakura's red eyes, which were obviously from crying, and avoided her gaze. I'd let you go in first. Sakura thought Shikamaru was weird, but she didn't say anything and pushed the door open to enter the ward. Sakura skillfully placed the thermos on the table in the ward, then replaced the flowers in the vase on the table with fresh lilies and opened the window slightly. A gentle breeze blew, lifting the curtains. Sakura pinched the quilt for Renjian. She noticed the obvious gaze, looked up, and found that Renjian had woken up. Sakura. Lien Jian raised the corners of her mouth in a good mood. What a great harvest, what a great harvest. He had a hard time controlling the corners of his mouth. Sakura couldn't help but smile. She raised the table on the bed and opened the incubator. This is papaya and cuttlefish soup. It replenishes blood and nourishes chi. In addition to the soup, the table was also filled with salmon soba noodles, shrimp cakes, soy sauce dumplings, and plum pickled tomatoes. Sakura watched Renjian eating with big mouthfuls, and her heart was filled with satisfaction and happiness. Lien Jian would be very satisfied if she could sit in front of her safely and healthily for the rest of her life, eating the food she cooked with big mouthfuls. Sakura, I'm sorry I couldn't bring Suzuki back. Lien Jian was halfway through eating when he suddenly lowered his head and said. Sakura laughed, her eyes reddened and she shook her head. It's okay, as long as Hajime and Naruto can come back safely. If Hajime and Naruto's lives were in danger because of this mission, Sakura would never forgive herself and her life. Suzuki. Sakura blinked her eyes, tears quietly falling, relief in her eyes. Suzuki has his own way to go, I know. She held Hajume's hand and asked with a smile, as long as each of us is safe, Team 7 will never break up, right? Lien Jian also nodded with tears in her eyes, yes. After Hajime finished eating, Sakura packed up her things. Before leaving, she told Hajime that Shikamaru was outside the door. Hajime was stunned for a moment, and soon figured out what Shikamaru was afraid of. After Sakura left, Hajime did a full set of stretching exercises on the hospital bed. Then he got out of bed with renewed energy, came to the door of the ward, and opened it at once. Shikamaru outside the door was so scared that his eyes became as round as eggs. Lien Jian. All of Shikamaru's muscles tensed. His eyes began to wander and he wouldn't look Lien Jian in the eye. You won't. Do you feel sorry for me? Lien guessed it right at once. Shikamaru grew stiffer. Lien Jian stroked his chin and thought deeply for a while. How about this? To make it up to me, you should treat me to barbecue for 3 years. Naruto was thrown out of the Hokage's office by Tsunade for the 23rd time. He sat down at the door of the Hokage's office, his arms folded across his chest, sulking. How could I give up on bringing Suzuki back? No matter what happens, he will bring Suzuki back. Naruto? Hajime walked up the stairs and immediately saw Naruto standing at the door of the Hokage's office. Ah, see you, Lien. Lien Jian. Naruto rushed over like a calf and hung on Hajume's body. Lien Jian, are you feeling better? By the way, what happened after I fell into a coma? Why is no one willing to talk about it? Naruto got angry when he thought about it. The mission to retrieve Suzuki ended inexplicably. He woke up in the hospital and everyone else was injured. However, when he was about to go find Hajime, he was stopped by Kakashi. Kakashi was hesitant and couldn't explain the reason clearly, and wanted to ask Shikamaru for clarification, but Shikamaru always changed the subject. So annoying. Well, nothing, it's just that the mission failed and everyone was injured, so we had to terminate the mission. Hajime answered Naruto's questions one by one. Hajime, are we really going to ignore that bastard Suzuki? Naruto pouted. Even though he calls himself a jerk, he actually cares about Suzuki. Hajime sighed. Naruto, this is the path Suzuki chose himself. Even if we find Suzuki, he will not come back with us. Naruto paused. He had never considered whether Suzuki was willing to come back with them. He thought that as long as he brought Suzuki back, he subconsciously ignored Suzuki's wishes. But, Naruto wanted to say something else. The tightly closed office door in front of me opened. Tsunade pulled Naruto off Hajime by the collar, and then threw him out like a shot put. Tsunade dusted off the non-existent dust on her hands and walked into the Hokage's office with Hajime. Tsunade moved a stack of documents to Hajume's desk. Help the teacher share some of the burden. Tsunade sat in her chair and gave Hajime a pen. Lien Jian, he was not very willing. Tsunade stared at him with a smile, the pen in her hand twisted and deformed. Lien Jian, I do. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. The documents she gave to Ren Jian were all selected by Jingian, and they were just some simple marking tasks. For example, assigning ninjas to D-rank commission tasks in the village. Tasks that require no technical skills, such as helping to walk the dog. Hajime directly assigned the newly graduated genin to carry out the task. Naruto flew out and almost hit Jiraiya. Jiraiya moved away a little in disgust, allowing Naruto to fall headfirst into the soil. Naruto pulled his head out, shook off the weeds and dirt on his head, and stared at Jiraiya in front of him. As soon as Jiraiya saw the force and speed of Naruto's fall, he knew who was responsible. Didn't I tell you not to interfere with the Hokage's work? Jiraiya picked his feet. Naruto put his hands on his hips and huffed, are we just going to leave Suzuki alone? Jiraiya pursed his lips, seeing through everything. You talk as if you can do it. Can you bring Suzuki back from Orochimaru? Even if you bring him back, can you guarantee that Suzuki won't run away again? Naruto was speechless, his blue pupils slowly dimmed. But we can't just give up like this. Seeing his expression, Jiraiya rubbed his furry head softly. Not going after Suzuki now doesn't mean you're giving up. With your current strength, even if you find Orochimaru, you can't take Suzuki away. And the most important thing is whether Suzuki is willing to go with you. Naruto, you need to have the ability to convince others instead of always relying on Hajime. Jiraiya didn't know much about the child Uchiha Sasuke, but he had heard a little about what happened to the Uchiha clan in the past. It is completely impossible to persuade Uchiha Sasuke to let go of his hatred, and as long as Hajime is by Naruto's side, Naruto cannot truly grow. Depend on Lien Jian. Naruto absent-mindedly repeated Jiraiya's words. It seemed that along the way, he had indeed been protected by Lien Jian. It is precisely because of Lien Jian's unlimited tolerance and protection that he can be so unscrupulous. Sexy Immortal, what happened during this mission after I passed out? Naruto asked seriously. He always felt that things were not that simple. Everyone's attitude of concealing it has proved everything. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. When he returned to Konoha, he heard about the tragic situation from Kakashi. Kakashi's mental state was severely damaged and he could not control his emotions when he told the story. When Jiraiya heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. Not to mention Naruto. Naruto, what you need most right now is to improve your strength. You have the nine-tailed fox in your body, and the dangers you will face will only increase. Therefore, if you want to stop relying on Hajime, you must practice well. Jiraiya changed the subject and solemnly warned Naruto. Naruto clenched his fists. I will. Jiraiya planned to take Naruto to practice, and at the same time find out the information about the manipulator behind the Akatsuki organization and Sakamo Hatake that Kakashi encountered during this mission. Tsunade supported his decision. One is that she can drag away Naruto, the annoying guy who always pesters her. Second, Konoha really needs information about the Akatsuki organization and the people who manipulated the dead. Naruto thought that he was training in the village, but he didn't expect that he would have to leave the village, and it is likely to be measured in years. Naruto, I just can't bear to let go. Lecherous Immortal, let's take Ren Jian with us. Inside the ramen restaurant, Naruto suggested to Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook his head. No. Tsunade would kill him. Naruto's face suddenly wrinkled into a ball, and he complained in a low voice, the lecherous sage can't even do this. Veins popped on Jiraiya's forehead. With Hajime, your training will become a joke. Naruto, that night, Naruto knocked on Hajume's door holding his little pillow. When Renmai opened the door and saw Naruto, there was an undisguised surprise on his face. Naruto, why are you here? Naruto hugged the pillow and said in a heavy voice, Hanzi, I will follow the lecherous sage and leave Konoha to practice tomorrow morning. The reluctance in his eyes was about to overflow. Hajume's reaction was completely different from what Naruto had imagined, and Hajime was very happy for him. That's great, Naruto will definitely be very powerful next time he comes back. This was not the answer Naruto wanted. He said with a sad face, wouldn't you be reluctant to let me go, Renjian? Lien Jian, if Naruto really couldn't bear to do that, Hajime could send his clones to hunt him down every day. I will be reluctant to leave, but when I think about seeing a different Naruto the next time we meet, my reluctance turns into anticipation. Who is Lien Jian? The #1 performing artist in the ninja world. There was no question he couldn't answer. His perfect answer successfully calmed Naruto and also gave him a shot of stimulant. Next time we meet, I will definitely be super handsome. Naruto walked into Hajume's room happily, then placed his pillow next to Hajume's pillow, lay down as if he were back home, and patted the empty space next to him. Lien Jian, come up quickly. Naruto opened his eyes wide and looked at Hajime expectantly while lying on the bed. Lien Jian, unable to bear the sight, lay down stiffly. It was Naruto's first time sleeping in the same bed with someone else, and he was a little uncontrollably excited. He sniffed, Lien Jian, you smell so good. Hajime punched Naruto on the head. Naruto closed his eyes and fell asleep. Lien Jian breathed a sigh of relief and closed her eyes. In the morning, Naruto woke up with a headache. He covered his head with a confused look on his face. When did he fall asleep last night? Why doesn't he remember? And why does his head hurt so much? Naruto looked at Hajime who was sleeping soundly beside him, tiptoed out of bed, took one last look at Hajime, and left the room. Woo you view ya view. Naruto, with a look of reluctance on his face, left Konoha with Jiraiya. 3 years later. In the dense forest, a blue figure suddenly shot out. The fist wrapped in black and red lightning suddenly struck out with a power almost as terrifying as a cannonball. Boom! The air was pierced by a huge fist. The attack instantly reached the ninja. It easily penetrated the ninja's proud defense and hit him in the chest. The terrifying force was unleashed indiscriminately. This punch blew a huge hole in the ninja's chest. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. The vitality disappeared from his eyes in an instant. His body fell rigid. Having completed the mission, Hajime placed the ninja's body into the sealing scroll. His figure quickly leaped onto the branches and rushed towards Konoha. At this time, Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Naruto was chattering and asking Tsunade all kinds of questions, making Tsunade's temples throb. Hokage-sama, where is Hajime? Where did Hajime go? Oh, you must have sent him on another mission? All you do all day is exploit Lien Jian. Sakura, do you think I've become more handsome? as ugly as ever. Ah, impossible, absolutely impossible. I want to ask Ren-jian. Hokage-sama, when will Hajime come back? Can he come back soon? He must not know that I'm going back to Konoha today, otherwise, Hajime would definitely come to pick me up. Hajime is the best to me, don't you think so, Sakura? I don't know. Anyway, for the past 3 years, Hajime and Shikamaru have gone to eat barbecue together every day, rain or shine. Ah, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Naruto held his head in despair, unwilling to believe this fact. For the past 3 years, Renjian and Shikamaru have been eating barbecue together every day, rain or shine. Harumi goes to eat barbecue with Shikamaru every day, rain or shine. Let's go have a barbecue together, rain or shine, rain or shine. Sakura's words played on a continuous loop in Naruto's mind. Until Hokage-sama. A figure appeared at the window, flipped into the office lightly, and handed the scroll to Tsunade. Long blue hair fluttered past Naruto's eyes. The ninja wearing an umbu uniform had a fox mask covering his face and a flame-like tattoo on his right arm. He was tall and had long legs, and his smooth and graceful muscle lines were wrapped in a black body-shaping suit. Tsunade nodded, without even checking the results of Hajume's mission. In the past 3 years, Hajime has completed all of his missions without fail and has been promoted from a Chunin to a Jonin. Sakura glanced at Naruto, who had become inexplicably quiet since Hajime appeared, and raised her eyebrows. Wasn't he screaming excitedly just now? Now that I've seen you in person, why are you silent? Of course, Hajime saw Naruto in the office. He turned around, took off the mask on his face, and smiled at Naruto. Welcome back, Naruto. The awkward shyness in his heart disappeared in an instant. Seeing the familiar gentle smile, Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. He rushed forward and hung on Hajume's body with his hands and feet. Lien-jian, do you miss me? Do you miss me so much? But you definitely don't miss me as much as I do. What the hell is going on? Lien-jian's face was full of black lines. Also, you have to treat me to barbecue. I want to eat barbecue. Naruto yelled. No problem. Lien-jian has saved a huge sum of money from his 3 years of missions. In addition, Shikamaru had paid for his meals for the past 3 years, so the commission he received from the missions was equivalent to pure income with no expenses. Just as Naruto was about to pull Hajime out of the office, Hajime suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and turned around and solemnly reported to Tsunade, Hokage-sama, I encountered a ninja during my mission. Tsunade knew that Renjian would not suddenly talk about irrelevant things, so she straightened her expression slightly. That ninja is very similar to the Shadame Hokage, and he also knows would release. Hajime had a worried look on his face. I wonder if it will be the same as the Konoha ninja we encountered during the mission 3 years ago. Naruto's eyes darkened. During the 3 years of training, the lecherous sage had already told him what happened 3 years ago. Naruto clenched his fists. He would never forgive these people. The table broke in two. Veins throbbed on Tsunade's forehead and her face was gloomy. The enemy hiding in the dark actually reached out to Grandpa. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 50,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 50,000. Chakra 2855000/100000000. Just hearing about it now has contributed 50,000 malicious points. If you see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid the malicious point will be even higher. Controlling Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage who founded Konoha, to destroy Konoha will definitely earn you a lot of malicious points. Speaking of which, regarding the matter of resurrecting ninjas, I have obtained some information in the past 3 years. Rubble and soil were scattered everywhere, and dust was everywhere. Hajime dodged Sakura's brute force attack lightly in the air with a smile on his face. On a distant branch, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi were watching the battle between Hajime and the other two seriously. In order to test what Naruto and Sakura have learned in the past 3 years, Kakashi proposed to organize a battle between the three of them. Of course, given the disparity in strength and the sense of oppression that Hajime has always brought to Naruto and Sakura, the two began to plan an alliance to deal with Hajime as soon as the battle began. Hajime and Sakura are both learning ninjutsu from Tsunade, but Hajume's means of attack are not limited to monotonous supernatural power attacks. From the beginning of the battle to now, Hajime has not started to formally counterattack. It is easy for him to avoid the overwhelming attacks from Sakura and Naruto. Lien hasn't shown her true strength yet. Jiraiya watched the battle and sighed, stroking his chin. Snort. Tsunade snorted smugly and raised her eyebrows. Even I can't tell how strong Hajime is right now. Kakashi nodded. After all, Hajime is a ninja who grew up in battle. He is extremely talented and grows up almost 10 times faster than others. There was a sudden noise coming from the ruins that were shattered by Sakura's punch. Under Hajume's feet, Naruto had hidden underground at some point, and his fist struck Hajime from bottom to top. Lien-jian had a playful smile on his face, and his figure easily dodged, grabbing Naruto's wrist with one hand, while at the same time, the other hand attacked Naruto's chest. Naruto felt no pain at all. Hajume's hands seemed to be just on his chest. The next moment, Naruto suddenly felt his body begin to stiffen. He can't move. Naruto looked down and saw a thick layer of ice rapidly spreading across his chest. It covered Naruto's entire body inch by inch except for his neck. He turned into an ice sculpture with only his head moving. The frozen Naruto's eyes lit up, and he kept saying as he looked at Hajime, "Amazing, Hajime, this is amazing." Jiraiya covered his face. At least we are fighting. Don't get too caught up in praising your enemies. Sakura, Naruto's fighting partner, was very upset. Naruto is so unreliable. Sakura sneaked around behind Hajime without anyone noticing. An extremely terrifying wave of power emanated from the fist. Wherever the fist passed, there were bursts of explosion sounds in the air. Bang! The fist hit Lien Jian's palm hard. Sakura's pupils dilated. Wow, Sakura, you're too harsh. When Naruto saw this scene, his heart suddenly tightened. I hope Lien Jian won't be hurt? Kakashi's expression tensed, and a hand immediately rested on his shoulder. Tsunade had a faint smile on her face, and a confident look was shining between her eyebrows. Kakashi, don't underestimate Renmai. Kakashi took a closer look. I found that Ren Jian's palm was covered with a thin layer of ice. However, the force with which Sakura was able to smash the entire ground into pieces did not cause any damage to the seemingly thin and fragile ice at all. In contrast, Sakura's arms were quickly covered in ice. The ice silently eroded her body. Different from Naruto's erosion from the outside to the inside, Sakura was being corroded from the inside out. The water content in the human body is around 60% to 70%. If you control the water content in the human body, you can easily control a person's life and death. Hajume's transformation into an action provided him with great assistance in developing his ninjutsu and bloodstains. During these 3 years, he has taken the development of ice escape to a new level. At first, he mobilized the water molecules in the opponent's body by touching the human body, thereby freezing the enemy from the inside out. Later, Hajime began to increase the difficulty and abandoned the prerequisite of contact with the human body. Instead, any contact with the ice condensed by his chakra would melt from the inside out. It looks like the winner has been decided. Jiraiya crossed his arms, not at all surprised by this outcome. He would be surprised if Naruto and Sakura won. Tsunade's eyes sparkled. It hasn't been long since the start, and the outcome has already been decided. I really want to see how much Hajime has grown now. After saying this, Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at each other, with sparks flashing in their eyes. Then, they both looked at Kakashi at the same time. Kakashi suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. No way. It's what he imagined. Next second, Kakashi found himself being held up. His left and right arms were lifted up by Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama. 3 people stood opposite Lien Jian. Yoshi, Lien Jian, let's have a friendly exchange among the 3 of us. Jiraiya winked at Hajime. Naruto was the only one who could think flexibly. If the 3 of you attack together, you will be bullying. Jiraiya patted Naruto's head, and then he and Tsunade carried the ice sculptures of Naruto and Sakura to a place far away where they would not affect the battle. Kakashi had no fighting spirit. He didn't want to join the fight. Lord Jiraiya and Lord Hokage are probably curious about the outcome of this battle, but he wasn't at all. Because when Ren Jian first joined Team 7, he was able to beat himself until he vomited blood with his move called Black Flash. It must be even more powerful now. Lien Jian, show us your full strength. Tsunade looked at Hajime with high morale. All strength? Flying Thunder God Plus would release? Lien Jian was afraid that the battle would be over in a second. Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't even feel like participating. Straight punch. Tsunade punch came through the air. Sakura is Tsunade's apprentice. Although the two have the same moves, the effects they produce are completely different. Not to mention other things, just in terms of combat experience and skills, Tsunade, who has experienced the war era, is much more difficult to deal with than Sakura. Renjian dodged, but Tsunade's next move soon appeared. Hook, whip kick, side kick. Lien saw that there was almost no intact ground around him. Tsunade's attack was dazzling. Lien Jian's already terrifying speed increased again. A green mist emanated from his body. The air seemed to be broken by his body. A circle of terrifying white air waves as fast as supersonic speed vaguely appeared around his body. A distance of more than 10 meters was crossed in 1 second. His fist collided directly with Tsunade's fist. His Black Flash is no ordinary Black Flash. He developed the 2.0 version of Black Flash by integrating Tsunade's super strength. The space between Hajime and Tsunade seemed to have turned into a crumpled piece of paper. Tsunade sensed the terrifying power of this blow. She bit her finger quickly. Psychic magic. A slug as tall as 2 people stood in front of Tsunade. The slugs that endured this powerful blow quickly scattered like a stream of water, humming and groaning as they avoided Ren Jian. Next second, Tsunade's elbow struck Hajume's head with tremendous force. Bang! Contrary to Tsunade's expectations, Hajime did not dodge, but instead quickly condensed into an ice mirror blocking his side. Tsunade's eyes suddenly widened. The ice mirror that had received her fatal blow not only did not break, but was instead devouring her arm. An extremely powerful gravitational force came from inside the ice mirror, constantly sucking Tsunade into the ice mirror. After mastering the secret technique of the ice escape magic mirror, Ren Jian realized how much Bai was wasting this ability. Since he could travel through the ice mirror could also be used as a cage to completely trap the enemy inside. Fire style, toad oil flame bullet. The air instantly heated up. The enormous power of fire release poured out. The wind escape contained in the fire escape intensified the fire. Ninjutsu has an extremely wide attack range. Not only Hajime was included. His ice mirror and Tsunade were both within the attack range. Although the ice mirror is a secret technique of ice escape, the mirror surface is still formed by ice escape. The nemesis of ice is fire. Although the ice mirror is not afraid of strong force attacks, it will still melt uncontrollably under the scorching heat of flames. Water escape water formation wall. A high-speed rotating water wall like a waterfall surrounded Hajime. The two cancelled out each other, and the air was filled with violent white smoke. In the midst of the thick white smoke that made it impossible to see human figures, Lien Jian heard the familiar sound of thunder and lightning. It's Kakashi's Reikari. Lien Jian made an instant judgment. Wind attribute and thunder attribute. Super large jade Raiznan. The huge Raiznan exploded with a powerful hurricane. Hajume's Raiznan does not require any pre-swinging and can be cast instantly and continuously. This is the point where Kakashi's Reikari can't catch up with him. Kakashi thought something was wrong, and the next second, he felt his body like a leaf in the wind, flying backwards suddenly as the airflow spread. The situation became deadlocked again. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade surrounded Hajime from three different directions. Even when Naruto was far away from the battlefield, he kept shouting, "Hajime, defeat them, come on, Hajime." Jiraiya complained, "I should have blocked Naruto's mouth earlier." Tsunade looked at Hajime, her eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. At just 16 years old, she can hold her own against the combined attack of her, Jiraiya and Kakashi. Hajime will definitely become even stronger in the future. The Sand Village. At night, the vast desert is always filled with the sound of fierce wind. The starry night sky is very close to people. It seems like I can pick the stars with my hands. The little girl by the window pointed at the stars in the sky, and suddenly a shadow passed before her eyes. "Mom, there's a big bird." The girl turned to her mother, who was already feeling sleepy. The mother wiped the tears from her eyes due to sleepiness and did not take her daughter's words seriously. "Okay, it's late, it's time to go to bed." The girl was carried to bed by her mother, but she was still thinking about the big bird that had just flashed by. There seems to be someone on the big bird's back. The girl sank into her dream with such doubts. Standing on the back of a giant bird made of white clay, Hajime Maki can have a panoramic view of the entire sand village. He looked at Deidara standing in front of him, and stretched out his hand. "Pinch me one to play with, I also want to try the feeling of throwing bombs randomly." Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 28551000/100000000. Deidara glanced at Hajime Maki, who insisted on following him, and felt full of dissatisfaction. It was clearly his and Scorpion's mission, so what was the meaning of this guy following them? I really don't know what the leader is thinking. We are being too indulgent towards this guy. Xiao Di, what's wrong? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Hajime Maki pulled Deidara's hair worriedly. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 28553000/100000000. Deidara gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. Seeing that Deidara was stingy, Hajime Maki reached out and reached into Deidara's bag of explosive clay. "Forget it if you don't give it to him, that he can do it himself and have enough food and clothing." Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 285550/100000000. Deidara stared at Hajime Maki and said, "Can you please stop bothering me?" Hajime Maki blinked in grievance. "I just think your explosion is very cool, I want to try it myself." Deidara was strangely comforted by these words. He generously offered his bag of clay. "Take it." It seems that he misunderstood Hajime Maki. He didn't expect that Hajime Maki also has insights into the art of explosion. After getting the explosive clay, Hajime Maki started throwing mines in all directions of the sand village at will. Bang! A fierce fire broke out. Mushroom clouds appeared in the sky above the sand village, which was too big to react to. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 28557000/100000000. Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 28557500/100000000 byte. Human malice detected plus 200. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 200. Chakra 28557700/100000000. The sleepy sand village instantly fell into panic. Bits and pieces of malicious power continued to emerge from Hajime Maki in the sky. In the center of the chaotic village, a red figure suddenly rose into the sky from a high roof. Countless grains of sand floated around him. The bombs dropped by Maki Hajime indiscriminately were wrapped in the yellow sand. Kazekage-sama. Lord Kazekage is here. We are saved. Gaara, who was once hated and feared by the village, has now become the guardian of the sand village. Gaara's gaze swept across the three of them and finally stopped on Hajime Maki. Hajime Maki has a face exactly like Hajime Masashi. Who are you? Gaara asked coldly. Who will answer him honestly? Countless small birds flew out from Deidara's hands. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions continued to be heard one after another. The violent flames spread and enveloped the entire sand village. It is impossible for Gaara to protect the sand village, which is so large, by himself. There are too few talented people in the sand village. Cover Lord Kazekage. Kankuro was the only ninja who reacted, and he immediately gave orders to the ninjas around him. Weapons were lifted onto the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense rain of arrows shot towards Hajime Maki and others in the sky. At the same time, Gaara's sand quickly surrounded them. Don't do anything, Deidara yelled. Let me deal with them. A hint of excitement appeared on Deidara's lips. Next second, the sky was filled with his dense array of explosive clay. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud bloomed across the desert. The sand village, which would have been destroyed without a trace under such a powerful force, was not harmed at all. A roar was heard, Deidara's eyes widened, and he tightly grasped Hajime Maki's hand, his eyes flashing with anger and dissatisfaction. Hajime Maki, didn't I say that no one is allowed to interfere? The one tail is mine. Hajime Maki held several shurikens engraved with the flying thunder god mark in her hands. After being scolded and having his wrist grabbed by Deidara, his eyes remained as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. Facing Deidara's questioning, he just smiled and said nonchalantly, "Oh, so what?" Realizing the meaning behind Hajime Maki's words, Deidara's expression became even gloomier. He stared at Hajime Maki with gritted teeth and said word by word, "I said, Yubi is my prey, no one can take it away." As he said this, he shook off Hajime Maki's hand with force. Hajime Maki's hand paused in the air for a moment, then slowly fell down. He tilted his head slightly, with a faint smile still on his lips, but his eyes revealed an indescribable indifference. His gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing straight at Deidara, and Deidara suddenly felt a chill rising up his spine. Bang! Suddenly, Hajime Maki's hand swung out at an extremely fast speed and landed heavily on Deidara's face. The blow seemed light, but it actually contained enormous power, causing Deidara's head to tilt to one side. His cheeks suddenly became red and swollen, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Deidara's eyes widened in shock, having never expected Hajime Maki to suddenly attack. He covered his face and looked at Hajime Maki in disbelief, with a strong sense of humiliation surging in his heart. This madman! He actually dared to hit him. How dare he? Deidara was so angry that he felt like smoking. Hajime Maki stood there quietly, looking at Deidara expressionlessly. Deidara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. I don't like naughty children. After Hajime Maki finished speaking, she gently stroked the half of Deidara's cheek that was injured by him. Her movements were gentle, as if she felt distressed. However, the next second, bang! Deidara's entire right arm exploded, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. In just 1 minute, his exploded right arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye and was as good as new. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 28567700/100000000. The curve of Hajime Maki's mouth widened, patted Deidara's elastic cheek. So good, madman. Deidara's pupils shrank into pinpoints, and his body was almost uncontrollably unable to move. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 28577700/100000000. Countless shurikens engraved with the flying thunder god's mark fell like raindrops, covering the entire ground of the sand village. At this moment, Hajime Maki's figure suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight without a trace, as if she had never existed. His movements were lightning fast and unpredictable. Bang, bang, bang. There was a crisp sound in the air, which was the sound of his palms gently falling on people's cheeks. However, these seemingly simple touches did not seem to cause any apparent harm. Is this really the case? Before everyone could be confused for more than 3 seconds, a horrifying scene occurred. Those Sand Village ninjas who were touched by him underwent amazing changes in just 3 seconds. Their bodies gradually became twisted and deformed, their faces became hideous and terrifying, and they completely lost their minds. These once familiar companions turned into terrifying monsters in the blink of an eye and began to frantically attack everything around them. Their eyes were bloodshot and they let out low growls as they rushed around the village aimlessly. The Sand Village instantly fell into chaos and panic, and the villagers fled in all directions to avoid this sudden disaster. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 2858770/100000000 byte. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 2859270/100000000 byte. Human malice detected plus 3,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 3,000. Chakra 2859570/100000000 byte. The system's prompt sound kept ringing in Lien Jian's mind. Hajime Maki's feet shook. The sand of his ground held his feet tightly. In the distance, Gaara stared at him intently. Sandfall funeral. Swish. At this moment, Hajime Maki's figure disappeared without a trace. Gaara's attack missed. Hajime Maki's figure instantly returned to Asuka. You guys have to fight hard next time. Hajime Maki smiled slightly, and the small shadow in his hand twisted and squirmed violently. Countless modified humans were born in his hands. The next moment, almost endless transformed humans fell from his hands in an instant. Like a group of demons dancing wildly, the crowd rushed towards the Sand Village madly. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1 million. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 1 million. Chakra 300000000/100000000 breakthrough. Chakra finally reached the 30 million mark. But Gaara's love for the village is cleared. It doesn't seem to be enough. This needs to be changed to Konoha. Now it is estimated that Hajime Maki's malicious value can break 50 million in an instant. Ah, Yuki, what are you doing? It's me. Why did you attack your fellow villagers? Countless screams of terror were heard. The entire Sand Village fell into chaos. The fleeing villagers and ninjas ran everywhere, but could not escape the attacks of those terrifying cyborgs. The cyborgs pounced on their compatriots like hungry wolves, knocking them to the ground mercilessly, and the blood dyed the ground red. No, don't kill me. A young ninja shouted desperately, but his voice was quickly drowned out by a chorus of screams. What the hell is going on? Open your eyes and look. We are all ninjas from the Sand Village. An older ninja stared at the scene in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Hajime Maki stood on a high place, watching the massacre below with indifference. Alright, Zayadai, go deal with Gaara. Hajime Maki touched Deidara's head and spoke gently. Bite. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 300005000/100000000. Deidara felt a chill in his heart, but the exhausted Jinchuriki below made him uncontrollably excited again. There was a fanatical gleam in his eyes. He quickly flew in the direction where Gaara was. The explosive clay in Deidara's hand attacked Gaara again. Gaara was already in a difficult situation. His body was covered with wounds from Deidara's clay bombs, and blood was constantly oozing from the wounds. His eyes became dim. The Sand Village was dead silent, and the ground was littered with mutilated and lifeless corpses. The transformed man exuded a foul stench and a bloody smell, his eyes flashed with strange light, and he let out a low roar from his mouth, which was creepy. Gaara closed his eyes and gave the order decisively. They are no longer our companions, kill them. Following Gaara's order, the Umbu members of the Sand Village emerged one after another. They rushed towards the cyborg without hesitation. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire ground began to shake. Gaara completely lost consciousness and his body fell limply to the ground. At the same time, the clay bird quickly wrapped Gaara tightly with its tail, then spread its wings and flew away into the distance. In this Sand Village that was like hell, Kankuro's voice resounded through the sky. Call for help from Konoha immediately. Hokage-sama. Something terrible has happened. Shizune looked anxious as she stopped the fight between Hajime, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. Tsunade saw how flustered Shizune was and immediately stopped what she was doing and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Shizune panted and replied in a heavy-toned news came from the Sand Village that the 5th Kaze cage was taken away by the Akatsuki organization. When Tsunade heard the news, her expression instantly became serious. However, worse is yet to come. Shizune continued, and the Sand Village was severely damaged, with casualties accounting for 10% of the village's population. When Shizune received the call for help from the Sand Village, her heart sank to the bottom. Every word in the message seemed to be stained with blood, which made her heart sink. What? Tsunade's eyes widened and she shouted in shock. She realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately ordered Shizun immediately gather the Jonin who were still in Konoha and hold an emergency meeting. Tsunade then turned her attention to Hajime and Naruto and Sakura, who had been freed from their restraints by Hajime. She said solemnly, "You come too." "Yes. Yes. Yes." Hokichi's office. Tsunade looked at the office with a frown on her face, as there was absolutely no one extra person in it. "Hokichi-sama, all the other Jonin in the village are away on missions," Shizun said awkwardly. Tsunade sighed and could only focus her attention on Kakashi, Hajime, Naruto, and Sakura. As for Jiraiya, I don't know when he slipped away again. The situation of this mission is urgent and we can't wait for the other Jonin to return to the village. Kakashi, Hajime, and Naruto, the three of you have fought against people from the Akatsuki organization before. I will now send you to the Sand Village to carry out a mission, Tsunade ordered. Yes. After receiving the mission, Kakashi's team set off immediately and headed towards the Sand Village as quickly as possible. Their figures flashed by like the wind, running towards the direction of the Sand Village. On the way, Kakashi suddenly thought of something, looked at Hajime, and reminded him in a serious tone, "Hajime, you may meet acquaintances on this mission." Before leaving Konoha, Jiraiya found Kakashi privately and told him an important piece of information. It is very likely that Hajume's brother Maki Hajime was among the ninja team that attacked the Sand Village this time. The massacre in the Sand Village was also planned by the other party. Jiraiya specifically warned Kakashi that if he met Hajume's brother, he must not engage in direct conflict with him. The most important thing is to evacuate the scene as soon as possible. Because a similar situation happened a few years ago, when Hajime almost died and Naruto went berserk. Kakashi was fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, so he did not dare to take it lightly. To be honest, Kakashi felt more stressed than ever before. He was worried that he would not be able to protect Lien Jian, and was even more afraid that the tragedy of that year would happen again. But no matter what, he will give it his all. Lien was stunned, and he quickly responded that it should be known who the acquaintance Kakashi was referring to. "Yes, I understand." Lien Jian lowered her eyes and nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's voice came from beside him. "Okay, it would be great if Hajime Maki was here too. I must defeat him." The scene that happened many years ago is still a nightmare that Naruto can never forget. The man named Maki Hajime once brought great disaster and pain to Hajime, and his constant death threats to Hajime made Naruto feel extremely angry and uneasy. He couldn't bear the thought that there was someone who had murderous intentions towards Lien Jian all the time. Naruto looked ahead firmly, his mind made up. Protecting Lien Jian has become the strongest desire in his heart. This time, I will never let him hurt Lien Jian again. Naruto made up his mind secretly, with a determined light flashing in his eyes, and clenched his fists tightly. Kakashi also reminded Naruto, "You can't use the power of the tailed beast." This is also what Jiraiya told him. Naruto looked embarrassed. Sakura's eyes moved back and forth between Hajime and Naruto. Hajime Maki? A name similar to Hajime. Are they Lien Jian's relatives? But why did Naruto say he wanted to kill him? Sakura buried her doubts deep in her heart. She believed that when she arrived at the Sand Village and rescued Gaara, the doubts that had been bothering her would naturally be resolved. Lien Jian and his friends compressed the 3-day journey into 2 days. 2 days later, they arrived at the Sand Village. All you see is a ruin. Bite. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 3001000/10000000000 byte. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 3002000/100000000 byte. Human malice detected plus 3,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 3,000. Chakra 3002300/100000000. As soon as Hajime appeared at the gate of Sand Village, he was immediately surrounded by a group of Sand Village ninjas. Their eyes were filled with deep hatred as they stared at Hajime closely. The ninjutsu and hidden weapons in their hands were ready to launch the attack at the command. "Hello, what are you doing?" Naruto quickly rushed forward, stood in front of Hajime, frowned, and loudly questioned the Sand Village ninjas in front of him. Between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Rain, there is a small country called the Kingdom of Rivers. This country has no ninja village, and in times of war, it often chooses to rely on big countries for survival. Unlike the Fire Kingdom, which has vast land and abundant resources, this country is covered by water and mountains without vegetation and is short of resources. At this time, in the Land of Fields, under a red rock protruding from the water that can be seen everywhere in the Land of Fields, the huge rock at the entrance of Hanjian suddenly rose slowly. Light slowly shone into the cave. the vast caves inside the red rock are revealed. The entire huge piece of red rock was hollowed out from the inside. A colorful shadow has been waiting for a long time. He stared at the figure gradually emerging in the light at the entrance of the cave. Deidara and Sasori walked into the cave, put Gaara on the ground, and looked at the colorful shadows. The colorful shadow glanced at Gaara on the ground and nodded. Suddenly, a hand passed through the colorful shadow. A pair of special dark blue eyes with circle patterns stared at Hajime Maki. Hajime Maki's hands were curiously moving back and forth on the colorful shadow. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 3004100/10,000. Isn't it amazing? Chief, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Maki Hajime poked the Rinnegan on the colorful shadow's face again. Just like before, the finger pierced through the Rinnegan. The person in front of me is really just a shadow. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 3004200/10000000. He's really annoying. How can the leader tolerate him? Deidara and Sasori stood in the corner, and Deidara couldn't help but speak in Sasori's ear. Scorpion said calmly, his abilities are very useful to the organization, so the leader will choose to tolerate him. Everyone in Akatsuki has a different personality. In Akatsuki, the strong have the right to throw tantrums. The colorful shadow ignored Hajime Maki, who was poking holes in his body. His eyes didn't change at all, and he formed the seal of spiritual summoning with his hands. White smoke filled the air behind him. The huge and strange golem revealed its hideous appearance in the white smoke. Okay, let's gather. The colorful shadow finished speaking. Several colorful shadows appeared simultaneously on the golem's 10 giant fingers. Deidara and Sasori jumped onto the only 2 free fingers. Deidara glanced at Hajime Maki, who was standing there, then looked at the colorful shadow of the leader. Where's Hajime Maki? The leader glanced down and saw Hajime Maki waving at him with a smile. Let him be, the leader said. Deidara's mouth twitched. Why don't you just tell him to do whatever he wants? Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 3004250/1000000000. Sealing technique, Phantom Dragon 9 seals. I'm sorry about the Sand Village. Before Hajime could finish his apology, he was interrupted by an indignant Naruto. Naruto jumped out and pointed at the group of Sand Village ninjas who showed their hatred for Hajime without hiding it. We have said it all. We are the ninjas from Konoha who came to help, but you actually slandered us. That person just looks like Hajime, but that doesn't mean they are the same person. Do you think you are the only ones who were hurt by that person? Hanuki is also a victim. Why should Lien Jian apologize? What that person did has nothing to do with you, Naruto said loudly while holding Hajume's shoulders. He would never let Lien Jian suffer the consequences of that man's actions. Why? Wasn't Lien Jian almost killed by that man? Sakura sighed and calmly walked forward to negotiate with the ninja from the Sand Village. You should have seen the documents from Hokage-sama. We can't possibly lie to you. Seeing their doubts, Sakura understood that hatred could not be let go so easily. She continued to explain, the ninja who attacked your village is called Hajime Maki. He and our Hajime Masato are brothers, but he is a traitor. You can't just blame innocent people for the wrong things done by the rebel ninja, right? Sakura looked at the Sand Village ninja in front of her. As far as I know, there are also traitors in your Sand Village, right? That ninja was also in the team of this attack. Would you blame the other party's relatives? The Sand Village ninja was speechless. They could only stare at Hajime, who was protected by Naruto behind him. In fact, if you calm down and observe carefully, you can still clearly notice the difference between these two people. The blue-haired ninja who attacked them had longer hair and was taller, with a look of contempt and arrogance on his face that always looked superior and amused. The ninja in front of him had more childish eyes and brows, and there was no sharpness between his brows that could hurt people. Instead, he looked very gentle and had a good temper. The ninjas from the Sand Village let them pass with stiff faces. Naruto snorted heavily as he passed by them. Lien Jian was bullied and he couldn't get over it. It's worse than being bullied yourself. Kakashi ignored it. Naruto is just a little bit angry. What's the matter? Didn't the Sand Village also lose its temper at the underage children in their Konoha village? They walked towards the Sand Village's medical room. I heard that Kankuro was poisoned and is now at the end of his strength. Konoha White Fang. As soon as he stepped into the medical room, a strong wind suddenly blew towards Kakashi. Kakashi's dead fish eyes widened. This what happened to the Sand Village? Hajime reacted very quickly. He stood in front of Kakashi and easily neutralized the opponent's attack. Then, an old voice came from in front of them. Old sister, you are dazzled. He is not Konoha White Fang. Cho withdrew her hand and stared at Kakashi behind Hajime. Kakashi gave an awkward smile. Cho snorted coldly. Even if it's Konoha White Fang, he has a close relationship with Konoha White Fang. Hey, what's going on with you guys? Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. We are here to help the Sand Village. As soon as we entered the gate, our companions were slandered by you. Now you are attacking Kakashi-sensei. What's the logic behind this? Ebizo, the only calm person at the scene, looked at Izumi, then at Kakashi, knowing what was going on, and explained, "Please allow me to apologize for their recklessness. That your companion looks too similar to the ninja who attacked us, and Konoha White Fang has some past grudges against my sister. But don't worry, we are allies now," Ebizo said. "Don't hit someone who smiles at you," Naruto snorted. "Oh no, Grandma Cho, Kankuro's condition has gotten worse." Temari ran out and grabbed Granny Cho's hand. Sakura looked at Hajime, who was looking at her as well. "Sakura, your medical ninjutsu is excellent. I believe you can do it, right?" Sakura could indeed do it. She just felt that since Hajime was around, and Hajume's medical ninjutsu was far superior to hers, she might be more suitable to treat Kankuro. "Sakura, go ahead." Lien Jian waved at her. A light appeared in Sakura's eyes. She tied her hair short and followed Granny Cho, Temari, and Ebizo into the treatment room. Hajime, Naruto, and Kakashi sat on the public seats in the corridor. Kakashi-sensei, who is the Konoha White Fang that the old woman mentioned?" Naruto looked at Kakashi curiously. Kakashi was stunned, as if he didn't expect Naruto to ask this. He smiled and said, "It's my father." It was also the last time. Kakashi's words were interrupted by Hajime, who turned Naruto's head, which was looking at Kakashi, and said seriously, "Kakashi-sensei's father, Heitake Sakumo, is a very outstanding jonin in Konoha. He has the title of Konoha White Fang on the battlefield. Konoha White Fang was once a strong candidate for the 4th Hokage. Isn't that amazing?" Hajime rubbed Naruto's head. Naruto narrowed his eyes and nodded continuously. Amazing. Kakashi looked at Hajime, holding his head up helplessly. He had wanted to tell Naruto that the ninja who attacked them 3 years ago was his father, but was stopped by Hajime. He knew what Lien Jian was thinking. It's really too gentle. Elder Kyande. Suddenly, a ninja from the Sand Village ran in from outside with an anxious look on his face, etc. Naruto stopped him and explained, "Kankuro is being treated inside. If you barge in like this, you'll disturb Sakura. But there are still more injured ninjas in the Sand Village who need medical treatment." The ninja shouted at Naruto. "I'll go." Hajime stood up and smiled at the ninja in front of him. "I am the disciple of Konoha's 5th Hokage, and I am also a medical ninja." But you. The ninja didn't dare to look at his all too familiar face. This questioning attitude immediately ignited Naruto's anger. "Hasami is kind enough to help, why do you have such an attitude?" Hajime rubbed Naruto's head soothingly and said to the Sand Village ninja in front of him, "Saving people is important. Are you sure you want to waste time with me here?" The Sand Village ninja gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then come with me. Sorry for the trouble." The last 3 words were spoken so quietly that they almost didn't hear them. Naruto followed Hajime. "I'll go with you, so they won't bully you." Because of limited resources, all the injured ninjas in the Sand Village were lying on stretchers placed on the ground. There are very few medical ninjas, only 3 of them, and his medical ninjutsu isn't very good. Don't come over here. Don't come near me." Suddenly, an injured ninja next to Hajime widened his bloodshot eyes and waved his hands at Hajime, his eyes full of fear. "Calm down, he's not the same person who attacked you." Naruto helped Hajime hold him down. Lien Jian took the opportunity to use the palm immortal technique. The wounds on the ninja's body healed quickly. The ninja looked at him in doubt and surprise, his body shaking constantly, but he was no longer as evasive as he was at the beginning. The addition of Lien Jian greatly improved the efficiency of treatment. Many ninjas who were originally judged to be beyond saving by the medical ninjas of the Sand Village due to excessive blood loss were also saved by him. Not to mention the other ninjas in the Sand Village, at least 3 medical ninjas have been completely impressed by Hajume's superb medical ninjutsu. Not to mention that during the treatment process, Hajime generously taught them medical ninjutsu. After all the wounded were almost treated, Renjian wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up, and planned to go check on Sakura's progress. That Lien Jian was suddenly called. Naruto turned around with him. The wounded man on the ground looked around. "Thank you." Lien Jian was stunned for a moment, then smiled at him. "It's okay, I'm also very happy to be able to save you." The wounded looked at the smile on his face and felt a warmth rising from the bottom of their hearts. Just like the yellow-haired Konoha ninja said, how could they confuse 2 completely different people? These are clearly 2 people who are completely different. On the way to the medical room, she could always feel Naruto's fixed gaze on her. "Naruto, why are you looking at me?" Lien Jian asked with amusement. Naruto scratched the back of his head and gave a rare embarrassed smile. "I just think Lien Jian is so amazing. So handsome. He's the most amazing person I've ever met. Not only is she powerful, gentle and kind, she also possesses great charm. It seems that no one who has come into contact with him can hate him. Anyway, Naruto thinks Hajime is super handsome, and Naruto can't find any more adjectives to describe him. Yeah? Hajime couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto is also very powerful now. The way you stood in front of me before was super manly. Kakashi saw Hajime and Naruto, who seemed to be floating upwards beside him. He was silent for a moment and asked in an affirmative tone, Hanuki, are you praising Naruto again? Lien Jian, he pulled Naruto down as he kept floating upwards. Hajunamai, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura came out, her short hair still tied up, looking heroic. She looked at Hajime and nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. I cleared all the toxins out of Kankuro's body. Renjian understood the expectation in Sakura's eyes, and reached out his hand to gently press the top of Sakura's head. Amazing, you are worthy of being Sakura. Sakura got the compliment she wanted and a bright smile appeared on her face. Of course, I am Tsunade-sama's disciple, your junior sister. Kakashi, does Sakura really still remember that the person she likes is Sasuke? Kakashi was skeptical. Now that Kankuro's poison has been resolved, let's go and rescue Gaara without further ado. Kakashi spoke out. I'll go with you. Cho came over. She lowered her eyes and said slowly, among the Akatsuki members who abducted Gaara, there was my grandson, I will go with you. Ebizo's eyes were filled with nostalgia, old sister. He understood that this departure might be a farewell forever. Ju received the message from the clone, and its voice sounded immediately afterwards. Enemy? Deidara was curious. Who is coming? If it was a Jinchuriki, he would be very excited. The colorful phantom nodded, yes, and he is a master of considerable caliber. His name seems to be Might Guy. Who is he? The leader looked at Ju. No answer at all. A jonin from Konoha, skilled in taijutsu. Itaka's voice rang out. He's quite strong, best not to underestimate him. He reminded again. So it's that rare beast. Kisame remembered. Isn't Might Guy the ninja who jumped in front of him and kicked him the last time he and Mr. Itaki attacked Konoha? Speaking of which, he was quite interested in that rare beast of Konoha. Use that technique. The seal in front of us cannot be interrupted, and someone must be sent out to delay the enemy. Under the premise that their bodies cannot move and the seal must be continuously performed, that ninjutsu can be used to stop them. Although its strength is not as good as the original body, it is enough to deal with them. Let me go that I have a little personal vendetta against him. Kisame said this. The leader nodded. The jutsu is only suitable for you since you have plenty of chakra. Hajime, the leader glanced around and did not see Hajime Maki on the ground. Where is Hajime Maki? He frowned, but a hint of blue flashed in his peripheral vision. Looking closely, I saw a figure lying horizontally on the head of the heretic golem, and the hand was curiously touching the rotating eyeball of the heretic golem. The leader was silent for a second, then ordered, Hajime, you go with Kisame. Hajime Maki jumped up, full of energy. Okay, I have nothing to do anyway. The country of fields. Parker was leading the Might Guy team, who were sent by the Hokage to provide support, towards the Red Rock. Just waiting to meet up with Kakashi's class in front of the Red Rock. Parker's nose moved and he smelled a strange smell, which was approaching them. Someone is coming in our direction. Might Guy looked at Niji behind him. Niji nodded, veins spreading on both sides of his cheeks. Baigan. At this moment, in Niji's eyes, all the scenery and characters are clearly visible. The two figures in front of him could not escape his sharp eyes. Suddenly, a familiar figure came into view. Niji stopped involuntarily, his pupils constricted. Ningji? Noticing Nisi's strange expression, Might Guy, Lee, Tenten and others stopped in surprise and turned to look at Nisi. What kind of scene could make the usually calm and composed Niji show such an expression? Everyone was full of doubts. Ningji, what did you see? Might Guy's eyes were solemn. However, there was no need to wait for Niji's answer, as the person who shocked him appeared in front of them. Parker widened his eyes and looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. Hajime Maki stretched and looked at the person in front of her with boredom. Not seeing the person he wanted to see inside, he suddenly lost the desire to fight. Ah, that's boring, I'll leave them to you, Kisame. If you can't even handle them, don't blame me for calling you a fathead fish from now on. Hajime Maki yawned, lacking interest. Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 3004300/10000000000. Kisame pulled out the same hata from his back and looked at Might Guy with provocation in his eyes. Lien Jian? Xiao Li shouted absent-mindedly. The person in front of me looks exactly like Lien Jian? This title made Hajime Maki raise her eyebrows. He narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. We probably haven't seen it before. Hajime Maki seemed to have thought of something interesting, and she became lively again, completely different from her listless appearance just now. He took 2 steps forward and pointed at his face. So, you know my brother? Younger brother? So the person in front of me is Lien Jian's brother? Xiaoli nodded happily. Yes, yes, we are very good friends with Li Enjian. Hello, brother. Hello, Xiao Li. Tianatian's face changed and he quickly stopped him. She looked at Hajime Maki sharply, her eyes full of vigilance and suspicion. However, Xiao Li standing by was totally unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Tian sighed secretly, wondering why Xiao Li was so tactless. The person in front of him was wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki organization, which meant that he was definitely not a good person. Ha 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 ha. Hajime Maki suddenly burst into laughter, and the sound echoed across the vast wasteland. He laughed so hard that he even cried. You're so cute. Hajime Maki finally stopped laughing and started to praise. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone, but it inexplicably made Tianatian's hair stand on end. There was a gut feeling that danger was imminent. Hajime Maki turned to look at Kisame beside him, with a cruel smile on his face. Puffhead fish, I'll leave that beast thing to you. As for these three good friends of my brother, let me personally send them off for the last time. Thinking that killing these three people would cause pain to the real person, Hajime Maki couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The laughter echoed in the air, making people feel creepy. What a pity, the real person is not here, otherwise he would have witnessed you with his own eyes. How despairing it would be to be killed by me. There was a cold light in Hajime Maki's eyes, as if she had already seen the real person crying bitterly. Suddenly, his expression softened, and he said in a doting tone, but it doesn't matter, I love you the most. After I kill you, I will immediately send you to reunite. As he spoke, he gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, seeming to be deeply moved by his own words. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked at the endless blue sky, his eyes revealing a complex emotion. How can there be a brother like me who cares about his brother? You are so lucky. His voice was full of emotion and helplessness, as if he was proud of his behavior, but also hiding a hint of unspeakable sadness. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 3004400/100000000. Kisame couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Stop saying these disgusting words." Kisame missed the life when Itake was still his partner. Mr. Itake never talks trash and is very polite. A polite person who is out of tune with the Akatsuki organization. In comparison, the person next to me is simply the worst. Except for the leader, no one in the entire Akatsuki organization should want to see him. Hey, what are you talking about? Aren't you mommy's brother? Xiao Li shouted in confusion. Why do you say these incomprehensible words? Boom! A figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Xiao Li. Hajime Maki looked down at him. Xiao Li's pupils shrank into needle points and he had no time to react at all. The next second, his body flew high up and then fell heavily to the ground. Ahem, Xiao Li felt a sharp pain in his chest. As soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Plum. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 3005400/100000000. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 3006400/100000000. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 3007400/100000000. Where are we going now? These three people were so excited. If he really starts to abuse me, his malice value will definitely explode. Sure enough, this trip was not in vain. Hajime Maki stretched and did a few stretching exercises leisurely on the spot. Might Guy's body suddenly burst out with powerful energy, and a large amount of blue steam overflowed from his body wildly. Swish! His figure flashed as fast as lightning, and he attacked towards Hajime Maki. Your opponent is me. Kisame appeared in front of Might Guy, with his mouth wide open, and Same Hata slashed fiercely at Might Guy head-on. Hajime Maki didn't look back, but smiled slightly at Tenten and Niji who were helping Lee up. He reached into the ninja tool bag hanging on his leg and took out a dozen cyborgs. It's a good time to clean up the garbage in the ninja tool bag. When the finger-sized cyborgs fell to the ground from his hands, they instantly turned into various extremely huge beasts. The cyborgs stood in front of him, opened their huge mouths and roared at Xiao Li and the other two. What's this? Tian is a girl, and when she saw the hideous-looking cyborg, her brows immediately twisted together. I remember that the real person also has this ability. Careful. As soon as Niji finished speaking, the wild bear's sharp claws were right in front of him. Return to heaven. Tian and Xiao Li were extremely alert. They have seen Hajume's strength, and Hajime is undoubtedly the strongest among the new generation of Konoha. So what about the strength of Hajume's brother? To be honest, all three of them had a bad feeling in their hearts. Until now, Hajume's brother had not taken action himself, and just using these monsters had wasted a lot of their energy and chakra. Xiao Li took a deep breath and increased his speed to the fastest. Wow! An invisible wind seemed to be blowing around him. His physical strength and function suddenly increased to a terrifying level. The next moment, swish! Xiao Li's body had already been thrown out violently. His leg whip had already reached behind Hajime Maki. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 3007600/100000000. Hajime Maki's eyes were cold, without any fear on her face, and even the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, revealing a scornful smile. He threw a punch so quickly that the air was shattered and whistled. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed all around, like a flash of lightning, instantly spreading to every corner of Xiao Li's body. The sound was so creepy that one could feel the excruciating pain of having bones broken all over the body. Xiao Li was like a helpless doll, being ruthlessly knocked away by Hajime Maki's fist, hitting the ground around him again and again. His body was flying in the air, blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely tragic. Hajime Maki was so fast that Niji and Tenten couldn't see his movements clearly. They could only watch as Xiao Li was knocked down again and again, their hearts filled with fear and despair. Finally, with a dull thud, the little Li landed heavily on the ground. His body was already stained with blood, his limbs were twisted and deformed, and he had completely lost his human shape. He lay there quietly, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1 million. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 1 million. Chakra 3107600/100000000. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1 million. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 1 million. Chakra 3207600/100000000. Xiao Li. Xiao Li. Niji and Tenten rushed towards Li. A sarcastic smile appeared on Hajime Maki's face. It's a pity that such a wonderful scene was not seen by my brother. Yeah. Hajime Maki clicked his tongue and shook his head. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 3207800/100000000. Steel wires wrapped around Hajime Maki's body from all directions. Tenten hooked the wire tightly with both hands and stared at Hajime Maki with hatred. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 3208000/100000000. Soft fist, 8 diagrams 64 palms. Niji instantly appeared in front of Hajime Maki. A huge Tai Chi pattern unfolded beneath their feet. Bang! The palm technique that was destined to hit the target suddenly missed. Niji's pupils dilated slightly. His pupils moved back stiffly. Ningji! Tianation's voice came to his ears. Hajime Maki placed her hand on Niji's shoulder. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp explosions were heard. Niji's 2 arms exploded. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5 million. Chakra 3708000/100000000. Wow. Tian, you really treat people differently. Xiao Li had been beaten by him until he was only left with 1 breath, and he only contributed 1 million malice points every day. Just because Niji had his arms destroyed by him, his malice value soared to 5 million? Sure enough, lovers and companions cannot be equated? In that case, he was looking forward to meeting Sakura. Hajime Maki let go of her hand. Due to excessive blood loss and severe pain, Niji's body suddenly fell to the ground and fainted. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5 million. Chakra 4208000/100000000. Ningji. Xiao Li. Might Guy's aura suddenly changed. His body collided with Kisame. Day Tiger. Boom. Boom. The sound of the ground cracking was like an explosion. Kisame obviously overestimated his own strength, but he took the attack of the Day Tiger head-on, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball, dragging on the ground for at least 20 meters. The next second, Might Guy attacked Hajime Maki. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 420820000/100000000. Hajime Maki's figure flashed, disappeared from the spot, and appeared next to Kisame. There was only a strange corpse left at the spot, and the ninjutsu had lost its effectiveness. Hajime Maki glanced at Might Guy and touched his chin. No, this way, the fun hasn't even started yet. His words fell. Blue flames suddenly ignited on Rock Lee and Niji's bodies. The wounds of both people healed instantly. It was as if what just happened had never happened. Don't even think about running. The steam on Might Guy's body was showing signs of turning red. Hajime Maki used Flying Thunder God and disappeared instantly. Might Guy was breathing heavily, looking at Lee and Niji who had fully recovered, and he fell into confusion. Why? Why would the other party do this? The other side. The corner of Hajime Makoto's mouth curled up as he was heading towards the land of fields through the jungle. Why do this? For recycling, of course. If Rock Lee and Niji are too seriously injured, then Might Guy's mission this time will inevitably be terminated. He will bring Rock Lee and Niji back to Konoha, and the amount of malice that Hajime can obtain this time will be less. It won't be too late to beat them up in front of Naruto, Sakura, and the others. Reuse, it's environmentally friendly. Naruto, can I ask you a question? Although Sakura said this, she did not wait for Naruto to answer and asked, when did Akatsuki start to target you? Have no idea. Naruto shook his head, and the images of 3 people involuntarily appeared in his mind. Hajime Maki, Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame. Naruto clenched his fists. 2 people from Akatsuki once visited Konoha to look for Naruto. After that, they stayed silent for 3 years, but now they are starting to stir again. Kakashi explained. Then why did it stagnate for 3 years? Sakura wondered. It was Granicho who answered her question. From what I know, in order to extract the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki's body and seal it, corresponding preparations must be made. That maybe this is why time is wasted. Tailed beast? Sakura looked at Granicho. Cho pouted. What, as a disciple of the Hokage, you don't even know this? Doesn't Konoha have the 9 tails? Cho looked at Naruto. Kakashi immediately explained. Konoha 9 tails involves top secrets, so. Hajime explained to Sakura in a good mood. There are 9 tailed beasts in the ninja world. That the characteristics of the tailed beasts are distinguished by the characteristics of their tails. For example, Konoha's 9-tailed fox has 9 tails, and the 1-tailed fox of the Sand Village has 1 tail. It's really pitifully weak. Lien Jian added in his heart. The tailed beasts are a collection of huge chakras. During the Ninja World War, all countries used the tailed beasts as weapons of war. That they would do anything to get them, but no one could control the enormous power that was beyond human imagination. Grandmacho continued what Hajime said. Sakura involuntarily cast her gaze towards the unusually quiet Naruto, then looked at Hajime and asked, Hajime knew about Naruto and the 9 tails a long time ago? These words made Naruto's heart move, and his eyes involuntarily turned to Hajime. Lien Jian smiled at them and said, I knew it when I was very young. How to say it? Even though I know how gentle and kind Renjian is, I am still shocked by some of his admirable opinions every time. Naruto should be very happy too. Even if he is questioned and hated by everyone, there is still someone who will always stand firmly by his side. However, Sakura smiled and said that they would all stand by Naruto now. Naruto will no longer be alone. Lien Jian was able to see through the truth when he was very young, but the people in the village still can't see it clearly until now. Kakashi couldn't blame those who had experienced the 9 Tails rebellion firsthand, but he still felt helpless about everyone pouring hatred on a child. Kakashi suddenly felt something was wrong. It was unlike Naruto to be so quiet. He glanced at Naruto beside him and saw Naruto secretly wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Wow! Next second, Naruto threw himself towards Hajime. Fortunately, Hajime reacted quickly enough to catch Naruto. Be careful, Naruto. Veins popped out on Sakura's forehead and she punched Naruto on the head. Naruto groaned, covered his head and looked at Hajime aggrievedly. It hurts. Lien Jian rubbed his head perfunctorily. Okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Naruto nodded obediently. Yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore. Sakura, damn Naruto. Grandmacho looked at the 3 people playing and felt inexplicably complicated. Not everyone can meet someone who can understand him like the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi shook his head. Naruto had a terrible life before he met Hajime. Grandmacho smiled, but he is very happy now. Only when the Jinchuriki understands what love is, can he understand what protection is and can he unleash the true power of the tailed beast. Everyone stopped. Suddenly, Kakashi in front stopped. Lien Jian and the other 3 looked closely and saw Uchiha Itachi blocking their way. Who is it? Sakura is the only one who has not met Uchiha Itachi, but the other party's Sharinan made her have bad guesses in her mind. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto stared at the figure in front of him, his brows lowered and filled with anger. Itachi? Granicho remembered. Oh, that's the brat who killed the entire Uchiha clan. Long time no see, Kakashi-kun, Naruto-kun. Uchiha Itachi greeted the 2 of them politely. Sakura and Hajime were completely ignored. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 42083000100000000. As soon as Uchiha Itachi appeared, he contributed 1000 malice points to Hajime. Lien Jian didn't even say a word. Kakashi was very wary of Uchiha Itachi, especially his illusions that were hard to guard against. Everyone, don't look directly into his eyes, it's dangerous. Kakashi simply reached out and covered Naruto's eyes. Itaka's eye technique is a genjutsu, or a visual illusion. As long as you don't meet his gaze, you'll be fine. Lien Jian, it seems to be of no use to Uchiha Itaki. If this guy moves his toes, you will be in a fantasy world. Hajime was quite curious about what kind of illusion Uchiha Itaki would create for him. Younger brother, don't look around. Hajume's shoulder was patted gently. He turned around and saw Hajime Maki standing quietly behind him, giving him a friendly smile. Lien Jian looked to his side. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura and Old Lady Cho disappeared without a trace. Only he and Hajime Maki were left. So, is this an illusion created for him by Uchiha Itake? Mamoru stroked his chin, a smirk on his face. Although it was an illusion created for him by Uchiha Itake, he could create nightmares for Uchiha Itake in the illusion. Why are you here? Mami leaned on Maki's shoulder with familiarity. The two brothers who were originally enemies became as close as people wearing the same pants. Come to see you. Maki lowered her eyes and stared at Mami. Maki's hand gently stroked Maki's cheek. Don't forget our purpose. There are only 2 pairs of Sharingan left now, right? I want Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Brother, help me. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1 million. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 1 million. Chakra 4308300/100000000 breakthrough defense. It would be too easy to make Uchiha Itake turn against him. If you set your eyes on any organ of his, he can kill you right now. Not to mention something as precious as the Sharingan. Bang! The real person slapped him in the face. Maki's face was hit to the side without any defense. Masato grabbed Maki's collar and said, "Do you think I can't recognize my own brother, Uchiha Itake?" Maki in front of him slowly changed into the appearance of Uchiha Itake. The real person leaned close to Uchiha Itake's ear and whispered, "Sasuke doesn't know the truth about you exterminating the Uchiha clan, right? If I tell him, will he join the Akatsuki organization and destroy Konoha?" Between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, you chose Konoha, but Sasuke was saved. So, between Sasuke and Konoha, who would you choose? Uchiha Itake. I'm looking forward to it. The real person slowly backed away. He saw the murderous intent in Uchiha Itake's eyes. Mahito suddenly remembered Shisui's Sharingan. One is with Uchiha Itake, and the other is with Danzo. What a coincidence, he can get both. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5 million. Chakra 4808300/100000000. Lien Jian noticed it. Uchiha Itake had already made up his mind to kill himself here. Just what he wanted. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 4808500/100000000. Hajume's chest was pierced by a kunao. He stared at Uchiha Itake without any change on his face. The wound heals quickly. Not a trace was left. Hajime reached out his hand towards Uchiha Itake. In the illusion, the body is fake, but the spirit and soul are real. This just made it easier for Lien Jian to take action. Uchiha Itake is extremely smart. He seemed to have touched upon certain rules of Lien Jian's abilities. He quickly dodged the hand that Hajime was reaching out to him. Whoosh! Uchiha Itake's body disappeared into the illusion. Lien Jian was left alone there. Suddenly, Uchiha Itake appeared out of nowhere behind Hajime and punched him hard. Lien Jian did not give in at all and also threw a punch. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 4808700/100000000. A huge force poured out, shaking the bodies of both parties. When Hajume's hand tried to further grab Uchiha Itake, the other party pushed it away nimbly again. Uchiha Itake looked at his hands. The attack power unleashed by Hajime Masamune was extremely powerful, the strongest among all the ninjas he had ever encountered. His hand bones were broken, his skin was damaged, and even his internal organs were shaking slightly. Hajime clearly heard a slight sound of bone cracking in Uchiha Itake's body. This was the first person Lien Jian met who had a head-on fist fight with him. Tsunade's extraordinary strength was integrated into his black flash, and with the addition of the power of the 8 gates, most people would not have a second move after taking the first move. It was also thanks to the illusion that Uchiha Itake was not seriously injured. A sneer appeared at Lien Jian's lips. He didn't mind playing with him a little longer in the illusion. The next moment, Uchiha Itake's combo followed. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. The flames like impatience came towards Ren Jian. The scorching heat was accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, and there were shurikens in the flames that were easily overlooked. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 48089000/100000000 water release water crush wave. The powerful water flow like a high-speed rotating tornado extinguished the flames, the shuriken was caught in the hurricane, and the powerful water flow like an ocean rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. The amount of chakra that Hajime has now is definitely not small, and it is quite abundant for him to use. Therefore, the water escape used was as exaggerated as the ocean. Water style, water dragon bullet. Two giant water dragons suddenly shot out from behind Ren Jian, their eyes flashing like lightning, and bit towards Uchiha Itachi. The illusion collapsed. Uchiha Itachi's figure disappeared along with the water escape technique. Hajime opened his eyes and saw Naruto and the others right in front of him. In just a moment, he and Uchiha Itachi had already fought a round. Hajime looked around and found Naruto standing there in a daze. It seems that he has fallen into an illusion. Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi have already started fighting. Naruto suddenly came back to his senses from his dream, his breathing was rapid and his trembling pupils were still filled with fear. Naruto. As soon as Ren Jian spoke, he was hugged tightly by Naruto the next second. Naruto was very strong, and he strangled Lien and she felt a suffocating feeling in her chest. Lien Jian patted Naruto's back in confusion. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Did you just fall into Uchiha Itachi's illusion? Illusions can't be real. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 48090000/100000000. I know. Even though he knew it was an illusion, Naruto couldn't help but exert his will on Hajime in front of him. How could he do that? How could it be like this just because of an illusion? Hanmian will never leave us, right? Naruto let go of Hajime, grabbed his shoulders, and stared at Hajime stubbornly. Lien Jian looked into his eyes and smiled. Yeah, Hanuki would never lie to me, right? Naruto continued to ask. Hajime had already guessed what Uchiha Itachi showed Naruto in the illusion. He continued nodding. Yeah, it was just an illusion, and it was impossible to break the image he had created around Naruto over the years. I knew it. Naruto had a smile on his face. But the reminder sound in Lien Jian's mind rang. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 48100000/100000000. Naruto smiled brightly. If Hajime does something wrong, I will break Hajume's legs and lock him up. Lien Jian stared at him fiercely. What did Naruto say? Why doesn't he understand? Naruto. Lien Jian was shocked beyond words. Did he hear it wrong? No, it's not possible. He heard it right. Naruto turned evil? Only a dark person can say such things, right? No, it seems that Naruto originally had a dark side. The nine-tailed fox has been sealed in his body for years, and he has been bullied by the entire village for more than a decade. It is impossible for him not to have a dark side. But what you just said is too inconsistent with Naruto's personality, right? Ah, what's wrong? Naruto looked at Hajime with bright eyes, as if he had no idea what he had just said. He turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. I must defeat him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit as he rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. Super large jade Raiznan. The Raiznan in Naruto's hand attacked Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha's chakra ran out. This body didn't belong to him originally. He only used a special jutsu to be able to manifest in this body, and his chakra was only 30% of his usual self. He couldn't accept not killing Master Lien Jian. Facing the Raiznan attacking from above his head, Uchiha Itachi gave up resistance and instead concentrated all his chakra and stared at Hajime Masamune with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Bang! There was a loud bang. A deep pit appeared at the spot. The fallen corpse did not look like Uchiha Itachi. This is a jonin from our village, you run. How could this happen? Grandma Cho frowned when she recognized the owner of the corpse. Ah! Lien Jian's body was wrapped in black flames, his face became distorted, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. The voice pierced the air like a sharp sword, causing Kakashi and the others to change their expressions. See you, Lien. When Naruto heard Hajume's cry of pain, his heart tightened and he rushed towards Hajume's direction without hesitation. Water style, great waterfall technique. Seeing this, Sakura quickly formed hand seals and performed ninjutsu. I saw a huge stream of water pouring down from the sky like a waterfall, pouring directly onto Lien Jian's head. The water and the flame collided with each other, making crackling sounds, but the flame on Lien Jian's body still showed no signs of going out. Don't come over here. Hajime sensed Naruto approaching and shouted hurriedly, while constantly backing away. I'll find a way. Hajime looked at Naruto, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Although his body was in great pain from the flames, he remained calm. The flames continued to lick Lien Jian's body, and his skin gradually became redder and redder, as if it was about to be burned. But Naruto didn't care about all that. He rushed to Hajime resolutely, not worrying at all that he would be burned by the flames. How to say it? Even though I know how gentle and kind Renjian is, I am still shocked by some of his admirable opinions every time. Naruto should be very happy too. Even if he is questioned and hated by everyone, there is still someone who will always stand firmly by his side. However, Sakura smiled and said that they would all stand by Naruto now. Naruto will no longer be alone. Lien Jian was able to see through the truth when he was very young, but the people in the village still can't see it clearly until now. Kakashi couldn't blame those who had experienced the Nine Tails rebellion firsthand, but he still felt helpless about everyone pouring hatred on a child. Kakashi suddenly felt something was wrong. It was unlike Naruto to be so quiet. He glanced at Naruto beside him and saw Naruto secretly wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Wow! Next second, Naruto threw himself towards Hajime. Fortunately, Hajime reacted quickly enough to catch Naruto. Be careful, Naruto. Veins popped out on Sakura's forehead and she punched Naruto on the head. Naruto groaned, covered his head and looked at Hajime aggrievedly. It hurts. Lien Jian rubbed his head perfunctorily. Okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Naruto nodded obediently. Yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore. Sakura, damn Naruto. Grandmacho looked at the three people playing and felt inexplicably complicated. Not everyone can meet someone who can understand him like the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi shook his head. Naruto had a terrible life before he met Hajime. Grandmacho smiled, but he is very happy now. Only when the Jinchuriki understands what love is, can he understand what protection is and can he unleash the true power of the tailed beast. Everyone stop. Suddenly, Kakashi in front stopped. Lien Jian and the other three looked closely and saw Uchiha Itachi blocking their way. Who is it? Sakura is the only one who has not met Uchiha Itachi, but the other party's Sharingan made her have bad guesses in her mind. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto stared at the figure in front of him, his brows lowered and filled with anger. Itachi? Granicho remembered. Oh, that's the brat who killed the entire Uchiha clan. Long time no see, Kakashi-kun, Naruto-kun. Uchiha Itachi greeted the two of them politely. Sakura and Hajime were completely ignored. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 42083000100000000. As soon as Uchiha Itachi appeared, he contributed 1000 malice points to Hajime. Lien Jian didn't even say a word. Kakashi was very wary of Uchiha Itachi, especially his illusions that were hard to guard against. Everyone, don't look directly into his eyes, it's dangerous. Kakashi simply reached out and covered Naruto's eyes. Itachi's eye technique is a genjutsu, or a visual illusion. As long as you don't meet his gaze, you'll be fine. Lien Jian, it seems to be of no use to Uchiha Itachi. If this guy moves his toes, you will be in a fantasy world. Hajime was quite curious about what kind of illusion Uchiha Itachi would create for him. Younger brother. Don't look around. Hajume's shoulder was patted gently. He turned around and saw Hajime Maki standing quietly behind him, giving him a friendly smile. Lien Jian looked to his side. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura and Old Lady Cho disappeared without a trace. Only he and Hajime Maki were left. So, is this an illusion created for him by Uchiha Itachi? Mamoru stroked his chin, a smirk on his face. Although it was an illusion created for him by Uchiha Itachi, he could create nightmares for Uchiha Itachi in the illusion. Why are you here? Mami leaned on Maki's shoulder with familiarity. The two brothers who were originally enemies became as close as people wearing the same pants. Come to see you. Maki lowered her eyes and stared at Mami. Maki's hand gently stroked Maki's cheek. Don't forget our purpose. There are only 2 pairs of Sharingan left now, right? I want Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Brother, help me. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1 million. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 1 million. Chakra 430830000/100000000 breakthrough defense. It would be too easy to make Uchiha Itachi turn against him. If you set your eyes on any organ of his, he can kill you right now. Not to mention something as precious as the Sharingan. Bang! The real person slapped him in the face. Maki's face was hit to the side without any defense. Masato grabbed Maki's collar and said, "Do you think I can't recognize my own brother, Uchiha Itachi?" Maki in front of him slowly changed into the appearance of Uchiha Itachi. The real person leaned close to Uchiha Itachi's ear and whispered, "Sasuke doesn't know the truth about you exterminating the Uchiha clan, right? If I tell him, will he join the Akatsuki organization and destroy Konoha?" Between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, you chose Konoha, but Sasuke was saved. So, between Sasuke and Konoha, who would you choose? Uchiha Itachi. I'm looking forward to it. The real person slowly backed away. He saw the murderous intent in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Mahito suddenly remembered Shisui's Sharingan. One is with Uchiha Itachi, and the other is with Danzo. What a coincidence, he can get both. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5 million. Chakra 48083000100000000. Lien Jian noticed it. Uchiha Itachi had already made up his mind to kill himself here. Just what he wanted. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 48085000100000000. Hajumi's chest was pierced by a kunao. He stared at Uchiha Itachi without any change on his face. The wound heals quickly. Not a trace was left. Hajime reached out his hand towards Uchiha Itachi. In the illusion, the body is fake, but the spirit and soul are real. This just made it easier for Lien Jian to take action. Uchiha Itachi is extremely smart. He seemed to have touched upon certain rules of Lien Jian's abilities. He quickly dodged the hand that Hajime was reaching out to him. Whoosh! Uchiha Itachi's body disappeared into the illusion. Lien Jian was left alone there. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi appeared out of nowhere behind Hajime and punched him hard. Lien Jian did not give in at all and also threw a punch. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 4808700000100000000. A huge force poured out, shaking the bodies of both parties. When Hajume's hand tried to further grab Uchiha Itachi, the other party pushed it away nimbly again. Uchiha Itachi looked at his hands. The attack power unleashed by Hajime Masamune was extremely powerful, the strongest among all the ninjas he had ever encountered. His hand bones were broken, his skin was damaged, and even his internal organs were shaking slightly. Hajime clearly heard a slight sound of bone cracking in Uchiha Itachi's body. This was the first person Lien Jian met who had a head-on fist fight with him. Tsunade's extraordinary strength was integrated into his black flash, and with the addition of the power of the 8 gates, most people would not have a second move after taking the first move. It was also thanks to the illusion that Uchiha Itachi was not seriously injured. A sneer appeared at Lien Jian's lips. He didn't mind playing with him a little longer in the illusion. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi's combo followed. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. The flames like impatience came towards Ren Jian. The scorching heat was accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, and there were shurikens in the flames that were easily overlooked. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 4808900000100000000. Water release. Water crush wave. The powerful water flow like a high-speed rotating tornado extinguished the flames, the shuriken was caught in the hurricane, and the powerful water flow like an ocean rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. The amount of chakra that Hajime has now is definitely not small, and it is quite abundant for him to use. Therefore, the water escape used was as exaggerated as the ocean. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. 2 giant water dragons suddenly shot out from behind Ren Jian, their eyes flashing like lightning, and bit towards Uchiha Itachi. The illusion collapsed. Uchiha Itachi's figure disappeared along with the water escape technique. Hajime opened his eyes and saw Naruto and the others right in front of him. In just a moment, he and Uchiha Itachi had already fought a round. Hajime looked around and found Naruto standing there in a daze. It seems that he has fallen into an illusion. Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi have already started fighting. Naruto suddenly came back to his senses from his dream, his breathing was rapid and his trembling pupils were still filled with fear. Naruto. As soon as Ren Jian spoke, he was hugged tightly by Naruto the next second. Naruto was very strong, and he strangled Lien and she felt a suffocating feeling in her chest. Lien Jian patted Naruto's back in confusion. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Did you just fall into Uchiha Itachi's illusion? Illusions can't be real. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 4809000000100000000. I know. Even though he knew it was an illusion, Naruto couldn't help but exert his will on Hajime in front of him. How could he do that? How could it be like this just because of an illusion? Hanmian will never leave us, right? Naruto let go of Hajime, grabbed his shoulders, and stared at Hajime stubbornly. Lien Jian looked into his eyes and smiled. Yeah, Hanuki would never lie to me, right? Naruto continued to ask. Hajime had already guessed what Uchiha Itachi showed Naruto in the illusion. He continued nodding. Yeah, it was just an illusion, and it was impossible to break the image he had created around Naruto over the years. I knew it. Naruto had a smile on his face, but the reminder sound in Lien Jian's mind rang. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra, 48100000/1000000000. Naruto smiled brightly. If Hajime does something wrong, I will break Hajume's legs and lock him up. Lien Jian stared at him fiercely. What did Naruto say? Why doesn't he understand? Naruto. Lien Jian was shocked beyond words. Did he hear it wrong? No, it's not possible. He heard it right. Naruto turned evil? Only a dark person can say such things, right? No, it seems that Naruto originally had a dark side. The nine-tailed fox has been sealed in his body for years, and he has been bullied by the entire village for more than a decade. It is impossible for him not to have a dark side. But what you just said is too inconsistent with Naruto's personality, right? Ah, what's wrong? Naruto looked at Hajime with bright eyes, as if he had no idea what he had just said. He turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. I must defeat him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit as he rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. Super large jade Rasengan. The Rasengan in Naruto's hand attacked Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha's chakra ran out. This body didn't belong to him originally. He only used a special jutsu to be able to manifest in this body, and his chakra was only 30% of his usual self. He couldn't accept not killing Master Lien Jian. Facing the Rasengan attacking from above his head, Uchiha Itachi gave up resistance and instead concentrated all his chakra and stared at Hajime Masamune with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu. Bang! There was a loud bang. A deep pit appeared at the spot. The fallen corpse did not look like Uchiha Itachi. This is a jonin from our village, you run. How could this happen? Grandma Cho frowned when she recognized the owner of the corpse. Ah! Lien Jian's body was wrapped in black flames, his face became distorted, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. The voice pierced the air like a sharp sword, causing Kakashi and the others to change their expressions. See you, Lien. When Naruto heard Hajume's cry of pain, his heart tightened and he rushed towards Hajume's direction without hesitation. Water style, great waterfall technique. Seeing this, Sakura quickly formed hand seals and performed ninjutsu. I saw a huge stream of water pouring down from the sky like a waterfall, pouring directly onto Lien Jian's head. The water and the flame collided with each other, making crackling sounds, but the flame on Lien Jian's body still showed no signs of going out. Don't come over here. Hajime sensed Naruto approaching and shouted hurriedly, while constantly backing away. I'll find a way. Hajime looked at Naruto, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Although his body was in great pain from the flames, he remained calm. The flames continued to lick Lien Jian's body, and his skin gradually became redder and redder, as if it was about to be burned. But Naruto didn't care about all that. He rushed to Hajime resolutely, not worrying at all that he would be burned by the flames. He bit his fingers subconsciously and unfolded the scroll sealing technique. The usually sparkling sapphire eyes were now dim, without a trace of light. He seemed to have all his emotions drained away, and he stiffly called out Kakashi. Hajime was treating the wounds on Kakashi's body as he lost too much blood. Hearing Naruto's voice, he and Kakashi looked towards Naruto. Seeing Naruto's distraught state, Renjian raised his eyebrows slightly. He hasn't told Naruto yet that Minato Namikaze is his father. It seems like Naruto has known about this situation for a long time. Who told him? The answer quickly appeared in Lien Jian's mind. Nine-tailed fox. Naruto? Kakashi was also surprised by Naruto's reaction at this time. Kakashi's wounds gradually healed. Hajime walked to Naruto, held Naruto's hand, and repaired his muscles and tendons that were torn by the nine-tails chakra. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Lien Jian asked softly. Naruto lowered his head and said nothing, but asked Kakashi-sensei, what is the relationship between the fourth Hokage and me? Kakashi's heart sank and his expression suddenly became serious. Granny Cho looked at Kakashi's face and wondered what he didn't understand. Every village has its own secrets. Grandma Cho didn't say anything. Killing the father I just met with my own hands. Even though she was an old woman who had experienced a cruel war, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Judging from Naruto's reaction, he should already have the answer in his mind. Kakashi knew that there was no point in hiding it from him at this point. Naruto has grown up and he has the ability to bear the truth. The Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, is your father, and it was he who sealed the nine tails inside you. Kakashi trailed off. Lien Jian felt a wetness on the back of her hand. Naruto's tears continued to flow out of his eyes like a faucet that had been turned on. How come? Sakura's pupils dilated and she looked at Naruto in disbelief. If that's the case, then Naruto was completely unaware just now. Sakura's heart seemed to be tugged at. Waves of nasal soreness. Playing with people's emotions. Granny Cho said, the people in that organization are such scum. Lien Jian, in a sense, he is not human, can't be considered scum, but he was still unhappy about being scolded. Never mind. Don't argue with the elderly. Later, let old lady Cho see with her own eyes her grandson being rolled into a ball by him to scare her. Who made Lien Jian respect the elderly and love the young? It's a pity that Gaara died early, otherwise he would have performed a hand-rolled meatball show to Naruto. By the way, what will happen if he rubs Sakura and Kakashi directly with his hands when he is exposed? It's really exciting. It turned out to be like this. No matter how many ideas he has about art, the most important thing for Ren Jian now is to hone his acting skills. Especially with this kind of challenging improvisation now. Lien Jian looked at Naruto with heartache, reached out to wipe the tears from his cheeks, her eyes turned red, and she looked even sadder than Naruto. Naruto leaned on his shoulder, muffled sobs coming from him. Lien Jian patted his back with one hand and stroked the back of Naruto's head with the other hand, constantly comforting him softly. Naruto, it's okay, the fourth generation will be very happy to see you. Instead of letting the fourth generation become a controlled killing machine, your actions can be regarded as letting the fourth generation return to the Pure Land. How could he blame you? He will only be proud. Naruto has become an excellent ninja, isn't it? If Naruto really missed Minato Namikaze, he can force Minato Namikaze to come out and play with Naruto every day, as long as Naruto can bear it. Naruto's psychological endurance is still too weak. Renjian shook his head in his heart. It seemed that he had to give Naruto some drastic measures. There is still one Uzumaki Kushina who hasn't been noticed yet. Just keep Uzumaki Kushina to make balls for him. Naruto's depression lasted only a moment. Just as Hajime said, being controlled to attack the ninjas of Konoha completely went against the will of the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Therefore, letting it break free from control is the best option for the other party. He believed that his father would not blame him. Naruto, who had forgiven himself for his father, jumped up from the ground. We have wasted too much time on this journey, we have to hurry and rescue Gaara. His eyes regained their brightness, and he pulled Lien Jian up from the ground, saying heroically, let's go. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who had been revived with full health, and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, no matter what happens to Naruto, he will never be depressed for too long. Sakura also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if Naruto could figure it out on his own. Lien Jian, or maybe he underestimated Naruto. Naruto's ability to withstand psychological stress is still very strong. Had to add Jiraiya to his list of ball rolling. Lien Jian thought seriously. Naruto and the others continued to move through the jungle. Soon after, a large and bright white light appeared in front of the jungle. Their figures fell lightly from the rocks and stood steadily on the water. And ahead, several familiar figures had been waiting for a long time. See you, Lien. Xiao Li's eyes lit up and he waved at Lien Jian. Before Xiao Li and his friends came here, Teacher Kai reminded them to keep secret what happened on the road. Kai's keen intuition told him that the other party was most likely targeting Lien Jian. If Ren Jian knew what happened on the road, his mood would definitely be affected. Without knowing the other party's true intention, it is best to conceal the fact that it is not what the other party wants. Practice. Sakura, Naruto. Xiao Li winked at Xiao Ying. Sakura quickly hid behind Hajime. Lien Jian, what a bad fate. What a bad fate. Kakashi, you're so slow. In the crowd, Might Guy spotted his good friend at a glance and gave him a smile that seemed a little ambiguous to Hajime. No, I ran into some trouble along the way and was delayed for a while. No matter how difficult the battle was, at least in front of Guy, Kakashi had to pretend that it was nothing serious and not worth mentioning. There's no way, he and Kai are eternal rivals. On the huge rock blocking the entrance of the cave, there was a talisman with forbidden words written on it. Inside the cave. It's getting lively outside, the colorful phantom exclaimed. It looks like reinforcements have arrived. Where are the reinforcements from? Deidara asked. Are they the ones that Brother Kisame is delaying? Deidara looked at the phantom of Hoshigaki Kisame. We are all here. The one who answered Deidara was Black Zetsu, who was acting as an intelligence ninja. Unfortunately, it's too late. Black Zetsu's gaze was directed downwards. On the ground, Gaara was lifeless and had become a corpse. I heard there's another Jinchuriki here too. Scorpion was unexpectedly excited. We must break this barrier. Outside the cave, looking at the huge rock with a barrier in front of him, Kai looked at Kakashi. Can you tell what kind of barrier this is? What do you think it is? Cho asked Kakashi beside her. She actually already had a guess in her mind. Cho is a veteran in the ninja world and she has seen many ninjutsu and barriers. Kakashi graduated from the ninja school at a very young age and started to carry out missions. His teacher was the fourth Hokage and was very knowledgeable. It should be the 5-seal barrier, Kakashi judged. Feel the same. Cho nodded. Naruto looked confused. 5 sealing barriers? Kakashi explained, the 5-seal barrier is formed by sticking talismans with forbidden characters on 5 places around. In addition to this character in front of you, there are talismans in 4 other places. How can we break it? Kai asked. You must remove the talismans on the 5 places at the same time to break this barrier, Kakashi replied. So where are the other 4 talismans? Naruto shook his head and looked around. Kakashi looked at Neji. Neji nodded, understood. Veins bulged around Neji's Hajime. The world in his eyes suddenly became clear and his visual range expanded rapidly. Found it. On the rocks about 500 meters northeast of here. The second one is on a tree trunk on the riverbank, 350 meters south-southeast. The third one is on a cliff about 650 meters northwest. The last one is in the woods about 800 meters southwest. Neji searched quickly and reported the locations carefully one by one. It seems that the distance is not too far, but we have to peel off the talisman paper at the same time, which is a bit difficult at how to get the signal. Sakura looked at Kakashi. Don't worry about that. Might Guy smiled and took out a headset from his backpack. At this distance, the radio should be able to be used. Then follow Neji's instructions and keep in touch with each other to search for the forbidden characters. Might Guy arranged. Inside the cave. The noise outside reached everyone's ears. Then we have to take action next. Deidara stretched. We also have to complete the mission of capturing the Jinchuriki. The scorpion's eyes revealed excitement. How do we deal with the group of people outside? Kisame asked the leader. It's still unknown whether we can get in here, another colorful phantom said with disdain. Itaki never tires of reminding, don't underestimate them. It does involve a bit of brute force, I agree with that. Kisame thought of the rare beast and grinned. Scorpion, Deidara. The leader spoke. Deidara looked at the leader. You two will take care of those guys outside, the leader ordered. That's really the arrangement. Deidara was not surprised. After all, he and Brother Scorpion are the only real entities here. But the Jinchuriki must be captured alive, the leader reminded. I know. Scorpion nodded. Everyone else, disband, the leader said. The colorful phantoms disappeared one after another. Itaki, what kind of guy is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Itaki heard Deidara ask as he was about to disappear. Itaki remained silent. The leader glanced at Itaki. Tell him. Itaki, he was the first one to roar loudly. What kind of description is that? Scorpion frowned, finding it difficult to understand such an abstract description. No more specific features? As soon as Deidara asked, Itaki's phantom disappeared. Really? Deidara complained. We will be the ones to remove the talismans around. In terms of speed, our team is faster. Guy raised an eyebrow at Kakashi smugly as he installed the radio. Then I'll leave it to you. Kakashi was too lazy to argue with Kai at this time. Okay, Xiao Li, go to the rock wall in the northwest. Yes, Mr. Kai. Ningji, the rocks to the northeast are in your care. Clear. Then go to the south-southeast direction every day. I see. Leave the one to the southwest to me, Kei-Fa said. What's the frequency? Kakashi asked as he adjusted the radio. 174, new. Kakashi adjusted the frequency. Next second. Can you guys hear me? Xiao Li's breath was so deep that the sound was almost blow up the headset. Kakashi's whole body trembled, his eyes were fixed, and his body fell backward stiffly. His body was supported by Hajime and Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, hold on, Naruto yelled. Might Guy's eardrums were almost shattered by Xiao Li. Your voice is too loud, turn it down. Xiao Li hurriedly turned down the volume. Radio set up. Might Guy nodded, and stretched out his hand as Tenten and Neji avoided his gaze. Might Guy. Xiao Li immediately understood what Kai meant and placed his hand on the back of Kai's hand. Tian gritted his teeth. Does it have to be like this? Kai stared at her intently. Tian closed his eyes, stretched out his hand with a fearless attitude, and placed it on Xiao Li's hand. Ning, who was being stared at by Might Guy, took a deep breath, briefly left her body, and put her hand on him. Youth power at full blast. Come on, come on, come on, never give up, come on, disperse. Hajime really felt sorry for Neji and the others. The workload on his toes is just too much. Not to mention the castle, even the magic fairy castle is about to be dug out. That cheering gesture is really awesome. Hey, let's have one too. Naruto turned around and looked at Ren expectantly to see them. Sakura, I'd rather die. Chiyoko, give up on this idea. Kakashi nodded, agreeing with Sakura and chose attitude. That's it. Naruto finally turned his gaze to Hajime. Hajime put his hand on the back of Naruto's hand with difficulty. Kakashi, Sakura and Granny Cho immediately looked at Hajime with admiration. Without Hajime, who would still treat Naruto as a child? I'll take care of the rest, the leader said to Deidara and Sasori. Scorpion nodded. Clear, Deidara smiled. The thought of fighting the Kyuubi made him excited. Swish! A figure appeared out of nowhere in the cave. Hajime Maki looked at the bare fingers of the outer path demon statue. Has everyone dispersed? When the leader saw Hajime Maki, he immediately said, "Maki, you're here just in time. Help Sasori and Deidara to get rid of the people outside." Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 6030500/100000000 Deidara. Every cell in his body was expressing his resistance. He doesn't want to be with Hajime Maki. No problem. Hajime Maki smiled at Deidara. It just so happens that I also sense that my brother is outside. The leader nodded with confidence. The phantom disappears. Together with the outer golem, Scorpion and Deidara jumped down and landed on the ground. The two people openly chose to exclude Hajime Maki. They're so slow. If you want to come, hurry up, Deidara complained. He glanced at the silent Scorpion beside him. What's wrong, brother Scorpion? Deidara's voice was tinged with laughter. Don't you hate waiting for people? Yeah, it's the most annoying. Being excluded by the two of them, Hajime Maki squeezed in between Deidara and Sasori, put her hands on their shoulders, looked like the three of them were good friends, and smiled at them. Don't worry, they will be here soon. Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 6030550/100000000 Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 6030600/100000000. Hajime Maki looked at Scorpion again and asked sympathetically, "Is that old woman your relative, Scorpion? Do you want me to help kill her later?" Bite. Human malice detected plus 5000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5000. Chakra 603110000/100000000. Don't mind your own business, Scorpion warned. Look, Scorpio misses grandma. Okay, I'll definitely mind my business. Hajime Maki stared at Scorpion with a smile. Bite. Human malice detected plus 5000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5000. Chakra 6031600/100000000. Not to mention Scorpion, even Deidara felt that Hajime Maki deserved a beating. How could there be such a nasty person in this world? But I still can't beat him. But if she had a bad personality and poor strength, Hajime Maki should have been beaten to death by sticks long ago, right? I'm Niji, I've arrived. I'm Xiao Li, I've arrived here too. Kakashi, I found it here too. Tian. Okay, I found it too. Kaiben's voice came from the headset. Kakashi, how are you doing? Kai asked. Any time. Kakashi's hand was already on the talisman paper. Listen carefully, everyone. Count 1, 2, 3, and take off the talisman paper at the same time. 1, 2, 3. Kakashi tore the talisman in his hand. At the same time, Sakura punches the boulder. The entire boulder cracked instantly, and the stone slammed into the water. They avoided and retreated to the sides of the cave. Well, it looks like it's going well. Might Guy listened to the voice coming from the headset and breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi gestured. Lien saw them jump into the cave at the same time. When they entered the cave, they saw seeing this situation, Kakashi's eyes darkened. Are we too late? Scorpion. Grandmacho looked at the figure not far away and called out his name in her heart. Naruto widened his eyes and looked in disbelief at Gaara, who was being sat on by Deidara and Hajime Maki, his body trembling slightly. His blue pupils quickly changed, being replaced by blood-red vertical pupils, and the sharp fangs in his mouth were exposed. Anger and hatred burned in his heart, making him lose his mind. You bastards! He shouted out of control, his voice filled with anger and murderous intent. I will smash you to pieces. His voice echoed in the air, as if it was about to break through the sky. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Naruto stared at the body of Gaara sitting under Hajime Maki and Deidara, and shouted at the two of them out of control. The blood-red vertical pupils revealed a strong malice like that of a wild beast. It can't be wrong. Deidara looked at the yellow-haired man in front of him, who was so anxious that he jumped up and down, and couldn't help but chuckled, and said affirmatively, this guy is the Jinchuriki. The guy who roared first. Itaki is really good at grasping characteristics. Deidara forgave Itaki for describing it in an abstract way before leaving. When I first heard it, I thought it was abstract, but now I feel that there is no more appropriate description than this. Hajime Maki stared at Deidara as if he was mentally retarded. He grabbed Deidara's head with his big hand and turned Deidara's head towards Naruto. Vertical pupils, fangs, these are all obvious features. Do we still need to see if he is the first to roar? Hajime Maki let go and looked at her hand with disgust. Did Gaara eat your brain? Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 6531700/100000000. Deidara, don't say such disgusting things. Is it really impossible for Hajime Maki to die inexplicably? Scorpion didn't seem to be interested in the Jinchuriki at all like before. From the moment Sho appeared, he stared at her intently, completely forgetting about the Jinchuriki. Hajime Maki raised an eyebrow, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she put her arm on Scorpion's shoulder. She stared at Sho intently with him. Scorpion, is this your grandmother? She doesn't look like you at all. Scorpion, shut up. Angry? Maki Hajime rubbed the tuft of gray hair on top of Fei Liuhu's head. I'm telling the truth that you look like your grandmother's grandfather. Hajime Maki stroked her chin, looked at Scorpion's appearance, and made a vivid metaphor. Ha 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 ha. Deidara couldn't help it, he held his stomach and burst into a laugh that was so loud that it shook the world and made the ghosts cry. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 653-18000/100000000. The scorpion's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Fei Liuhu is indeed a doll made from a living person, he can even make small expressions. Liked by Hajime Maki. Gaara, what are you doing sleeping there leisurely? Stand up. Gaara. Hey, Gaara, did you hear me? Naruto yelled desperately at Gaara, who was lying on the ground. I totally cannot accept the fact that Gaara is dead. As Renjian looked at Naruto's yelling back, an idea gradually formed in his mind. He couldn't help but be moved by his own pure and noble soul. In the distance, Hajime Maki, who was sitting on Gaara's corpse, picked her ear holes impatiently. Damn, this nine-tails Jinchuriki is so noisy. Hajime Maki looked at Hajime Makoto with a mocking expression and pointed at the head. Hey, my kawaii brother, is your Jinchuriki friend a little bit mentally ill? You should understand that he died a long time ago. Hajime Maki crossed her legs, reached out her hand and patted Gaara's cold cheek, making a slapping sound. Hajime Maki looked at her palm and shrugged at Naruto. The stiff body is hard to hit, there is no elasticity at all. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 653-28000/100000000. What have you done? Naruto's defense was broken again. Hey, Gaara, did you hear that? There's a stupid Jinchuriki calling you here? Hajime Maki asked this question to the corpse under her but in a self-directed manner. As if he had heard the answer, he leaned closer to Gaara's mouth and said, What did you say? Oh, I heard that. Hajime Maki said to Naruto with enlightenment. Gaara told you not to worry, you can accompany him to die later. Children should also walk hand in hand on the road to the underworld. Ha 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 ha. Deidara was almost amused to death. Although he felt uncomfortable when Hajime Maki talked back to him, it was really interesting to watch Hajime Maki talk back to others. Oh, and you, kawaii little brother. Hajime Maki pointed at Hajime Masamune, winked at him, and said warmly, It's a good thing you came today, that you are not alone on the road to the underworld. How lucky you are. Bite. Human malice detected plus 100,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100,000. Chakra 654-28000/100000000. Naruto was completely irritated by him. Give it back to me. Give Gaara back to me. You bastards. I'm going to kill you. There was murderous intent between Naruto's brows. His body trembled as if it couldn't bear such intense emotions. He suddenly rushed towards Hajime Maki and the others, but his figure stopped and Kakashi blocked the way in front of him. Keep calm. If you rush in without thinking carefully, your entire army will be wiped out. Kakashi reminded Naruto, keeping a cautious eye on the three people in front of him. His eyes passed over Hajime Maki's body. Whispering sound. It really looks like a real person, but the real person is much cuter. Leave this guy's body to me. Scorpion suddenly spoke. Deidara and Hajime Maki both looked at him. It seems that the Jinchuriki really wants to take it back. Everyone in Akatsuki wants to capture the Jinchuriki alive. What's more, the one in front of him is the most powerful nine-tails Jinchuriki. Sasori asked for Gaara's body because they all knew where Gaara's body was, and that's who the nine-tails Jinchuriki would fight with. But unfortunately, Deidara's target is also the nine-tails Jinchuriki. Deidara stared at Naruto and said with a smile, Brother Scorpion, you might be angry if I say this, but as for the nine-tails Jinchuriki, let me deal with it. If you as an artist don't seek stronger stimulation, your sense of things will become duller and duller. I've heard that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is very powerful, and a suitable candidate for my art. Deidara's face was filled with confidence. What did you say? Can explosions like yours be considered art? Scorpion squinted at Deidara and expressed his own views on art. Art is something that can last for a long time and perfectly. Permanent beauty is art. Permanent beauty is art? Deidara didn't think so. He frowned and said, art should be a dazzling but fleeting beauty. What did you say? Scorpion raised his voice and said that he had dedicated his whole life to art and could not tolerate Deidara's slander of art. It seems that you still don't really understand what art is. I think you're the one who doesn't understand. The two people were at loggerheads. Shut up, everyone. Hajime Maki slapped the two men on the cheek. You know nothing about art. I'll show you what real art is later. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 6542900/100000000 Scorpion. Deidara may know a little about art, but Hajime Maki definitely doesn't understand art. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 6543000/100000000 Deidara brother Scorpion may know a little about art, but Hajime Maki definitely doesn't understand art. You three bastards. Naruto was filled with anger at being completely ignored. It was such a serious scene, such a sad moment, but the three bastards in front of them completely ignored them and sat on Gaara's corpse and talked about art. White smoke flashed, and a Fuma Shuriken instantly appeared in his hand. The flying Fuma Shuriken was stopped by Scorpion without even a glance. For me, art is explosion. The clay turned into a huge flying bird in Deidara's hand, and directly swallowed Gaara's body on the ground. Deidara jumped on the bird and flew out of the cave. He gave the Nine Tails Jinchuriki on the ground a provocative smile, but you have to keep up. Naruto didn't think twice and ran out quickly. In midair, the triumphant Deidara suddenly fell towards the water. Hajime Maki's figure appeared out of nowhere on the water, staring at Deidara, who fell into the water in a mess in front of him. No matter who you want to fight, you can only do it in this area. Otherwise, what if his audience can't see his scenes? As an actor, Hajime Maki has great respect for the stage and the audience. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 6543100/100000000 Deidara was knocked down from a high altitude by Hajime Maki and was filled with rage. Hajime Maki is a psychopath. Beat him at every turn. Why don't you beat brother Scorpion? Deidara's emotions were written all over his face. Hajime Maki rolled her eyes. He really doesn't beat scorpions, he just rolls them into balls and makes them into cannons. Since you want to fight the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then the Nine Tails Jinchuriki will be left to you, Hajime Maki said. This one sentence perfectly calmed all of Deidara's dissatisfaction. Deidara looked at Hajime Maki in front of him with a strange look. Although Hajime Maki often beats him, when something big happens, Hajime Maki usually sides with him. Hajime Maki, who was disgusted by Deidara's eyes, added, "But if I assign the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to you and you can't get rid of him, I will get rid of you." Hajime Maki had a kind smile on her face. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 6543200/100000000 Deidara gritted his teeth. He just farted. A monster like Hajime Maki has no heart at all. Deidara stared at the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, who was catching up to him, and sneered, "Impossible. Can't he handle a rookie?" By then, not only will Hajime Maki be trying to deal with him, he will also be too embarrassed. Scorpion. Hajime Maki looked at the scorpion standing still in the cave. "You'll have to kill that old, orange-peeled grandmother and that muscular woman. Of course I was the one who sent my brother and this salty fisheye off on their way." Hajime Maki stared at Hajime Makoto and the broom-headed Kakashi in front of him and said in a friendly manner. His voice was gentle, and at first glance it sounded exactly like Lien Jian Genren's, making it difficult to distinguish. But coupled with the smile on his face, it always gives people a chilly feeling. Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 6543250/100000000 across appeared on Sakura's forehead. Muscular girl. Are you talking about her? Bite. Inspection. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 6543300/100000000. Kakashi's eyes widened. Salted fish eyes? You're not talking about him, are you? Sure enough, the first time I saw this Hajime Maki, I found her annoying. Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 6543350/100000000 asshole. This was the first time that Granny Cho was insulted like this. When I was young, I was the most beautiful girl in Tsunegakuer. You were still young? Hajime Maki was a little surprised. I thought you were born with this orange peel look. How disrespectful. Bite. Human malice detected plus 500. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 6543350/100000000. Cho looked like she was about to die of rage. After all, the old man has high blood pressure and can't stand hearing such words. I heard that you retired a long time ago. Before Grandma Cho died of anger, Scorpion spoke. He didn't understand why Grandma Cho, who had already chosen to retire, was rushing here to die. I suddenly want to see what my grandson looks like. From the moment she arrived at the cave, Cho had a smile on her face that was both sad and expectant. Hearing this conversation, Hajime Maki couldn't help but burst out laughing. Old woman, how do you feel when you see your grandson who looks 10 years older than you? You must be very disappointed, ha ha ha. At least judging from Fei Liu's appearance, Scorpion does look more like Cho's father. Ha 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 ha. Hajime Maki's laughter echoed in the area. It sounds really annoying. Handle the blade. Suddenly, Cho launched an attack, shooting the kunao in her hand at Scorpion. The kunao cut through the Scorpion's coat, but was bounced off by the Scorpion's tail. The only advantage of the kunao that is remotely controlled by Cho is its ability to adapt to changing circumstances. If you insist on resisting, there is nothing I can do. The uniform on Scorpion exploded completely. A scene that extremely reduced the sanity value was revealed. His body is made up of all kinds of strange things. It looks like a scorpion, a bear, a leopard, and everything else except a human. You and the muscular girl next to you will become my collection. The scorpion's tail kept swinging behind him. He lurks in his dark lair, just like a real scorpion. What is that? Sakura was obviously greatly shocked by Scorpion's appearance. That's not Scorpion's true self, it's a puppet, Cho explained. Scorpion's true self is hidden in the puppet, which is Scorpion's most proud puppet, Fei Luhu. Gaara. Naruto stared at the corpse held in the mouth of a bird high up. Kakashi held the forehead protector that was covering his eyes to his forehead. Hajime Maki stared at Hajime Makoto in front of her with great curiosity. To be honest, I'm curious. Hajime Maki looked at Mommy and asked, how did you survive 3 years ago? He stroked his chin and thought, I remember you were supposed to be dead. Hajime Maki narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He pulled back slightly with his back foot, and his whole body suddenly shot out towards Master Lien Jian. When the left hand approached Master Lien Jian, it suddenly changed into the giant claw of a wild beast. Master Lien Jian was also as fast as lightning. As long as Hajime Maki does not use Flying Thunder God, the opponent's speed is within the range that he can capture and react to. His figure flashed, and the power of his right fist penetrated through him. Taking advantage of being close to Maki Hajime, his fist mixed with black and red lightning found a gap and penetrated directly through Maki Hajume's attack, hitting the heart on the left side of Maki Hajume's chest. However, when Master Lien Jian's fist was about to touch his chest, the real person was suddenly shocked all over. The strong sense of crisis made him give up the idea of using Black Flash to smash the opponent's heart, and he suddenly dodged sideways. Tear it apart. Hajime Maki's figure suddenly appeared behind him. The huge claws were like those of a wild beast, extremely sharp. Even though the real person tried his best to dodge, his back was still torn apart in an instant. He felt a piercing pain in his back, and his breathing stopped for a moment. The reaction has become much faster, Maki exclaimed. Every time Makoto fights with Maki, both of them fight seriously. It's just that I haven't used all my cards. Fighting against yourself is also a good form of training, isn't it? You can practice and earn malice points at the same time, so why not do it? Hajime Maki suddenly exerted force on her steps, and her speed was so fast that the air around her made a terrifying explosion. His body flew towards Master Lien Jian. Just when the real person had made all preparations to attack, Hajime Maki's figure suddenly turned, and her hand turned into a long sword and instantly struck Kakashi. Bang! It's so sudden. Although Kakashi was always on guard, he still couldn't dodge. An arm flew off Kakashi's body and landed on the water. Ah! This was the best choice Kakashi could make to save his life. Sacrifice an arm. The severe pain made Kakashi's face turn pale instantly. He half knelt on the water, slightly losing his balance, and the blood from his wound spread on the water. Kakashi-sensei. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 50,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 50,000. Chakra 6548350/100000000 Kakashi-sensei. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 50,000. Curse power conversion chakra amount plus 50,000. Chakra 6553350/100000000 Kakashi. Kaiben arrived. Bite. Hajime Maki's hands returned to normal, and the two of them actually started a physical fight with fists and flesh. Although it was just an ordinary physical skill, the speed of their physical skills was so fast that only after images could be seen in the air. The fists of Hajime Masamune and Hajime Maki collided, and there was a sudden sound that made people's scalp tingle. Hajime Masashi used Ice Escape to strengthen his bones and flesh, making every attack from Hajime Maki on him seem like hitting a thick layer of ice. And Maki Hajime has mastered the use of Ryuvai transformation to perfection. The surface of his body will change with the attacks of Renji and Genrin. Every time the real person's fist landed on his body, thousands of dense needles would appear on the surface of his skin. Relying on physical skills alone, neither of them can do anything to the other. Renji Genren's right hand suddenly exerted force, veins burst, and he punched directly into Renji and Maki's face. Hajime Maki didn't hide at all, instead a smile appeared on her face. Next second, his face was covered with 30-centimeter-long spikes like a sea urchin. So disgusting. The real person is disgusted by himself. The wind was whistling and the air seemed to be pierced and distorted. With a cry of daytime tiger, terrifying pressure directly hit Maki Hajume's back. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 6603550/100000000. The attack in the shape of a white tiger is already within reach. If it were someone else, they might just have to take the hit. The speed and strength of the day tiger are such that no matter how tough and strong a person is, he would not dare to withstand it. But what a pity! Might Guy is facing Hajime Maki, who possesses the bug ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. Dodge. Hajime Maki waited until the day tiger was less than 1 centimeter away from his body before disappearing into thin air. Bang! Before I could react, I suddenly felt an intense tingling sensation in my body. Master Lien Jian's body slammed into the wall like a kite with a broken string. The surface of the mountain was completely shattered. Ha 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 ha, thank you for helping me. In the distance, Hajime Maki stood on the Torii gate and curled her eyes at the stunned Might Guy, looking very happy. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 6603500/100000000. Might Guy clenched his fists. He couldn't tolerate this. He suddenly turned sideways and rushed towards Hajime Maki like a catapulted shot. The terrifying force from the fist forcefully shattered the air. Bang! Hajime Maki turned around and avoided the terrifying punch that was coming straight at her face. However, Might Guy seemed to have predicted his dodge, and a fist suddenly appeared on the other side of Maki Hajime. Completely caught off guard, Hajime Maki hurriedly dodged, but the corner of his ear inevitably brushed against the opponent's fist. Snap! His ear instantly split open and blood spurted out. Bite. Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 6603950/100000000. A gloomy look flashed across Hajime Maki's eyes. Very good. His chest heaved violently. The brutality in my bones began to bubble up. Countless kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark flew towards Might Guy in the air. Kakashi's pale face's pupils shrank to the size of a pinpoint. Such a familiar scene, he had seen it before. It was as if a huge electric net woven by blue lightning completely surrounded Might Guy. Everyone looked in this direction in amazement. All they could see was Might Guy being nailed in the blue lightning, with more and more wounds on his body. After completely venting her dissatisfaction, Hajime Maki appeared in front of everyone. In front of him, Might Guy was kneeling on the ground. There were blood holes all over the body so deep that the bones could be seen. Blood kept oozing out of his mouth and nose. His eyes rolled back slightly. He was in a state of fainting. Teacher Kai. Teacher Kai. Teacher Kai. Bite. Human malice detected plus 100,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100,000. Chakra 6613950/100000000. Bite. Human malice detected plus 100,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100,000. Chakra 6623950/100000000. Bite. Human malice detected plus 100,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100,000. Chakra 6633950/100000000. Kai. Kakashi looked at Might Guy and his heart stopped. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1 million. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 1 million. Chakra 6723950/100000000. Mr. Thick Eyebrows. Naruto seemed to lose control of his facial muscles. The ferocity on his face became more and more obvious. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 2 million. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2 million. Chakra 6923950/100000000. Really? The more you are the protagonist, the higher the maliciousness value. The smile on Hajime Maki's face suddenly stopped as soon as it appeared. A hand pierced through his chest and grasped his throbbing heart. Real person. Kakashi looked at the real person who was holding Hajime Maki's heart in the distance, and traces of tears unconsciously covered his entire face. I don't know why, but my heart, which had been numb for so long, felt that piercing pain again. He saw himself stabbing his hand through Lin's chest many years ago. Hajime Maki gradually stopped smiling. He let the blood flow from his chest and he turned his head to look at the real person behind him, with a fierce look on his face. Why? The real person can feel the beating heart in his hand. Hot blood flowed down his arm. The intense stimulation constantly challenged his nerves. The real person's face was covered with tears and his eyes were full of struggle and pain. Don't hurt them. Don't want. The real person shouted tremblingly towards Hajime Maki in front of him. It's a lie, right? Deidara looked at Hajime Maki whose heart was being grasped. He clenched his teeth. Isn't this guy awesome? How could he be killed so easily? How could that be? Ha 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 ha. Hajime Maki stared at the real person for a long time and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He didn't feel how dangerous his situation was at all. Instead, he stretched out his hands indifferently, as if embracing the sky. You're going to crush my heart right now. Now, immediately, right away. My beloved brother, let us return to death together. The unsolvable mystery, at this moment, becomes extremely clear. Hajime Maki already knows the secrets of the body. Hajime Maki leaned back carelessly, pressing against her brother's chest. He stroked his brother's tearful cheek with his blood-stained hand, and spoke softly but loud enough for everyone to hear. We are brothers, we are blood relatives, we live together. So, I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. Hajime Maki is as gentle as the warm winter sun. 3 years ago, you didn't die, and I didn't understand why. Now, I have discovered this. It turns out that we can only truly die if we both die at the same time. Otherwise, whether it's you or me, the death of an individual, we will all be resurrected again. The expression on Master Lianjian's face seemed a little dazed and confused. He quickly realized something. So, as long as we die at the same time, it will be fine, right? Hajime Maki frowned slightly and touched his head as if she didn't understand. Brother, why are you so stupid? Are you going to kill your own brother and yourself for a group of people who have nothing to do with you? They are not unrelated people. Master Lian Jian shed tears, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and retorted gently. They are companions who are closer than family members. Hajime Maki sneered. Until he heard Hajime Masamune behind him speaking to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, help me this time. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 2 million. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 2 million. Chakra 712395000000000. This kind of thing. Tears welled up in his eyes like a flood. Naruto could no longer suppress his emotions. He shouted, how can I do this? Who can do this? Be it him, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Rock Lee, Ningji, or Tenten, no one in Konoha can do it. No one can sacrifice their companions. Absolutely not. Naruto sniffed hard. Master, I don't want you to sacrifice anything, I just want you to stand by me forever. Naruto looked at Mahito with a determined gaze, his eyes conveying the determination and belief that lay deep within him. No matter what enemies lie ahead, we can defeat them together. Naruto pumped his fist. That's right. Just like Naruto said, as long as the real person is by their side, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, they can get through them smoothly. Sacrifice or something? Sakura would never allow such a thing to happen. Bang! A loud noise was heard in the cave. It sounded like something cracking. The Fei Lu Amber turned into pieces under Sakura's extraordinary power. The scorpion's true form was revealed among the wood chips. Cho was shocked to see that her grandson still hadn't grown up. A thought came into her mind, but she didn't want to think about it. It's a rare reunion after 20 years. I'll let you, Grandma Cho, see my favorite collection so far. Scorpion opened the scroll. 3. Sakura read out the ambiguous numbers on the scroll. Next second, a puppet appeared in front of Cho and Sakura. Cho's pupils trembled. Could it be? Could it be? What's wrong? Sakura asked. That's the third Kaze cage. The strongest Kaze cage of Sand Village has disappeared for more than 10 years. Cho's voice came. Bang! With a loud bang, Hajime Masahiro's arm was suddenly cut off by Hajime Maki, and blood splattered everywhere. Hajime Maki's body disappeared from Hajime Masashi's sight like a ghost, as if it had never appeared. Master Lian Jian covered his wound with an expression of astonishment and pain on his face, but just a moment later, his arm grew back at an astonishing speed and was as good as new. The escaped Hajime Maki came into the cave and stood next to Scorpion. He looked at Scorpion coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The Scorpion looked extremely miserable at this time, with cracks appearing on its body and its breath becoming weak. The corners of Hajime Maki's mouth rose slightly, and she sneered, a laugh full of sarcasm and disdain. What? Scorpion, you were defeated by your grandmother's parental love? I don't have time for your family drama here. Bang! His hand slapped Scorpion's cheek. Although his body was transformed into a puppet, Scorpion's soul was still in his body. I touched your soul. A smile appeared on Hajime Maki's face. Next second, the Scorpion's body suddenly twisted and deformed. In Cho's trembling eyes, it turned into a monster crawling on the ground. Bite! Human malice detected plus 100,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100,000. Chakra 71339500000000000 Cho you, how could you? Bang! The crisp and loud sound of slapping echoed in the air. Hajime Maki's palm landed heavily on Cho's cheek. There was a hint of cruelty and madness in his eyes, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Since you have such a deep bond as grandparents, I will allow you to merge into one. Hajime Maki's voice was full of malice and teasing. As his words fell, a powerful energy burst out from his hands, instantly distorting the surrounding space. Multiple souls of different sexes, Scorpion and Cho, were crumpled into a ball by him. Bang! The strange mass of flesh rushed towards Sakura at an alarming speed with enormous energy. Sakura's eyes widened, sensing an unprecedented danger. Her pupils dilated instantly and a fear surged in her heart, but she subconsciously raised her hands, trying to block this powerful force. She only felt a black screen before her eyes, and her whole body was blown away by this powerful force. Her body rolled in the air and hit the hard rock wall, making a dull sound. Cracks appeared on the rock wall, as if it would collapse at any time. Sakura's body continued to fly backwards, almost breaking through the 10-meter-thick rock wall. At this time, the figure of Hajime Maki had disappeared. He took advantage of this opportunity to quickly flee the scene and disappeared without a trace. Sakura was lying in the rubble, with multiple injuries on her body and blood staining her clothes. She gasped for breath and tried to regain consciousness. Sakura! Sakura! Bite! Human malice detected plus 1 million. Might Guy looked a little miserable, but he was not dead yet and had only one breath left. Hajime jumped down from the torii, knelt beside Might Guy, and concentrated on using medical ninjutsu to save people. It's a bit slow, but it has a great atmosphere. The people in Kai's class sat around Might Guy nervously, not daring to make a sound to disturb him. Tian Tian and Xiao Li's eyes were filled with tears. It was unknown how long it took, but the wounds on Might Guy's body gradually healed. Might Guy's face was a little pale due to excessive blood loss, but he still didn't wake up. There was obvious fatigue on Lien Jian's face. Seeing Might Guy's breathing return to normal, Lien Jian couldn't help but choke up. He stood up, feeling dizzy and staggering. Lien Niji quickly reached out to steady him, but Hajime regained his footing and smiled at both of them. I'm fine. Teacher Kai, I'll leave it to you guys first. Xiao Li nodded resolutely. Lien Jian came to Kakashi without stopping, and his hands were trembling slightly as he treated Kakashi. Although the wound can be healed, the broken arm cannot be restored. Lien Jian sniffed and tears fell onto the water, creating ripples. Kakashi stared at Hajime with a calm expression and said gently, "It's okay." He reached out his hand and wiped the tears from Lien Jian's cheeks. Lien Jian. A familiar voice came from behind Lien Jian. Niji walked towards Hajime. He looked at Kakashi's broken arm and touched his own arm. Lien Jian looked back at him, tears hanging on her eyelashes. So pitiful. It's heartbreaking. Niji's heart softened and he squatted down in front of Hajime. He had to tell Hajime about the matter that he had agreed to hide from her because of Kakashi's broken arm. We met Hajime Maki before coming here. Lien Jian's pupils dilated and he grabbed Niji's arm. Then you guys. Niji held Hajume's arm in his backhand soothingly, and said softly, "My arm was also broken at that time, and Xiaoli was seriously injured. But I don't know why. Before he left, he touched me again, and my whole body was wrapped in blue flames, and then my arm inexplicably returned to its original state." Niji had never heard of such things as instantly regenerating a broken arm or healing from a serious injury before. What can be done is definitely not a simple medical ninjutsu, it should involve some kind of secret technique or bloodline limit. Masato and Hajime Maki are brothers, so it is possible that Masato can do it too. It's just that the real person has never thought about it in this direction. Hajume's eyes suddenly widened, his sight gradually fell on Kakashi's broken arm, and he murmured paranoidly, "He and I have the same bloodline limit, if he can do it, I can do it too." He stretched out his hand towards Kakashi, but as if he suddenly remembered his bloodline limit ability, he suddenly stopped when he was about to touch Kakashi's cheek. "Kakashi-sensei, are you willing to believe me?" he asked. Kakashi's eyes revealed helplessness. He stretched out his other hand and pressed Lien Jian's hand on the exposed skin of his neck. How could he not believe Lien Jian? Hajime is his proudest student. Hajume's hand fell on Kakashi's neck and he felt the strong beating of his pulse. Lien Jian suppressed the subconscious desire to transform people into cyborgs. He closed his eyes and began to pretend to explore his bloodline limit. In fact, he was observing Kakashi's Sharingan. Kakashi's Sharingan and Shisui's Sharingan, whose one does he want? Forget it, let's just stop the water. After all, Obito's is not easy to get. If you get it, it will be easy for the plan to go wrong. Realizing that the time was almost up, the blue flame controlled by Hajime instantly enveloped Kakashi's entire body. And in Niji's eyes, Kakashi's broken arm was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kakashi stared at his regrown arm in amazement and clenched his fist. Sakura crawled out of the ruins with difficulty and coughed twice due to the dust in her mouth and nose. She looked at Lien Jian who was walking towards her and forced a smile. I treated myself, it's nothing serious. Lien Jian didn't believe it. Sakura's chakra was not much to begin with, it was just normal, and the battle with Scorpion had already wasted a lot of chakra. Even if there is some chakra left for healing, there is not much. The last attack that Hajime Maki made before leaving was a fusion of Cho and Sasori's souls. Whether it is Cho or Scorpion, the power of their souls is extremely strong. How could Sakura, who had endured such a heavy blow head-on, possibly heal herself with that little bit of chakra? Hajime put his arm around Sakura's. As expected, Sakura only healed simple external injuries, while her internal injuries were still very serious. It's a pity that she could endure it for so long. Hajime healed her using medical ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at his back and already had a guess in his mind. That ninjutsu that can instantly heal and regenerate severed limbs must consume a lot of chakra. Otherwise, given how much Hajime cares about his companions, it is impossible for him to use slow medical ninjutsu to heal Sakura. Kakashi looked at Hajume's back worriedly. Although Hajime appeared to have the least injuries due to his bloodline limit, Kakashi was most worried about Hajume's mental state. He is also an experienced person. Lien Jian had just experienced something he had experienced before. The psychological pain is far more unbearable than the physical pain. There were bursts of dense footsteps coming from the distance. Judging from the sound of footsteps, there were a lot of people and they were moving very quickly. It should be a ninja from the Sand Village. Gaara. The joy on Temari and Kankuro's faces disappeared the moment they saw Gaara. Live. Gaara's body had turned a stiff pale blue. Master Kaze Cage. There were sobbing sounds coming from among the ninjas. When they were young and ignorant, they did regard Gaara as a monster. But after Gaara became the Kaze Cage, he sacrificed himself to protect the village and the villagers. The hatred was long gone, but Gaara couldn't come back either. They stood in silence around Gaara's body. Gaara, hey, Gaara. Only Naruto continued to shake Gaara's shoulders. I totally cannot accept the fact that Gaara is dead. Hajime placed his hand on Gaara's chest. He and Sakura looked at each other. Both of them knew it. He shook his head at Naruto who was looking expectantly. Tears suddenly rolled down Naruto's cheeks. He is the Kaze Cage. Naruto clenched his fists. He just became the Kaze Cage. Naruto, calm down. Temari looked at Naruto in front of her and reminded him solemnly. Her words instantly angered Naruto. If you hadn't put the monster into Gaara's body, this wouldn't have happened. No one has ever asked Gaara what he thinks. Lien Jian thought. No one has ever asked Moonlight Gale about his feelings. No, it seemed that Moonlight Gale died in his hands. But even if he didn't die at his hands, he was destined to die at the hands of the Sand Ninja or Gaara. What Jinchuriki? Don't be so sanctimonious when you say this. How can you calm down? Naruto's tears continued to fall. Renjian stood in front of Temari and wiped away Naruto's tears. Naruto, I know you are sad, but Temari is Gaara's sister, isn't she sad? Don't vent your emotions on others, okay? His voice was so gentle that his persuasion and reminders sounded like coaxing. Naruto leaned on his shoulder. Lien Jian's shoulder was quickly soaked with his tears. I can't save Sasuke. Gaara, there's nothing I can do. I have been practicing very hard for 3 years, but now I am no different from 3 years ago. So sad. Naruto, as your good friend, how can I bear to see you so sad? Etc. Hajime suddenly thought of something. He lifted Naruto's face and knelt beside Gaara's body. Let me try. Sakura held Hajume's hand, but she really couldn't think of any way to bring a dead person back to life, except for the method of exchanging one life for another. Hajime looked at her seriously, with tiny glimmers in his eyes. Trust me, Sakura. Sakura couldn't resist being stared at by him, and she looked away in embarrassment, loosening her grip on Hajume's hand. Although she reluctantly agreed, once she discovered that Hajume's ninjutsu was the same as the familiar regeneration ninjutsu in her mind, she would stop Lien Jian immediately. Hajume's words gave Naruto hope again. Really? As expected of Lien Jian, the joy in Naruto's eyes suddenly disappeared. His pupils dilated and he stared at the blood that continued to flow out of Lien Jian's wrist. Warm blood continued to flow into Gaara's mouth. See you, Lien. Sakura gritted her teeth, her eyes instantly turned red, and she glared at him fiercely. Cheated on her again. I'm just trying, I may not succeed. Hajime smiled at Sakura and Naruto. I've already shed so much blood. If you stop me now, it would all be in vain. Hajime said to Kakashi and the others who were trying to stop him. The ninjas from the Sand Village looked at Hajime Makoto with complicated eyes. They didn't expect that the Konoha ninja in front of them could do so much for Lord Kazekage. No. See you, Lien. Sakura stopped him. You've lost too much blood. If this continues, Renjian will also be in danger. Lien Jian's skin was originally white, and after losing so much blood, her entire body became white and transparent, as if she would turn into foam and disappear in the sunlight. Sudden, Gaara's pupils moved under his eyelids as he lay on the ground. Sakura immediately stopped Hajime. Gaara opened his eyes. Lien Jian's lips curled up into a smile. The wound on the wrist healed. What flowed into Gaara's body was not only the blood of Hajime Masamune, but also Hajume's clone as small as dust. After the clone enters Gaara's body, it will use the technique of inaction transformation to replace this body without changing Gaara's appearance. Now, the clone has been completely replaced successfully. Gaara's pupils slowly regained focus. Finally it stopped on Naruto. There was still a trace of bright red blood at the corner of his mouth. "Naruto, why are you here?" Gaara asked absent-mindedly. "Gaara." Naruto suddenly grabbed Gaara's shoulders. "See you, Lien." Sakura supported Hajime. Hajime fell asleep in Sakura's arms. Sakura sniffed. Kakashi looked at Sakura. "How's Hajime?" He does not have the same empathy for Gaara as Naruto does, and does not care whether Gaara lives or dies. Sakura examined Hajume's body, her eyes reddened. He lost too much blood, and his brain was not getting enough blood. He fell into a temporary coma, and his physical condition is at least 10 times weaker than usual. After hearing what Sakura said, Naruto fell into confusion. So in the end, he was still dependent on Lien Jian. "Kazekage-sama. Very good. Lord Kazekage has woken up. Gaara-sama." The cheers from the sand village soon died down under Gaara's eyes. Gaara looked at the unconscious Hajime and said to Kakashi and the others, "Thank you. Look at the current situation of Renjian, he needs to go to the sand village to recuperate." "That's right." Temari looked at Hajime worriedly. Kankuro really didn't expect that Hajime Masamune, who had once fought against him in Konoha village and made him so angry, would sacrifice half his life to save Gaara. Kankuro added with a heavy heart, "There are many blood-replenishing herbs in the sand village. In his current condition, rushing back to Konoha would be life-threatening." "Yes. Lord Gaara is alive this time, thanks to you." "Yes. He's in too dangerous a situation now." "Don't worry, we will keep this a secret. I will never let this matter out." Everyone present was a ninja, and they knew very well that the fact that Hajime Masamune could revive corpses with blood must not be spread. Otherwise, Master Lien Jian will become the target of public criticism. In order to resurrect the people around them, countless people covet Lien Jian Genren. Hajime Masamune is the benefactor of the Sand Village, and they are not the kind of people who would repay kindness with enmity. Today this secret is bound to rot in their stomachs. Finally follow them to the grave. Sakura said to Kakashi helplessly, "Harumi must rest well now in his current condition." Xiao Li also said, "Teacher Kai hasn't woken up yet. It seems that the only option is to go to the Sand Village." Kakashi nodded. "Not here yet?" "The main gate of Sand Village," Yuri asked. "You'll see it soon." The Sand Village ninja who was observing from a high place replied. All the ninjas from the Sand Village came out in full force. At this moment, he was looking forward to the front. Above the desert Gobi, a red sun rises. Walking towards the light were the people of Konoha, and the one being supported by Naruto was obviously Gaara. Kakashi carried Hajime on his back, while Sakura and Temari walked on both sides of Kakashi. Gaara. Yuri's eyes were moist. So many people. With Might Guy on his back, Rock Lee looked at the densely packed Sand Village ninjas in front of him and couldn't help but smile with ease. No matter what I encountered along the way, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. He is the Kazekage after all, Niji said calmly. The ninjas of the Sand Village cheered and rushed towards Gaara. "Welcome back safely." Yuri walked in front of Gaara. Gaara nodded. Unaccustomed to this kind of treatment, he looked away and added, "Thanks to everyone." "Thank you." Yuri looked at everyone in Konoha and thanked them solemnly and sincerely. "Thank you, Lien Jian. Besides him, none of us could help." Naruto scratched the back of his head and looked at the still sleeping Hajime with worry in his eyes. "Are you hurt?" Yuri followed Naruto's gaze. "He lost a lot of blood trying to save me," Gaara explained. Yuri was shocked. "Then let's go in and get treated." As soon as Yuri finished speaking, the ninjas automatically made way for a wide path. Master Lien Jian woke up slowly while lying on the bed. There was a furry yellow head lying beside the bed. Noticing Hajume's movement, Naruto bounced up like a volleyball. "See you, Lien." Naruto hugged him excitedly. "Very good. You finally woke up." Lien Jian was almost bored to death as she lay sleeping in bed. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he woke up. Hajime patted Naruto on the back. "We have to go back. The information about my brother. Hajime Maki, the Akatsuki organization, and the Resurrection Alliance must be reported to the Hokage immediately," Lien Jian said. Downstairs of Fengying building. "Hey, are you going back so soon?" Kankuro looked at Li Jian and his group and tried to persuade them to stay, rest for 2 more days. That's right, Tamari was very worried about Hajumi's health. You can stay for at least 1 more day and rest a little before leaving. After Hajumi woke up, Tamari and Sakura took turns giving Hajumi food supplements for the next 3 days, causing Hajumi to have nosebleeds every day. He can't stand it anymore. We would like to stay here as well, but we have important matters to report to Hokage-sama, Hajumi explained, avoiding Tamari's burning gaze. I see. Since they said so, Kankuro and the others couldn't force them to stay. After all, intelligence matters. And Akatsuki has already broken into the Sand Village. We are also worried about the Leaf Village, Kakashi said. Upon learning that they were leaving, all the ninjas in the Sand Village gathered at the gate of the Sand Village to see them off. Gaara looked at them and said, "You will always be friends of the Sand Village. You are always welcome to come to the Sand Village in the future." A huge smile appeared on Naruto's face. Kanku and Tamari nodded. Li Jian also smiled. Is he really welcome to come to the Sand Village at any time? I might not be so happy next time. Sorry. Many ninjas came forward and said to Hajumi with an apologetic look on their faces, "We misunderstood you before. We thought you were Hajumi Maki of the Akatsuki organization." One of the ninjas looked at Hajumi sincerely, with a trace of guilt in his eyes, and then said, "But now it seems that you are completely different from him." The other ninjas also echoed, "Yeah, you are not similar at all." They scratched their heads and smiled sheepishly. "I'm so sorry for mistaking you." At this time, another ninja stepped forward, bowed deeply to Hajumi, and said gratefully, "And, thank you." He raised his head, his eyes full of respect. "Thank you for saving Gaara-sama." The other ninjas around also nodded in agreement, their voices rising one after another. "Thank you for saving the ninjas in the village." Lianji and Jinghe listened to these words quietly and smiled. Konoha and Sand Village are allies, and the ninjas of Konoha Village and Sand Village are also friends. As the people of the Sand Village looked on in farewell, their figures slowly disappeared from their sight. Gaara looked slightly behind him. The maliciousness value of the entire Sand Village should be able to be added up to a large amount, right? Gaara slowly raised the corners of his mouth. That was a smile that didn't fit Gaara, but no one noticed at this moment. Kai, who had been revived with full blood, carried Kakashi on his back and raised thick smoke in the desert. The two began their competition as eternal rivals again. Seeing this, Lee walked over to Niji and squatted down. "Ningji, come up, we'll do the same." Ninkai's face changed drastically, and he resisted very much. "I don't want it." Naruto looked at Hajumi. Li Ji uncovered his mouth and said, "Let's walk obediently." Maki Hajumi lay on the table in the middle of the room at the top of the tower, spreading herself like a pancake. Tiendeo was standing in front of him. "Mission failed?" Heaven asks. Hajumi Maki looked at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. "Yes. Why did you fail? According to your strength, you shouldn't." Tiendeo found it strange. Hajumi Maki sat up with a somersault, her face filled with anger, but not towards Tiendeo, but towards the group of people from Konoha. "Of course it's because of my annoying brother. You have no idea how crazy he is. He actually wants to die with me. And there are scorpions. I don't even want to talk about him. The one fighting with him is his grandmother. It hurts to see him being so indecisive." Then, Tiendeo looked at Hajumi Maki's rare mad look in front of him and continued to ask. "Then I rolled him and his grandmother into a ball." Hajumi Maki shrugged. Tiendeo also knows a little about Hajumi Maki's abilities. What he meant by kneading into a ball was really kneading into a ball. "Where's Deidara?" Heaven asks. Just as Hajumi Maki said, since Scorpion cannot give up his past family ties, he is destined to die at the hands of his relatives. What Maki Hajumi did was not out of the ordinary. Hajumi Maki pursed her lips. "Does he look like someone who cares about others?" He replied, "I was in a bad mood at the time and left him alone." After he finished speaking, he tilted his head in confusion. "Deidara won't be killed by them, right? He's too weak." "Speak of the devil, he will appear." Deidara appeared on the top of the tower riding a bird. His figure jumped down from the flying bird and landed lightly on the ton-like platform extending out of the tower. He stared at Maki Hajumi and walked towards him. "Why did you kill Brother Scorpion?" Hajumi Maki clicked his tongue. "Why, you want to avenge him?" "No, I just want to know the answer," Deidara said. "Because I can't stand showing mercy to a relative when the enemy is one of my relatives." Hajumi Maki grabbed Deidara's hair and pulled it so hard that his scalp hurt. "Do you understand?" Hajumi Maki looked down at him condescendingly. "Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 72440500/100000000. Alright. Tiendeo spoke up to stop the fight between the two teams. "Don't pursue the past. Since Scorpion is dead, then Hajumi, you should be on the same team with Deidara. It's God's arrangement." He looked into the darkness and continued, "There's a new member joining. His name is Afei. I'll follow you guys for now. You two take care of him." he is still an unofficial member of the team. A figure emerged from the darkness. Wearing a Uzumaki mask, a Fei bowed to Hajime and Deidara lively. "Hello, seniors, I'm a Fei, please give me your guidance." "Oh." Hajime Maki found something fun. He hooked his finger at Afei. "Come here, Afei, let me see your soul." "Ah." Afei's pupils shrank, but he spoke in a confused tone. "He is playing dumb." Bite. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 72445500100000000. Tiandeo's eyes fell on Afei. "Let Lienjian see." Afei slowly approached Hajime Maki and said, "Senior, please be gentle." His deep bloodshot eyes were fixed on Hajime Maki. The look he gave Hajime Maki was not as harmless as his tone suggested. Hajime Maki smiled and tapped his mask. "Be quiet." His hands grabbed Afei's neck, touched the soul of Uchiha Obito. Hajime Maki raised the corners of her mouth. As Afei stared at him intently, he smiled and said to Tiandeo, "This man's head is full of wood." Tiandeo nodded and put his suspicion aside for the time being. Hajime Maki patted Afei's mask meaningfully. The mask made a muffled sound. Afei's pupils were deep. 3 days later. Kanaha Village. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Hajime stood in front of Tsunade and reported, "During this mission, we were intercepted by Uchiha Itachi, but since it was not Uchiha Itachi's true body, it was relatively smooth. However, after Uchiha Itachi disappeared." Hajime looked serious. "The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato-sama, has appeared." Tsunade's expression changed. "What?" Bite. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 7245050/100000000. Tsunade subconsciously looked at Naruto beside Hajime. Naruto smiled at Tsunade. "Don't worry, Dad. I defeated him myself." Tsunade sighed inwardly. Naruto has grown up, and many things can no longer be hidden from him. The Resurrection Alliance is far more abominable than the Akatsuki organization, more hateful. When Naruto and Minato, father and son, met for the first time, they had to start a life-and-death battle. It's really cruel. What's even more terrifying is that one day in the future, perhaps everyone may start a battle with their most familiar relatives. As a member of the Akatsuki organization, Hajime Maki, Lien Jian paused slightly. "We also know his weaknesses." "What?" Tsunade asked impatiently. "He and I are the successors of the special bloodline limit. The only way is to kill us both at the same time. To truly die. Otherwise, if we kill any one of us and the other survives, the one who was killed will still be resurrected." Lien Jian lowered her head. Tsunade's pupils dilated in shock. Is there really such a bloodline limit? This is too powerful. Let Lien die? Impossible. Tsunade rejected the idea without even thinking about it. Tsunade's hand fell on Hajume's shoulder. "Hajime, I believe you can improve your strength to surpass Hajime Maki. As long as you completely suppress him, he will not be a danger. On the contrary, your safety can be guaranteed." Tsunade looked at Kakashi and the others and asked for confirmation. "Hajime Maki knows the Flying Thunder God technique, right?" Kakashi nodded. "Although I don't know how he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, but..." Tsunade looked at Hajime firmly. "If he can master it, you can too. You both have the same bloodline limit. If you also learn the Flying Thunder God technique, then he will not be your opponent." Lien Jian. Otherwise, Tsunade is considered a genius. But this did give him a good reason to use Flying Thunder God. Kakashi nodded. "Indeed. Any more information?" Tsunade asked. "I got information about Orochimaru from Akatsuki member Scorpion." Sakura took a step forward. Before Scorpion was killed by Hajime Maki, he answered her questions about Orochimaru. Scorpion said that this was the reward for the victor who defeated him. According to Scorpion, Orochimaru will appear at the Tiendi Bridge in Kusagakur at noon 10 days later. Orochimaru has Scorpion's helper inside, and they agreed to meet there. 10 days later, the Sky Bridge? Tsunade repeated, her brows furrowed. "It has been 6 days since I received the news. That means it will be 4 days later." Sakura was a little anxious. She didn't want to miss this only chance to see Sasuke. The journey to Kusagakur also takes at least 3 days. There really isn't much time left for them. If possible, Sakura would like to set off now. What if it's a trap? Tsunade calmly guessed. The Akatsuki organization used Orochimaru as bait to lure Naruto into the trap. By then, we will be able to catch the turtle in the jar. Not to mention Naruto, it's even a question whether the others can come back alive. Then we can only fight. Sakura's brows were firm. She is not afraid of fighting. She was afraid that Class 7 would fall apart. Tsunade saw her persistence and sighed helplessly. If Sakura is like this, there is no need to say more about Hajime and Naruto's attitudes. I'm afraid even Kakashi won't miss this opportunity. You have already experienced how powerful the Akatsuki organization is this time. Besides, your class is already short of one person after Suzuki left. It's time to add new personnel. Tsunade felt reluctant to say this. But there is no way, although she is the Hokage, Konoha village does not have the final say. Many times she is also restrained by the higher UPS. She also had to make concessions to the higher UPS. Who? Suddenly, Naruto turned around sharply. He looked sharply at the strange boy not far behind him. The young man was seen standing in the huge shadow cast by the sun on the Hokage building, and his face could not be seen clearly. Naruto stared at him closely, secretly alert. Could it be that this person has been eavesdropping on their intelligence? Thinking of this, Naruto frowned slightly. Before Naruto had time to react, two huge pythons suddenly sprang out from under his feet and instantly wrapped him tightly. Naruto was startled, and the kunai in his hand immediately emitted a sharp light. He tried to use brute force to break free from the python's restraints. But this python was extremely tough, and no matter how hard Naruto struggled, he could not break free from its entanglement. At this moment, Naruto felt a chill coming from behind, and he subconsciously won. Naruto and Sakura's eyes widened at the same time. Two flames suddenly lit up in the pupils of the two people. The anger grew stronger. When Hajime was looking at them, Sai was also staring at him intently. Hajume's eyes fell on Sai. Sai immediately smiled at him. Lien Jianzhen didn't understand. What on earth caused Sai to become so twisted now? He didn't do anything. Anyway, this is the end of the meeting. Tsunade interrupted Naruto and Sakura, who were about to get angry. The real teacher of Kakashi's class, Heide Kakashi, was squatting on the ground, reading Intimate Paradise in his hand with relish, not paying any attention to Sakura and Naruto. Now let me tell you about your Kakashi class's mission. In view of the tight time situation, from now on, the 5 of you in Kakashi's class, Heide Kakashi, Hajime Masato, Uzumaki Naruto, Harano Sakura, and Sai, will set up an ambush at the Tiendi Bridge, infiltrate Orochimaru's organization, capture the Akatsuki's insider, and bring him back. This is a good opportunity to get information about Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura's expressions immediately turned serious. It is also a valuable source of intelligence for the two operational plans of assassinating Orochimaru and retrieving Uchiha Sasuke. You need to be careful how you proceed. If you encounter danger, the mission will be cancelled. Save your life first. Tsunade stared at them and emphasized. What she was worried about was that Kakashi's class was too deeply tied to Sasuke, and that they would not even care about their own lives. Both Kuwabai and Hajime are precious resources in the village. Kakashi and Sakura are both excellent ninjas in the village. Their lives are 1,000 times more important than a mission. Do you understand? Tsunade asked solemnly. Yes, yes, yes. Kakashivan answered equally solemnly. I'll leave it to you from now on, Kakashi. Tsunade glanced at Kakashi and walked towards the Hokage's office. She still has a lot of tasks to deal with today. Tsunade's shoulders slumped again when she thought of the mountains of documents on her desk. Jingian followed her holding Tuntun. Kakashi reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the book and looked at the new member joining the Kakashi class. He is a mature adult after all. I'll give you 1 hour to pack the ninja tools you need. That will set off immediately. The meeting point is at the main entrance of Konoha, Kakashi said calmly. Now, disband. Naruto and Sakura subconsciously looked at Hajime. Sai noticed the annoying looks from the two men. A dark light flashed in his eyes. He put his arm around Hajume's shoulders, smiled and tilted his head towards Hajime intimately. Hajime, let's go together. Naruto glared at Sai. Naruto and Sakura walked side by side on the street. That mix-up called Sai is so annoying. When Naruto thought about how Hajime had just asked him and Sakura to go first, his mouth almost pursed into a duck's mouth. What? Why would you let him replace Sasuke? We are enough for Kakashi's class. They are different. They have been on missions together since graduation. The bond between them is something that Sai, who suddenly joins, cannot understand. He does have a very poisonous tongue, Sakura said helplessly, recalling what Sai had said. Now that her anger has subsided and her rationality has returned, she is not so angry anymore. But don't you think Sai is a bit like Sasuke? Sakura said truthfully. The face, the voice, that kind of thing. Although there was always a smile on his face, it was too fake. That kind of smile will instead give people a feeling of being despised and dissatisfied. Of course Naruto found out, but he would never admit it. He put his hands behind his head, staring at the sky stubbornly, denying against his will. Not at all, Sasuke is more handsome. Naruto definitely couldn't say this in front of Sasuke, but if Sasuke wasn't around, there was nothing wrong in acknowledging Sasuke's strengths. However, neither Sai nor Sasuke is as handsome as Uzumaki Naruto. Ha ha ha. It's so rare to hear Naruto praising Sasuke. Sakura couldn't help laughing, but she suddenly thought of Hajime. It seems that Hajime does know Sai. When this was mentioned, Naruto tooted. Neither Sasuke nor Sai can replace my position in Hajume's heart, Naruto said stubbornly. Sakura looked puzzled. It's not right to say that Hajime does favor Naruto. It's not a preference. Hajime is nice to everyone. It's just because Naruto sticks closer to Hajime that it seems like the better match between the two of them. But now suddenly there comes Sai, who is even more attached to Hajime than Naruto. Sakura sighed. The other side. On the streets of Konoha. On the way to Hajume's bachelor apartment. Lienjian, are you happy to see me? Sai walked side by side with Hajime. He stared at Lienjian intently. His eyes swept over Lienjian's eyebrows and eyes, which had become more relaxed compared to when he was a child. I really missed you. I miss you so much. When Sai whispered this, it didn't have the warmth of a reunion between good friends, but instead gave people a gloomy feeling. It's like a ghost whispering in your ear. Lienjian was too lazy to pay attention to him. It's better to just give the cold shoulder to someone like Sai who knows half of his true self. To prevent Sai from getting too arrogant, Sai followed Hajime closely back to Hajume's single apartment. Sai stood at the entrance, his eyes not missing any details in the apartment. His gaze finally fell on the photo of Kakashi's class at the head of Hajume's bed. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Check carat 72451500/100000000. Bang. A crisp cracking sound rang out in the quiet apartment. The entire photo frame fell heavily to the ground. The glass surface was shattered. The people in the photo became blurry. Hajime looked at Sai and the photo on the ground. Sai picked up the photo frame apologetically. Sorry, my hand slipped. If there wasn't a smile in Sai's eyes, Hajime might have believed it a little. Shall I help you throw it away? Sai held the photo frame in his hand and was about to throw it into the trash can. His wrist was grabbed by Lienjian. Hajime snatched the photo frame from his hands. Don't touch my stuff. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 72452500/100000000. Sai stared at Hajime intently, and the curve of his chest became slightly larger. He took a deep breath. We haven't taken a photo together yet. Lienjian asked back, why do I need to take a photo with you? Sai didn't get angry but smiled. The curve of his mouth widened, and he lingered around Hajime like a ghost, because we are the real companions. Hajime didn't understand Sai's train of thought, so she simply didn't bother to pay attention to him and just packed her things. Seimi saw Renmai busy with his own work and didn't even look at him. He sat on Lienjian's bed, gently stroking the pillow where Lienjian had slept, trying to find a strand of Lienjian's hair on it. Unfortunately he failed, because Lienjian didn't lose a single hair. Sai withdrew his hand regretfully. Don't you want to know the secret mission that Danzo-sama assigned to me? Sai deliberately seduces Hajime. Hajime packed the ninja tools and buckled them on his thighs. After hearing Sai's words, he turned around and looked at Sai, with no interest in his eyes. He guessed calmly, did you kill Sasuke? The guess was right. Sai stared at him for a long time before he smiled slowly and said, did you guess it? It's not hard to guess. After all, Lienjian opens up a god's perspective. There was rarely anything he couldn't guess. The only thing he didn't guess was that Sai had turned into the male ghost he is now. You're no match for Sasuke. Lienjian thought that his words were very consistent with the principle of seeking truth from facts. As a result, this sentence somehow irritated Sai's sensitive nerves. Bite. Human malice detected plus 3000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 3000. Chakra 72455500/100000000. Sai seems to have extremely sensitive skin. Do you trust Uchiha Sasuke so much? Sai's eyes were gloomy, but the smile on his lips did not change at all. Have you forgotten? Sai grabbed Hajume's arm. The so-called roots have no name, no feelings, no past, no future, and only missions. You're not a member of Kakashi's class, you're a root. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are not your companions either. Sai slowly placed his forehead against Hajume's brow, smiling strangely. Only we are all the roots underground. Lienjian, I think you only have roots in your mind. Hajime reached out his hand, pressed Sai's head and pushed him away. He was afraid that if his heads were too close, he would be infected by Sai's intelligence. Do you know why I admitted it directly? Sai whispered in Hajume's ear, because the other person to carry out this confidential mission is you, Hajime. Under the orders of Lord Danzo, you and I will join forces to kill Uchiha Sasuke. After packing up, Hajime and Sai walked towards the gate of Konoha. When they arrived, Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto were already there. Whispering sound. When he saw Sai, Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sai ignored him and firmly occupied the seat next to Hajime. He sticks to Lienjian like taffy. This prevents Naruto from getting close to Hajime. Naruto's nose was crooked with anger. Now that everyone is here, let's go, Kakashi said calmly as he watched the scene in front of him without any reaction. Leaving Konoha, the 5 people walked on the wide avenue. Kakashi, who was at the front, led the way while immersed in the world of the book, blushing from time to time. Kakashi was followed by Lien and the 4 of them. Sai stood between Naruto and Hajime, while Sakura stood on the other side of Naruto, always keeping an eye on Naruto's situation, worried that Naruto could not control his emotions. Naruto put his hands in his pockets, not looking at the road, but staring at Sai with resentment in his eyes, trying to kill Sai with his eyes. What's wrong? Sai, who was being stared at by Naruto, showed impatience in his eyes, but the curve of his mouth remained unchanged. Please stop staring at me like that. Sai, who said this, had been staring at Hajime without blinking before he said this. Or I'll beat you up, Sai said with a smile. Don't use such an infuriating tone, kid, damn it. Naruto clenched his fist towards Sai and shouted loudly. Obviously, when Sai was not around, Hajime, Sakura and he were very happy on the road. It was because of the appearance of Sai that the atmosphere between them became so strange. I mean no harm, Sai explained with a smile. I just really want to get this team member position. Sai didn't lie. He is telling the truth. Of course, it would be more to his liking if there were only him and Lien Jian in the entire team. You really have bad intentions. Naruto suddenly stopped, gritted his teeth, and glared at Sai. In his opinion, Sai's purpose is already very clear. He is here to break up Class 7. Kakashi stopped them listlessly. Stop quarreling so quickly, okay? For a team, mutual trust and teamwork are the most important. Although Kakashi said this, he did not take any real action and his eyes were still glued to Intimate Paradise. Naruto pointed at Sai, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, and roared in dissatisfaction because he is not a member of Kakashi's team. How can we trust each other and work as a team if we are not members of Kakashi's team? Another member of our Kakashi class is Suzuki. This kid is just the guy chosen to fill in when Suzuki is away. I will never approve of this guy becoming one of us. Naruto wanted to see Hajume's expression. He hoped that Lien Jian thought the same thing as he did, but his view was completely blocked by Sai. Sai was not angry at all after being yelled at by Naruto. He chuckled and said, "You are right, I feel relaxed too if you can think like that. Who wants to be teammates with Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura? He came here for Lien Jian. Sai is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone." He changed the subject and looked at Hajime. These words were more for Hajime to hear. I betrayed Konoha and joined the arms of Orochimaru. I don't want you to compare me with a trash bug like Orochimaru, do I? Hajime looked at Sai, and Sai stared into his eyes, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, waiting for Hajume's reaction. You bastard. Naruto couldn't tolerate Sai talking about Suzuki like that. He was about to rush up and teach Sai a lesson when he was stopped by Sakura. Teamwork is really important. Sakura didn't know whether she was speaking to Naruto or Sai. Sai, Naruto doesn't know you well enough, so he said something a little too harsh. Sakura apologized on Naruto's behalf. I'm sorry, please forgive me, Naruto. Kakashi looked at Sakura, and he silently distanced himself from Naruto, Sakura, and the others. I didn't take it to heart. Sai curled the corners of his mouth towards Sakura in a friendly manner. He doesn't want to bother with an ugly girl. Really, that's great. Sakura gave an equally friendly smile and her voice was sweet. Bang! Sudden. Unexpected. Sakura punched Sai in the face. Sai fell to the ground, a little confused. Was that a fake smile on Haruno Sakura's face just now? He didn't realize it was a fake smile. You don't have to forgive me. Sakura retracted her fist, her eyes cold. Sai didn't stand up. He sat on the ground, looked up at Hajime, and said disappointedly, I thought Hajume's companions were such good people, but in the end, he actually likes to bully the new members who just joined the team. Naruto was suddenly startled. Only then did they realize that they had overlooked a fact. That is, Hajime and Sai are good friends in the root. How did we grow up together? Renjian muttered to himself, but still reached out and pulled Sai up from the ground. After all, he still has a very kind image in front of Naruto and the others. Only those who have truly gotten along with Suzuki know that Suzuki is not what you say he is. Hajime stared at Sai closely and spoke in a firm tone. Don't ask. The answer is that his desire to perform has come back again. Sai held Hajume's hand tightly and did not let go. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his face, and he completely ignored what Hajime had just said. As for Uchiha Suzuki, Sai didn't want to hear any words from Hajime defending him. You don't know Suzuki, that's why you say that. Hajime looked at Sai with embarrassment and said, don't say that anymore. Lien Jian repeated it again, his voice slightly heavier. Speaking for Uchiha Suzuki again. Sai's jaw tightened slightly. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 72456500/100000000. Lien Jian, you are biased towards them again. Sai's smile remained unchanged, but the malice in his eyes surged like a tide. Hajun is our companion. He is not biased towards us. He just knows what kind of person the real Suzuki is. Naruto said excitedly, his eyes sparkling brightly. Very good. Lee and Jian still stands firmly on their side. Marvelous. Companions? What kind of companions are you? Sai's smile was filled with a hint of coldness, and he asked back, have you ever seen Li Jian's appearance as a child? Have you ever gone through any hard training with him? If we're talking about companions, he and I are the original companions. Much earlier than you guys. What qualifications do you have to speak so confidently in front of me? You! Naruto's anger was instantly ignited by Sai's words, and he became extremely excited. That's enough. Kakashi finally couldn't help but speak. He looked coldly at Sai and Naruto, who had been arguing all the way. How long would these two people stop arguing? It's really a headache. You now have two options to choose from, Kakashi said expressionlessly. First, you can continue to stand here and argue as much as you want. It doesn't matter if you can argue all day and all night. Kakashi gave them a cold look. Second, we should set off immediately and hurry to the hot spring hotel so that we can enjoy a comfortable stay there. After Kakashi finished speaking, he quietly waited for their decision. Just think of it as a way to ward off disaster by spending money. Kakashi looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It turned out that Li Jian was also looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, just like him. Kakashi, this choice was absolutely unquestionable for Hajime. He would never allow anything to get in the way of his time at the hot springs. So, under the pressure of his gaze, Naruto and Sai, who had been arguing all the time, calmed down and headed towards the hot spring hotel. Kakashi lamented, no one listens to what he says, right? The job of leading the team of Jonin should be given to Hajime. Kakashi took out Intimate Paradise again. I immediately forgot what had just happened. They arrived at the hot spring hotel before dusk. In the men's bath, Hajime, Sai, Naruto and Kakashi were leaning side by side by the pool, soaking in the hot spring together. Naruto had a towel on his head and his face was red. Hajime immersed his whole body in the natural hot spring pool that exuded a faint smell of sulfur, and squinted his eyes in comfort. So cool. This is life. It turns out that men can only become close friends after they meet each other shirtless. As Kakashi spoke, he took out the Intimate Paradise in his hand and flipped through a few pages, reading all the time. Naruto was very confused when he saw Kakashi like this. He suddenly stood up, walked towards Kakashi curiously, and asked, Teacher Kakashi, what are you looking at? At this time, Sai kept staring at Naruto's lower body, with an indescribable expression in his eyes. After a while, Sai slowly said, you are still a man after all. Kakashi was extremely nervous. He didn't want Naruto to see the Intimate Paradise in his hand. People under 18 were not allowed to watch it, so he quickly put on his bath towel and hurried out of the hot spring pool. Sai's words diverted Naruto's attention. Naruto didn't care about that anymore. He quickly covered his lower body with his hands, then shrank back into the water and shouted to Sai, don't peek. You're always talking about your little dick, it's so annoying. Naruto yelled again in anger. Li Jian, I am really impressed. He has to make one of the hot spring bags himself. Fortunately, he made sure that he pinched the biggest one for himself. When they went into the water, they inevitably saw Hajume's assets, and Kakashi, Naruto, and Sai's faces all turned green. We are all human beings, so why is there such a big difference between us? A 3-meter-long bamboo curtain separates you from the women's hot spring. Naruto's unrestrained voice immediately caused a lot of laughter. Naruto suddenly remembered that Sakura was in the women's bath opposite, and wondered if Sakura could hear him since he had just shouted so loudly. A strange blush appeared on Naruto's face. He swam towards the bamboo curtain. At this moment, Kakashi, who was about to walk out of the hot spring, suddenly called out to Naruto, Naruto, what's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, looking back in confusion. Before I leave, I'll tell you something very interesting. Kakashi's voice was tinged with a smile. What is it? Naruto asked curiously. When Master Jiraiya was young, he once had an experience that nearly cost him his life, Kakashi said slowly. Naruto immediately became serious when he heard that. The lecherous immortal meant something to him, and something like this must be something very special. He asked anxiously, what happened? Kakashi continued, 6 ribs were broken, both hands were fractured, and several internal organs were ruptured. I heard that it was caused by Tsunade-sama's fierce attack with that strange power. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this, and at the same time he couldn't help wondering, why did Grandma Tsunade treat the lustful sage so harshly? Naruto soon got the answer. Kakashi said the last few words and turned away, leaving Naruto shivering in the bath. Because he did what you want to do now. These words exploded in Naruto's mind like a bolt from the blue, making him understand everything in an instant. It turned out that the lecherous sage once tried to spy on Grandma Tsunade taking a bath, so he was punished so severely. Thinking of this, Naruto no longer held out any hope and swam back to Hajime obediently. After returning to Hajime, Naruto turned his head to see Hajime enjoying a comfortable soak in the hot spring, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. So he asked, Lien Jian, aren't you curious about that? Hearing this, Lien slowly opened his eyes and looked at Naruto. In fact, before cosplaying as a real person, he would of course be curious. But now that he has become a real person, he has completely lost all interest and desire in this regard. He possesses the ability to transform the human body into various other forms. Under such circumstances, his curiosity had long disappeared without a trace. He had already thoroughly understood the secrets of the human body through constant experimentation and practice. Lien Jian shook his head, indicating that he was not interested. Amazing! Naruto looked at Hajime with envy, his eyes full of admiration. He couldn't help but sigh. Lien Jian, you are so amazing, I wish I could be like you. Hearing Naruto's praise, Lien Jian's eyes were complicated. Just like me, Naruto is unhappy again. This state of having no desires or demands is so pitiful. Night falls. The entire hot spring hotel is shrouded in a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Kakashi rarely showed his generous side. After enjoying the comfort of the hot spring, he treated Kakashi's class to a sumptuous seafood dinner. When Naruto heard the news, he was so excited that he almost drooled. He couldn't wait to find a seat at the table and sit down, his eyes fixed on the dazzling array of delicious food on the table, secretly thinking about how to feast on it. Kakashi-sensei, can we really eat all of this? Naruto still couldn't believe his eyes, fearing that this was just a beautiful dream. After all, everyone can see that Kakashi is stingy. This sudden generosity was surprising. It always makes people wonder if there is some conspiracy behind him. Kakashi smiled and nodded in affirmation. Kakashi was so generous today that it was a bit too much. Renjian couldn't help but look at Kakashi again. Kakashi noticed Hajume's gaze and gave him a meaningful smile. Okay, I'm starting. Naruto couldn't wait to grab the chopsticks and quickly picked up the food and put it into his mouth. Sakura also clasped her hands together happily and began to enjoy the food. Sai remained expressionless. Wow, this is such a great meal. Naruto devoured the meal while expressing his sincere admiration. It would be great if every mission could have such delicious meals like this. Sakura nodded in agreement. Kakashi ruthlessly broke their fantasy. Don't dream, good things like this don't happen often. After hearing this, Naruto sighed helplessly, but continued to work hard. I'm so full. Naruto patted his round belly and showed it to Hajime beside him. Hajime didn't know what was so good about Naruto's belly that looked like it was 8 months pregnant, and stared at him blankly. Under Naruto's expectant gaze, he patted Naruto's belly like a ball, and then, as Naruto wished, he exclaimed, "It's so big." Hey. Naruto was satisfied. Lien Jian liked being sick. Early in the morning, the dawn was just breaking and the sun shone around the hot spring hotel, creating a peaceful and tranquil scene. The hot spring hotel is wrapped in rolling mountains, surrounded by green trees, gurgling streams, and the air is filled with a fresh and pleasant scent. Sai sat quietly by the stream, concentrating on painting the picture in front of him. Sakura's voice came from behind him. Are you drawing? Sai turned his head slightly, stared at Sakura expressionlessly, and asked coldly, is there something wrong? Sakura walked closer curiously and her eyes fell on the drawing paper in Sai's hand. She was surprised to find that the person in the painting was Hajime, who was sleeping soundly. Sakura couldn't help but sigh. You are drawing here? I thought you were drawing the surrounding scenery. I didn't expect you to draw Hajime, and you drew it based on memory. Sakura's voice suddenly stopped. She followed Sai's gaze and saw a picturesque pond not far away. On the other side of the pond, you can just see Hajume's room. The huge floor-to-ceiling window clearly showed Hajume's figure sleeping on the tatami. Sakura frowned tightly, and suddenly understood everything. Sai secretly drew Hajime here. Moreover, he had already found the best position where he could clearly see Lien Jian. We're almost leaving. A voice came from a distance. Kakashi-sensei asked me to call you. It was Naruto who spoke, and he appeared behind them with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Naruto said as he walked towards them. At this moment, he inadvertently saw the person in Sai's painting out of the corner of his eye. Hello! Naruto shouted, anger and dissatisfaction in his tone. You bastard! Are you actually stealing the painting of Lien Jian? Naruto's eyes widened and he gripped Sai's collar tightly. Sai smiled and replied, what's wrong? He didn't seem to care about Naruto's questioning, and his expression revealed a hint of pride. I started drawing Hajime when I was a kid, and Hajime knows it, too. Hearing this, Naruto gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger. This abominable guy always likes to show off his relationship with Lien Jian in this way, while excluding the rest of them. What are you doing? A question came from not far away, and Hajime and Kakashi were seen standing on the stone bridge across the stream, staring at the three of them. Naruto loosened his grip and let go of Sai's collar. He glared at him fiercely and then ran towards Hajime. Nothing, Naruto shouted back as he ran. Ren Jian looked at Naruto running towards him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 72457500/100000000. Sai looked at the dazzling smile on Renjian's face. Thank you for your patronage, come again next time. When they stepped out of the hot spring hotel, the young lady at the door politely said goodbye to them. Afterwards, Kakashi led everyone to temporarily change their route. As night fell, everyone sat around a roaring bonfire. Didn't Lady Tsunade say that? Kakashi suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Sakura raised her head and looked at Kakashi, her eyes full of confusion. The information Sakura received is most likely a trap, Kakashi explained. The Akatsuki organization is very likely to have set up an ambush at the T&D bridge, and their target is Naruto. Sakura, I have some questions for you, Kakashi said. Sakura nodded slightly, her expression serious. Okay, no problem, go ahead. You are the only one here who has actually fought with Scorpion and seen his true face. Although I have the information about the Sand Village, I would rather hear your description of Scorpion's words and deeds. Kakashi hopes to get more useful information from Sakura. Sakura took a deep breath and began to recall the scene when she fought with Scorpion. She tried her best to restore Scorpion's image. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. I want to disguise myself as Scorpion and get closer to that place. Sakura suddenly realized, so that's how it is. If Scorpion doesn't show up, then the other party will most likely not show up either. Kakashi agreed, yes, this possibility is very high. If the spy who infiltrated Orochimaru's place does not show up, our operation this time will be meaningless. Without the news of Orochimaru and Sasuke, the next mission cannot be carried out. This trip is just a waste of time. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Kakashi thought for a moment and replied, I will pretend to be Scorpion, and you will stay where you are. Once you find the target, take action immediately. Remember, you must stay alert and not let the other party notice anything unusual. Sakura nodded to show that she understood. Kakashi continued, okay, now let's talk about the specific goals of this mission. Sakura and Naruto concentrated and waited for Kakashi's instructions. Our goal is to capture the target of the mission and not let him get hurt or die. Because once we kill him, we will lose an important source of intelligence. Therefore, this mission is more difficult than defeating the enemy. I will lure out and capture the enemy. If I fail, you will arrest him. Kakashi looked at the people sitting around the campfire and said, let me determine the groups. Sakura and Hajime are in one group, and Naruto and Sai are in another. How did we grow up together? Renjian muttered to himself, but still reached out and pulled Sai up from the ground. After all, he still has a very kind image in front of Naruto and the others. Only those who have truly gotten along with Sasuke know that Sasuke is not what you say he is. Hajime stared at Sai closely and spoke in a firm tone. Don't ask. The answer is that his desire to perform has come back again. Sai held Hajume's hand tightly and did not let go. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his face, and he completely ignored what Hajime had just said. As for Uchiha Sasuke, Sai didn't want to hear any words from Hajime defending him. You don't know Sasuke, that's why you say that. Hajime looked at Sai with embarrassment and said, don't say that anymore. Lien Jian repeated it again, his voice slightly heavier. Speaking for Uchiha Sasuke again. Sai's jaw tightened slightly. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 72456500/100000000. Lien Jian, you are biased towards them again. Sai's smile remained unchanged, but the malice in his eyes surged like a tide. Hajun is our companion. He is not biased towards us. He just knows what kind of person the real Sasuke is. Naruto said excitedly, his eyes sparkling brightly. Very good. Lien Jian still stands firmly on their side. Marvelous. Companions? What kind of companions are you? Sai's smile was filled with a hint of coldness, and he asked back, have you ever seen Lien Jian's appearance as a child? Have you ever gone through any hard training with him? If we're talking about companions, he and I are the original companions. Much earlier than you guys. What qualifications do you have to speak so confidently in front of me? You! Naruto's anger was instantly ignited by Sai's words, and he became extremely excited. That's enough. Kakashi finally couldn't help but speak. He looked coldly at Sai and Naruto, who had been arguing all the way. How long would these two people stop arguing? It's really a headache. You now have two options to choose from, Kakashi said expressionlessly. First, you can continue to stand here and argue as much as you want. It doesn't matter if you can argue all day and all night. Kakashi gave them a cold look. Second, we should set off immediately and hurry to the hot spring hotel so that we can enjoy a comfortable stay there. After Kakashi finished speaking, he quietly waited for their decision. Just think of it as a way to ward off disaster by spending money. Kakashi looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It turned out that Lien Jian was also looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, just like him. Kakashi, this choice was absolutely unquestionable for Hajime. He would never allow anything to get in the way of his time at the hot springs. So, under the pressure of his gaze, Naruto and Sai, who had been arguing all the time, calmed down and headed towards the hot spring hotel. Kakashi lamented, "No one listens to what he says, right? The job of leading the team of Jonin should be given to Hajime." Kakashi took out Intimate Paradise again. I immediately forgot what had just happened. They arrived at the hot spring hotel before dusk. In the men's bath, Hajime, Sai, Naruto and Kakashi were leaning side by the pool, soaking in the hot spring together. Naruto had a towel on his head and his face was red. Hajime immersed his whole body in the natural hot spring pool that exuded a faint smell of sulfur, and squinted his eyes in comfort. So cool. This is life. It turns out that men can only become close friends after they meet each other shirtless. As Kakashi spoke, he took out the Intimate Paradise in his hand and flipped through a few pages, reading all the time. Naruto was very confused when he saw Kakashi like this. He suddenly stood up, walked towards Kakashi curiously, and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, what are you looking at?" At this time, Sai kept staring at Naruto's lower body, with an indescribable expression in his eyes. After a while, Sai slowly said, "You are still a man after all." Kakashi was extremely nervous. He didn't want Naruto to see the Intimate Paradise in his hand. People under 18 were not allowed to watch it, so he quickly put on his bath towel and hurried out of the hot spring pool. Sai's words diverted Naruto's attention. Naruto didn't care about that anymore. He quickly covered his lower body with his hands, then shrank back into the water and shouted to Sai, "Don't peek. You're always talking about your little dick, it's so annoying." Naruto yelled again in anger. "Lien Jian, I am really impressed. He has to make one of the hot spring bags himself." Fortunately, he made sure that he pinched the biggest one for himself. When they went into the water, they inevitably saw Hajume's assets, and Kakashi, Naruto, and Sai's faces all turned green. "We are all human beings, so why is there such a big difference between us? A 3-meter-long bamboo curtain separates you from the women's hot spring." Naruto's unrestrained voice immediately caused a lot of laughter. Naruto suddenly remembered that Sakura was in the women's bath opposite, and wondered if Sakura could hear him since he had just shouted so loudly. A strange blush appeared on Naruto's face. He swam towards the bamboo curtain. At this moment, Kakashi, who was about to walk out of the hot spring, suddenly called out to Naruto, "Naruto, what's wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked, looking back in confusion. "Before I leave, I'll tell you something very interesting." Kakashi's voice was tinged with a smile. What is it?" Naruto asked curiously. "When Master Jiraiya was young, he once had an experience that nearly cost him his life," Kakashi said slowly. Naruto immediately became serious when he heard that. The lecherous immortal meant something to him, and something like this must be something very special. He asked anxiously, "What happened?" Kakashi continued, 6 ribs were broken, both hands were fractured, and several internal organs were ruptured. I heard that it was caused by Tsunade-sama's fierce attack with that strange power. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this, and at the same time he couldn't help wondering, why did Grandma Tsunade treat the lustful sage so harshly? Naruto soon got the answer. Kakashi said the last few words and turned away, leaving Naruto shivering in the bath. "Because he did what you want to do now." These words exploded in Naruto's mind like a bolt from the blue, making him understand everything in an instant. It turned out that the lecherous sage once tried to spy on Grandma Tsunade taking a bath, so he was punished so severely. Thinking of this, Naruto no longer held out any hope and swam back to Hajime obediently. After returning to Hajime, Naruto turned his head to see Hajime enjoying a comfortable soak in the hot spring, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. So he asked, "Lien Jian, aren't you curious about that?" Hearing this, Lien slowly opened his eyes and looked at Naruto. In fact, before cosplaying as a real person, he would of course be curious. But now that he has become a real person, he has completely lost all interest and desire in this regard. He possesses the ability to transform the human body into various other forms. Under such circumstances, his curiosity had long disappeared without a trace. He had already thoroughly understood the secrets of the human body through constant experimentation and practice. Lien Jian shook his head, indicating that he was not interested. Amazing! Naruto looked at Hajime with envy, his eyes full of admiration. He couldn't help but sigh, "Lien Jian, you are so amazing, I wish I could be like you." Hearing Naruto's praise, Lien Jian's eyes were complicated. Just like me, Naruto is unhappy again. This state of having no desires or demands is so pitiful. Night falls. The entire hot spring hotel is shrouded in a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Kakashi rarely showed his generous side. After enjoying the comfort of the hot spring, he treated Kakashi's class to a sumptuous seafood dinner. When Naruto heard the news, he was so excited that he almost drooled. He couldn't wait to find a seat at the table and sit down, his eyes fixed on the dazzling array of delicious food on the table, secretly thinking about how to feast on it. Kakashi-sensei, can we really eat all of this? Naruto still couldn't believe his eyes, fearing that this was just a beautiful dream. After all, everyone can see that Kakashi is stingy. This sudden generosity was surprising. It always makes people wonder if there is some conspiracy behind him. Kakashi smiled and nodded in affirmation. Kakashi was so generous today that it was a bit too much. Renjian couldn't help but look at Kakashi again. Kakashi noticed Hazumi's gaze and gave him a meaningful smile. Okay, I'm starting. Naruto couldn't wait to grab the chopsticks and quickly picked up the food and put it into his mouth. Sakura also clasped her hands together happily and began to enjoy the food. Sai remained expressionless. Wow, this is such a great meal. Naruto devoured the meal while expressing his sincere admiration. It would be great if every mission could have such delicious meals like this. Sakura nodded in agreement. Kakashi ruthlessly broke their fantasy. Don't dream, good things like this don't happen often. After hearing this, Naruto sighed helplessly, but continued to work hard. I'm so full. Naruto patted his round belly and showed it to Hazumi beside him. Hazumi didn't know what was so good about Naruto's belly that looked like it was 8 months pregnant, and stared at him blankly. Under Naruto's expectant gaze, he patted Naruto's belly like a ball, and then, as Naruto wished, he exclaimed, "It's so big." Hey. Naruto was satisfied. Lien Jian liked being sick. Early in the morning, the dawn was just breaking and the sun shone around the hot spring hotel, creating a peaceful and tranquil scene. The hot spring hotel is wrapped in rolling mountains, surrounded by green trees, gurgling streams, and the air is filled with a fresh and pleasant scent. Sai sat quietly by the stream, concentrating on painting the picture in front of him. Sakura's voice came from behind him. Are you drawing? Sai turned his head slightly, stared at Sakura expressionlessly, and asked coldly, is there something wrong? Sakura walked closer curiously and her eyes fell on the drawing paper in Sai's hand. She was surprised to find that the person in the painting was Hazumi, who was sleeping soundly. Sakura couldn't help but sigh. You are drawing here. I thought you were drawing the surrounding scenery. I didn't expect you to draw Hazumi, and you drew it based on memory. Sakura's voice suddenly stopped. She followed Sai's gaze and saw a picturesque pond not far away. On the other side of the pond, you can just see Hazumi's room. The huge floor-to-ceiling window clearly showed Hazumi's figure sleeping on the tatami. Sakura frowned tightly, and suddenly understood everything. Sai secretly drew Hazumi here. Moreover, he had already found the best position where he could clearly see Lien Jian. We're almost leaving. A voice came from a distance. Kakashi-sensei asked me to call you. It was Naruto who spoke, and he appeared behind them with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Naruto said as he walked towards them. At this moment, he inadvertently saw the person in Sai's painting out of the corner of his eye. Hello! Naruto shouted, anger and dissatisfaction in his tone. You bastard! Are you actually stealing the painting of Lien Jian? Naruto's eyes widened and he gripped Sai's collar tightly. Sai smiled and replied, what's wrong? He didn't seem to care about Naruto's questioning, and his expression revealed a hint of pride. I started drawing Hazumi when I was a kid, and Hazumi knows it, too. Hearing this, Naruto gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger. This abominable guy always likes to show off his relationship with Lien Jian in this way, while excluding the rest of them. What are you doing? A question came from not far away, and Hazumi and Kakashi were seen standing on the stone bridge across the stream, staring at the three of them. Naruto loosened his grip and let go of Sai's collar. He glared at him fiercely and then ran towards Hazumi. Nothing, Naruto shouted back as he ran. Renjian looked at Naruto running towards him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 72457500/100000000. Sai looked at the dazzling smile on Renjian's face. Thank you for your patronage, come again next time. When they stepped out of the hot spring hotel, the young lady at the door politely said goodbye to them. Afterwards, Kakashi led everyone to temporarily change their route. As night fell, everyone sat around a roaring bonfire. Didn't Lady Tsunade say that? Kakashi suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Sakura raised her head and looked at Kakashi, her eyes full of confusion. The information Sakura received is most likely a trap, Kakashi explained. The Akatsuki organization is very likely to have set up an ambush at the Tiendi Bridge, and their target is Naruto. Sakura, I have some questions for you, Kakashi said. Sakura nodded slightly, her expression serious. Okay, no problem, go ahead. You are the only one here who has actually fought with Scorpion and seen his true face. Although I have the information about the Sand Village, I would rather hear your description of Scorpion's words and deeds. Kakashi hopes to get more useful information from Sakura. Sakura took a deep breath and began to recall the scene when she fought with Scorpion. She tried her best to restore Scorpion's image. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. I want to disguise myself as Scorpion and get closer to that place. Sakura suddenly realized, so that's how it is. If Scorpion doesn't show up, then the other party will most likely not show up either. Kakashi agreed, yes, this possibility is very high. If the spy who infiltrated Orochimaru's place does not show up, our operation this time will be meaningless. Without the news of Orochimaru and Sasuke, the next mission cannot be carried out. This trip is just a waste of time. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Kakashi thought for a moment and replied, I will pretend to be Scorpion, and you will stay where you are. Once you find the target, take action immediately. Remember, you must stay alert and not let the other party notice anything unusual. Sakura nodded to show that she understood. Kakashi continued, okay, now let's talk about the specific goals of this mission. Sakura and Naruto concentrated and waited for Kakashi's instructions. Our goal is to capture the target of the mission and not let him get hurt or die. Because once we kill him, we will lose an important source of intelligence. Therefore, this mission is more difficult than defeating the enemy. I will lure out and capture the enemy. If I fail, you will arrest him. Kakashi looked at the people sitting around the campfire and said, let me determine the groups. Sakura and Hajime are in one group, and Naruto and Sai are in another. Hearing this arrangement, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Sakura's green eyes. Yay! Be in the same group with Lien Jian. As expected, he still couldn't understand it at all. Naruto seemed like an angry husband whose wife had been kidnapped. Naruto, Hajime shouted to Naruto in the distance, Naruto, calm down. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 72465501/100000000. It's unknown. When Sai left Naruto's side, without any worry about his teammates, he came to Hajime. When he heard Lien Jian's words, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto was swallowed by the endless black sea full of malice. Before sinking into the water, he saw the nine-tailed fox's gleaming, malicious eyes on the shore. Naruto. Someone was calling him. The sound seemed to come from far away. It sounds vague. Who is it? Naruto thought. Naruto. The sound was like thunder that split the black sea before one's eyes. Naruto's eyes widened. It's Lien Jian. It was Lien Jian calling him. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, and the black and red-tailed beast coat quickly began to fade away. Three tails swung behind him. He came to his senses. The moment he heard Orochimaru's words, he felt like he was drowning in the nine tails' malice. Naruto seemed to have struggled for a long time, but to the outside world it was only a moment. Don't ask for it back. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses up on his nose, raised the corners of his lips, and corrected Naruto's wording. That's not accurate at all. Sasuke came to our side voluntarily. Yakushi Kabuto shrugged and spread out his palms. You are really making a fuss. You don't have the ability to get Sasuke back, so what qualifications do you have to shout here? Kabuto Yakushi stared at Naruto and said, you are so unmanly that you are not like a man at all. Kabuto Yakushi's words echoed in Naruto's ears. Yes, it's because he doesn't have the ability. It was because he was too weak that Lien Jian was seriously injured. This led to Hajime almost dying in the mission to retrieve Sasuke. All this is because he is too weak. Sai agreed with what Kabuto Yakushi said about Naruto not being like a man. He felt the same way. Shut up, you four-eyed bastard, you don't understand Naruto's feelings at all. Stop making sarcastic remarks here. Sakura yelled at Kabuto Yakushi. She is a member of Class 7. She knew better than anyone how much effort Hajime and Naruto had put in. No one can belittle Hajime and Naruto. Hajime also acknowledged Sakura's attack power. What's going on? Why do I feel that everyone's language attack ability continues to improve after 3 years? If you want to know about Sasuke, then use your strength to ask me. Orochimaru doesn't think they have such ability. As for Lien Jian Genrin, not within the range of his enemies. They are partners, aren't they? Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. Almost as soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, suddenly, a fierce red light flashed before his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of him, and his beast-like claws pierced towards him fiercely. What a fast speed! Is this the power of the tailed beast? Naruto, wrapped in the tailed beast's coat, took a deep breath and suddenly swung out with his claws, grabbing Orochimaru's shoulder blade. The whistling sound of the wind suddenly rose. However, just as he was about to swing his claw, Orochimaru suddenly moved. Hajime could clearly see that a cold light like that of a snake flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru's body instantly turned into a white snake and quickly disappeared from the spot. Naruto's attack missed and his claws hit the ground hard. He tore a crack in the entire bridge between heaven and earth. Wood chips and gravel flew through the air. The sky bridge swayed constantly in the wind. Crumbling. Naruto, you've grown a lot as a Jinchuriki. Kabuto Yakushi looked at the red tail swaying behind Naruto and the scene in front of him, and smiled sneerfully. Once again controlled by the malice conveyed by the nine tails, Naruto lost his mind and destroyed a 100-meter-wide pit in the dense forest in front of him. Naruto was located in the center of the pit, his entire body almost surrounded by chakra filled with malice and evil. Naruto no longer looked human at all. You're becoming more and more like a Jinchuriki. Naruto. Orochimaru stood opposite Naruto, looking at his current appearance. I really want to fight with you now, to see how much my Sasuke has grown. My Sasuke? Lien Jian, this is a bit ambiguous. Before he knew it, there were 4 tails behind Naruto. 3 is the limit of Naruto's sanity that once this limit is exceeded, he will no longer be able to maintain his sanity. Orochimaru's words completely made Naruto lose his mind. I saw scarlet chakra surging like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding trees were uprooted. Strong winds and waves roared in. The wind was so strong that one could hardly open his eyes. There was a loud bang. The sky bridge finally couldn't bear the weight, completely shattered into countless pieces. Such a large amount of chakra is beyond the controllable range, right? Orochimaru looked at Naruto in front of him and said as if he was watching a good show. At this moment, Naruto exuded a powerful aura all over his body, and his sharp claws swept through the air, bringing up gusts of sharp wind. The figure of Kabuto Yakushi suddenly pounced towards Naruto, and a sharp chakra scalpel appeared in his hand. However, just as he was about to get close, he was blown away by a huge wave of wind created by Naruto. Lien Jian hugged Xiaoying and returned to the other side of the T&D bridge. In the forest near the city, far away from the battlefield. Looking at the current situation, perhaps it is time to let another clone appear. Besides would release, what is the best way to control the tailed beasts? Naruto rushed towards Orochimaru, and the huge explosive power of his body was shocking. His entire body moved quickly, rushing straight towards Orochimaru. In a few flashes, he had reached the side of Orochimaru and launched a sudden attack from an extremely strange angle. The 5 sharp fingers came together and stabbed out fiercely, as if they were sharp swords that were going to tear Orochimaru apart. Swish! The air was instantly cut by his nails. The 2 men were so fast that only their shadows were left as they fought each other. The surrounding area was almost destroyed by the battle between Naruto and Orochimaru. 2 figures, one black and one red, flew backwards at the same time. Orochimaru steadied himself and stood on the branch, looking at Naruto below with a mocking look on his face. Even with the power of the tailed beast, you can only do this much. Still far inferior to Sasuke. Orochimaru knew how to stimulate Naruto, so he mentioned Sasuke's name every 3 sentences. Orochimaru lowered his eyes and looked at his hands that were burned by the 9 tails chakra. His mouth suddenly opened wide. A pair of hands pried open his mouth, and a brand new body came out of Orochimaru's mouth. The new Orochimaru was unharmed, like a new life. The tailed beast chakra explodes. The surrounding area was razed to the ground. Kakashi, who was standing next to Hajime and observing the battle, frowned and felt heavy-hearted. Oh no! Naruto was completely out of control. He had no power to stop Naruto. And now it has become a battle between Naruto of the 4 tails and Orochimaru. It's no longer something they can participate in. Once the battle is over, there are only 2 possibilities. First, Naruto would most likely be in danger because his body could not withstand the excessive transformation into a tailed beast. Second, they might be attacked by Naruto who had lost his mind. Neither possibility was what Kakashi wanted to see. Lien Jian was enjoying watching the show, and it wasn't his turn yet. And how could he rush into such a terrifying battle? What if I get hurt? Let's let the person who is most suitable for this battle participate. There was expectation in Sai's eyes beside Hajime. It would be a good ending if Uzumaki Naruto could die at the hands of Orochimaru. In the deep pit, Orochimaru's body was crawling on the ground like a snake. Tens of thousands of small snakes were spit out from Orochimaru's mouth and flew towards Naruto, who had transformed into a tailed beast. Whoosh! 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 Sharp white light came out of the mouth of each snake. The long sword that came out of the snake's mouth cut through the air at an extremely fast speed, and the sound of air produced was continuous and endless. The dense tide of snakes seemed to be about to drown Naruto. Roar! Naruto, the tailed beast with 4 tails waving, swung them wildly. A huge shock wave erupted from his hands. The snake tide was annihilated in the shock wave. Just a simple swing created such a huge shock wave, Kakashi said solemnly. He stretched out his hands in front of him to block the waves that were sweeping in. The power of the tailed beasts is extremely strong, but the means of attack are also very simple. Tailed beast Naruto suddenly clenched his 5 fingers and swung at Orochimaru again. The terrifying force could tear Orochimaru into pieces in an instant. Orochimaru's arms hung down, soft as whips. With a step, his hand suddenly turned into a tide of snakes, rushing towards the tailed beast Naruto. The figure of the tailed beast Naruto shot out. The 4 tails behind him turned into giant hands and chased Orochimaru madly. The speed was as fast as thunder, accompanied by the sharp sound of the dagger piercing the air. Countless black snake shadows flashed before Orochimaru's eyes, like ghosts, stabbing towards the tailed beast Naruto from all extremely strange angles, covering the tailed beast Naruto's entire body. The four tails swung out like long whips, leaving countless afterimages in the sunlight. The snake tide was cut off. The chakra was filled with malice and was as hot as volcanic magma. Orochimaru's shadow snake hand approached and was instantly burned to ashes. Orochimaru was reborn again in his own mouth. At this moment, the new body underwent an astonishing change. The lower body turned into a huge snake tail, and Orochimaru rushed towards the tailed beast Naruto at lightning speed. The next second, Orochimaru's fist hit the tailed beast Naruto's face like a cannonball. Just when the tailed beast Naruto was dizzy from the punch, a huge and powerful claw suddenly emerged from the surface of his body. The giant claw mercilessly cut Orochimaru in half, and Orochimaru's upper body immediately flew out like a kite with a broken string. Although Orochimaru's upper body had been separated from his lower body, countless snakes continued to emerge from his body. These snakes quickly intertwined together, tightly connecting Orochimaru's upper and lower body. Far away, Sakura looked at Hajime. Will Naruto's body can only withstand 3 tails at most. Now that a 4th tail has appeared, will Naruto's body be able to withstand it? At this time, Lien Jian didn't have time to answer her question. Lien Jian has his own things to deal with. Countless chakras emerged from the body of the tailed beast Naruto. These chakra balls gradually condensed into a dark purple sphere above his head. The sphere was compressed several times. It became the size of a baby's fist. However, the surrounding land cracked inch by inch because it could not withstand such pressure. The look in Orochimaru's eyes grew more serious. Such chakra density. If you get hit by this blow, you will definitely die. Orochimaru bit his finger. Triple Rashomon. The tailed beast ball slammed into Rashomon. Powerful impact. Even Kakashi and the others, who were 100 meters away, were almost blown away. After the strong light and thick smoke dissipated, the original triple Rashomon was destroyed in an instant. Orochimaru, lying on the ground, was already breathless. The tailed beast Naruto walked towards Orochimaru step by step, but at this moment, an extremely sharp sword suddenly pierced through the tailed beast Naruto's chest, and the powerful impact force caused his body to be instantly knocked away. Orochimaru spit out the long sword from his mouth, and his neck began to extend infinitely, as if there was no end. The long sword extended 1,000 meters long like a flash of lightning, nailing Naruto to the rock wall. How pathetic! Seeing this scene, Yakushi Kabuto sneered and said, "He is no longer like a human being. In order to save Sasuke, he turned himself into such a sensible beast." His words pierced Sakura's heart like a knife. Tears quickly welled up in her eyes, and she ran towards the tailed beast Naruto. "Wait, Sakura." Kakashi quickly stopped him and said, "Don't come near Naruto now." Lord Jiraiya once told Kakashi that when Naruto reveals his 4 tails, he will be completely unable to distinguish between friend and foe, and will even attack everyone around him. So don't get close to him. Seeing Sakura suddenly running towards Naruto, Kakashi subconsciously looked at Hajime. He knew that someone was needed to stop Sakura, and that person had to be Hajime. Renjian, who understood Kakashi's meaning, immediately grabbed Sakura. He looked at the tears streaming down Sakura's face and said gently, "Let me go, Sakura." However, Sai held Hajume's wrist tightly and stared at him grimly. "What are you going to do? Are you going to die?" Bite. Human malice detected plus 5,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5,000. Chakra 72470500100000000. At this moment, Naruto suddenly knocked Hajime away, and his tail turned into an extremely sharp sword, piercing Hajume's shoulder at an astonishing speed. "See you, Lien!" Sakura yelled in horror. "Naruto, what are you doing? That's enough!" Sakura begged with tears in her eyes. "Don't do that again." Lien Jian covered his bleeding shoulder with a painful expression on his face, and the wound healed quickly. His eyes passed over Naruto, who had lost his mind at the moment, and stared closely at Orochimaru in the distance. Bite. Human malice detected plus 1,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 1,000. Chakra 72471500100000000. The 100-meter-long wooden dragon's pupils flashed with a bright light as it entangled the tailed beast Naruto. The terrifying power of the tailed beast Naruto was like a kitten struggling in a person's hands under the restraints of the wood dragon. The evil chakra of the 9 tails was constantly absorbed by the wood dragon. Under the terrifying and impeccable restraints, the tailed beast Naruto was tightly entangled like a dumpling, and the chakra-tailed beast coat lingering on his body was rapidly fading away. The tailed beast coat slowly disappeared from him, and his chakra was completely sucked away by the wood dragon. Bite. Non-human malicious value detected plus 100,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100,000. Chakra 72571500100000000. Lien Jian raised her eyebrows slightly. The chakra that the wood dragon sucked away was chakra that carried the 9 tails strong malice. So, can this also be converted? Then wouldn't the 10 tails have even greater malevolence? Lien Jian's imagination gradually became bigger and bigger. Naruto's body, which had just completed his transformation into a tailed beast, slammed heavily onto the ground, making a numbing sound and accompanied by the clearly audible sound of bones breaking. Naruto's body went limp in an instant, the surging aura in his body began to subside, his eyes became unfocused, his face looked like a big dye vat, and blood began to flow from all his 7 orifices. When Sakura saw the countless wounds on Naruto's body, her heart trembled. Naruto! Her tears kept accumulating at her chin. Big drops fell on his face. Kakashi looked at the huge wooden dragon in front of him and his expression was dazed for 3 seconds. Would release ninjutsu. Only Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage who founded Konoha, can do it. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, is a legendary ninja. Sakura didn't care about would release ninjutsu or Senju Hashirama. She ran towards Naruto in tears. Seeing Naruto's skin all over which was burned red, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer and they burst out. Her hands glowed with green chakra, and Naruto's wounds began to heal bit by bit. The other side. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared in front of Hajime and Kakashi. Yoshi. Wearing red armor, with long black hair draped softly behind his head, he had a bright smile on his face. You are Konoha's ninjas. Seeing the forehead protectors of Hajime and Kakashi, the smile on Hashirama Senju's face deepened involuntarily. Kakashi's pupils constricted. The face before him was one that every ninja in Konoha recognized, because he is the first sculpture on Hokage Rock. In real life, this was the first time Kakashi met the legendary Shodaime Hokage, the god of ninja world Hashirama Senju. Bite. Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 725815001/100000000. Why would the god of ninja world appear here? Kakashi could only think of one organization, the Resurrection Alliance. They actually even resurrected the Shodaime Hokage. What a bunch of scum. Kakashi's eyes were full of vigilance as he stared solemnly at Hashirama Senju in front of him. The person before him was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. If Hajime Maki was already enough of a headache for them, then Senju Hashirama was the ninja who made them completely despair. In front of the former Shodaime Hokage, even escaping became difficult. Although the other person kept a friendly smile on his face, his aura made people tremble involuntarily. Senju Hashirama scratched the back of his head and said with a sigh, that familiar chakra just now, is it the 9 tails? Is that child a Jinchuriki? The power of the 9 tails is really terrifying. Kakashi couldn't help but remain silent. A ninja like Naruto, who was able to easily suppress the runaway 4-tailed beast Naruto with just a wooden dragon, marveled at the power of the 9 tails, but it was not convincing at all. Hashirama Senju's eyes moved back and forth between Kakashi and Hajime Masamune. After a long time, his eyes turned into circles and he asked in confusion, which one of you two is Lien Jian Genrin? Kakashi's expression tensed, and he immediately thought of the resurrected person he met last time, his teacher Minato Namikaze. His original words at that time were that the leader of the Resurrection Alliance wanted to see Ren Jian, so his mission was to bring Ren Jian back. If the Shodaime Hokage also came today for Hajime, then no one present here could stop him. I'm sorry, Master Lien Jian is out on a mission, he's not with us. It was Sakura who spoke. Kakashi's salty eyes widened. Does Sakura think the Shodaime Hokage is a fool? How could the Shodaime Hokage not hear such an obvious lie? Ah. Senju Hashirama scratched the back of his head. He hesitated and said, but Master Hajime seems to have blue hair? He remembered a few characteristics of the mission object, but not much. Sakura was as calm as a robot and said meticulously, there are many people with blue hair. We are all ninjas from Konoha, we won't lie to you. Kakashi Lien Jian Genrin, I didn't realize you were this kind of person, Sakura. Is there any special attribute that has been awakened? Senju Hashirama's intuition is terrifyingly sharp. But I think you are lying to me. Sakura was not flustered at all and answered calmly, no. Senju Hashirama pursed his lips and looked at Hajime helplessly, you must be Hajime Masamune. Come with me, I don't want to do anything to you. Senju Hashirama had an awkward smile on his face. After all, if I really attack you, it will seem like I'm bullying the children of Konoha. Senju Hashirama whispered murmur. Hearing his casual words, Sakura frowned, anger bursting out of her eyes. Are you kidding? Even if you are the Shodaime Hokage, we will never let you take that person away. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama smiled generously and explained to Sakura in all seriousness, I am very pleased that you have such determination, but don't get me wrong, we have no intention of harming Hajime Masamune. If you say no, then there is no. First, Sasuke was lured away from Konoha, and then Naruto was seriously injured and coveted by the Akatsuki organization. Now is Hajime also being targeted? Anger burned uncontrollably in Sakura's pupils. Her chest was heaving violently and her emotions were on the verge of getting out of control. Why do these people want to break up Class 7? Why? Bite. Human malice value detected plus 50,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 50,000. Chakra 7263150/10000000000. Sakura looked at Naruto, whose injuries were not fully healed but no longer fatal. She stood up, took off the black gloves she had been wearing on her hands, clenched her fists and stared at Hashirama Senju in front of her. I won't let you take Lien Jian away. She would fight like Naruto did, even if we'll die here. Yeah? Senju Hashirama looked at the particularly determined little girl in front of him and smiled. Pity. Wood style, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon was wrapped around the bodies of Kakashi, Hajime, and Sakura at the same time. The wood dragon continued to devour their chakra. The body becomes weak and powerless. So strong, Kakashi's pupils shrank. With just one move, they completely lost their ability to fight. Master Lien Jian, I'll take him away. The figure of Senju Hashirama appeared behind Hajime Masashi and his hand fell on Hajime Masashi's shoulder. Swish! Swish! The two figures flashed and disappeared from the sight of Kakashi and Sakura. See you, Lien. Sakura stared at the direction where Hajime disappeared. There was a scarlet glow in his eyes. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 5 million. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 5 million. Chakra 77631500100000000. The wooden dragon disappears. Sakura ran in the direction that Hajime was taken. Sakura. Kakashi stopped Sakura, his face solemn. We must return to Konoha now, first to heal Naruto, and second to tell the Hokage this news. Kakashi looked in the direction where Hajime was taken away, his pupils deep. And have you forgotten Hajume's abilities? As long as Hajime Maki is alive, mommy won't be in danger. At this time, Kakashi was actually glad that such a rule existed. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 500,000. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500,000. Chakra 78131500100000000. Teacher Kakashi, will Hajime be like Sasuke? Can't come back. Sakura knelt on the ground with dazed eyes. Why did it turn out like this? Kakashi put his hand on her shoulder. Sakura, trust Hajime, it won't happen. Sakura sniffed. There was no time for her to be sad. She looked determined and stood up again. She looked around and suddenly discovered that a person had disappeared long ago. Where's Sai? No wonder Sakura didn't hear Sai's voice at all. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Sai to remain silent when Hajime was taken away. Then there is only one possibility. Sakura looked at the empty Kakashi side. Kakashi frowned and confirmed Sakura's guess. When Orochimaru left, Sai disappeared. He left with Orochimaru. How come? Sakura thought that Sai had a secret, but she didn't expect it to be related to Orochimaru. Sakura looked at Kakashi in surprise. Teacher Kakashi, how did you know? Remember the hot spring hotel yesterday? Kakashi explained. I placed a tracker on him. After all, Sai came from the route and represented the Tibetans. It was impossible for them not to be on guard against Sai. As for Hajime, Hajime is different from Sai. So that's how it is. Teacher Kakashi suspected Sai from the beginning and even made preparations in advance. Sensei Kakashi is indeed a ninja who once served directly under the Hokage Sambu. Sakura's expression suddenly paused, her pupils becoming brighter and brighter. Then can we follow Sai and find Orochimaru's location? Kakashi nodded, yes. Unfortunately, the incident of Lien Jian being taken away happened again. Teacher Kakashi, let's go back to Konoha as soon as possible. Sakura couldn't wait any longer. Whether it is Hajime or Sasuke, what they need most now is time. They couldn't waste any more time. Sakura carried Naruto, who was still unconscious on the ground, on her back. Let me do it, Sakura. Kakashi wanted to take Naruto from Sakura's back. In his eyes, Sakura is a girl after all. Sakura smiled at him and ran ahead. Kakashi-sensei, you are not as strong as me. Kakashi looked at her back, a gentle light floating in his eyes, and chased after her. The 3-day and 2-night journey was forcibly compressed into 1 day and 1 night by the two of them. When they arrived in Konoha, Naruto also woke up. Seeing him wake up, Sakura threw him to the ground without hesitation. Naruto fell on his butt. He yelled, rubbing his butt and groaning in the same place. Kakashi made Naruto suddenly serious with just a few simple words. You fell unconscious during the battle with Orochimaru. After you fell unconscious, Hajime was taken away by the ninjas from the Resurrection Alliance. Sai left with Orochimaru. He has my tracker on him. We will soon be able to find Sasuke's whereabouts. Naruto's pupils dilated. Everything in front of me seemed to be distorted. There was only one sentence left in his mind that continued to echo in his world. Hajime was taken away by the ninjas from the Resurrection Alliance, and he, having fainted, knew nothing about it. He is too weak. He can't protect Lien Jian. Naruto. Sakura's voice came to my ears. Sakura stared sternly at Naruto, whose pupils had turned red. Don't indulge in useless self-blame now. We must rescue Hajime and Suzuki as soon as possible. Naruto clenched his fists. Hokage's office. Tsunade looked at Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura in front of her, but there was no sign of Renjian, and Sakura just said, "What did you say?" Tsunade repeated the question subconsciously. After Naruto transformed into a tailed beast, Orochimaru and Kabuto took the opportunity to leave, and the first Hokage appeared and used wood release to suppress Naruto. Kakashi calmly repeated what he had just said. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 50,000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 50,000. Chakra 78181501/1000000000. The purpose of the first Hokage is the same as the purpose of the fourth Hokage last time. They both came for Hajime. Kakashi shared the information he had analyzed. He said with a clear mind, they probably don't want to kill Lien Jian, otherwise, they would have done it long ago. Who can escape from the first Hokage? Therefore, it is certain that the other party has no intention to kill Lien Jian. Of course, all this is just his speculation. What if his guess was wrong? Kakashi didn't want to take the chance. So, Lien sees others? Tsunade asked knowingly. What she wanted to hear was Kakashi's denial. He was taken away by the shot aim Hokage. Bite. Human malice value detected plus 500,000. The amount of chakra converted from cursed power plus 500,000. Chakra 78681501/1000000000. Bang. The desktop was torn into pieces. Why? Didn't Jireya's intelligence report say that this organization was acting purely for money?